Chapter 1. This is unscientific. With a startled cry, Kyuka abruptly sat up. Phew. Thank goodness it was just a dream. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her brow. However, as soon as her hand was lifted, she froze as if struck by electricity. Calm down. I must remain composed. Kyuka fervently urged herself, taking a moment to regain her composure. Upon waking, she instinctively glanced around, only to discover that this was not her familiar rented room. Instead, she found herself in a large space filled with rows of bedding, where children aged around 14 or 15 were either sitting or lying down. At the sound of her exclamation, only a few glanced her way before quickly looking down. What in the world is this place? Kyuka swallowed hard, striving to piece together her memories. She had been up late binge-watching an anime, when suddenly a game advertisement for Knife 999 popped up on her computer, refusing to close. In a fit of frustration, she had angrily clicked to see what it was, and then everything went dark. Kyuka's mouth dropped open in disbelief. This scenario felt eerily familiar. Could it be that she had crossed over into another world? What was that child holding? A shuriken? As she pondered, a sudden roar erupted from outside, mixed with shouts and cries of anguish. Be careful! Enemy attack! Kyuka hastily rolled off her bedding, joining the other children who rushed to the door. Surrounding the room were similar-looking wooden structures, and the sounds of conflict echoed from a distance, with flashes of light intermittently visible. Seriously? While others found themselves transported into worlds of grandeur, with loyal followers and alluring companions. Why did she have to land in the midst of a ninja battle? Where's her golden finger? Her superpowers? The system? Detecting that the host is in a life-threatening crisis, the multiverse fishing system is initiating. Multiverse fishing system successfully bound. Host, Kyuka. Race, human. Speed, 6. Strength, 8. Defense, 3. Health, 13. Maximum single attack damage, 8. Current overall rating, none. This was Kyuka's personal attribute panel. However, beneath this panel, a few additional notes were inscribed. When any of the values for speed, strength, or defense reached 100, it indicated that Kyuka had attained the rank of a genin. 1,000 would elevate her to chunins, while 5,000 would signify the status of a jonin. Reaching 10,000 in any single attribute would classify her as an umbu. To surpass that, one would need to exceed 100,000. This was the system's classification of power in the world of Naruto. Upon reading this, Kyuka nodded in realization. At that moment, the system's voice continued to echo in her mind. The host can distribute fishing cards through the system to engage in fishing, potentially acquiring items, skills, and rare treasures from across the multiverse. Fishing cards, huh? Upon hearing this mechanical voice, Kyuka was initially taken aback, but then elated. Her protagonist's halo was finally shining upon her. Boom! Run! Before Kyuka could fully revel in her joy, a brilliant beam of light descended onto the vacant ground in front of her, followed by a tremendous explosion that created a massive crater. Several vigilant guards were thrown into the air, blood staining the ground beneath them. Cease your prattling. Quickly, tell me, is there a novice gift pack available? Indeed. Would you like to open the gift pack? Yes. Open it immediately. Kyuka turned her head, her eyes darting around as she searched for an escape route, while simultaneously responding in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a mystic-level fishing card, 1 great healing pill, and 3 minor healing pills. Mystic-level fishing card. Upon use, it allows the random acquisition of a skill or item from the myriad realms of mystic level or lower. Minor healing pill. Capable of healing all external injuries, an essential remedy for home travels and nefarious deeds. Great healing pill. Capable of healing all internal injuries, an indispensable remedy for home travels and nefarious deeds. Kyuka's mind raced as she frantically considered her options for escape. The entrance was out of the question. If that beam of light were to strike again, she would not survive even a single encounter. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of a window in the wall behind her, and she felt a surge of hope. She quickly climbed onto the platform. System, activate the mystic-level fishing card. After dropping down from the window, Kyuka found herself surrounded by an empty space and exhaled a sigh of relief as she responded to the system. The mystic-level fishing card is in use. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a skill orb. Would you like to activate it? Hurry, activate it. Congratulations, host. You have activated the orb and acquired the skill Golden Light spell. Kyuka felt a throbbing sensation in her mind as an overwhelming flood of esoteric knowledge surged within her. Impressive. The Golden Light spell. The Golden Light spell of the Celestial Master's lineage serves as both a protective barrier and an offensive strike. With deep cultivation, one can even grasp the profound techniques of the Celestial Master's 5 Thunder method. Eliminate them all. While Kyuko was deeply engrossed in understanding the intricacies of the golden light spell, a sudden loud shout startled her. She was taken aback and, disregarding further contemplation of the spell, bolted towards the forest outside the village. After all this effort to visit the world of Naruto, I haven't shared a drink with Naruto, nor have I seen Sasuke's Rinnegan, and I haven't even had a delightful encounter with Sakura. It would be such a loss if I were to die here. As Kyuka sprinted, her thoughts raced, but no matter how hard she ran, the sense of impending danger only intensified. Hey kid, you run pretty fast. Ha ha ha. Kyuka's lips twitched, realizing she had been caught up too. Reluctantly, she halted and turned to face the pursuer, a man with half of his face obscured. Just as Kyuka was about to plead for mercy, the masked man showed no inclination to grant her a moment's reprieve. With twin daggers poised in a reverse grip, he lunged at her with a ferocity that showed no mercy, regardless of her youth. Damn it. Seeing this, Kyuka hurriedly attempted to dodge to the side, but her efforts were too vigorous, resulting in a tumble that barely allowed her to evade the crossing blades. Before she could regain her stance, the masked man attacked once more. How dare you? You're asking for trouble. Kyuka, having no path to retreat, resolved to advance fearlessly. The universe is profound and mysterious. The essence of all energy lies at its root. With great effort through calamity, I shall prove my divine abilities. Within and beyond the three realms, only the Tao is supreme. My form is suffused with golden light, enveloping my being. As Kyugami Kazuki's words resonated, a golden aura emanated from within, enveloping his entire body. The blinding radiance compelled the masked figure to halt in his tracks. For the first time invoking the golden light spell, a gentle shimmer of gold rippled around Kyugami Kazuki, who gradually rose to his feet. A flicker of astonishment crossed the masked figure's eyes before he swiftly maneuvered his fingers to form a series of seals. Body flicker technique. The masked figure's speed surged dramatically, his form becoming somewhat indistinct as he dashed forward. With no time to ponder, as the masked figure charged once again, Kyugami Kazuki lowered his stance slightly. As the short blade grazed against his golden shield, he deftly shaped the golden light into a blade, slicing through the figure's thigh as they passed each other, blood gushing. Fourth, gripping the slightly deformed short blade tightly, the masked figure's expression turned grave. There was no time for contemplation. Chasing Kyugami Kazuki had already consumed too much of his time. He needed to end this swiftly. The child had likely caught him off guard with a swift pivot. He lunged forward once more. Kyugami Kazuki fixed his gaze on a masked figure, remaining remarkably composed as the short blade whistled toward him. Golden light spell, it can shield or strike, transforming all things. Raising his hand, Kyugami Kazuki concentrated the golden light to protect his left hand and shield his chest, while forming a seal with his right. Golden light manifestation, golden might fist. After gathering a slight surge of energy, Kyugami Kazuki thrust his right fist toward the masked figure from a distance. Instantly, a colossal golden fist the size of an adult surged forward with great velocity. The immense sound of air being shattered made the masked figure's pupils contract sharply, and he hastily formed seals with both hands. Chapter 2. The Stray Child. Bang! The golden fist shattered a wooden beam. Substitution technique? Kyugami Kazuki gasped, his eyes darting around. Wind style. Wind blade. Suddenly, from Kyugami Kazuki's right side, a blade of wind surged toward him. He dared not gamble on whether the golden shield could withstand the ninjutsu. With a swift movement, he darted behind a tree, focusing intently, feeling the dwindling energy within him, anxiety creeping in. Suddenly, inspiration struck Kyugami Kazuki, and he instinctively glanced behind him. Golden light manifestation. Winged formation. The masked figure, poised to launch a surprise attack, was taken aback. Having never encountered such a ninjutsu, he was caught off guard and was swiftly entrapped between two rapidly converging walls of golden light, followed by the ominous sound of bones shattering. As the golden light gradually dissipated, the masked figure slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud. Kyugami Kazuki slowly withdrew the golden light spell, grimacing. Although the masked figure had not penetrated the shield's defense, the force had nonetheless resonated through it, leaving an impact on him. That was close. Thankfully, only one pursuer came. Had there been another, I would have been finished. Kyugami Kazuki continually expressed gratitude in his heart as he turned to flee, not dispelling the golden aura until his energy was entirely exhausted. Finding a sturdy tree nearby, Kyugami Kazuki climbed with both hands and feet, perching atop it to rest. The recent skirmish had nearly drained his stamina, and at merely 4 or 5 years of age, this body felt exceedingly weak. After a brief respite, Kyuka Fu remained restless. She rose to confirm her direction and continued to flee, her head down, until dusk began to settle and she finally glimpsed signs of civilization. Perched upon a large tree branch, she spotted in the distance 4 magnificent statues atop a cliff, with a town nestled below, its houses arranged in a fan shape. Could this be the legendary Konoha? Kyuka Fu pondered, her expression one of turmoil. The statues were unmistakable to her, they depicted the 4th Hokage. Logically, Konoha should be her best refuge at present. Yet the unfamiliarity of the terrain left her uncertain about whether she would be welcomed or mistakenly regarded as a spy. With the night fast approaching and her stomach growling, she contemplated the potential dangers that awaited her after sundown. Resolutely, Kyuka Fu bit her lip, accepting that life and death are dictated by fate, and decided to take the gamble. Having made up her mind, she tore the blood-stained portions from her burlap clothing. Then, she rummaged through the ground, smudging her face with her grimy palms, and donned her clothes again, transforming herself into the visage of a destitute beggar. After fabricating a backstory in her mind, Kyuka Fu walked cautiously along the main road, leading to the entrance of Konoha. "Child, to whom do you belong? I have never seen you before," an elderly man with a head of white hair inquired as she approached the village. "Ah, too am being pursued," Kyuka Fu stammered, feigning a semblance of a survivor of great misfortune, managing to squeeze out a few tears as her voice dropped to a whisper. The old man paused momentarily, a flicker of compassion glinting in his eyes as he stepped forward, gently stroking her head. "You appear to be a poor little soul. Fear not. Come with me." With that, he grasped Kyuka Fu's hand and led her into the fabled Konoha. Is it truly this simple? Kyuka Fu mused internally, yet she forgot that she was merely a 4 or 5-year-old child, deliberately masquerading as a vagrant, which naturally raised no suspicions. Seated on the steps in front of a small house, Kyuka Fu chewed on a root of grass, lost in her thoughts. Having been there for 3 days, she had grasped the general situation aside from a brief registration and a few inquiries on the first day. Nothing untoward had occurred. She had successfully played the role of a child who had been abducted, but was fortunate enough to escape. The elderly man who had taken her in, named Takshi, was an ordinary villager of Konoha, childless and without kin. He had found Kyuka Fu and decided to care for her, allowing her to live with him. During these 3 days, Takshi had shared various tales about Konoha, which aligned closely with Kyuka Fu's prior knowledge. However, she gleaned one exceedingly vital piece of information. The Ninja Academy was about to commence its sessions. Spitting out the grass root, she stood and dusted off her backside, then ventured inside to find Takshi in his rocking chair. "Little Kyuka, is something amiss?" Takshi opened his eyes. Over the past few days, he had grown fond of her, treating her as if she were his own granddaughter. Kyuka Fu pulled up a small stool to sit beside him and said, "Grandfather Takshi, I heard that the Ninja Academy is about to start." "Indeed," Takashi chuckled softly, gently ruffling Kyuka's hair. "Does little Kyuka aspire to become a ninja as well?" Kyuka nodded, subtly evading Takashi's hand, and replied with a smile, "Yes, I've dreamed of becoming a ninja since childhood. It will be wonderful, but then..." Kyuka trailed off deliberately. Unable to continue her thoughts, for reasons unknown, Takashi had a penchant for patting Kyuka's head, and he placed his hand back on her again, his murky eyes gazing at her intently. "All right, tomorrow I will take you to register. But remember, Kyuka, once you become a ninja, you must protect the Hidden Leaf Village. Do you understand?" Kyuka secretly rolled her eyes while outwardly nodding vigorously. The following morning, Takashi took Kyuka to the Ninja Academy in the Hidden Leaf Village. Standing before the grand entrance of the academy, Kyuka felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He wished to enter the academy not only to witness what ninjas were like, but also in hopes of seeing Naruto. Although Kyuka was uncertain about the current time, he had given it considerable thought over the past few days. The statue of the 5th Hokage had yet to be erected, implying that Naruto was still residing in the Hidden Leaf Village. He just hoped that Naruto would be present at the academy at 8 the entrance. A throng of people had gathered, all accompanying children to the academy, some as young as 4 or 5, while others were in their teens. Some were there to enroll, while others were returning to school. Among those Kyuka's age, he was likely the only one attending for the first time. Takashi held Kyuka's hand and made his way directly to the enrollment registration area. The teacher registering Kyuka was unfamiliar to him, likely not a renowned figure from the Hokage's circle. After simply recording his name and inquiring whether he had studied any ninjutsu, Kyuka's enrollment was complete. Kyuka's heart soared with joy, marveling at how effortless the enrollment process had been. "Sensei Sanzo." At that moment, a distant voice caught Kyuka's attention. As the voice echoed, a striking figure appeared, equally captivating. However, it was not merely the call of a classmate that drew Kyuka's gaze, rather, it was a person among the students that he had never dared to imagine encountering. Is that Sakura? What on earth am I thinking? As his mind began to conjure undesirable thoughts, Kyuka hastily interrupted his own train of thought. The individual before him was a beauty of the Naruto world, yet her heart belonged solely to Sasuke, with Naruto, the next Hokage, as her devoted follower. Kyuka had no desire to be a mere fourth wheel. Maintaining his composure was paramount. Survival in the Hidden Leaf Village was his priority. After all, Orochimaru would eventually attack the village, leading their generation of prodigies into a fierce battle. It was crucial for him to swiftly acquire the skills necessary to protect himself. Such notions of love were futile distractions, destined to remain beyond his reach. Just as he resolved to dismiss these thoughts, Sakura unexpectedly glanced in his direction, and Kyuka happened to wear an exceptionally cold expression. I could see that moment. Ryoko Kaze also caught a glimpse of Sakura's gaze directed towards him, prompting him to swiftly place a hand over his heart. It was not discomfort that plagued Ryoko, rather, he was genuinely apprehensive that if Sakura were to gaze at him one more time, his heart might leap from his chest, leaving him utterly helpless. Is she really looking at me? Could it be that my springtime has finally arrived? With spring comes the season of courtship, he mused, lost in his reverie. Just as he floated on this cloud of exhilaration, Teacher Sato entered the classroom. Ryoko Kaze was acutely aware of the necessity to temper his emotions, mindful of the many eyes upon him. If he were to embarrass himself now, how could he possibly navigate his time in this school, especially since he would be here for an extended period? He pulled his wandering thoughts back into check, silently chastising himself for being a lecherous fool. His life was still uncertain, yet he found himself preoccupied with thoughts of a girlfriend. Such recklessness was beyond folly. Ding! A voice from the system echoed in Ryoko's mind, alerting her to the rapid beating of her heart, inquiring if a sedative was required. Though the system's concern seemed genuine, it felt more like mockery to Ryoko, prompting her to curse in frustration. At that moment, several classmates had gathered in the classroom, most of whom were young children. Ryoko was reluctant to associate with them, not only because she felt overly mature for her age, but also due to the hassle they represented. Most of them were rather childish, and their immature minds were prone to excessive chatter. This was one of the reasons Ryoko preferred to avoid extensive interactions with others. All right, students. We are officially starting class now. Today's test is quite simple. We will be conducting a physical fitness assessment. Those who cannot keep up will be eliminated, meaning they will not gain entry into the Ninja Academy, the teacher announced. This statement instantly ignited a commotion among the students in the classroom. Many of them had parents who were ninjas, figures of immense strength and revered heroes in their eyes, constantly safeguarding Konoha from external threats. To them, becoming a ninja in the village was a noble aspiration, a chance to protect their home and fulfill their dreams of heroism. When the teacher mentioned the possibility of elimination from the academy, anxiety swept over the majority of the students, who feared failure would lead to their peers looking down on them. Numerous students clenched their fists, resolutely vowing to persevere through any challenge. However, Ryoko was different. Though the pressure was substantial, what pressure could surpass the weight of one's very existence? Her purpose for being there was to learn ninjutsu to protect herself. The greater the pressure, the stronger her resolve became. She leaned against the corner with her arms crossed, listening intently to the teacher at the front of the class. Now, we will discuss any matters later. It is time to assemble outside. Remember not to fall behind. There will be a handbook here, and any student whose name is called and does not respond will also be eliminated. Kiya sighed softly, genuinely surprised at how troublesome the examination for ninjas in Konoha village turned out to be. Not only was it cumbersome, but it was also exceedingly stringent. Merely failing to respond upon hearing one's name would result in disqualification. Surely, no one would be so dull-witted as to allow that to happen. Yet, to Kiya's astonishment, there was indeed an individual who, overwhelmed by anxiety, stuttered and failed to answer, ultimately leading to their name being mercilessly crossed off by Sasuke. After a brief roll call, the students were swiftly gathered on the expansive playground, which stretched nearly 1,000 meters around. Upon seeing the field, Kiya couldn't help but smile. The physical demands placed upon ninjas were exceedingly rigorous. This running test was designed to assess their stamina and endurance, a challenge that Kiya found quite trivial. As expected, just as Kiya was contemplating this, Teacher Sasuke led the students to the edge of the playground and instructed them to begin running without specifying an end time, merely indicating to continue until they could no longer go on. While this might be somewhat harsh for the younger participants, Kiya was unfazed. For Kiya, running was an endeavor of utmost simplicity. During middle school, he had the fortune of attending a sports academy. Although the conditions were arduous, he acquired a skill that many found elusive, the rhythm of breathing. Every activity possesses its own tempo, and running is no exception. As long as he maintained this rhythm, Kyuya could run indefinitely, pushing himself to the limits. The assessment commenced promptly, with the students forming an orderly line, moving in unison. Initially, all was well. But as time passed, the formation began to fragment, with several classmates succumbing to exhaustion. Only a small fraction, despite their fatigue, persevered in a slow jog, striving to stay at the back of the pack. However, the gap between them widened significantly, leaving the stragglers far behind. At this juncture, Kyuya was entering a state of warm-up, his breathing rhythm perfectly regulated. After just one lap, his speed had noticeably increased, surprising Sasuke, who was observing from a distance. It wasn't that Kyuya's speed had quickened. Rather, the others had slowed down, hindered by fatigue and unstable breathing, their steps becoming increasingly erratic. Each footfall felt as if encumbered by lead, yet they pressed on, fueled by an indomitable spirit of resilience. In a mere 10 minutes, the group had completed 2.5 laps, yet Kyuya's speed remained unwavering, even allowing him to surpass the others by a full lap. At this moment, Sasuke crossed his arms, wearing an intrigued expression. This young prodigy, whose origins were unknown, had the potential to become an extraordinary figure for Konoha if nurtured properly. Zuo-san made a brief record and then intended to report today's assessment to the third Hokage. All right, everyone, the physical assessment has concluded. You all performed admirably. Please take a 5-minute break as we prepare for the next evaluation. Upon receiving the instruction, Kyuka Kazuki gradually came to a halt, walking over slowly. It was only when she turned back that she noticed Zuo-san, who offered her a slight smile before bowing his head to prepare the report. After a brief respite, Zuo-san gathered everyone in the field for assembly. The previous endurance test had eliminated 8 participants, all of whom had failed to complete 10 laps. The next evaluation, surprisingly, involved the concentration of chakra. For a ninja, chakra is of utmost importance, serving as a fundamental measure of their rank and being intrinsically linked to their personal development. Zuo-san took the lead in demonstrating how to activate the chakra within one's body. He emphasized that while forming hand seals, one must maintain a clear mind, and the conviction behind the chakra's manifestation must be unwavering. The others began to mimic Zuo-san's movements, and before long, some succeeded in gathering chakra, albeit in meager amounts. The chakra enveloping them appeared thin and insubstantial, yet it was sufficient to pass the initial requirement. Among the remaining 20 individuals, the most outstanding were Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. Their chakra was notably dense, significantly thicker than that produced by their peers, which brought immense satisfaction to Zuo-san, who nodded in approval. However, the scene shifted to Kyuka Kazuki, who had repeated the same actions 3 times without any result. Initially viewed with great promise by Zuo-san, Kyuka was now devoid of any progress. There was no sign of chakra concentration, nor even a hint of its fluctuation. This left not only Zuo-san astonished, but also Kyuka herself, standing in disbelief. Kagami F has endeavored thrice, employing both handprints and unwavering willpower, yet she remains unable to perceive the presence of chakra. What could this signify? Could it be that I possess no chakra at all? Undeterred by doubt, Kagami F resolved to attempt once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. At this moment, not only was Sasaki's gaze fixated upon Kagami F, but the attention of several classmates nearby also converged upon her. Kyuka Kazami seemed to have recalled something, gracefully gesturing through the air to create a circle of Tai Chi heaven and earth, the profound origin of all energies. I shall cultivate the vast calamity and realize my divine powers. As he silently recited these words in his heart, streams of golden energy began to emanate, enveloping his entire being. In an instant, the surroundings fell into an awed silence, all eyes fixated on Kyuka Kazami. Chapter 4. Only children make choices. Wow. Is that chakra? Why is it golden? Have you heard of the golden flash? Could it possibly refer to him? Fool, the golden flash refers to the 4th Hokage. A group of students began to chatter excitedly. Even Sasuke was taken aback. This chakra was something he had never witnessed, even as a teacher. Sasuke and Naruto, drawn by the commotion, turned to look. That guy, how infuriatingly radiant. Naruto seethed, already vexed by Sasuke's presence, now faced with another seemingly more impressive individual. Meanwhile, Sasuke displayed a hint of defiance. This kid has some substance. Finally, there was someone who wasn't a complete fool, he thought, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto before turning away. A group of girls gazed at Kyuka Kazami, their eyes sparkling with admiration, utterly captivated by the golden aura surrounding him. Perceiving him as irresistibly charismatic, much like the brilliance he exuded. Well done, everyone. Some of you still need to put in more effort. But I hope no one gives up. I have recorded all your results. Sasuke-sensei circled Kazami's name, marking it as a priority. This chakra was unlike anything he had ever encountered. This child must be reported, and the best teachers should be assigned for his focused cultivation. Such a talent must not be overlooked. Meanwhile, Kazami quietly sensed the changes within his body. He vaguely felt that he was not devoid of chakra, rather. It seemed that there was something amiss with his physique. Suzumiya Haruhi recalled the place from which she had escaped, a location teeming with numerous children. Yet, no matter how she pondered, it bore little resemblance to a conventional boarding school, for in their sleeping quarters, some of the children appeared to bear strange markings upon their bodies. TSK. Kazahaya silently scoffed. Was he previously trained in some clandestine facility? This remains a mystery that he must unravel himself. However, he was not in a hurry, after all. With the system at his disposal, and having temporarily extricated himself from danger, he had ample time to investigate at his leisure. Furthermore, the golden light spell would undoubtedly ensure that he did not lag behind these children. The awe he instilled in them was evident. It seemed that his position as the elder brother on the very first day of school was securely established. Once the chakra tests were completed, the newcomer elimination round concluded. A number of children with rather ordinary qualifications were sent home, each returning to their respective families. Those who remained were competent ninjas who had passed the entrance assessments. They had preliminarily demonstrated the requisite talents of a ninja in terms of strength, endurance, and chakra perception. Zosan observed this group of children with satisfaction. Feeling a surge of excitement within him, at last, this batch of fledglings was beginning to resemble something formidable. Since that era, he had not guided such a promising cohort. Not in the last nor the one before that. That era belonged to the Uchiha clan. Zosan paused in his thoughts. The mere recollection of those names cast a shadow over him, reminders of the massacre and the dark corners of that past. A shiver ran down his spine as he turned his gaze to Kazahaya before him. This boy was no less talented than those prodigies of yore. Surely, Kyuka would not repeat the same mistakes. Having completed the enrollment process, Kazahaya beamed at his outstanding score of A. His scores were all perfect, which had him humming a cheerful tune as he walked along. Kyuka-kun? A somewhat delicate voice called from behind, sending goosebumps across his skin. Turning around, he beheld a golden-haired young beauty. Was he this Ino Yamanaka? He vaguely remembered that both Ino and Sakura had admired Sasuke. Kyuka-kun, if you don't mind. Let us walk home together. I can treat you to ramen. Ino flashed a sweet smile. That smile was indeed quite charming, after all. Ino was one of the beauties in the world of Naruto. Moreover, she had grown into a figure reminiscent of Tsunade. Just as Kyuka was about to agree, another pink-haired figure suddenly appeared. Kyuka-kun, I brought you a sushi bento. He turned to see Sakura. At that moment, Sakura still retained a youthful innocence. Yet it was evident that she was destined to be a beauty. Kyuya gazed upon the two future beauties of the Hidden Leaf Village, hesitating momentarily. Whom should he choose? He found himself in quite a quandary. However, despite his youthful appearance, his soul was far from juvenile. It is children who make choices, while adults embrace all. At that moment, Sakura felt a twinge of relief for having brought her delicious bento, originally intended for Sasuke. Little did she know that there existed someone even more handsome than Sasuke. Upon witnessing Kyuya's impressive demeanor, she swiftly shifted her allegiance. The two young girls stood before him, exuding an undeniable pressure that compelled Kyuya to make a choice. Yet, being a soul of over 20 years, he was not easily swayed by such a simplistic dilemma. Thus, he declared, I graciously accept your kind intentions, but you must not quarrel. Rather, strive to be good friends. Otherwise, I shall ignore you both. With that, Kyuya strode away, taking Sakura's bento with him, leaving the two girls in a state of ambivalence, neither entirely joyful nor sorrowful. Meanwhile, an elderly man with white hair, observing this scene from a street corner, wore a knowing smile. Whose child is this? Remarkable. At such a tender age, he has already cultivated the essence of a heartthrob. Truly impressive. He possesses my flair, he mused before leaping away, vanishing around the corner. Unbeknownst to Kyuya, who now simply wished to return home and share his joy with the elder Taki, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have achieved first place, earning a reward, a mystic-grade multiverse fishing card. Kyugami-fu, filled with delight, promptly activated the fishing card. Mere moments later, the system's notification chime resonated again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of sword mastery from the world of assassins Wu Liuqi through fishing. In that instant, Kyugami sensed a distinct energy flowing within his body. Could this be chi? He attempted to harness this chi and succeeded effortlessly. Finding it remarkably smooth and unobstructed in its application, without hesitation, Kyugami directed this energy towards the small stones on the ground, and in an instant, the stones became extensions of his will. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Kion was immensely excited, feeling a surge of strength within him. However, he suddenly recalled something, if he hadn't misheard. He had received the fishing card twice, both times accompanied by the term mysterious level. Could there possibly be other grades of fishing cards? System, do fishing cards come in different levels? Ding. Indeed, fishing cards are categorized into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, with yellow being the lowest and heavenly the highest. The greater the host's achievements, the more likely the system's rewards will be higher grade fishing cards. Kyu-Fu suddenly realized that he had finally grasped the functionalities of the system. When he first arrived in the world of Naruto, a myriad of unfamiliar stimuli overwhelmed his senses, leaving him little time to comprehend the system. Recalling the fishing card, he promptly inquired, under what circumstances can the fishing card be issued? Surely it cannot be merely at the whim of the system? Ding. The system responded to the host's inquiry, outlining the mechanism for issuing fishing cards as follows. 1. The host must achieve a certain breakthrough in combat. 2. The host must face a choice that determines their fate. 3. The host must upgrade their skills to the maximum level. 4. Within the Sea Goddess combat space, defeating characters of yellow rank or higher allows for 1 card draw. The Sea Goddess combat space. It appeared he needed to devise a strategy to obtain it swiftly. Kyu-Fu clenched his fist resolutely. What is the purpose of experience points? He continued to ask. The host can acquire experience through combat. These experience points can be utilized to upgrade skills or to enhance the system itself. The fact that experience points can be used to upgrade skills meant that his previous Golden Light spell could also be enhanced, along with his sword mastery. Henceforth, all he needed to do was to exert himself diligently in battle. Kion, filled with excitement, eagerly absorbed the information from the system, then inquired, is it possible to upgrade the system? What can be achieved post-upgrade? Ding. The system acknowledged the inquiry. Upon upgrading, the system will enhance its functionalities. For instance, in the subsequent phase, a marketplace feature will be introduced, allowing the host to exchange items from myriad worlds. A marketplace. This implies that he will eventually be able to select his preferred skills and items, including those from countless realms. However, to ascend to the next level, he requires a staggering 100,000 experience points. How long will it take him to achieve that? Currently, upon completing his first challenge victory at school, the host will be rewarded with the Sea God battle space, where he can engage in combat to gain experience and practical insights. Absorbing all the information, Kion felt a surge of enthusiasm. It seemed his future life would be exceptionally thrilling. All right, I must exert myself. I shall strive for greater heights, faster speeds, and stronger abilities. Unbeknownst to him, many passionate youths from the Ninja Academy had already set their sights on him due to his remarkable performance during the entrance examination, including 2nd and 3rd generation ninjas, as well as Sasuke, a boy once hailed as the foremost genius before Kion's emergence. He chuckled, Kion, from this moment, you shall be my rival. The young Sasuke hurled a shuriken, firmly embedding it in the target. Chapter 5. I will defeat you. It was early morning. Sunlight streamed through the window as Kion lay nestled in his soft, cozy bedding, reluctant to rise. Oh no, what a disaster. I'm going to be late for school. He jolted awake, his eyes widening as he beheld the wooden ceiling. Oh wait, I have traversed into the world of Naruto and transformed into a child. The thought filled him with exhilaration, but in the next instant, anxiety set in. Oh no, it's already 6:45. Class is about to start. He flung the alarm clock aside, donned his jacket, and dashed out of the room, watching the vibrant Kion race away. Taki smiled with satisfaction as he continued to water and fertilize the vegetable garden in the yard. This is bad. This is bad. I absolutely cannot be late on my first day of school. I am determined to become the top of the class. Right. Today I must make an effort to find someone to fight. I must unlock the Sea God battle space. Hyuka's legs seemed so swift that one could almost imagine them equipped with a motor. He felt that if he ran just a little faster, he might spiral into the sky. Alas, what trickster has laid this trap? As he dashed forward, the ground beneath Hyuka suddenly gave way, and he plummeted into a deep pit. He had taken a shortcut to school, a path less traveled. Who would set a trap here? Could it be? In an instant, countless antagonists from the world of Naruto flashed through Kyuka's mind, yet none of them seemed the type to employ such a snare. Ah ha ha ha. It appears the title of first place now belongs to me. I, Konohamaru, have defeated you. Ha ha ha, concede defeat. In a moment of introspection, Kyuka Kazumi found herself squatting in a pit, pondering the intricacies of life. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke the silence above her. Upon glancing up, she recognized none other than Konohamaru Sarutobi, the grandson of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. His cherubic face, still adorned with a streak of snot, radiated an air of arrogance, prompting a weary sigh from Kazumi. It was astonishing how swiftly her reputation had spread. Yet, she deemed Konohamaru unworthy of a challenge. Her thoughts were consumed with the desire to find someone at school to engage in a duel. But she resolved not to dwell on him further, after all. She had classes to attend. Golden Light Spell, Golden Light Transformation, Blade of the Hand. Huma Kazuki unhesitatingly summoned the energy within him, and a burst of golden light erupted from the tips of his fingers. He plunged directly into the wall of the pit and climbed out in just a few strides. Oh, you can still escape. You seem to possess considerable strength. I, Konohamaru, hereby formally challenge you, Huma Kazuki. The diminutive Konohamaru shouted. But in the blink of an eye, Huma Kazuki vanished from before him. You stop right there. Young Konohamaru refused to relent. His mind set on fleeing from the tiresome lessons of the Ebisu tutoring, yearning to venture forth into the world alone. Watching Huma Kazuki recede into the distance, Konohamaru revealed a somewhat scheming smile. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Huma Kazuki was ensnared by an invisible thread beneath his feet. He rolled forward with great speed. But unable to contain his frustration, he turned and grasped Konohamaru, warning, Kid, I am not here to play with you. You'd best behave. Goodbye. Once satisfied that his expression was sufficiently fierce, Huma Kazuki kicked off and ran forward. Unexpectedly, Konohamaru had tightly bound himself to Huma Kazuki with his scarf. Finding it impossible to shake off this sticky situation, Huma Kazuki decided to carry Konohamaru along, for reaching the classroom first was paramount. Finally caught up. I am here to report. As the cool breeze of Suzumiya approached the classroom door, an orange figure swiftly entered the room as well. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Naruto. He stepped through the threshold just as the school bell rang. Phew, he was fortunate to not be late. As Kion was about to choose a seat, he was abruptly obstructed by Naruto in front of the entire class and the teacher. Haha, aren't you the top genius in the school? I never expected to outrun you. This means I am superior to a genius. Naruto struck a pose he deemed cool and issued a challenge to Kion. Momentarily taken aback, Kion pondered whether Naruto truly qualified as a challenger. Defeating the current Naruto would yield no sense of achievement whatsoever. Before he could react, another childish voice chimed in. No, he is my opponent. You cannot compete with me. Kyuka Kazumi nearly forgot that behind her lay a certain Konohamaru. The entire classroom erupted in astonishment. They were all aware that Kyuka had achieved the unparalleled distinction of being the top scorer in the entrance examination, while Konohamaru was none other than the grandson of the Hokage. Moreover, the other contender, Naruto Uzumaki, was widely recognized in the village as an eccentric child. In an instant, discussions erupted among the students. What a spectacle! 3 intriguing individuals converging. The top student, the Hokage's grandson, and the mischievous fox child. It seemed a grand show was about to unfold. Surprisingly, even the teacher did not intervene, instead watching this scene with keen interest. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Kyuka felt as if she had stepped into a melodramatic television series, caught in a rivalry between 2 young gentlemen. Just as she intended to dismiss the profoundly embarrassing situation and walk away as if nothing had happened, an even more dramatic scene unfolded. Kion's pupils dilated as he observed Sasuke gradually rise from his seat, pointing at Kion and declaring, "You loser." Furthermore, Sasuke accompanied his words with an exceedingly arrogant gesture, his thumb directed downwards. What a little brat. Haruhi Suzumiya let out a derisive laugh, finally encountering a challenger worthy of her attention. Unfazed, she strolled toward Sasuke, a hint of disdain playing upon her lips. See you on the playground after school. Kyuka delicately uttered this classic line, then bestowed upon Sasuke a gesture of international camaraderie. The entire class erupted with excitement. It was a challenge, indeed. The teacher observed their interaction, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How amusing. This cohort of students is quite intriguing. Now, class, please return to your seats. We shall commence our foundational theory lesson. And you, Konohamaru, you are not qualified to attend. I have already notified teacher Ebisu, so prepare yourself. Ultimately, Konohamaru was escorted away by Ebisu, who sported round sunglasses. At this moment, Kyuka was utterly exhilarated. See you on the playground after school, he proclaimed, having long desired to express this sentiment. In his previous life, he had been so engrossed in the tumultuous world of anime that he scarcely paid attention to the conflicts of school life. Little did he anticipate that in this life, he would directly enter the realm of anime and articulate such sentiments with such ease. However, the theory class proved to be exceedingly tedious, and he gradually drifted into slumber, continuing his unfinished, beautiful dreams. Ring, ring, ring. Oh dear, is class over? Kion was startled by the ringing bell, instantly lifting his gaze to confirm that class had indeed come to a close. Upon examining the notebook before him, he noted that apart from the neatly pinned introduction to the first lesson on the concept of chakra, the rest was filled with his chaotic scribbles. Alas, I yearn to engage earnestly in class, dear teacher, yet my mind simply does not permit it. Kyuya's lament echoed in the air. He was already incapable of perceiving chakra within himself, and now, without diligent study, the hope of summoning chakra seemed utterly forlorn. In the midst of his despair, two delightful fragrances suddenly wafted towards him from either side. Kyuya, Kyuya. The voices of two youthful maidens, imbued with a hint of innocence, rang out, causing Kyuya, whose soul was that of a 20-something, to feel a rush of warmth throughout his body. It was not that his thoughts were impure, rather, who could possibly resist such charm? Turning his head, he beheld Sakura and Ino beside him, their cherubic faces flushed with a hue reminiscent of cherry blossoms, plump and endearing like adorable little buns. This is a copy of the notes I took in class. I accidentally made an extra, so I thought I would give it to you, Kyuya, Sakura said bashfully. In truth, she had been covertly observing Kyuya since the beginning of the class, and upon seeing him doze off, she realized her opportunity had arrived. Leveraging her academic prowess, she had diligently crafted 2 sets of notes solely for this moment. However, she had not anticipated that Ino would also do the same. Hee. Surprised, aren't you? Ino flashed a somewhat mischievous smile at Sakura. Chapter 6, Practical Class. Who will be first? How infuriating. She actually outsmarted me. Sakura silently gritted her teeth, yet she maintained an adorably innocent demeanor in front of Kyuya. At that moment, Kyuya steadied his mind and addressed the 2 girls. Thank you both, but I must review them first before deciding whose notes I shall choose. Kyuko took possession of their notes, and upon perusal, she found them to be exceptionally detailed, complete with various annotations and explanations. Each of the 2 had their own unique insights. Truly, they are worthy of being future master female ninjas. Judging by the meticulousness of their notes, they have already proven to be quite remarkable. I wonder if this will aid my understanding of chakra. For now, I shall collect them all. As Liang Gongfeng pondered, he coughed twice and remarked, both of you are quite exceptional. I graciously accept your goodwill. The 2 girls, initially anticipating to be individually chosen, exchanged glances filled with defiance and rivalry. Humph, I am undoubtedly stronger than her. Sooner or later, I shall surpass her. Whether in matters of the heart or in academic pursuits, they silently resolved. At last, the outdoor practical class commenced, a session far from monotonous. Beyond the 20 laps around the playground and 50 push-ups, there lay a more technically demanding exercise, the throwing of shuriken. For Liang Gongfeng, the physical training was dreadfully tedious. He felt no fatigue and completed the tasks effortlessly, while the other children, utterly exhausted, trudged around the track. Liang Gongfeng had already finished all physical activities and was leisurely wandering about the playground. Next to conclude was Sasuke, followed by Naruto, and then the 2 outstanding kunoichi, Ino and Sakura. The training grounds of the Hidden Leaf Village were numerous. After a brief exploration, Liang Gongfeng discovered that Shikamaru and Choji were also present in other physical training areas, along with Lee and Tintin. A few ninja instructors were also located, but Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Could it be that Kakashi was on a mission at this moment? He strolled aimlessly across the playground, catching the attention of several girls from the adjacent training area who squealed at the sight of him. Sigh, why are the girls in this world so similar? He mused. As he continued his leisurely walk, he noticed a petite figure in the distance struggling to perform push-ups, her frail form glistening with sweat after only a few attempts. Yet, despite her predicament, she persevered. Wait, isn't that Hinata Hyuga? Hyuga, feeling a stir in her heart, approached and observed the petite girl for a moment. Discovering that she possessed a certain endearing clumsiness, even in the execution of her push-ups. You should perform your push-ups like this. Startled, Hinata leapt back like a frightened rabbit. Upon realizing it was Kyuka, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Ah, yes, it's Kyuka-san. She shyly lowered her head, falling silent, observing Hinata's bashful demeanor. Kyuka found her thoughts solely focused on nurturing her growth. You see, you need to do it this way. After a round of guidance, Hinata's form improved remarkably, her movements becoming swifter and less exhausting. Thank you, Kyuka-san. I will strive to improve. Hinata earnestly bowed to Kyuka, who smiled back, finding the girl irresistibly charming. It's nothing, Hinata-san. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Unbeknownst to Kyuka, who was engaged in conversation with Hinata, Sakura and Ino watched from a distance, their eyes ablaze with jealousy. They were training diligently, eager to prove their superiority and catch Kyuka's attention. Little did they know, Kyuka had wandered elsewhere. However, the kunai training session was approaching, and soon they would have the chance to stand beside Kyuka. Sakura. Yes, a handful of kunai were thrown, and Sakura scored 240 points. The scoring system favored proximity to the bullseye. Each participant had 6 kunai, with a bullseye earning 100 points, all from a distance of over 10 meters. Sakura's score was already commendable among her peers, considering their youthful inexperience, but there were still those who surpassed her. Sasuke. For 180 points. The instructor assessed each child at the target range, and upon announcing Sasuke's score, astonishment rippled through the group. For 180 points. It was astounding. Over 20% of the children had only managed to score in the double digits. Yet, when the instructor reached Kyuka, he was taken aback. All the children gathered around to witness the first-place contender. The first kunai struck the bullseye, scoring 100 points. The second, another 100. The third, yet another 100. In fact, every single one of the 6 kunai landed perfectly in the bullseye, resulting in a resounding silence across the field. Sakura and Ino suddenly became acutely aware of the chasm between their abilities and Kyuka's. Sasuke clenched his teeth, resentment bubbling within him as he glanced at his own score. It was not Kyuka he blamed, but rather his own perceived weakness. If this continued, he would never be able to defeat that man. Revenge seemed increasingly unattainable for him. Meanwhile, Naruto, despite being the least accurate, had diligently practiced for an extended period and ultimately achieved a score exceeding 300. However, witnessing Suzumiya Haruhi idly basking in the afternoon sun while effortlessly securing a perfect score only deepened Naruto's frustration. At that moment, Haruhi was secretly exhilarated, realizing how remarkably effective the swordsmanship was, as it allowed her to control kunai with an ease akin to telekinesis. I must practice more diligently. I struggled to maintain control at a distance earlier. Concurrently, she discovered that the system could display the levels of her skills, indicating that her golden light spell could be upgraded to become even more formidable. Yet, her current experience points were woefully insufficient, with the progress bar barely filled. System. How can I acquire experience points to upgrade my skills? Upon receiving the host's inquiry, the system responded. Experience points can be significantly gained by employing skills in practical combat. Experience serves 2 purposes. First, to upgrade the system. Second, to enhance current skills. The choice lies with the host. The more frequently skills are utilized, the more experience is accrued. A total of 9 levels can be attained, each requiring a different amount of experience. Understood. Kyuya was brimming with excitement. He was determined to grow stronger, eager to engage in real combat. The sky remained a brilliant blue, with a few clouds lazily drifting above. Kakashi Hitaki was equally lethargic. After completing his mission, he had returned to the village to report in, and after receiving his substantial reward, he reclined on a branch, indulging in his beloved paradise of affection. However, a commotion below soon captured his attention. That child certainly stood out. He sat up lazily, observing the diminutive Kyuya, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Chapter 7. The duel after school. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day's lessons finally came to a close. For Kyuya, aside from the theoretical classes that required some knowledge absorption, practical lessons were a breeze. Many were eagerly anticipating the end of school that day, not only for the delicious meals awaiting them at home, but also for the duel between the school's 2 prodigies after classes. Hey, did you hear? The top student is set to duel the genius heir of the Uchiha clan. Who wants to join me to watch? Me. A throng of first-year students sprinted towards the back playground, leaving the upperclassmen utterly bewildered. Is it true that the first-year students are this intense now? One wondered, scratching his head in confusion, unaware of what kind of newcomer could incite such fervor. I heard there's a kid who scored a perfect 600 on the kunai test. One of them remarked. Ah, Really? The upperclassmen were taken aback. A score of 600 on the kunai test. They had trained relentlessly, barely managing scores in the 300s or 400s. As they watched the two figures recede into the distance, they found themselves genuinely intrigued by the impending duel among the first-year students. The crimson sunset cast a warm glow over the expansive playground, the largest training ground of the school, sprawling widely before them. Kyuko gazed around, noting that a small crowd had already gathered. Sakura and Ino looked at Kyuko with excitement, for in their eyes, she was simply the best. Humph, so arrogant, Naruto muttered, casting a sidelong glance at Sakura before turning his gaze back to Kyuko. I will certainly surpass you and earn Sakura's recognition. With a smile gracing her lips, Kyuko remained blissfully unaware as Naruto clenched his fists in determination. Teacher Sasuke was already present at the training ground, poised to observe the impending battle as the referee to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After all, both of these young prodigies were exceptionally gifted. Who could predict whether the Uchiha heir would activate his Sharingan in the next moment, or if this golden-haired boy possessed a bloodline limit? In the event of a confrontation, he feared for the safety of one of these talented individuals. The loss of either would be a grievous blow to Konoha. Thus, he felt compelled to oversee the proceedings. You arrived quite early, Sasuke remarked, parting the crowd to approach Kyuko. Kyuya, with her hands resting atop her head, appeared utterly relaxed as she remarked, Indeed, it's quite leisurely. You've arrived so late. Could it be you were secretly donning your armor? Sasuke was instantly provoked. Then let us dispense with idle chatter and commence battle. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of shuriken was hurled, tracing elegant arcs through the air. Whoa! The onlookers swiftly dispersed, granting Kyuya and Sasuke ample space to confront one another. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken collided against Kyuya's golden spell, proving utterly ineffective. What's this? Do you wish to compete in shuriken throwing? Have you forgotten who holds the perfect score? Kyuya gazed at the obstinate Sasuke with a derisive smile. Though he bore no kunai, the essence of the kunai resided within his heart, rendering all things as kunai. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a handful of small pebbles, each enveloped in a thin layer of energy, now directed by Kyuya's control. Swordsmanship. Manipulating stone with energy. What? Sasuke's pupils constricted as he swiftly evaded the onslaught of the pebbles, his movements exhibiting the hallmark of rigorous training. Humph. Merely a trivial technique. Do you possess any further tricks? He scoffed, provocatively, while retrieving several shuriken from his grasp. I have an abundance of tricks up my sleeve. With a smile, Suzumiya Haruhi formed a seal in his hand, swiftly altering the golden light incantation. Golden light, take form. Golden light, bind. A series of golden chains erupted from his being, racing towards Sasuke. Haruhi was determined to swiftly subdue the young man before him, wishing to avoid prolonging the confrontation. Ugh! Sasuke found himself firmly restrained. Gritting his teeth, he scooped a handful of dirt from the ground and hurled it towards Kaze's eyes. You clever little brat. Is that all you've got? In the next moment, Kaze retracted the chains, intent on drawing Sasuke closer. However, the boy suddenly vanished with a loud thud, leaving behind only two small shurikens. A substitution technique. Well, this young one possesses some skill. Kyuya, vigilant, scanned his surroundings. Yet all that lay before him was a solitary shuriken, quietly resting. He chuckled, contemplating the bait laid out before him. With a deft hand, he formed a seal, and a brilliant golden incantation swiftly morphed into a multitude of shimmering golden threads that surged towards the shuriken. The teachers observing from the sidelines were utterly astonished. What sorcery was this? As the small stone moved of its own accord. And that chakra, was it a manifestation of chakra itself? At that moment, Kyuya had ensnared two shurikens on the training ground. Bang, bang. Both shurikens transformed into Sasuke, illuminating Kyuya's expression with delight. A touch of ingenuity. I see. A substitution technique and shadow clone. He remarked, intrigued. Shikamaru, also watching the spectacle, analyzed the situation with Chuji. Sasuke first obscured Kyuya's vision with sand, then utilized the shadow clone technique to create two replicas of himself, swiftly transforming them into shurikens. This strategy was designed to confound the enemy and achieve victory through surprise. However, Kyuya was undeniably formidable, Shikamaru observed with a frown. The onlookers, new students, were left in awe by these two titans. One was a brother wielding an unknown gleaming technique, while the other was a prodigy who had mastered shadow clones and substitution techniques upon entering school. Good heavens! How could ordinary individuals hope to compete in such a realm? Kazumi engaged in spirited play with Sasuke, finding no distinction between this and a mere child's game. After all, upon his arrival in this realm, he had taken a life using a golden incantation. He had blood on his hands, while these children remained blissfully unaware of the world's harsh realities. How dull. Perhaps after a few more years of practice, I shall witness your progress. As he observed the shuriken and kunai thrown by Sasuke, Kyuka felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He swiftly bound Sasuke and, employing the golden incantation, rendered him immobile. Clang. A sharp sound resonated as Kyuka transformed the golden incantation into a dagger, pressing it against Sasuke's throat. In that moment, fear enveloped Sasuke. He gazed into Kyuka's icy eyes, reminiscent of a certain man, and was transported back to that fateful night, overcome by feelings of weakness and helplessness, emotions that surged once more. The man he had longed to destroy haunted his thoughts, and recent experiences had led Sasuke to feel increasingly ineffectual as anger consumed his mind. Let me go. Sasuke's eyes activated the Sharingan, glaring fiercely at Kyuka while shouting in fury. How fragile. Kyuka shook his head, withdrawing the dagger from Sasuke's neck and dispelling the golden bindings. He felt no sympathy for Sasuke. Rather, he found this version of him deeply disappointing. Chapter 8. I choose Ultraman, let me go. Sasuke cried out, his heart brimming with terror. Though Kyuka's eyes were not the Sharingan, the chill within them mirrored that of his brother from that fateful night. Recognizing this, Kyuka released Sasuke. He was acutely aware that Itachi Uchiha had slaughtered Sasuke's entire clan, casting a long shadow over him. Perhaps his earlier murderous intent had frightened the child. Sasuke sat on the ground, stunned, unable to regain his composure for a while as Kyuka dusted off his hands and turned to depart. Kyuka, did you win? A small boy gazed at Kyuka in disbelief, his eyes wide with wonder. Are you blind? Of course, I won. Another child replied, fixated on Kyuka, who had become his idol. That's amazing. I must work harder. With a chorus of admiration, Kyuka stepped out of the spotlight, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated Uchiha Sasuke, earning 500 experience points and unlocking the Sea God battle space. As he walked along, the system's notification captured his attention, prompting him to halt and check the system. Indeed, upon opening the system panel, he discovered an increase in his experience points. Kagami Kazuki was delighted to discover a dazzling new option on his system panel, the entrance to the Sea God battle space. Splendid. I have finally unlocked it. He hurried home, quickly devoured the dinner prepared by Taki, and then retreated to his room. This child, Taki thought affectionately, shaking his head, fearing he might not be satiated. He placed a generous assortment of sweets and snacks at the door of Kazuki's room. Inside, Kazuki had already entered the Sea God battle space. Wow, this is impressive. Within the system, his consciousness had transitioned into a cerulean realm, reminiscent of sunlit waters, suffused with a radiant blue that was both clear and invitingly beautiful. Almost immediately, a user interface materialized before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully entered the Sea God battle space. Loading modules in less than a second, a card interface appeared before Kazuki, allowing him to select by simply swiping left or right in the air. Here lay the Marvel Universe, the DC Universe, the world of Journey to the West, and even the realm of Western mythology, along with Ultraman. One by one, the cards slid past, revealing a plethora of selectable worlds. To familiarize himself with this space, Kazuki casually selected the Ultraman world. Upon clicking the card, another interface emerged, showcasing different Ultraman characters on each card. Zafi Ultraman, combat power exceeding 100 million. Ultraman Father, Ultraman Mother, 7. Oh my, they all seem incredibly powerful. Well then, I shall choose my favorite, Dyna. Kion gazed at the dazzling array of Ultraman characters, swiftly locating Dyna and making his selection. Ding. Do you confirm your choice of Dyna as your opponent for this battle? Oh. So it turns out that it's a character selection for combat? Indeed. Kyuya did not believe he could defeat Dyna, yet he was still eager to witness the encounter. Should he choose the light Dyna or the dark Dyna? Oh, it matters not. Let it be the dark Dyna, for it is undeniably cool. The choice was made. And the battle was about to commence. The host was advised to prepare. As the system's voice faded, the selection interface before him also vanished, replaced by a colossal health bar hovering in the air, one representing Dyna and the other himself. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the atmosphere as Dyna descended slowly from above, his immense form momentarily overwhelming Kyuya. Goodness, this is insurmountable. System, cancel this battle. Ding. Apologies, but once the battle commences, it cannot be cancelled. Kyuka was enveloped in despair as she witnessed the imminent emergence of Diga. She hastily implored, "Stop dawdling and cancel it at once. If I perish in battle, the system will be doomed as well." Ding. Within the realm of the sea goddess combat space, one would not suffer genuine harm nor face true death. It was merely a virtual reality where the host could unleash their imagination and engage in combat without the burden of mortal concerns. Is this really happening? Huma Kazuki found himself engulfed in despair, pondering the absurdity of his situation. Had he known from the outset that he would be facing such a formidable opponent, he would have chosen a foe that appeared less terrifying. With a resounding presence, Ultraman Tiga had fully manifested, assuming a battle stance before the diminutive Kuma. At that moment, the combat space conjured by the sea god formed an air wall beneath him, and Kuma gazed up at the towering figure of Tiga. Resolute, he decided to take a chance. After all, a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle with enough effort. Heaven and earth, the grand Tao, the source of all energies, grant me the power to manifest my divine abilities. With these incantations, brilliant golden light surged within the battlefield, and two enormous golden blades materialized in Kuma's hands. However, his abilities were limited. The energy he commanded was insufficient, allowing him to conjure only a form measuring 4 to 5 meters at most. It was a true virtual reality, and his energy mirrored that of the real world. Yet, with an audacious display, he transformed, only to be met with the sight of Tiga's colossal hand descending upon him, nearly causing him to cry out in fright. The immense pressure of the wind from Tiga's approach was unlike anything he had ever felt. Hadn't it been said that Tiga was humanity's protector? In that moment, Kuma could not help but think that the sensation must have been akin to being struck by the Buddha's palm, as experienced by the fire cloud evil god in the martial arts legends. Nevertheless, this was a battle, albeit virtual, and Kuma was not one to cower in the face of danger. With Tiga's hand merely a fraction of a second from impact, Kuma sprang into action. He propelled himself forward, swinging the two golden blades toward the giant hand of Ultraman. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air, clang, clang. Tiga's defenses were formidable, yet his strikes bore fruit. The energy transformed into a golden incantation, which in turn became a blade. This essence, neither metal nor flesh, was a primal force capable of confronting all things. Tiga's palm flushed slightly, and as if scalded, he recoiled a few steps. Seeing this effect, Kuma swiftly channeled his energy, transforming the golden incantation into golden spikes that adorned his hands and feet. With these spikes, he aimed to ascend upon Ultraman, eager to see if Tiga could still combat when blinded by his own wounds. Kuma had fully immersed himself in the moment, his singular focus on vanquishing the Ultraman before him. Tiga let out a cry, and with a sweeping motion, his hand struck, sending the overly confident Kuma hurtling away. This was not a direct blow. Due to the sheer size of Tiga's hand, Kuma was caught in the gust of wind generated by the impact. Golden incantation. Transform into golden bindings. Hyuga Kazuki, filled with a sense of unwillingness, secured himself to Ultraman's form with a golden clasp, striving to prevent his descent. However, Hyuga was still too youthful, too naive. Seizing the moment, Tiga delivered a decisive blow, and Hyuga met his demise. Ding. Battle failed. Earn 300 experience points. Host. Please strive harder. Just revived in the sea god battle realm, Hyuga found himself back at the initial selection screen. Oh, even defeat grants experience points? Chapter 9 Battle. Virtual Gara. Kion gazed at his experience bar, which had incremented slightly. He now possessed a total of 1,600 experience points. However, it seemed that a considerable distance remained before he could ascend to the next level of the system. The requirement for an upgrade was a staggering 100,000 experience points. How exhilarating. It appears I must exert myself diligently. Kion secretly vowed to himself and promptly began to select a character for battle, for becoming stronger was of utmost importance. Indulging in mere fantasies would lead to no fruitful outcome. As he surveyed the multitude of formidable characters before him, Kion felt a sense of overwhelming apprehension. These characters like the Black Widow and Thanos certainly did not appear to be within his capability to defeat. Moreover, the levels of these character cards ranged from heavenly to earthly, making it seem utterly implausible for him to prevail. He feared that he would only gain a trivial amount of experience points without any genuine combat experience, rendering the endeavor a futile waste of time. He even doubted his ability to contend with Doraemon, as even Doraemon was a celestial class contender. Well, perhaps he should opt for a weaker character instead. After much contemplation, Haruhi Suzumiya ultimately resolved to first select a more suitable character to test the waters. As for those excessively powerful ones, He decided to gradually tackle such roles in due time, for there was no rush. He would undoubtedly grow stronger. Thus, he accessed the ninja world, which encompassed all the characters within that realm, along with various team combinations. Kyuya skipped over those formidable B0SS level characters, opting instead for slightly stronger ones later on. As the saying goes, even when tackling mathematical problems, presenting a first-grade student with linear algebra would result in an immediate mental block. Thus, starting from simpler challenges. Kyuya is bound to grow increasingly powerful. System, is multiple selection permissible? Ding. The host's inquiry has been received. Multiple selections are indeed allowed. Kagami was filled with excitement. It seemed that the combat mechanics of this sea god battle space were quite diverse. Thus, she opted for Gaara and Temari from the chunin exam period. Ding. Do you confirm the selection of Gaara and Temari as the combatants for this match? Yes. Upon confirmation, the selection interface vanished once more, revealing a colossal health bar. Both Gaara and Temari were of the mystical rank, and only by defeating opponents of this caliber could one earn the opportunity for card draws and substantial experience. Thus, facing a mystical opponent was the most fitting choice for the moment. Opposite Kagami's health bar were two additional bars, one representing Temari and the other Gaara. The sensation of levitation beneath her feet dissipated, and the air wall re-emerged as the ground. The battle commenced. Sand coffin. As Gaara made his entrance, he summoned forth the deadly sand from the gourd on his back, bringing with it a palpable scent of blood, prompting Kagami to exclaim in admiration of his prowess. Golden light spell, golden light transformation, golden bell shield. The sand surged forth with the swiftness of Gaara's own limbs, encircling Kagami before launching an inward assault. The ever-transforming grains of sand were manipulated by Gaara with such finesse, even surpassing Kagami's mastery of the golden light spell. Well, this sand is controlled exceptionally well. Encased within the golden bell shield, Kagami could feel the intense pressure. The shield was enveloped by a thick layer of sand. Should a living being be subjected to such immense force, it would undoubtedly lead to certain demise. Kyuya initially intended to breach the outer shell of sand. Yet with each movement of his golden bell shield, his defensive capabilities would significantly diminish, allowing the sand to infiltrate. Outside, Gaara clenched his fists tightly. His eyes filled with murderous intent, while the summoned Temari remained vigilant. Within this realm, their sole purpose was to vanquish Kyuya. With a fierce cry, Temari unleashed a flurry of shurikens towards the massive sand sphere, each adorned with explosive tags that pierced through the sandy exterior without exception. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions resonated within the battlefield of the sea god, as a tremendous blaze erupted, radiating heat in all directions. Cough, cough. Kion was injured. He glanced up at the enormous floating health bar, which indicated that he had already lost 1/5 of his vitality. His entire body was racked with pain, blood spilling from his mouth, though he was aware that this was merely a virtual reality. The agony he felt starkly highlighted the disparity between him and Gaara during the chunin exams. This opponent was exceedingly formidable. If he did not hasten his training, he might truly meet his demise when confronted by such a powerful adversary during the upcoming chunin exams. Golden light flying blade. Swordsmanship. In a fleeting moment, Kugami Kazuki conceived a formidable combination technique. He propelled the shimmering golden blades towards Gaara with remarkable speed, simultaneously harnessing the essence of swordsmanship to manipulate the primordial energy of all things. This strategy promised to amplify his offensive capability beyond mere doubling. Truly, Kugami Kazuki was a genius, just as he reveled in his brilliance. However, his numerous flying blades encountered relentless resistance. Gaara's sand, imbued with absolute defense, rendered the golden blades utterly ineffective. Concurrently, Temari unleashed a fierce gust toward him. The howling wind, coupled with its slicing force, inflicted excruciating pain upon Kugami's face. Yet surrender was not an option. What if he found himself in such combat? He had no desire to be a coward. Golden light spell, golden light transformation. Golden light bind. In a heartbeat, the golden blades that Kugami directed transformed swiftly into chains, ensnaring both Temari and Gaara. Yet, Gaara remained shielded by his sand, rendering the bindings seemingly ineffectual. Very well, let us first target Temari. Golden light spell, golden light transformation, golden light 1,000 blades. In an instant, the chains that bound Temari morphed into piercing blades, and her vitality plummeted by 3/4. Decapitation. Kion, without a trace of hesitation, vividly recalled the Shinki summoned by the system, which had moments ago aimed to obliterate him into mere fragments. On the battlefield, there exists no compassion, only the stark reality of life and death. At this moment, he faced but a singular adversary. Kyuko, with unwavering determination, simultaneously wielded the art of swordsmanship and the golden light spell, unleashing a relentless barrage of golden light blades that encircled Gaara without respite. Yet, this merely served as a temporary constraint upon his movements. Golden light, thousand blades. Kion desires to once more utilize this skill to vanquish the virtual Gaara, yet he encounters failure. In that fleeting moment where Gaara is momentarily halted, he transforms the sand into a barrage of razor-sharp sand blades aimed at Kion. Very well, let me observe whether your sand will remain obedient forever. Are you not aware that children often possess a rebellious spirit? Kyu Fu retracted his golden flying blade, acutely aware that his energy was dwindling. If he continued to expend it in this manner, he might face defeat once more. Despite the battle being virtual, he refused to concede so easily. His practical combat experience was woefully inadequate. As far as he knew, this Gaara, though still young, had already been seasoned by countless battles and had taken many lives. Swordsmanship. Kion concentrated the energy within him towards the incoming sand, and indeed, the grains momentarily slowed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Kion swiftly unleashed a shimmering golden blade of energy, aimed directly at Gaara's neck. In that instant, the virtual health bar of Gaara plummeted to 0. Game over. Congratulations, host, on winning this battle. You have been awarded 2,000 experience points, bringing your total to 3,600. Additionally, you receive a card draw opportunity for your first victory. Upon the conclusion of the battle, the pain and wounds that had plagued Kion vanished instantaneously, and he exited the combat realm. As he gazed upon the system panel, he was indeed delighted to discover an additional draw pool within his card collection. Without hesitation, he initiated a card draw. Ding! This time, he acquired a yellow level fishing card. What? How could it only be a yellow level? It is the most basic grade of fishing card. Kion gazed at the yellow level fishing card in the gacha pool, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Even a yellow level card represented the fruits of his labor. Without hesitation, he activated it and embarked on his fishing adventure. Kyuko eagerly expressed her anticipation as she exited the battlefield of the sea god and returned to reality. She joyfully settled onto her bed, quietly awaiting the activation of her fishing card. Ding! Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the new skill, Wave Skimming Steps. Wave Skimming Steps? Kyuko swiftly absorbed the skill, and in the next moment, he felt his entire body become significantly lighter. The Lingbo Weibu technique, exceptionally exquisite, is grounded in the principles of the I Ching's 64 hexagrams, allowing the practitioner to advance by stepping in a specific sequence aligned with the hexagram's orientation. Within the mind of Ryoko, an extraordinary skill manifested itself. Overjoyed, he rose to his feet and circled around, as the skill seamlessly integrated into his consciousness. Initially, he presumed this ability to be merely a form of lightness and movement, yet upon taking a few steps, he discovered that this technique could indeed manipulate acupoints and synchronize with his breath. Remarkably, it was a method capable of enhancing his physical constitution, one that could be upgraded. Eagerly, he paced within the confines of his room, following specific hexagrams, and to his astonishment, he felt a noticeable amplification of both his chi and vitality. Goodness! This rudimentary yellow-grade fishing card had surprisingly reeled in such an impressive skill. What a tremendous windfall! Though this skill appeared to be of little consequence, its practical application undeniably enhanced his capabilities. With a swift thought, he inquired of the system. System, how can I increase the probability of drawing high-grade cards from the pool? Ding! The host's question has been received. Regardless of whether in combat or real-world tasks, the greater the difficulty of the challenges faced by the host, the higher the likelihood of obtaining cards of superior quality from the draw pool. A wave of delight washed over Ryoko. Though he understood it to be merely a serendipitous occurrence, it was evident that the higher the card's grade, the greater the probability of exceptional rewards. He resolved to relentlessly pursue the seemingly impossible, striving for even better cards. Casting another glance at the system, he recognized that although there remained a considerable interval before the system could upgrade and access the marketplace, he firmly believed that he could strengthen himself in the meantime. Just then, his stomach growled audibly, prompting Ryoko to open the door. To his surprise, he found a small stool outside piled high with snacks and a thermos filled with warm, delectable meals. A note nearby indicated that old Taki had left a message before heading out for a stroll, urging Ryoko to enjoy his meal. That old fellow is quite generous. Once I have some money, I shall certainly treat him better. Inhaling the enticing aroma, Ryoko eagerly dug in. With school awaiting him the next day, he needed to replenish his energy, especially after the considerable mental strain he had endured in the sea god battle space. Chapter 10, Unyielding. Ready for battle upon awakening the next day, Ryoko distinctly felt a newfound clarity coursing through his body, undoubtedly a result of the effects of the wave step technique. System. Display my panel, he commanded, eager to gauge the extent of his progress. Ding. Acknowledged. Speed, 420 strength, 550 defense, 410 vitality, 780 maximum damage per attack, 860 current comprehensive rating, lower ninja skills, golden light spell skills, swordsmanship skills, wave step, non-energy consuming, auxiliary skill that enhances physical strength, opens meridians, aids in absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to transform it into energy, and additionally allows evasion of skills. Kion nodded slightly, seemingly reassured. He rose to his feet and took a few more steps, choosing the secluded path to school, repeatedly practicing his graceful strides reminiscent of the ethereal dance. After traversing this route, he felt a gentle warmth enveloping his body, an indication that both his internal energy and vitality were subtly on the rise. How wonderful it is to take an early morning stroll, a path to longevity. Kyuko, in her contemplation of the future, felt a surge of joy at the prospect of gaining strength through her strides. With this newfound enthusiasm, her steps to school became noticeably lighter. However, within the confines of the classroom, the monotony of theoretical knowledge led her to drift into a reverie. She recalled the 2 weeks prior when she was but a child confined in an unknown location. As memories of that place and the massacre preceding her escape resurfaced, a wave of confusion washed over her. Why was it that this body bore no recollection of the past? It was truly vexing. Kyuko let out a sigh, feeling a persistent heaviness in her heart as the gruesome memories lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. The class soon came to an end, and after the morning lessons, there were no further classes scheduled for the day. As she left school, a group of young girls trailed behind her. But Kyuko was in no mood to acknowledge them, her thoughts consumed by the burdens associated with her body, which filled her with irritation. She decided to simply indulge in good food and drink, seeking the elusive promise of immortality. With this in mind, she made her way to Ichiraka Ramen, only to find Naruto beside her. Upon encountering Kyuko, the carefree Naruto was quite delighted and immediately wished to engage her in conversation. However, Kyuko remained oblivious to his words, preoccupied with pondering how to investigate the peculiarities surrounding her body. After all, in the world of Naruto, it was rather strange to possess no chakra. On several occasions, she had felt a vague sensation, but it always seemed to dissipate before she could grasp it fully. Her ruminations were abruptly interrupted by Konohamaru's voice. Hey, Kyuko, I want to challenge you. The diminutive Konohamaru appeared out of nowhere, grabbing hold of Kyuko and refusing to let go. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to chatter endlessly. But Kyuko had no inclination to engage him. Her sole desire was to teach Konohamaru a lesson, her bowl of ramen untouched before her. Thus, Kyuko declared, Naruto, please enjoy this bowl of ramen on my behalf. I have some matters to attend to. At her words, Naruto, an ardent fan of Ichiraka Ramen, immediately lit up with excitement and exclaimed, really? Kion disregarded Naruto, directly seizing Konohamaru and stepping out of the shop. She proclaimed, I shall engage in a formal duel with you now. If you emerge victorious, I will serve as your subordinate. However, should I prevail, you will become mine. Konohamaru instantly acquiesced, having long desired an exhilarating battle with this self-proclaimed genius. Let the duel commence. In an instant, before Konohamaru could even assume a graceful stance, he found himself ensnared by Kion's golden light. Yield. Kyuko stared coldly at Konohamaru. The little rascal struggled persistently, on the verge of tears. Kyuko smirked and said, if you wish to continue acting like a child, then go ahead and cry. The louder, the better. Then you can spend your life relying on your grandfather, the Hokage, as a worthless being. Upon hearing this, the small Konohamaru fell into deep contemplation. Kyuko released him and turned to leave. Wait, then you shall be my older brother. I have decided that from this day forth, you are my elder brother, Konohamaru declared, wiping away his tears and resolutely stating his newfound determination. Kyuko turned in surprise, not expecting the young boy to recover so quickly. All right, you must diligently return and study under teacher Ebisu, or I shall not allow you to be my little brother. After a moment's hesitation, Konohamaru quickly acquiesced. To him, his elder brother's command was an edict to be followed. Watching Konohamaru depart, Kyuko finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that troublesome children were a universal phenomenon across all realms. Little did he know, Sakura had been waiting for him for quite some time. Hey, Kyuka. You're here too. Why not join me for a shopping spree? Observing Sakura, who was adorned from head to toe like a delicate doll, Kyuka felt a flutter in his heart. In that moment, Ino also appeared beside them, her golden locks accentuating her fair complexion and her casual attire rendering her utterly endearing. Unbeknownst to Kyuka, Naruto was watching him from behind, his eyes seething with jealousy. Kyuka, I am determined to challenge you, he thought, clenching his fists in silent resolve. However, Sakura's sharp gaze, piercing over Kyuka's shoulder, rendered Naruto hesitant to act. Damn it, once Sakura moves away from you, just wait and see how I will deal with you. With frustration, Naruto trailed Kyuka closely. At that moment, Ino cheerfully suggested, yes, let's go shopping together. It's perfect with the three of us. Sakura, feeling a surge of irritation, nonetheless sweetly replied, yes, 3 is the best. In that fleeting moment, Liang Gong was oblivious to the rivalry between the two young ladies. He merely felt his irritation dissipate significantly under the radiant smiles of both beauties. Strolling through the streets with these two affluent young women, he found that their generosity enveloped him throughout the day, indulging in delightful food, drinks, and entertainment. As they prepared to part ways, the two girls expressed their reluctance to say goodbye. Liang Gong, let us have fun together again next time. You truly excel at arcade games, one of them exclaimed. Liang Gong, please help me catch some plush toys next time. I can't seem to catch a single one. As Suzumiya Haruhi smiled and waved farewell, the prowess of the arcade game was attributed to his countless previous experiences in a past life. As for the claw machine, his swordsmanship was not merely for show. Burp. He let out a hearty belch, having indulged excessively throughout the day, courtesy of two girls who had treated him. His stomach felt uncomfortably full, and he clutched the gifts presented by the girls, while contemplating whom to select for his next venture into the sea god battle arena. A sudden voice filled with resentment echoed from behind him. Hey, Kazumi, did you enjoy your date? Was that not the voice of Naruto? As Hironofu turned around, he caught a glimpse of Naruto casting a somewhat mischievous glance in his direction. Indeed, he nearly forgot that Naruto harbored a profound affection for Sakura. Now that he observed Sakura's admiration for himself, it was only natural for Naruto to feel a twinge of jealousy. How fortunate that was. Kion shrugged indifferently, signaling his lack of concern. This only fueled Naruto's anger further. After having harbored feelings for Sakura for such an extended period, she had never cast a glance in his direction. Yet, with the mere arrival of Kion, he effortlessly captured Sakura's heart. What was more infuriating was Kion's complete indifference to whether Sakura reciprocated his feelings. How could he dare? The more he pondered, the more enraged he became. And Naruto let out a furious roar. Kion felt a fleeting moment of awkwardness, with his mature soul in his 20s. He was hardly inclined to empathize with a child. In his past life as a corporate drone, he had learned that becoming emotionally invested could be quite detrimental to one's well-being. As a corporate worker had only one option, to persevere. Observing Naruto's anguish and fury, Kion resolved to impart the significance of strength. If you disagree, come and challenge me, just like Sasuke did. Although he ultimately lost to me, he had the courage to confront me. What about you, Naruto? Do you have the courage? Kyuya, with his remarkable wit, understood that Naruto's current temper was particularly susceptible to provocation. Indeed, he erupted, of course I dare. Let us duel in the spacious area by the river. Observing Naruto's gaze grow resolute, Kyuya slowly smiled, pondering how much experience he would gain from battling this boy. By the river of the village, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the water's surface, resembling a lavish layer of gilded foil, a sight to behold. Hey, I implore you to focus, Naruto exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration as he noticed Kyuya lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Then don't blame me for striking first. Shadow clone technique. Naruto summoned 2 clones and swiftly charged toward the dazed Kyuya, kunai in hand. Taste my technique. He and his clones hurled kunai simultaneously at Kyuya, only for the weapons to unexpectedly change direction mid-flight. Huh? What is happening? Why did it turn? Naruto was taken aback. Astonished that the weapon was not functioning as he had anticipated, was it equipped with some sort of automatic navigation? Haruhi glanced at the astonished Naruto, amusement bubbling within her. In truth, this child was not at all unpleasant. On the contrary, he possessed an undeniable charm, far surpassing that of the insufferable Sasuke. Suddenly, with a swift flurry, 3 Narutos vanished in the blink of an eye as kunai hurtled towards them. Kyuya was astonished. This child truly possessed cunning. This revelation left him in disbelief. The genuine Naruto must surely be hidden among these shurikens. Indeed, before long, all the shurikens transformed into Naruto. In an instant, Kyuya found himself surrounded by 4 or 5 shadow clones of Naruto. Haha, did you not see this coming, foolish Kyuya? I have been closely observing your battle with Sasuke. I have deciphered your technique. Naruto simultaneously employed both shadow clone and transformation jutsu. It was precisely at the moment Naruto conjured his clones that his true form transformed into a shuriken, and in that fleeting instant, he executed a masterful combination of shadow clone and transformation jutsu. Quite an impressive stratagem. However, it is unfortunate for you that you encountered me. With a playful smile, Ryoko Miyakawa wielded her sword technique, hurling small stones towards the 4 or 5 clones surrounding her, who were desperately attempting to restrain her. Bang, bang, bang. The clones vanished, revealing that none of them were the true Naruto. Haha, did you forget that I just threw 6 shuriken? There's still one left. Here I am, behind Ryoko Sakura. Naruto made his appearance. Chapter 11, The Exchange Competition. Free Team Formation. I've got you. Admit defeat. Naruto chuckled heartily as he attempted to leap forward and seize Ryoko, only for her figure to vanish in an instant. Huh? What just happened? Naruto was bewildered. She had been right there moments ago. While he stood frozen in confusion, Ryoko swiftly reappeared behind him and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. You have lost, Ryoko stated coolly. Simultaneously, the system awarded her a small amount of experience points. Alas, Naruto was still too weak. It seemed I would have to take him under my wing and train him diligently. This way, calling him over for sparring would yield more experience for me. Kyuya gazed at the grinning Naruto, solidifying his resolve to take him under his wing as a subordinate. Although this lad was somewhat foolish, his fervor and tenacity made him a commendable choice for the role. Reflecting on the earlier skirmish, he had merely tested his own skill in the Lingbo Weibu technique and was astonished by its effectiveness. While it may not rival the body flicker technique for long-distance relocation, in close combat, it was utterly invincible. Observing Naruto being thrown afar, Kyuya felt a twinge of surprise. Despite his face being marred and bloodied, the boy gritted his teeth in silence. Not bad at all. He possesses the potential to be my strongest subordinate, Kyuya mused with quiet delight. Naruto struggled for a moment before slowly rising to his feet. You are truly formidable, he remarked, wiping the blood from his face. I'm just average. You are quite impressive yourself, Naruto, Kyuya replied with a broad smile. Remembering the bowl of ramen Naruto had treated him to, he too broke into laughter. Haha, you're not too shabby yourself. I owe you a bowl of ramen, and I shall treat you in the future, Naruto declared, clasping his hands behind his head as he approached, reminiscent of Kyuya's own casual demeanor. Why not now? I'm utterly exhausted from our brawl, Kyuya teased, raising his eyebrows at the younger boy. Naruto's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head and replied, well, I don't have any pocket money at the moment. That bowl of noodles I had this morning drained my funds. Kyuya laughed heartily, declaring, no worries. The debt can be repaid slowly over time. As the two continued their jovial conversation, they walked a considerable distance. When it came time to part ways, Kyuya found himself growing fond of the young Naruto. Despite his diminutive stature, the hardships he had endured from a young age had instilled in him a remarkable resilience. It appeared that during their exchange, Naruto's heart had been captured by Kyuya. Contemplating these thoughts, Kyuya strolled homeward. At the riverside, beneath a grand old tree where he and Naruto had recently engaged in battle, a figure emerged. This individual was a young man, seemingly older than both Naruto and Kyuya in terms of physical maturity. Adjusting his round spectacles, his gray hair took on an eerie crimson hue under the dimming sky. He scooped up a handful of earth and chuckled. The quality of this year's students is indeed impressive. It seems we shall witness the birth of exceptional talent once more. With that, he tossed the clod of dirt into the river and gradually walked away. Upon returning to school after the break, Kyuya faced yet another monotonous day of lessons, which he found tedious. Seizing the opportunity during theoretical classes, he entered the Sea God battle space to accumulate experience. After all, victories or defeats would still yield experience points, and the battle techniques learned there would enhance his skills in reality. Boom. Within the Sea God battle space, Kyuya triumphed over a mountain-dwelling imp from the journey to the west, earning 200 experience points. Game over. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating 5 yellow-level minions and acquiring 200 experience points. With a grin at the reappearing selection screen, Kyuya chuckled. Ha! The king summons you to patrol the mountains. Just be cautious and avoid the monkey monk with the hairy face and thunderous mouth, and certainly don't encounter me. However, he understood that while grinding for experience was a useful endeavor, to truly enhance his power, he would need to enter the sea god battle space with focused intent, selecting stronger characters for combat. These minions were merely cannon fodder. His system experience had now accumulated to 5,600, but it was merely a way to pass the time. To gain higher-level experience points, he would have to engage in battles with high-ranking characters. This would also increase the odds of drawing better cards, necessitating a more thoughtful approach to time management. As he joyfully plotted his path to advancement, the class concluded, and several female classmates approached him. "Kyuya, are you awake? Would you like some bento? I've prepared my notes for you. I also brought bento for you, Kyuya." This had become a regular occurrence for Kyuya at school. He was now the most sought-after student in the class, closely followed by Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto had been increasingly diligent, attentively taking notes in class and actively seeking the teacher's guidance. It seemed that his little brother was quite ambitious. Very good, Kyuya mused. Once he makes significant progress, I shall treat him to ramen. My thoughts began to wander once again, but I was promptly brought back to reality by the entrance of teacher Irika into the classroom. "Attention, everyone. This afternoon's theoretical lessons have been entirely canceled and replaced with practical sessions. We shall conduct a spontaneous mixed-class competition. This will test your coordination and teamwork skills." "What? The theoretical lessons have been canceled?" The atmosphere suddenly invigorated as Rikyo Kazumi became fully engaged, listening intently. If chaos were to ensue within the class, it would indeed present an opportunity to meet Shikamaru, Lee, Ino, and Tenten. How delightful! This was precisely the sensation he craved, as he had finally discovered a means of forging friendships beyond mere dueling. Ever since he garnered a reputation at school, many children regarded him with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. Rumors circulated that only through combat could one become acquainted with Rikyo, resulting in his popularity soaring within his own class, while students from other classes hesitated to approach him. The bustling crowd was overwhelming. The grand melee was held in the largest training ground of the school. As anticipated, the entrance of Rikyo's class into the training arena elicited a chorus of excited shrieks. "It's Rikyo's class," many exclaimed with enthusiasm. Some upperclassmen even shouted, "Rikyo, marry me, and I shall bear your children." For a fleeting moment, Rikyo contemplated feigning ignorance of his own identity. Yet he merely smiled with an air of nonchalance. Perhaps this was the folly of youth. Following a series of announcements regarding the rules and instructions from the teachers, the disordered children began to form their own teams. Surrounding the training ground, the teachers formed a circle, vigilantly monitoring the unfolding events within. Kakashi was also present, one hand tucked into his pocket while the other held a casual demeanor. "Ah, and that child is here too, from the Uchiha clan. There are many exceptional students." With a stoic expression, he perched on the railing of the training ground, observing the flurry of children anxiously seeking teammates, lost in thought. "Time's up for team formation. All teams, please position yourselves in the designated areas and prepare for battle. Your performances will be recorded by the teachers, so please approach this with utmost seriousness." With another whistle, the assembled young aspiring ninjas stood ready. Even those who had not yet formed teams were forcibly assigned to groups by the teachers. Hyuga Kazama was among the first to form a team, consisting of 3 members, which included Naruto and Sakura. Conversely, his opponents were equally swift in their assembly. Hyuga recalled the moment when he sought a rival. Sasuke approached with an almost obsessive determination, dismissing a senior who wished to face him, declaring to Hyuga, "Your only opponent can be me." Kagami Kaze found himself somewhat speechless. However, he could comprehend the unwavering obsession of Sasuke. Thus he chose not to dwell on it too much. Besides Sasuke, his opponents included 2 young ladies, Ino and Hinata. Ino, unable to team up with Kagami Kaze first, was left to face him as an adversary. Meanwhile, Hinata was brought along by Sasuke to fill the ranks. At that moment, she was torn between joining her brother or teaming up with her dear friend when Sasuke intervened. Indeed, this lineup was rather peculiar. Kyuya Kazami, in truth, yearned for a chance to engage in a duel with Niji and Lee, yet he regarded this outdoor event merely as an opportunity to meet new acquaintances. Regardless, after the conclusion of this group competition, there would be free activities, and the teams would be disbanded and reformed, thus providing him ample opportunities. Now, let the free-form team competition commence. At the teacher's command, the expansive training ground was enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable tension. The midday sun blazed fiercely, rendering many lethargic and drowsy. "Damn it, this is a competition. Focus. Naruto exclaimed. Observing Kyuya on the brink of slumber, he held this contest in high regard. Across from him, Sasuke scoffed. Ha, still so oblivious to your surroundings? Care to experience my new technique? No sooner had the words left his lips than Sasuke charged forward. Fists raised. Kyuya swiftly activated his body flicker technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. Kakashi, witnessing this from a distance, gasped, "This kid possesses such remarkable taijutsu skills?" "Your opponent is me," Naruto shouted, intercepting Sasuke's punch and engaging him in combat. Meanwhile, the two girls remaining from Sasuke's group were momentarily taken aback by Kyuya's prowess. Ino was the first to regain her composure, adopting a determined stance. "Kyuya, given the admiration I hold for you, I believe our match must be taken seriously." With that, Ino flashed a bright smile, her golden hair glistening under the sun's rays. However, Kyuya was not without challengers. "What are you saying, Ino? Isn't your opponent me?" Sakura, donning her gloves and tying back her hair, radiated a resolute demeanor that rivaled Ino's. "Well then, let us begin," Ino declared without hesitation, launching kunai at Sakura before charging forward. Now, only Kyuya and Hinata remained. Sasuke, ensnared by Naruto's relentless shadow clones, found it impossible to reach Kyuya, who was being mercilessly hindered by Naruto's persistent distractions. "Damn it, my opponent is Kyuya Kazami. Get lost." Sasuke fumed, frustrated at the prospect of battling only the most skilled. "Face reality, you haven't reached Kyuya's level yet. You must first get past me," Naruto exclaimed, invigorated, as his teammate thrived in the heat of battle. Kyuya turned his attention to Hinata, whose cheeks were flushed, though it was uncertain whether from the heat or something else. "Hinata, it is the height of noon. It is sweltering. Perhaps you should remove your jacket before we engage, lest you risk heat stroke," Kyuya suggested. Eh?" Hinata stammered, her face growing even redder. She cast a fleeting glance at her oversized jacket, not donned out of necessity for warmth. However, upon reflection, she conceded the wisdom in Kyuka's words and resolutely removed the voluminous garment, assuming a poised stance for her gentle fist technique. This gentle fist, a hereditary martial art of the Hyuga clan, had long been her focus of diligent practice. As Hinata shed her outerwear, Kyuka experienced a moment of clarity. She understood why this girl, barely past the tender age of 10, had been swathed in such an enormous coat. To the unaware, it might seem a facade of depth. Yet it was, in truth, a humble display of modesty. Beneath her snug ninja attire, Hinata had already developed a modest yet notable physique for her age. "Come now, be bold and strike me, Hinata," Kyuka encouraged. Although Hinata hesitated, blushing with shyness, the resolute gleam in Kyuka's eyes and her refreshing smile invigorated her spirit. "Here I come," Hinata exclaimed, her voice a delicate yet determined call. In the next instant, she advanced towards Kyuka in a manner most unique. Observing her approach, Kyuka's eyes widened in delight. It became evident that Hinata's steps were intricately linked to the principles of the I Ching. Kyuka silently marveled, then made a subtle adjustment in her stance, effortlessly evading Hinata's gentle strikes. How swift! Hinata's eyes widened as she analyzed Kyuka's footwork. Yet she realized that her extensive study of the 8 trigrams palm and the steps imparted by her family could not decipher Kyuka's movements. Clearly, Kyuka did not move haphazardly. "Stay focused, Hinata. Do not lose concentration," Kyuka admonished, seizing Hinata's approaching hand as a reminder. "Yes." Hinata's expression grew serious. She resolved to give her all. "Be a Kugen." A surge of chakra concentrated in her eyes, granting her the ability to perceive Kyuka's chakra pathways. If only her speed could increase just a fraction, perhaps an opportunity would arise. With a powerful shout, Hinata channeled all her strength towards Kyuka's hand that had grasped hers. Yet, while she was quick, Kyuka was swifter. The energy within her endowed her with extraordinary physical prowess, allowing her to surpass 99% of ordinary individuals in reflexes. Bang! Hinata, anticipating Kyuka's next move, landed 2 gentle strikes upon her. Kyuka exclaimed in surprise, not expecting this girl to possess any noteworthy skill. She was certainly not merely a feeble opponent. It was clear she merely lacked superior guidance. Hinata's ability to predict Kyuka's movements could indeed be attributed to her foundational knowledge of the I Ching within her martial arts training. Bang! Another 2 strikes. As Hinata directed her chakra towards Kyuka's chest, and in that instant, Kyuka sensed something profound. Wait, is this the sensation of chakra? Kion was exhilarated, intentionally allowing Hinata to strike him several times. He felt waves of chakra surging into his body, only to dissipate in an instant, as if his body were a black hole for chakra. I knew there was something amiss with my body, he thought, clenching his fist. It seemed imperative for him to uncover the truth of his origins. However, the moment was not ripe for such revelations. Meanwhile, Hinata, realizing she could land hits on Kion, secretly encouraged herself. I can do this. She unleashed a series of gentle fist strikes, yet she still struggled to keep pace with Kion's speed. At this moment, Kion observed Hinata's techniques with keen eyes. Having absorbed the essence of the ripple steps, he could now discern the flaws and shortcomings in Hinata's martial arts at a glance. The 8 trigrams, when combined, can yield a multitude of hexagrams. However, Hinata's technique was evidently too rigid and inflexible. It felt akin to a student faithfully copying another's handwriting without grasping the meaning of the correct answers. It appeared that the wisdom of our great nation was not so easily comprehensible. Kion chuckled softly, having fully deciphered Hinata's attack patterns. While an ordinary person might still regard her technique as formidable, to him, it resembled the clumsy flailing of an infant. After a few exchanges, Kion no longer relied solely on the ripple steps to evade Hinata's strikes. He could even anticipate her moves, blocking her attacks before she executed them. How is this possible? Hinata exclaimed, astonished. This was a technique taught within her clan, now rendered predictable by Kion. It should be noted that even her father, during their practice, could not achieve such a level of foresight, though her brother, Niji, could. Momentarily distracted by thoughts of Niji, Hinata lost her focus for just a second, allowing Kion to completely dominate her. Remember, one must never lose focus on the battlefield. Kion gently released Hinata, his moment of tenderness leaving her momentarily dazed. So this is what it feels like to have an older brother from an ordinary family, Hinata mused quietly. Yes, I must remember this. The petite Hinata panted heavily, never having fought so earnestly before. She gazed at Kion, feeling as though he was radiating an inner light. At that moment, Kion was unaware of Hinata's admiration, as he sensed a breakthrough within himself. Following their recent skirmish, the ripple steps in Hinata's palm techniques resonated with one another. And this alignment of movements and strategies significantly augmented the chi and energy within Kion. Hyuga Kazafuri quietly concentrated her energy, and whereas she could previously summon 30 blades, she could now conjure 50. Concurrently, her experience points had also increased, indicating that she had surpassed even Naruto in his current state. The stronger Hyuga's opponents, the greater the experience points gained. She cast a furtive glance at Naruto, who was still grappling with Sasuke, silently cheering him on. Come on, little buddy. You've already been surpassed by Hinata. Quite impressive indeed. Turning her attention to Hinata, she noticed the latter shyly avert her gaze. Suddenly, a pained cry echoed from behind Hyuga. It was Naruto. At that moment, he was still locked in combat with Sasuke, his face bruised, yet he refused to surrender, despite Sasuke's superior skills. Sasuke, having exhausted his strength and devoid of the will to berate Naruto any further, found himself ensnared by Naruto's relentless efforts, overwhelmed by a sense of hopelessness. Meanwhile, Ino and Sakura were still entangled in their own struggle. A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the free-form team battle. With half an hour elapsed, the supervising teacher began to announce the scores. As the announcement rang out, Naruto gradually released Sasuke, who collapsed onto the grass, his mind blank from the relentless torment of Naruto's shadow clones. Haha, I won, Naruto exclaimed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he slowly rose. His face battered yet beaming with joy as he flashed a victory sign to Hyuga. This kid. No wonder he aspires to be Hokage. His perseverance is remarkable. Hyuga, somewhat exasperated, patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, Well done, you've earned your place as my little brother. Taken aback by her words, Naruto grinned broadly, his innocence shining through. All right, big brother. I'll strive to surpass you. Hyuga Kazuki chuckled lightly and remarked to Naruto, Indeed. A younger brother who does not aspire to surpass his elder sibling is not a worthy brother. Upon hearing this, Naruto grinned foolishly. Sakura, having concluded her battle with Ino, approached breathlessly and stood beside Hyuga. At that moment, the instructor began to announce the scores one by one, prompting the trio to fall silent, awaiting their group's turn. Chapter 13, The Minimum Score of a Genius. Hyuga, Sakura, Naruto's team, 18 points. As the teacher proclaimed this score, the hall erupted in astonishment. The training ground filled with incredulous discussions. Could it be? They actually received the lowest score, exclaimed a young student. Unbelievable. But with 18 points, 6 of which are individual. Could it be that their teamwork was lacking? Murmured another quietly. The playground buzzed with chatter, leaving Kyuka momentarily stunned. Their group had indeed achieved the lowest score. How could this happen? Teacher, why did we receive the lowest score? Kyuka inquired anxiously. Everyone in our group emerged victorious, though Sakura had drawn with Ino. She had not been defeated. Irika-sensei replied slowly, remember, this assessment measures the coordination among teammates. In real missions, a lack of collaboration and acting independently could lead you to a dead end. Your team displayed no synergy. Each of you fought your own battles, and even your opponents did the same, resulting in both of your teams receiving the lowest score. As these words sank in, Kyuka found it difficult to accept the reality. However, the period of free activity was about to commence, and they would have another opportunity to form teams, allowing him time to rectify the situation. A test of team composition? Kyuka glanced at his hands and then at his teammates. Naruto was essentially in a state of disarray, while Sakura's strength was nearly spent. Kyuka needed to seek out new allies to refine their skills and secure a higher score in the next bout. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed many young children gasping for breath, appearing less than invigorated. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Despite my efforts, we ended up with the lowest score. It's infuriating. Naruto paced back and forth, clearly agitated, his body covered in bruises, yet he maintained an oblivious demeanor. Kyuka smiled gently and said to him, little brother, just watch closely in the next match. I will demonstrate anew. All right, big brother. Naruto replied with a hint of excitement, settling down at the edge of their designated area. Noticing Naruto's composure, Kyuka cast a glance at Sakura, who, along with Ino, was gazing at her with eager anticipation. Oh dear. Kyuka's heart skipped a beat. Who could resist such adorable little lolas? However, this was a competition. Though they were both beauties and considered exceptional scholars among the freshmen, their combat prowess was still lacking. Choosing them as teammates for a shot at first place seemed rather precarious. Thus, Kyuka feigned ignorance to their hopeful gazes, deliberately shifting her attention elsewhere. Kyuka, may I team up with you? A delicate voice interrupted her thoughts. It was Hinata, the girl she had just battled. Kyuka's eyes sparkled with realization. Perhaps Hinata's words held merit. The techniques she practiced bore striking resemblances to his own Lingbo Weibo, and in the heat of battle, they might complement each other beautifully. Excellent. She shall be my choice. With a beaming smile, Kyuka said, all right, you're in. Upon hearing Kyuka's approval, Hinata's face lit up with joy. Now, he had one teammate secured. Though the search for the second companion continued, he felt no urgency. Who would be the best fit? Kyuka gazed around, squinting slightly, when suddenly a heavy hand clapped down on his shoulder. Hey, Kyuka, why not take this opportunity to see who is stronger, you or me? Came Sasuke's somewhat sullen voice from behind him. Haha, I'm not in the mood for a battle right now. I'm still searching for teammates. Kyuka replied with an apologetic smile. Just as Sasuke was about to speak again, a senior with an unfriendly expression approached them. This is bad. Could it be that he's come to confront me? Is he really going to make me fight here, in front of the entire school, in this monitored training ground? Kyuko was indeed feeling a twinge of nervousness. However, the senior unexpectedly bypassed Kyuko and seized Sasuke, exclaiming, Hey, I hear you're quite the hotshot. Our boss's girlfriend has been charmed by you. Come and face us in battle. Upon hearing the challenge, Sasuke felt an overwhelming eagerness. It was precisely what he had been yearning for, especially since Kyuko had refused to engage him in combat, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. The senior then bestowed a reassuring smile upon Kyuko before departing with Sasuke. Kyuka full let out a sigh. Initially, she had intended to sway Sasuke into becoming her ally. Yet he has been taken away. However, it seems that the upperclassmen are now familiar with him. A slight sheen of sweat formed on Kyuka-fu's forehead, leaving her uncertain whether this newfound fame was a blessing or a curse. Each time her gaze wandered, some of the younger students quickly averted their eyes, as if fearing that Kyuka-fu might devour them whole. Kion let out a sigh, pondering the need to cultivate Hinata's skills. Let's hone your synergy first. It will surely yield benefits later on. Come, Hinata, I shall accompany you in practice, Kion suggested. Hinata's current training in softboxing exhibited minor flaws, and he resolved to assist her in correcting these fundamental issues. If rectified, this young lady could undoubtedly experience rapid growth, making it a trivial matter to best her older brother. Similarly, being his younger sister would pose no challenge. Kion mused contentedly. Now, demonstrate it for me, he instructed Hinata. She cast a glance at him, hesitating momentarily, yet she believed that Kion would not lead her astray. With determination, she raised her small hands and began a seemingly fluid series of movements. captivating the attention of several new students nearby. Wow, what a beautiful technique. Who is she? One inquired. That's the eldest princess of the Hyuga clan. Don't you know? She harmonizes splendidly with Kion. Another responded. Upon hearing their remarks, Hinata's cheeks flushed, causing her movements to falter. Hinata, remember my words. Concentrate, focus on your actions and techniques, and disregard the opinions of others, Kion reminded her, noticing her distraction. As his teammate, Hinata must not falter. He was determined to nurture her potential. Though merely a few minutes had passed since she began, the variety of techniques she employed was vast. Kion quickly discerned Hinata's primary issue. Her tension rendered her movements mechanical, akin to rote memorization rather than application. Observe how the first and third punches can be combined. This is how you can triumph over your adversaries in battle. Kion stepped forward, elucidating the intricacies of the martial arts, and Hinata was utterly astonished by Kion's intelligence. Gradually, her anxiety began to dissipate, and under Kion's patient guidance, she found herself increasingly immersed in the realm of combat techniques, slowly beginning to grasp their essence. Determined to practice alongside Kion, she felt certain that she would emerge stronger. Hope and confidence ignited within her eyes. However, a cold voice pierced through the atmosphere. How laughable for a mere waste to flaunt their skills in public. Hinata's enthusiasm was doused like a flame extinguished by a bucket of ice water, leaving her feeling utterly frozen, her heart encased in a chill. The speaker was none other than her brother, Niji Hyuga. He regarded the petite Hinata with disdain, a flicker of contempt shadowing his gaze. Upon hearing Niji's words, Kion furrowed his brow. Was this person truly so harsh towards his sister? After all, she was his own flesh and blood. Despite having witnessed the unfolding of their narrative, understanding the underlying struggles, witnessing it firsthand remained incomprehensible. The main issue was that Kion had begun to see Hinata as a subordinate, a comrade. Following Niji were Tintin and Lee, the latter of whom cast a bright smile towards Kion. Haha. Kion returned the gesture, finding Lee to be genuinely warm and endearing, especially in stark contrast to Niji's demeanor. How shameless of you to embarrass yourself. How many times have you practiced that gentle fist technique without comprehending its true depth? Do you really need an outsider to teach you? Niji approached, grasping Hinata's hand forcefully, declaring, Look, you lack the strength to resist. What are you even training for? With each word, Hinata felt her spirit being crushed. The world around her faded to gray, and she pondered the meaning of existence itself. Do not heed his nonsensical words. You are exceptional, Kion exclaimed, placing a reassuring hand on Hinata's shoulder. A surge of warmth emanated from his touch, dispelling the negative energy that had enveloped her like a lingering shadow. Kion. Hinata gazed at him, and in the sunlight, he appeared resplendent, akin to an everlasting sun that would never extinguish. Hyuga frowned deeply as he observed Hinata Niji, just as Naruto, sporting a bruised visage, rose to his feet. Hey, what is wrong with you? Why do you act so arrogantly? Our Hinata can indeed fight, and she performed beautifully just now. Can you? Naruto glared fiercely at Niji. His eyes locked onto his. Chapter 14. Strategist Shikamaru, what do you consider yourself? Niji turned away in disdain, his gaze towards Naruto filled with contempt, as if he were regarding a foul insect. You. Naruto was filled with rage, yet he refrained from striking immediately. Instead, he asserted, I believe you lack the right to speak about Hinata. She was training quite seriously with my brother just now. Since you are her brother, should you not protect her? However, Niji seemed impervious to Naruto's words, merely scoffing. Protect? Ha. They are all worthless. His eyes brimmed with disdain as he turned to leave. Stop right there. Naruto could no longer contain his fury. He found Niji's arrogance intolerable, even more so than Sasuke's. Who are you calling worthless? Go eat dirt. With that, Naruto launched a punch at Niji. Niji's lips curled into a smirk laced with coolness, mockery, and disdain. With a swift motion, he effortlessly caught Naruto's fist. You are not even worthy to fight me. His gaze was icy as he flung Naruto aside. Yet, Naruto was not one to be underestimated in that fleeting moment. He executed his signature technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, numerous Narutos appeared in the arena, all clambering onto Niji and restraining him tightly. 8 trigrams return. This was Niji's technique. As it activated, a violent shockwave erupted around him, sending the Narutos sprawling away. Bang! One by one, Naruto's shadow clones dissipated, but he was far from finished. Lowering himself, he attempted to sweep Niji off his feet. However, to someone as adept in martial arts as Niji, it was a trivial endeavor. In an agile leap, Niji ascended and delivered a kick straight to Naruto's eye. Ah! Naruto cried out in agony, but Niji was relentless, preparing to deliver a second, aerial strike. That kick appeared lethal, casting doubt on whether Naruto's life could be spared. Bang! A resounding clash echoed through the air, resembling a metallic collision. As a flash of golden light intercepted Niji's lethal blow, the teachers, who had been ready to intervene, withdrew their intentions and turned their gazes towards a new student, Hyuga. Am I worthy enough? Hyuga Kazuhaya positioned Naruto firmly in place and began to approach him with measured steps. However, Naruto remained defiant, eager to rise and confront Niji once more. Just then, Sasuke swiftly intervened, seizing Naruto to restrain him. Calm down, Naruto, he urged, holding him tightly. For Naruto's injuries rendered him incapable of further combat. As Hyuga prepared to confront Hyuga Niji, he suddenly felt a gentle tug on his sleeve and looked down to find Hinata grasping it. With a look of sheer terror, Hinata shook her head fervently, signaling him to avoid any conflict with Niji. Yet, Hyuga was undeterred. He lightly patted Hinata's hand, reassuring her not to worry. How about a match between us? Hyuga challenged, stepping boldly before Niji, his eyes gleaming with provocation. Niji squinted slightly, revealing a playful smile as he replied, I'm ready whenever you are. How intriguing, Hyuga chuckled. The two formidable newcomers stood side by side, their presence even drawing the attention of the teachers outside. Although it was supposed to be a time for free activities, a palpable tension began to fill the arena. Many outstanding students from the freshman class were captivated by this minor skirmish. Shikamaru Nara from the Nara clan and Choji Akimichi from the Akimichi clan were among those observing from the sidelines. Hey, Ino, Choji remarked, munching on a hefty pile of chips. I thought you were part of the Ino Shikacho trio. Yet here you are, hanging out with Hyuga Kazuhaya, forcing us to find other partners. Ino tossed her hair back with pride, declaring, I'm seeking love. I'll join you for practice in a few days. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Hyuga in the arena. Shikamaru, watching Ino, shook his head in resignation. As the heir of the Nara clan, he possessed both keen intellect and strategic insight. To him, both Hyuga and Niji were formidable opponents, though he sensed Hyuga held the upper hand. Observing the standoff, Shikamaru felt a twinge of boredom, yet seeing his companion Choji engrossed in the spectacle, he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Kakashi had put away his beloved Aika paradise and was keenly observing the unfolding events within. In the arena, Niji had accepted the challenge. Yet Hyuga's team was still one member short. Though Sakura and Ino wished to participate, Hyuga paid them no mind. Hyuga's gaze wandered outside the arena, searching for a suitable candidate. At that moment, his eyes locked onto a pair of vacant ones. Ah, it's Nara Shikamaru. Hyuga chuckled, amused that after a lengthy search, he was drawn to this individual merely due to a momentary conflict. What an effortless stroke of luck. The Nara clan, renowned for their unparalleled intellect in the world of Naruto, produced Shikamaru, the most formidable strategist among them. A vital asset for the group stage, he possessed the clan's secret technique, shadow possession jutsu, which enabled him to manipulate the movements of his foes through their shadows. Excellent, he is the one. With a smile, Hyuga made his way into the throng. Meanwhile, Shikamaru stood bewildered as he watched Hyuga part the crowd, unable to comprehend the unfolding events before he was abruptly seized by Hyuga. Hey, what are you doing? Shikamaru exclaimed, utterly perplexed. He was merely standing there, and now he found himself being whisked away. You are joining my team, Hyuga proclaimed with a grin as he pulled Shikamaru into the arena. Shikamaru, who typically shunned trouble, promptly declined, stating, I'm not participating in your squad. With that, he attempted to exit, but Hyuga, anticipating such a response, called out loudly, refusing my invitation? Are you? So, you're disregarding my face? Then we shall see each other after school. Startled, Shikamaru halted. His expression darkened as he surveyed the spectators, realizing that if Hyuga's logic held true, his refusal would indeed be taken as a slight. Given Hyuga's reputation, he could easily find himself thrust into the limelight. The thought of potential challengers knocking at his door was utterly daunting. Reluctantly, Shikamaru turned back, conceding, fine, I shall team up with you this time. Seeing Hyuga's delighted smile, Shikamaru felt a twinge of being outmaneuvered but resigned himself to the situation. Teaming up with a formidable ally was hardly a cause for embarrassment. However, it seemed he would indeed gain notoriety from this group stage. How troublesome. Observing Shikamaru's expression, Hyuga found it amusing. As the team was finalized, a perfect strategy began to form in Hyuga's mind. All right, Let us discuss our tactics for the upcoming match. He called together the three. Shikamaru, you shall serve as our field commander and strategist. Remember to employ your shadow possession jutsu judiciously, assisting Hinata and me from the rear while you oversee the entire battlefield. Hinata, stay close to me. When I engage an opponent, support from behind, and should you find yourself in peril, I will be there to aid you. Once they exhaust their energy, we will dismantle them one by one, with Shikamaru controlling them individually using his shadow possession jutsu. Once the entire plan was articulated, even Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the next round of the group matches commenced. The whistle blew, signaling the readiness of all teams, each poised in their designated arenas. Braced for action. Chapter 15. A clash of titans with the teacher's command. The second round officially began. The atmosphere on the field was palpably different from that of the first match. It was considerably more solemn, and notably, half the participants had been eliminated. The sweltering heat, coupled with the depletion of chakra and physical stamina during the initial round, had caused several young contenders, unable to manage their energy, to succumb. They were either resting on the sidelines, watching the match unfold, or had been carried off the field. The remaining competitors were undoubtedly a stronger cohort. Kyuya gently smiled at Hyuga Niji before making a gesture of invitation. Beside Niji, Lee fixed his intense gaze upon Kyuya, and in that moment, Kyuya felt two formidable pressures. Excellent. This is precisely the reaction I desired. A surge of fervor coursed through Kyuya's veins, a sensation he had not experienced even when facing Sasuke. System. Display my attributes panel, swiftly. Ding. Acknowledged. Speed. 610, Strength, 660, Defense, 510, Health, 820, Maximum damage per attack, 980, Current overall rank, Genin. Skills, Golden Light Spell. Upgraded to the second stage, Reduced consumption. Skill, Sword Mastery. Skill, Wave Step, no energy consumption, auxiliary skill that strengthens muscles and bones, opens meridians. Aids in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for conversion into power, and allows for the simultaneous use of multiple skills. Splendid. Sasuke, that fool, has hardly practiced compared to Lee and Niji. Their training regimens are worlds apart. Without further ado, I shall commence. The first to strike was Lee, whose thick brows framed piercing eyes that seemed capable of penetrating the soul. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of rapid strikes surged towards Kyuya, compelling him to activate the wave step to evade. To his astonishment, even his wave step barely kept pace. Incredible. Lee is no ordinary opponent. Kyuya narrowly dodged a powerful punch from Lee, only to be met with Hinata's follow-up attack. Gentle fist. Hinata's expression turned grave, having nearly succumbed to despair from her brother's earlier rebuke. Now, Kyuya's earnestness and composure rekindled her spirit. Thud, thud. Under Kyuya's distraction, Hinata surprisingly managed to connect with Lee, delivering two effective blows. Cough, cough. You are truly formidable adversaries. Lee coughed lightly, then smiled. Meanwhile, Niji had already begun to move, swiftly positioning himself before Hinata and Kyuya with his unique footwork. All mere trifles. Niji erupted with a powerful aura that even caused Kyuya's face to ache. Boom. Niji unleashed a palm strike with each hand towards Kyuya and Hinata. However, both strikes missed their mark, as Shikamaru, observing the battlefield from a distance, had anticipated Niji's advance. Utilizing the shadow binding technique, he ensnared his two teammates, swiftly retreating. Well done, Shikamaru. Kyuya exclaimed joyously, turning to give him a high five. While Shikamaru transitioned from his lethargic demeanor into a serious combat stance. What choice do we have? Having joined your team, we cannot simply remain idle. Shikamaru replied with a smile, a determined glimmer emerging in his eyes. However, their adversaries were equally formidable, as Lee immediately pursued. I look forward to your guidance, Kyuya. Suddenly, Li unleashed a flurry of punches with astonishing speed, each strike almost impossible to perceive. At that moment, even the elusive step of the wind utilized by Kyuko was rendered ineffective. With a radiant golden shield for protection, Kyuko resorted to her ultimate technique. As she attempted to restrain Li with the agile footwork of her wind step amidst his rapid assaults, Hinata Niji joined the fray with his own attack. Shikamaru. Maneuver the positions of Hinata and me, Kyuya swiftly declared. Regardless of the circumstances, he must endure. Shadow binding technique. Without hesitation, Shikamaru maneuvered his two teammates with precision, swiftly relocating them to evade numerous assaults. Hinata, follow me. It's time to advance. Kyuya shouted, while Hinata, preoccupied with deflecting her brother's rapid punches, responded promptly, yes. The onslaught from Lee and Niji was fierce, and at that moment, their backup, 10-10, also sprang into action. This is bad, Kyuya thought to himself. Recalling that 10-10 was a master of weaponry, capable of summoning an array of lethal arms. Although she posed little threat in solitary combat, should she exploit an opening, she could disrupt the entire scenario. Golden light spell, golden light transformation, golden light barrier. A barrier emerged promptly, effectively shielding against the weapons unleashed by 10-10. Kyuya observed that those weapons indeed sought out their vulnerabilities. Return to heaven. Niji Hyuga unleashed his ultimate technique, and the violent gust spiraled wildly in that instant. Kyuya's golden light barrier wavered precariously. Ugh. Hinata narrowly avoided being propelled by that return to heaven attack. Yet Kyuya's golden light barrier still mitigated a significant portion of the assault. No, I can't afford to wait any longer. As Kyuya gazed at the grand clock in the training ground, he noted that over 10 minutes had already elapsed, leaving merely half an hour for the assessment. Golden chains. At that moment, Kyuya charged directly into the ranks of Xiao Li and his companions, an abundance of dense chains erupting from his being. He could distinctly feel an increase in his energy. This surge was a result of his earlier application of the Lingbo Weibu technique. The more he employed it, the more pronounced its auxiliary effects became, allowing his body to absorb and transform greater amounts of energy. Concurrently, his experience points were steadily climbing. Experience 10, experience 20. Experience 10. Though these increments appeared modest, they never ceased to accumulate. With a cacophony, the chains ensnared Xiao Li, Hyuga Niji, and Tian Tian. Yet, Xiao Li and Niji were not to be underestimated. Immense force emanated from the golden chains, threatening to overwhelm Kyuya. Shadow bind technique. Hinata. Use gentle fist. Pressure points. Activate your Byakugan. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, unleashing the shadow bind to help Kyuya tighten the restraints. Yes. Hinata responded, but upon locking eyes with her brother, she hesitated. Ah, Hinata, do you dare? Do you possess the strength and courage? Will you strike against me and my team? Hyuga Niji taunted. His words echoed in Hinata's mind like a devil's whisper, instilling doubt within her. Hinata, hurry and take action. I can barely hold on. Kyuya's face flushed red. Overwhelmed by Xiao Li's formidable might, it was crucial to remember that although Kyuya possessed the spirit of a 20-something, his body was that of a mere teenager. Nearby, Naruto, having finished his plastering, was visibly anxious, shouting, Hinata, get in there now. Xiao Li's face was flushed, on the brink of eruption. While Kyuya exerted all his strength to simultaneously restrain 3 individuals, the chakra within these individuals was coiling, ready to unleash, yet Hinata remained paralyzed by indecision. Hinata, do you wish to live your life in perpetual cowardice? Your comrades are in peril, yet you stand idly by. Shikamaru was also nearing his limits. The shadow bind technique was inherently taxing on chakra, and his own reserves were dwindling. Hinata listened to their words. Her companion's pleas intertwining with her brother's admonitions in her mind, and she yearned to retreat. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she recalled Kyuya's figure. Just then, his resonant words echoed in her thoughts. Do not heed his nonsense. You are exceptional. The silhouette of Suzumiya Haruhi under the sun seemed to re-emerge before Hinata. Yet at that moment, he was embroiled in battle. Aya! Boom! Lee was the first to break free from his restraints, while Shikamaru coughed up blood. And Haruhi experienced a sudden discomfort in her body. The 8 trigrams palm. With a delicate exclamation, Hinata sprang into action. Hyuga Niji's pupils constricted. He was taken aback that his timid sister would, in that fleeting moment, transform her aura and unleash the 8 trigrams palm. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, Hinata launched her assault as Niji remained bound, delivering a series of strikes, her Byakugan guiding her through the chakra pathways, inflicting tangible damage upon Niji. Cough! A trickle of blood escaped from Niji's lips. Each strike of the 8 trigrams palm targeted vital points. Channeling chakra into the body to disrupt the flow of an opponent's chakra, a truly formidable technique. Just as Hinata prepared to continue, calamity befell her. Boom! Lee mercilessly kicked Hinata aside, exerting unbridled force, causing her to spit out blood. On the battlefield, there exists no distinction between genders. My apologies, Hinata. Having offered his apologies, Lee swiftly advanced towards Suzumiya Haruhi. Chapter 16. Unprecedented High Scores. Boom. The golden lock of Rikyo Kamikaze shattered with a thunderous sound. Niji sprang into action, channeling chakra into his feet, propelling himself forward like a bullet, disregarding all adversaries surrounding him, and heading straight for Hinata. 8 trigrams palm. Likewise employing the 8 trigrams palm, he launched an instantaneous assault towards Hinata, who had just risen. Bang! A slight smile graced Niji's lips, as if he anticipated that success would not come so easily. With a loud noise, Hinata vanished. It turned out to be a mere shadow clone technique. Shadow bind. This was Shikamaru's strategy. The Hinata who had been struck was cleverly concealed behind him. Having taken the opportunity to employ a combination of transformation and shadow clone techniques to deceive and ensnare Hyuga Niji. Meanwhile, Lee charged once more towards Rikyo Kamikaze. For the first time, Rikyo experienced the sheer force of physical martial arts devoid of chakra, finding both speed and power to be dreadfully formidable. His footwork became increasingly swift and agile as a multitude of hexagrams endlessly combined, deconstructed, and reformed in his mind, resulting in an extraordinarily fluid style of movement. A torrent of energy and chi converged and crystallized within him, igniting a wave of heat throughout his body, while simultaneously, his experience points surged rapidly. Experience points 30. Experience points 40. Experience points 20. The frequent notifications chimed softly, and Rikyo gritted his teeth, focusing his attention and energy to evade Lee's onslaught, soon drenched in perspiration. As fatigue reached its zenith, the enhancement of the Lingbo Weibu's meridian system proved remarkably effective. Rikyo felt as though his entire being was set ablaze. Moments later, waves of chi surged into his body like a tide, stretching every meridian within him. In the next instant, he sensed an exhilarating flow throughout his entire being. Sword control technique, activate. A vast reservoir of chi raged within him, and at that moment, he felt empowered enough to control a massive water buffalo. Whoosh! Lee's fist was poised to strike Rikyo's visage, but in that instant, Rikyo unleashed his chi. Lee's movements were abruptly restrained, unable to advance an inch. His fist halted mere moments from connecting with Rikyo. Go! With a thunderous shout, Ryoko hurled Xiaoli, who then crashed directly onto Hyuga Niji. At that moment, Hyuga Niji had already freed himself from the shadow possession technique and was engaged in a fierce battle with Shikamaru and Hinata. The descending Xiaoli knocked Niji to the ground. Damn it! Niji silently cursed as he attempted to rise once more, but Shikamaru had already seized control of him. Their teammate, Ten, had also been rendered unconscious by Hinata, lying prone on the ground. You have lost. Kyuko's hands emanated a brilliant golden light, appearing even more radiant than the sun itself. Just then, a whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the match. The scores would now be announced. Please take this seriously. As each team's score was read aloud, they finally approached Kyuko's team. At this moment, Hinata was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, while Shikamaru wore a dusty expression. Kyuko herself was soaked in perspiration, gasping for breath. In stark contrast, their opponents, Lee, Niji Hyuga, and Ten, were equally filthy, making it evident that their group appeared the most disheveled. Now, let us announce the scores for Kyuko, Hinata Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara against Niji Hyuga, Lee, and Ten's team. Both teams scored a remarkable 330 points. An additional 30 points were awarded, which will be recorded in their files. In future missions, they will have the opportunity for bonus commissions. This score astonished some of the senior students present, as 330 points had never been achieved before. This could only indicate that the caliber of this team far exceeded the requirements of the competition, even surpassing the established rules. Goodness. 330 points. Does that mean each individual scored an astounding 110 points? This is truly impressive, considering the evaluators were the formidable masters of the Umbu. The Umbu? They must truly be exceptional. The training ground fell into a momentary silence before erupting into a tidal wave of gasps and discussions. Everyone marveled in admiration, as hundreds of eyes turned simultaneously towards Kyuko's team. Kyuka Kazami gasped, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The teachers had dispatched medical ninjas to assist them all out, and Kyuka's team made their slow exit amidst a sea of envious and admiring gazes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in the group battle. Outstanding performance. Experience points 4,500. The host's total experience points now stand at 10,100. Due to exceptional combat performance, a reward of 1 card draw opportunity has been granted. It has been detected that skills are eligible for upgrade. The experience points suffice for the enhancement of 1 skill. Lying on the stretcher, Kyuka was overjoyed. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. His diligent efforts in this battle were not in vain. First, I shall upgrade my golden light spell skill, then draw cards when I return home. With a thought, Kyuka commanded. Ding. Host instructions received. Preparing for upgrade. Upgrade in progress. Upgrade complete. Golden light spell, yellow grade, upgraded to mysterious grade, capable of transforming into Thunderlaw. When utilized, it will carry electric attributes, possessing burning properties, and can synergize with metallic weapons, effectively doubling the impact. The system's prompt filled Kyuka with excitement, as the medical ninjas had already transported him to the infirmary. While lying on the hospital bed awaiting treatment, he seized the opportunity to secretly test his newly upgraded skill. Golden light spell, transformation, Thunderlaw. ZZZZ. A surge of electricity erupted from Kyuka's fingertips, instantly releasing into the air, igniting the partition curtains of the infirmary. Fire, fire. Kyuka was utterly bewildered, unaware of how difficult this phenomenon was to control. With a mere thought, he forcefully retracted the crackling lightning from his palm, causing everyone in the infirmary to panic. My goodness, what have you done, Kyuka? Shikamaru limped in, his face a mask of terror upon witnessing the scene. Quick! Someone fetch water, we must extinguish the flames. Kyuka found himself in a state of exasperation. Shikamaru promptly lifted a large basin of water, intending to douse the fire. However, unbeknownst to them, there was another patient in the ward, who, brimming with enthusiasm, pushed past Shikamaru and shouted, Brother, I'm here to save you. After his declaration, the small figure poured an unknown liquid onto the flames. Boom. A wave of alcoholic scent permeated the air. Konohamaru, are you out of your mind? The furious voice of Suzumiya echoed from the infirmary, accompanied by the flickering tongues of fire. What a lively day it is in the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi perched on a large tree, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he gazed towards the infirmary. Chapter 17. Benevolence or Conspiracy. Hurry, extinguish the flames. Quick, put out the fire. Kyuka held a basin of water in one hand, dousing the flames, while with the other, she fiercely grasped the damp bedsheets. Shikamaru was not idle either. He exerted his efforts alongside her. However, the true instigator, Konohamaru, had stealthily slipped away. He had merely been hospitalized for a cold, yet unexpectedly found himself witnessing his leader in action, marveling at the electric powers emanating from his hands. Stunned by the spectacle, he could only watch helplessly as Kyuka inadvertently ignited the curtains. At last, the fire was extinguished. Kyuya and Shikamaru sat side by side on the edge of the bed, taking a moment to recuperate. The recent minor fire had utterly obliterated an entire hospital bed. What on earth did you do? Shikamaru gasped, still catching his breath. It was merely a little mishap, just a tiny mistake. Kyuya replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. At that moment, someone entered the room, causing both Kyuya and Shikamaru to feel a wave of anxiety. The nurse was coming, and they were surely bound to face reprimand. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was a rather handsome senior. With his gray hair, round glasses, and gentle smile, he approached them. Kyuya, I noticed your performance in the recent teen competition. I am from the medical ninja squad, and I have come to provide you with some care. With that, he moved closer to assist Kyuya in a physical examination. The more Liang Gongfeng observed this individual, the more familiar he appeared. Suddenly, a spark of recognition ignited in his mind, traversing through a myriad of rather unpleasant memories. He subtly shifted his body away from the examination, inquiring, Are you not Senior Do? The person paused momentarily, then responded with a warm smile, Indeed, that is I. A chill surged through Kyuko's heart. In the realm of Naruto, one of the most detestable characters among the early spies and antagonists was undoubtedly Kabuto. His presence had significantly aided Orochimaru in orchestrating a series of rebellious acts. Kyuko sensed that his arrival here was not merely coincidental. Yet she could not discern his true intentions at that moment. With a smile, she replied, Thank you, Senior. I should recover swiftly. However, in the next instant, Kabuto presented her with a thermos filled with soup. I specifically prepared this soup for you. Consuming it will greatly improve your condition. To give it a try, Kabuto said with a beaming smile. Shikamaru, noticing that Kyuko did not reach for the soup, was about to intervene when she halted him. Wait, why are you being so overly kind to me? Kyuko inquired coldly. Do I know you? Just as Kabuto was about to respond, Naruto approached, carrying a similar thermos, exuberantly exclaiming, Wow, Senior Kabuto is truly wonderful. The soup he makes is exceptionally delicious. I absolutely love it. As he spoke, Naruto noticed the soup in Kabuto's hands and eagerly snatched it, saying, Thank you, Senior. I appreciate all the effort you put into delivering so much to each room. Kyuya was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly delivered to every single ward? Was he perhaps overthinking? He stared blankly at the thermos in Naruto's hands. Do chuckled lightly and said, "All right, my examination is nearly complete. Kyuya-san is in good health. You should drink the soup. It is quite nourishing." Observing his smile, Kyuya felt a flicker of doubt. Had he indeed misjudged the situation? Perhaps those intentions were aimed at someone else entirely. What if his target was Sasuke after all? Lost in thought, Naruto opened the thermos, revealing a steaming bowl of soup that wafted an enticing aroma. "Wow, it smells incredible!" Naruto exclaimed, eagerly lifting it to take a sip. Suddenly, a thermos toppled from the cart beside Do, splattering soup all over him, prompting Do to bend down and manage the mess. This had been caused by Kyuya's spontaneous use of sword techniques, which had knocked over the thermos. "Give me the soup." Kyuya seized the bowl from Naruto's hands and, in a flash, poured its contents into a nearby urinal. "What are you doing?" Naruto shouted, but before he could protest further, Shikamaru covered his mouth. Shikamaru glanced at Kyuya, who nodded appreciatively, and in less than a second, he pushed the urinal under the bed. "TSK, how did it suddenly tip over?" Do frowned and turned back, only to find Naruto engaged in a card game with Shikamaru, while Kyuya laughed, patting his belly. "Senior, you really know how to make soup. I've already finished mine, and Naruto here still wants to grab more." Kyuya beamed. Do looked at him gently and said, "As long as you've finished, that's what matters." After exchanging a few more words, Do took his leave. A little over 10 minutes after his departure, Kyuya stepped outside to ensure no one was around before returning with a sigh of relief, saying, "It's clear now, Shikamaru." Shikamaru nodded, and Naruto, across from him, also acknowledged. Shadow mimicry technique, release. In an instant, the binding technique connecting Shikamaru and Naruto was undone. The Nara family shadow techniques could restrain and control a person's movements, and the shadow mimicry technique allowed one to replicate another's actions. As soon as Naruto was free, he tore off the medical tape from his mouth and shouted, "What are you guys doing?" Kyuya ignored him and then turned to Shikamaru, saying, "I suspect he has issues. In the coming days, I intend to investigate him, and I will require your assistance." Naruto, overhearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Shikamaru sighed deeply, realizing he had unwittingly boarded a treacherous ship. However, he acquiesced. "Very well. Call on me for anything. But what leads you to believe he is problematic? That's not for you to concern yourself with. I have my own methods. I still need to examine this soup." Kyuya remarked, grimacing at the contents of the urinal. "Who would be the best to analyze this? If I were to summon the research department directly, the potential fallout could be alarming, thus raising unnecessary suspicions. I require a ninja who can access the medical room. Who should I choose?" Meanwhile, in a certain location within the Hidden Leaf Village, "Sir, the task has been completed," reported Kabuto, bowing respectfully to an unseen figure. "Did you witness him consume it?" The owner of the voice spoke in a hoarse tone, sending a shiver down one's spine. "Yes, he has finished it. This quantity should activate what lies within him," Kabuto replied, a subtle smile gracing his face. "Indeed, it is as you say. Soon, he shall become a monster of the Hidden Leaf Village, and when the time comes, we shall incite rebellion." Once the gravelly voice faded, so too did its owner, vanishing with the art of shadow manipulation. "Ah, Kyuya, your pleasant days are numbered," Kabuto chuckled as he gazed at the potion in his hand. "At the Hidden Leaf Hospital, we shall proceed in this manner, then this, and finally this. Do you comprehend?" Kyuya instructed earnestly to the two individuals before him. Shikamaru nodded gravely, while Naruto appeared utterly bewildered. Rolling her eyes at Naruto's dazed expression, Kyuya thought it best not to expect much from him, and remarked, "Naruto, this does not concern you any longer. I will call upon you when it is time for action. Shikamaru, I will rely on you moving forward." Hyuga Kazumi held a favorable view of Shikamaru and gently patted his shoulder. A plan quietly took root in his mind. He pondered the significance of being born into the world of Naruto without chakra. Surely, there must be a reason behind it. The place where he awakened was undoubtedly extraordinary. Given that Kabuto himself was shrouded in enigmas, why not utilize his hand to investigate certain matters? A sly smile crept across Hyuga Kazumi's face at this thought. It seemed that his school life was destined to become even more vibrant. Chapter 18. A different Hyuga classmate. After spending an afternoon at the hospital in the Hidden Leaf Village, Hyuga Kazumi returned home. The task he entrusted to Shikamaru was simply to keep an eye on Kabuto and observe any of his actions. Additionally, Hyuga Kazumi had packaged the soup that had previously spilled into the urinal. Ugh, if only it had fallen elsewhere. He glanced at the liquid in his hand, still harboring a sense of skepticism. "System, ISNT, there's still one card draw opportunity left. Let us use it now." Ding. Request from the host received. Initiating card draw. Card draw successful. Acquired 1 yellow-level fishing card. Kion could not help but voice his exasperation, wondering how it could possibly be yet another yellow-level occurrence. Has he really been this unlucky lately? Very well, then. Let me draw now. Ding. Request from the host received. Commencing the fishing process. Success. Acquired the item from the Myriad Realms, the invisibility cloak of Harry Potter. PFF. Kyuko, in a moment of surprise, expelled the beverage she had been sipping. An invisibility cloak? How astonishing, reminiscent of Harry Potter. Truly, the multiverse is remarkable, where magic and ninjutsu can ignite the sparks of affection. In the next instant, a black cloak materialized in Kyuko's grasp, its texture somewhat chilly yet remarkably pleasant to the touch. Very well. The invisibility cloak is indeed one of the 3 legendary artifacts from Harry Potter. Let me see how it performs. Kion suddenly donned the cloak, which now trailed elegantly upon the ground, suggesting that even if he were to grow to a height of 1.80 meters in the future, it would remain perfectly suitable. In that fleeting moment of draping the garment, he discovered that despite its coverage, he could still perceive the world beyond. However, as he lowered his gaze, the sight of his own legs was effectively obscured. Remarkable, indeed. I shall gladly accept this. With satisfaction, Ryoko stowed away the invisibility cloak, which, once folded, remarkably shrank to the size of a mere palm, making it exceptionally convenient for carrying. Indeed, it is an indispensable item for domestic travel, as well as for more nefarious endeavors. Having spent nearly a month in the world of Naruto, Ryoko reflected on his accomplishments. He had already gathered Konohamaru, Naruto, and Shikamaru as his subordinates, while Ino, Hinata, and Sakura had become his younger sisters. As for Sasuke and Niji Hyuga, it seemed there would be ample opportunity to engage them in battle in the future, for they were certainly formidable opponents. System, I wish to view my attribute panel. Ding. Understood. Speed, 690 strength, 710 defense, 650 health, 990 maximum single attack damage, 1250 current overall rating, Genin skills, Golden Light spell, upgraded to the 3rd stage of Thunder technique. Capable of transforming into lightning attributes with a strong burning effect. Skill, swordsmanship. Skill, Lingbo Weibu, which does not consume energy. It is an auxiliary skill that strengthens sinews and bones, opens meridians, and aids in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for transformation into power, while also allowing for the concurrent use of multiple skills. Item, Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. Effect, grants complete invisibility. Is my strength attribute still so feeble? No wonder I struggled against Lee. Upon glancing at the panel, Kyuya Kazami experienced a moment of enlightenment. He resolved to engage in more physical training and decided to practice the Lingbo Weibu technique henceforth. However, he inquired of the system, is this energy universal? Ding. The system acknowledged the host's question. All energy is derived from the primordial reserves within your body, akin to the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. It can be transformed into various forms of energy across realms, enabling the host to utilize diverse skills. The overall energy typically remains constant, unless the host employs auxiliary skills to augment it. You may simultaneously harness chi and chakra to activate any technique. Very well, I shall practice Lingbo Weibu daily. Kyuya Kazami clenched his fist resolutely. Compared to his initial arrival, he had made significant progress. Now, he merely needed to advance steadily. Furthermore, although he was rated as a genin, once Kyuya unleashed his full combat potential, he could rival a chunin, and even triumph over those who had recently ascended to that rank. After reflecting on his achievements, Kyuya drifted into a peaceful slumber. Upon arriving at school the next day, they were met with an important announcement. Attention, everyone. The collaborative ability assessment concluded yesterday, and we will select students who scored above 60 for advanced training in groups. Designated instructors will guide you, while the remaining students must continue to strive. Only through diligent practice can one become a competent ninja. A wave of murmurs swept through the classroom, and those who did not pass exited the room. Sakura Haruno gazed at Kyuya with great anticipation, hoping to be placed in his group. At that moment, Kyuya noticed Sakura and suddenly recalled something. He approached her with purpose. As Kyuya walked toward her, Sakura's heart raced. Oh my! Kyuya is coming toward me. Could it be that he has feelings for me? Kyuya, you should consider becoming a medical ninja. With a serious and solemn expression, Kyuka Kazuki addressed her. Hey? Sakura was taken aback, never having anticipated that Kyuka would propose this. A medical ninja? Although she had considered it, the thought of Kyuka's handsome visage made her reluctant, for if she joined the specialized medical team, she would not be able to remain in group training for long. This meant she would miss out on seeing Kyuka. Meanwhile, Kyuka had his own intentions. He wished for Sakura to enter the medical team so he could procure some materials to analyze the soup that Do had given him. Noticing Sakura's hesitation, Kyuka gazed at her with deep affection, saying, "Sakura, do you realize how exceptional your talent is? If you become a medical ninja, you will undoubtedly be the most beautiful one. You are destined to be the shining star of future medical ninjas." As he spoke, he gently took Sakura's hand. Indeed, such an approach was irresistible to Sakura. Before long, she found herself swayed, looking into Kyuka's eyes, her heart in turmoil. In that instant, she felt as if she were soaring. "Kyuka, I am willing," Sakura exclaimed, grasping Kyuka's hand, their gazes locking. Suddenly, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. Internally, Kyuka felt a surge of mixed emotions, yet he maintained a smile. After all, Sakura was destined to be one of the legendary 3 ninjas, a remarkably powerful medical ninja. He had merely expedited her journey. Embarrassed, Sakura blushed and quickly ran out to inform the teacher and report her decision. Subsequently, during the grouping, Kyuka, Naruto, and Hinata were placed in the same team, under the guidance of Kakashi. "All right, kids, training begins today," Kakashi cheerfully announced to the trio. Hinata stood nervously, her shy nature still not fully overcome. However, Kyuka believed that with a little more guidance, her growth would surely accelerate. "First, we must conduct an assessment. I want to personally evaluate your abilities. The first test involves shuriken," Kakashi stated. For the first test, Kyuka scored a perfect 100, Hinata 80, and Naruto 70. Not bad. All have met the standard," Kakashi remarked. The second test involved chakra control. This task proved somewhat challenging, requiring an exquisite sense of control and perception over chakra. A moment's inattention could lead to failure in executing techniques. As Kyuka had anticipated, they needed to gather chakra beneath their feet and walk upon a large tree. Hinata struggled for 7 or 8 attempts before managing to awkwardly balance herself on the vertical tree. Naruto fell over a dozen times but continued to practice diligently. As for Kyuka, your chakra's destructive power is too great. Try not to leave marks on the tree, Kakashi advised. Kakashi gazed at the marks upon the great tree and remarked, "Yet, how can there be any chakra within Kyuya? That essence has never found a home within his being." Presently, he could only rely on the golden light technique to provide some semblance of support. At least it could gather at his feet and manifest as sharp spikes to pierce the tree. In this moment, Kyuya became acutely aware that the nature of chakra and chi indeed differed. As this realization dawned upon him, he was repeatedly reminded of the sensation when Hinata's gentle fist struck his body. It felt as though something was on the verge of emerging, only to vanish into the abyss almost instantaneously. How vexing, Kyuya lamented inwardly. And now, before him stood Kakashi. Meeting Kakashi's calm gaze, he reluctantly confessed, I cannot refrain from damaging the tree." Kakashi pondered, stroking his chin as he regarded Kyuya. "Let me examine your chakra," he stated. Kugami Kazuki unleashed his ordinary golden light technique, refraining from employing lightning techniques, as he was not yet able to control them. Such a peculiar chakra. Kakashi gazed intently at the shimmering golden blade in Kazuki's hand. Chapter 19, The Apothecary Tea's Brew. "How extraordinary, Kazuki. This must surely be your bloodline limit," Kakashi remarked after observing for a while. "Ah, yes, indeed. I share the same sentiment." Kazuki chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. In truth, it was not a bloodline limit at all. He had merely activated his special abilities. The ensuing days were spent under Kakashi's rigorous training regimen, which was exceptionally demanding, even compelling Kazuki to begrudgingly admire it. Kakashi prohibited the use of chakra as a source of energy, and naturally, Kazuki relinquished the use of his chi and energy. Consequently, his physical training became significantly more challenging. However, this also led to substantial progress for Kazuki, as his strength increased by 20 points. Now, when he employed the golden light to ensnare anyone, he could undoubtedly enhance his power, and the destructive capacity of his flying blade technique had also improved. After a period of training, Kazuki returned to the classroom to engage in theoretical lessons, which were mandatory for all types of ninjas. Seizing this opportunity, Kazuki approached Sakura. "Sakura, how have you been lately? Are you still enjoying the medical class?" Kazuki inquired with genuine affection. Sakura's cheeks flushed, and she promptly replied, Kazuki, just as you said. I truly enjoy the medical class, and I have completely integrated into the atmosphere." After listening to the delightful response, Kyuya felt a surge of satisfaction, for this was precisely the effect he desired. Maintaining his earnest demeanor, he continued, "Very well. Are you capable of observing the effects of pharmaceuticals on cells? Indeed, that is the simplest task of all. I completed my studies on it in just 3 or 4 days." Sakura replied joyfully. Upon hearing her response, Kyuyo was nearly overwhelmed with excitement and almost burst into applause. Unbeknownst to him, during their rigorous training, Sakura's achievements had garnered considerable acclaim from the medical team. "Excellent work. From now on, we shall rely on you for our injuries," Kyuyo said with a smile, giving Sakura a hearty pat on the shoulder. He then added, "Sakura, I need a favor. Could you lend me the experimental equipment for a trial?" Kion has truly become serious this time. Sakura was taken aback, yet she replied, "It is somewhat troublesome to bring it out, but you must tell me, is it feasible or not?" Kion fixed his gaze upon Sakura's eyes. "Yes," Sakura affirmed resolutely. "Very well, just remember to keep it a secret from everyone when you bring it out. Trust me, it will be all right." Kion spoke with utmost seriousness, articulating each word with clarity. Sakura found herself somewhat bewildered by his charm, fully aware that her compliance would breach the rules, yet she inexplicably acquiesced. After addressing matters concerning Sakura, Shikamaru was also summoned by Kion for a meeting. There were no significant developments on Do's end. However, it seems he has taken a keen interest in you, frequently lingering in your vicinity, though his intentions remain unclear, Shikamaru reported. Upon hearing this, Kyuko immediately sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that the figure in the cloak was assisting Orochimaru in seeking a new vessel for his soul? This notion seemed entirely plausible, especially considering the timeline. Although the world of Naruto had deviated slightly due to Kyuko's presence, the overarching goals of these characters remained unchanged. It was highly likely that Orochimaru had set his sights on Kyuko's body, intending to seize him without hesitation. In that fleeting moment of realization, Kyuko felt an unmistakable shift in the atmosphere surrounding him. He was on a different plane from the children around him, who were indulging in laughter and banter. The challenges he faced extended far beyond mere academic pursuits and personal growth. He was also confronted with the weight of his own lineage. Kion paused for a brief moment, and upon lifting his gaze, he beheld D. In that instant, a chill swept over him. It was the first time Kion realized that a person harboring too many secrets could be rather unsettling. "Kion, are you feeling better?" D inquired with a cheerful smile. At this moment, D was nearing adulthood, while Kion was merely 13 or 14, noticeably shorter and less robust than D. Kion gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to retreat, and smiled innocently, saying, "It's all right, senpai. Hee. It's just acting, isn't it? I don't know how many performances I've put on for my boss and clients in my previous life as a corporate drone, so I possess a modicum of skill in this regard." "Really? Let me see." D felt a wave of concern wash over him and moved closer to Kion, only to be evaded. I think my stomach hurts a bit. I need to use the restroom first." "Senpai, you can check on me later," Kion exclaimed, making a hasty exit. Once in the restroom, he climbed out the window and dashed off to the training ground, awaiting the next session. However, there remained over 20 minutes until training commenced, and Kakashi-sensei was leisurely propped against a tree, indulging in his book, Ika Ika Paradise. Wow, it's about to happen. Just kiss her already. Kakashi was thoroughly engrossed. Suddenly, Kion burst onto the scene, startling Kakashi so much that he nearly spat out his drink. His entire body tingled as he turned to face Kion. "Oh, Kion, what brings you here?" Kakashi awkwardly tucked his book away, glancing at the time. Still 20 minutes until training. "Sensei," Kion began, looking at his palm with uncertainty. "Could you teach me how to sense chakra?" He desperately needed to grasp some chakra for his own use, though he was uncertain how to proceed. Kion perceived his body as if it were composed of stone, no matter how he attempted to exert control. The so-called chakra could not be transformed from the primordial energy within him. Of course, it is possible, but I am not an expert in this field. However, I do know a teacher, a true master of chakra manipulation, although I currently cannot locate her, Kakashi remarked. Of course, Suzumiya Haruhi is aware that Kakashi is referring to Tsunade, yet he finds himself at a loss. Otherwise, what would Kakashi have to do with this? Moreover, your chakra may indeed possess unique qualities. It would be prudent for you to enhance your understanding. I have heard whispers of a prodigious young girl named Sakura Haruno in the medical class, who excels in the intricate manipulation of chakra. Perhaps you might consider learning from her. Sakura. Kyuko was taken aback, astonished by Sakura's diligent efforts. It turned out she was indeed one of the gifted. It was merely that, in the past, her talents had not been utilized in the right manner. rendering her seemingly mediocre. However, Kyuko considered that since the situation was thus, it would be manageable. This evening, he, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Naruto would convene to discover what peculiar concoction Do had brought. Simultaneously, he intended to consult Sakura regarding matters of chakra. That night, the clouds obscured the moonlight, and after all the medical ninjas, including Sakura, had departed, she stealthily took some reagents and a microscope from the medical laboratory under the pretense of continuing her experiments. Her petite figure, burdened with equipment, exited the school gates. Unbeknownst to her, a figure lingered in the shadows, observing her every move. How intriguing. The round lenses of that individual's glasses glinted coldly in the moonlight. What on earth? This situation was rather unexpected. Upon observing the cellular reactions through the microscope, Suzumiya Haruhi recoiled in horror, stepping back several paces. Following suit, Naruto and Shikamaru, who were also observing, were equally astonished and expressed their disgust. Sakura's face was etched with concern. She remarked, "I never anticipated that the item brought by Senior Do would be like this." She removed her goggles and gloves, gazing solemnly at the microscope, stating, "This substance causes ordinary cells to grow uncontrollably beyond their limits. Yet for cells abundant in chakra, it induces a release of chakra. I shudder to think of the effects if Suzumiya Haruhi were to ingest it." The four youthful figures stood in a small wooden cabin, the atmosphere heavy with seriousness and coldness. What effects could that possibly yield? Would you care to find out? A peculiar, androgynous voice echoed. Haruhi felt a pair of icy hands suddenly grip his neck from behind. Chapter 20. The captured Sakura. Before Haruhi could react, he felt a cold needle pierce his neck, followed by an injection of some liquid into his body. Shadow binding technique. Shikamaru reacted with remarkable speed, unleashing his ninjutsu almost instantaneously. Such reflexes and mental fortitude were akin to that of a seasoned jonin. "Someone help. Restrain him," Shikamaru shouted. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto sprang into action. The individual who had injected Haruhi was instantly immobilized. At the moment when Kyuya was pierced, a searing sensation seemed to emanate from his neck, spreading throughout his entire being. In that instant, it felt as though all his cells were liberated from some unseen restraint, and an overwhelming force surged towards him from all directions. The agonizing yet exhilarating sensation assailed him violently, as if every blood vessel and meridian in his body were being reforged anew. You little imps are not too shabby, but you shall never bind me." The shadow uttered these words before dissolving into a puddle, vanishing from sight. Kyuya's skin began to redden, and small welts surged beneath the surface, reminiscent of insects burrowing within. "Kyuya!" Sakura exclaimed, her legs nearly giving way in fright, but the extensive medical training she had undergone over the past month steadied her resolve. After all, Kyuya had once proclaimed that she, Haruno Sakura, would become the finest medical ninja. She could not falter. "Quick, lift Kyuya and follow me to the infirmary." Sakura forced herself to remain composed, instructing Shikamaru and Naruto to carry Kyuya towards the medical facility. During this time, Sakura's reputation had blossomed. It was widely known that the medical department had produced a diligent, talented, and gifted female ninja. Consequently, Shikamaru trusted Sakura implicitly, promptly rallying Naruto to follow suit without hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, the unwavering belief that fueled Sakura was a gift from Kyuya himself. Now was the moment for her to repay him. As Naruto flicked on the lights and adjusted them, Shikamaru assisted by passing medications and equipment. In the stillness of midnight, the Hokage hospital was eerily silent, with the on-duty nurses soundly asleep, as the children boldly ventured into the operating room. At this moment, Kyuya could still maintain a semblance of rationality. Though he was enduring excruciating pain, it felt as if every cell in his body was being scorched by flames, lashed by whips, and struck by electric shocks. He writhed uncontrollably on the operating table. Sakura, now in her element, compelled herself to remain calm and swiftly instructed Naruto, "Naruto, it's your turn. Restrain him." "Got it." Shadow clone jutsu. Multiple Narutos appeared, firmly holding Kyuya's arms in place. Currently, Kyuya's condition mirrored that of the earlier experiment. He was besieged by the drug, and his cells exhibited a third response with a massive release of chakra, yet they remained intact. He was in torment, but it seemed his cells were not yet destroyed. A flurry of analyses raced through Sakura's mind as she quickly administered a sedative to Kyuya. Subsequently, she recalled a particular medication her teacher had once mentioned that might mitigate Kyuya's reaction. She dashed to the medicine cabinet, rifling through the contents until she finally located the seldom used remedy. However, A dark hand seized her delicate wrist. To think that you little imps could devise such a scheme. It seems my presence here was indeed justified. What a bunch of little monsters. Clad in black, the figure lunged forward, dragging Sakura away swiftly. Stop, you scoundrel. Naruto yelled furiously and dashed after them. In the medical room, only Shikamaru and Ryoko remained. Shikamaru watched as Ryoko tumbled off the operating table and cursed under his breath, then lifted him to seek assistance. Shikamaru, I'm feeling much better now. Let me go. I need to find Sakura, Ryoko exclaimed, his vision awash in a golden hue. But he paid little mind to that. However, by the time they located Sakura, an entire night had passed. She and Naruto were each bound to separate trees, temporarily unconscious. The burning sensation on Ryoko's body gradually subsided. Upon bringing Naruto and Sakura back to the medical room, Sakura's first words upon regaining consciousness were, "You bastard, die." But then she beheld Ryoko's gentle smile. "Ryoko, woo. I'm so relieved you're okay." The emotional girl burst into tears, leaping into Ryoko's embrace like a fledgling seeking solace. Kyuya gently patted her back, contemplating the changes within herself. "Kyuya, that individual mentioned that the effects of the medicine within you will begin to manifest after tonight." Sakura suddenly gazed at Kyuya with a hint of fear, scanning her up and down. However, Kyuya felt no particular sensation, merely a gradual emergence of some energy that eluded her grasp. "Do not worry, I shall be fine," Kyuya reassured as she affectionately patted Sakura's head. She recalled the visage of the individual but could not quite remember. All that lingered in her mind were the chilling, scaly hands that had rested upon her neck. It must be that Orochimaru. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Kyuya's eyes. She reported yesterday's incident to the teachers, who did not chastise her but rather suppress the matter. Regardless, even if they refrained from their own investigations, it would ultimately be handed over for higher scrutiny, and Kyuya would inevitably be targeted for the injection of that substance. Conversely, both the school and the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took significant interest in the four of them due to this incident, particularly highlighting Sakura for special cultivation. "Wow, Sakura. You've struck gold this time," Kyuya remarked as she watched Sakura emerge from the Hokage's office. "Not at all. It is solely due to Kyuya's encouragement that I have worked so diligently." Sakura shyly lowered her head with a smile. Deep within her heart, the source of all her courage stemmed from Kyuya. Kion is indeed her son. Moreover, Shikamaru and Naruto have also been highlighted, and they too shall receive significant attention. There is no need to elaborate on Kuma Kazuki. Due to the recent incident, he has garnered significant attention within the Hidden Leaf Village, and his cells and blood have been meticulously preserved in the archives. However, at present, Kazuki's condition appears to have stabilized, and there has been a conspicuous absence of activity. It has been over 10 days since the incident, and the training of Kazuki's team has reached a conclusion. Midway through their regimen, owing to their commendable performance, they were assigned a few straightforward missions, each of which they completed successfully, thus earning a commission. With these earnings, Kazuki has managed to enhance his and Takaji's living conditions. He absent-mindedly touched the small bump on his neck, a remnant from when he was pricked by a needle. Since that time, Senior Do has merely greeted them with a smile, refraining from any further approach. Curiously, the investigation into Do by the higher-ups yielded no results. They found no evidence to implicate him, ultimately leading to a temporary cessation of inquiries. Now, Kazuki and his team have received their first B-rank mission, to locate the runaway princess of the Land of Water. Oh dear, why is it always about finding something? Sarutobi, can't you assign us something more challenging? We are all skilled ninja, Naruto exclaimed in discontent. Yet, Sarutobi paid no heed to Naruto's complaints, his gaze fixated on Kazuki. In truth, he was eager to witness Kazuki's capabilities. He believed that Kazuki's potential extended far beyond what had been previously demonstrated. Kyomiyazaki could not help but touch the small bump on his neck, a lingering sense of foreboding gnawing at him, as if something significant was destined to occur during this mission. Before embarking on the task, Sakura and Ino had graciously presented him with heartwarming bento boxes. "Kyomiyazaki, please accept this." Faced with such an overwhelming display of affection, he felt somewhat at a loss, especially since they had all become quite familiar with one another. This display was a bit embarrassing. Very well, I shall not be polite then. While he understood the sentiment, one simply could not refuse a gift offered with such warmth. Kion cheerfully prepared the bento, and at that moment, he noticed Sasuke approaching. It had been quite some time since he last saw him, and now he was wearing an expression of displeasure, seemingly with an agenda of his own. "Well, I wish you a safe journey," Kion remarked. Sasuke, somewhat irked, handed over a paper package. Gyukafone took the package and, with a start, thought, Surely, it cannot be as I suspect. Upon opening it, he was immediately overwhelmed by the opulent aura exuding from Sasuke. The contents were brimming with the largest denominations of universal currency. He nearly forgot that although Sasuke had transcended to the Western paradise, his family's wealth remained intact. Furthermore, this fellow was the heir of the clan. His fortune could easily sustain a lifetime of indulgence, provided this young man did not squander it. Gazing at the money, Hyuga phone was suddenly filled with emotion, almost exclaiming to Sasuke, "Good brother." However, mindful of the three enamored admirers present, he restrained his excitement and maintained a composed demeanor. "Thank you, Sasuke," he said softly, giving Sasuke's shoulder a gentle pat. "In the future, I wish to engage in a private duel with you. Do not let me down, my worthy adversary." Hyuga Kazumi was aware that Sasuke had long desired her to confront him, so she deliberately remarked, "It is settled then." As expected, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he affirmed, "Very well, it's a promise." After exchanging farewells, Kakashi set forth with Hyuga, Naruto, and Hinata on their journey. This expedition would undoubtedly present numerous challenges along the way, and Hyuga was fully prepared to face them. Unbeknownst to her, a tremendous energy within her was quietly awakening. Chapter 21. The one who has been following a new journey was finally about to commence. It had been ages since she had left the village, and now she could finally breathe freely. Naruto leaped with excitement along the path, his exuberance rivaling that of a monkey recently liberated from a mountain. Boss, what are your thoughts on this mission?" he inquired, drawing closer to Hyuga. I have no particular thoughts. I merely wish to grow stronger," Hyuga replied nonchalantly. "Just as expected of you, boss. I too shall strive for progress," Naruto exclaimed, bouncing energetically to and fro. Hyuga could only shake her head in exasperation, thinking how similar he was to Konohamaru. Both possessed the same childlike demeanor. Yet, she nearly overlooked the fact that her own soul was already in its 20s, and thus far more mature than a child. "By the way, Kakashi-sensei, do we have any specifics regarding this mission?" "We are still quite unclear," Hyuga inquired. Looking up at him, Kakashi, engrossed in reading the latest chapter of a romantic novel, was oblivious to Hyuga's question. Just as he was approaching a pivotal moment in the story, Hyuga tapped him sharply on the shoulder. "Sensei, what are you reading?" Startled, Kakashi stumbled forward, spinning like a ballet dancer before regaining his balance. Hyuga, what can I do for you?" he stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His mind clouded with concern that the children might have glimpsed something inappropriate. Truly, what a predicament. Kion, feeling a sense of helplessness, inquired once more. It was then that Kakashi, adopting a serious demeanor, began to explain, "Our mission this time, is to locate the runaway princess of the Land of Water. Her disappearance has garnered significant attention from her homeland, prompting them to enlist the help of several nations' ninjas in the search." After a brief pause, Kakashi continued, "Thus, if we fail to find her, we might be outpaced by other teams." "What? Outpaced by other teams?" Naruto suddenly dashed back. "We must hurry." As he spoke, he grabbed Kakashi in an attempt to surge ahead, only to be restrained by Kakashi's steady hold. "Shoo, don't move. It seems we are being followed," Kakashi said with a playful smile. Naruto, taken aback, froze in place. Observing Naruto's gullibility, Kion couldn't help but find it amusing how easily he was deceived. Yet, almost immediately, he sensed something amiss. An intense sixth sense warned him that they were indeed being watched. He scanned the surroundings but found nothing. "Stop looking. Let us keep moving." Kakashi resumed his nonchalant demeanor, yawning as he led the group onward. The journey was monotonous, and night soon fell, with a bright moon hanging gracefully in the sky. "How dull! How utterly dull!" Naruto exclaimed in frustration, yet felt powerless to change the situation. "Do not complain. Do you think missions for ninjas are all about clashing swords? In truth, most of the time is spent in this tedium. The actual combat, when it occurs, lasts only minutes. Sometimes, it can be over in mere seconds," Kakashi remarked, his eyelids drooping lazily. "Really? It ends that quickly? How boring." Naruto sighed as he bit into the cookie he held. "Yet, those fleeting seconds test your patience and intuition throughout the journey. In that moment, it is a matter of life and death. Either you fall or your opponent is captured." Kakashi mused, glancing up at the moon and narrowing his eyes. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through the forest. Hyuga's hair stood on end as he sensed something unsettling. It was the unmistakable feeling of being watched, akin to a frigid hand tightening around his throat. Just like that time, unable to resist, he reached for the small bump on his neck before placing his hand into his pocket, where his invisibility cloak lay. A melodious flute tune wafted from somewhere within the woods, causing Kakashi's pupils to constrict. He immediately shouted, "Cover your ears." The group fell into a state of tension, hastily shielding their ears. Yet, in the next moment, several pale figures emerged behind Hyuga, coiling around him like serpents. "Come with me to hell." Hee. The creature's voice was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, its damp body constricting tightly around Hyuga, inducing an overwhelming sense of suffocation that nearly rendered him unresponsive. Golden light charm. Golden light transformation. Thrust. In an instant, Kion Kamiyama unleashed his skill, and thorns erupted from his entire being, piercing through the viscous and slippery form of the unknown creature. With a resounding splat, it transformed into a puddle, losing all semblance of shape. This transpired in the blink of an eye, as the sound of the flute faded. The sense of impending danger gradually receded. Byakugan. Hinata activated her Byakugan. Initially startled, she was at a loss for how to respond, but upon witnessing Kion's unwavering strength, she swiftly composed herself. Her Byakugan allowed her to survey the surroundings, though her field of vision was limited at that moment. She was determined to contribute to the team's efforts. After a thorough examination, Hinata discovered a faint trace of water in one location. The group hurried over, only to find that the moisture had nearly been absorbed by the earth. It seemed that this journey was destined to be fraught with peril. Kakashi surveyed the area and resolved to find a suitable place to set up camp, for they would need to continue their journey the following day. Meanwhile, Kion reflected on the chilling sensation of the encounter, feeling a shiver run down his spine. As the night deepened, the cold intensified. It appeared that their true target was Kion Kamiyama. Kakashi returned with a few wild rabbits and chickens, roasting them as he spoke. Ryoko Kamigawa fell into a momentary silence, for his own self-awareness was rather limited. Based on the scant information he possessed, the only individual he could surmise might be inclined to assail him was Orochimaru. The reason for this eluded him. "Of course, I cannot divulge my acquaintance with Orochimaru," he remarked with a hint of detachment. To a newcomer, Orochimaru represented an entirely foreign entity. Should Kakashi discover his prior connection to Orochimaru, one could only imagine the lengths to which Kakashi might go to investigate him, potentially leading to a myriad of misunderstandings that would complicate matters excessively. Thus, it was prudent to remain inconspicuous, to develop quietly and cautiously. Your chakra is quite unique. It seems you have drawn the attention of someone," Kakashi inquired. "Indeed. I only recall being abducted to an unknown location, rendered unconscious, and then later escaping from a house in desperate flight," Ryoko Kamigawa replied with an impassive demeanor. Kakashi fell into contemplation, choosing not to speak further. Although Ryoko desired to develop quietly, his abilities simply did not permit such indulgence. Observing Kakashi's pensive expression, Ryoko sensed that this matter was far from resolved. Alas, perhaps this was the harbinger of a life destined for the extraordinary. Kyuya Kazumi decided to have a bite to eat. As he savored the rabbit meat, he was pleasantly surprised by Kakashi's culinary skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the exploration of a new map. The character attribute panel viewing function is now unlocked. The system's notification invigorated Kazumi, and in his excitement, he promptly examined the usage instructions. It turned out to be remarkably straightforward. Any individual within his line of sight could have their attributes revealed by Kazumi. When he wished to view someone else's attribute panel, a small exclamation mark would appear above the heads of all individuals within his visual range. The moment Kazumi focused his thoughts, the information about that person would automatically seep into his mind. He glanced around at his companions, first choosing to inspect Kakashi's attributes. Character: Hatake Kakashi. Speed: 9100 Strength, 9550 Defense, 7000 Current Overall Rating, Elite Jonin. Maximum Single Attack Damage, 13,800 Skills: Chidori, Raikiri, Lightning Hound, also known as Lightning Tiger Strike. Dual-handed Raikiri, Sharp, Secret Technique, 3 Ninjutsu Combination, 1000 Years of Kill, The Leaf's Taijutsu Secret, Lightning Release Shadow Clone, Rasengan, Sealing Evil Technique, Shadow Clone Technique. Clone Technique. Truly, Kakashi is remarkable. After finishing The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, I couldn't help but be struck by the undeniable strength of this character. Although he is rated merely as a jonin, his current prowess is approaching that of a Kage. Indeed, should he unleash his full potential, he could rival even the average Kage. It is no wonder he often appears so listless. Perhaps it is due to the unsatisfactory company he keeps. Yet, there remains a lingering sense of Haruhi. Suzumiya rubbed her eyes. Could it be that she was hallucinating? Otherwise, Why would there be two exclamation marks indicating a viewable panel above that fool Naruto's head? Chapter 22. It's time to conclude. Damn. Could it be that I've watched too many late-night films? Surely not. Ever since I arrived here, I've only indulged a few times. Kyuko rubbed her eyes in disbelief, realizing that one of the exclamation marks above Naruto's head was indeed moving. No, that was incorrect. This indicated the presence of two individuals, suggesting someone lurked behind Naruto. In an instant, Kyuko's hands moved deftly, invoking her swordsmanship and the golden light spell simultaneously, dispatching several petite blades of golden light towards the rear of Naruto. With a series of sharp sounds, Naruto was startled, yelling as he quickly retreated to the side. Kakashi, at that moment, also sensed something amiss. As Kyuko's gaze fixed upon a point, he too detected an ominous presence. Goodness, I hadn't noticed at all. Kakashi moved with remarkable speed, leaping into the underbrush, only to inadvertently step into a trap. Ouch! He cried out in pain. When he looked ahead, he found a small gray rabbit, defiantly standing its ground, staring back at him. Hyuga Kazumi cast a glance at the rabbit and was taken aback to discover that a question mark hovered above its head. Could it be that this rabbit was considered a wild creature? In that moment, the tension in Kyuka's heart eased. However, Kakashi was currently ensnared, his foot caught in a trap. Phew. Thankfully, as ninjas, we are equipped with protective gear. Otherwise, I would be incapacitated. Kakashi pried open the trap and removed the protective plate from his leg. They meticulously examined the area where the rabbit had been, confirming that someone had indeed been there recently, though their identity remained a mystery. The night stretched on, oppressive and interminable. The few students on their first mission were filled with anxiety and trepidation. When the sun finally rose the next day, Kyuka and the others felt a semblance of warmth in its light, as a traveler from another world. This was Kyuka's first encounter with the sensation of being watched and hunted. He found it undeniably exhilarating, a feeling unlike any other. Consequently, among the entire team, he was the most invigorated. All right, let us embark on our quest to find the princess, Kyuka exclaimed after finishing his breakfast. Seeing Kyuka brimming with enthusiasm, Kakashi smiled appreciatively, recognizing that the team needed a spark of vitality. Yet, it seemed they were still being followed. Kakashi remained vigilant, dismissing thoughts of the enticing pleasures of paradise, focusing his attention on the surroundings. Rustling sounds emerged from the grass, revealing small creatures. Kakashi had filtered out many such noises along the way. Yet the sensation of being pursued lingered persistently. When will you reveal yourself? He pondered, narrowing his eyes. Hey, boss, how about you spar with me? It's dreadfully dull on this journey, Naruto exclaimed, throwing his arms around Kyuka with excitement. Sure, I'll let you have a shot, Kyuka replied with a grin. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Golden Fist. Haruhi Suzumiya unleashed a series of punches, swiftly annihilating Naruto's shadow clones. The golden fists moved with remarkable speed before vanishing into the underbrush. Rustling ensued. Hinata, activate your Byakugan. Yes. At Kakashi's command, Hinata instantly activated her Byakugan and reported a direction. Sensei. 3 o'clock. Well done, Hinata. As Kyuya Kazumi and Naruto remained momentarily perplexed, Kakashi surged forth like a wild, unbridled hound. Though the situation eluded his understanding, Kazumi instinctively followed suit. Could it be that they had finally identified their pursuer? Memories of that sticky embrace flooded his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a gust of frigid wind erupted from the forest, carrying with it an unsettling chill. How could it be so cold in the midst of summer? Were they about to become human popsicles? The biting wind sent shivers down Kazumi's spine, prompting him to contemplate the possibility of fishing for something that could provide warmth in the future. Be careful. This is ninjutsu, Kakashi exclaimed, swiftly activating his Sharingan, which unleashed a formidable fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal sphere of flame materialized at Kakashi's command, instantly dispelling the cold, singeing the surrounding foliage and grass. Kazumi's heart raced as he realized they were experiencing an abrupt clash of ice and fire. 12 o'clock. Teacher. Hinata began to gather her strength, promptly relaying Kakashi's location. Kazumi, 2, activated his own abilities. The light step technique, while an auxiliary skill with peculiar movement, surprisingly granted him a burst of speed. Chase. The group dashed through the forest towards the direction Hinata indicated. Suddenly, Kazumi recalled his newly unlocked ability to view the attribute panels of others, which would display exclamation marks above their heads. Was it not akin to possessing a small, perceptive eye? What a delightful surprise, this hidden feature. Upon a sudden impulse, Ri Shin immediately activated her ability to observe, and indeed, a prominent exclamation mark appeared before them. There was no escape now. Allow me to unveil your true self. The energy within her surged wildly as she prepared to unleash a swift flying blade, determined to catch up with the individual ahead. Golden light flying blade. Golden light chain. In an instant, both skills were propelled forward, with a lengthy golden chain accurately ensnaring the person in front. I have captured you. Kion suddenly pulled back with a forceful motion. Come here. He chuckled as he tugged, but unexpectedly, a shard of ice swiftly approached along the chain, sending a chilling sensation deep into his bones. Goodness, how can one feel both so refreshingly cold and yet so exhilarated? As Kyuka Kazufu found himself in a state of disarray, the golden light barrier was instantaneously breached. Fortunately for him, his companions did not squander the opportunity he had created. Kakashi and the others swiftly pursued, their chances of capturing the little rascal now seeming promising. Multiple shadow clone technique. Gentle fist. Chidori. The trio, now in hot pursuit, unleashed their formidable techniques. Kyuka Kazufu chuckled heartily, thinking this round was secured. However, in an instant, a violent whirlwind erupted, centered around Kakashi, enveloping their vicinity. Accompanying this tempest was an intensely frigid temperature, along with large, cascading snowflakes. The biting cold felt as if it could slice through one's very skin, leaving Kyuka Kazufu utterly bewildered. What sort of extraordinary skill was this? He felt as though he had become a mere spectator. Was this ability not utterly preposterous? Why? Right from the outset, must he face such an overwhelming force? Thoughts of confusion swirled in Kyuka Kazufu's mind. How could he allow himself to be paralyzed by fear from the enemy? He nearly forgot that his golden light spell had undergone a significant transformation. Behold my wrath, he declared. Golden light spell. Thunder technique. Thunder chain. A powerful surge of electricity erupted from Kyuka Kazufu's hands, the chains racing forth with a speed that far surpassed that of a typical golden light spell, akin to a swift dragon launching into the fray. Kyuka Kazama gritted his teeth, barely managing to maintain the form of the lightning chain. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly transformed into Pikachu, unleashing a thunderous bolt. Crackling. At last, he felt he had grasped something significant, and gradually, the blizzard began to subside. However, the chain in Kyuka's hand grew increasingly unstable. Oh no, I can't hold on. The lightning began to dance in his grasp, ultimately exploding with a resounding bang, reminiscent of its first eruption. The surrounding trees were singed, and among the debris fell a few charred birds, along with several scorched eggs. He chuckled, addressing his companions. So, Sensei, Hinata, Naruto, would you care for some roasted birds? Kagami Kaze glanced awkwardly at his charred companion. Chapter 23. Rescuing a Beautiful Beggar. Naruto, Hinata, and Kakashi wiped the soot from their faces, momentarily falling into silence. What on earth are these monsters? It would be one thing if the enemy was formidable, but to discover that one's own teammate could summon lightning. Is this some sort of thunder god? Kakashi examined his hand, recalling his own Chidori and Raikiri. Those were techniques he had painstakingly developed, yet this young boy, merely 13 or 14 years of age, had managed to conjure such a formidable force. Kakashi remained silent, retracting his hand, and after a brief cough, said, Kagami Kaze's abilities are indeed impressive, though they may be difficult to control. Following the completion of our mission, I shall guide you through control training. Meanwhile, Hinata, despite the dark smudge on her petite face, could not conceal her admiration for Kagami Kaze. In her eyes, he had ascended to the pedestal of a deity. Cough. Very well, thank you, teacher. However, let us first assess the situation of our adversaries. Kyuya struggled to suppress his laughter, for he was a trained professional and rarely succumbed to mirth. The ground bore the scars of the hurricane's fury, deep ravines attesting to the formidable power of the blizzard that had just unfolded. The earth remained rigid and frozen, a testament to the recent tempest. Aside from the charred remnants left in the wake of Kyuya's lightning chains, the surrounding area, stretching 700 to 800 meters, had been ravaged by the storm. What an astonishing display of might! As they converged upon the epicenter of the ravines, they beheld a man, half-conscious and convulsing, struck by the electric force. Kakashi's lips twitched. Indeed, this was the thunder god who had incapacitated the king of ice and snow. He nearly applauded on the spot but managed to restrain himself, for he was, after all, a teacher to several children and wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. Is that a boy? Hinata ventured closer for a better look, her voice barely above a whisper. How do you know it's a boy? Kyuya replied, gazing at the indistinct figure, which offered no clear indication of gender. The only means of identification was, of course, to take a closer look. After all, he possessed a handkerchief and a pouch. It appeared to be a pair. And since his belonged to a girl, it implied he was a boy. Hinata picked up a dark object from the ground, its contents bulging and mysterious. He seems to be quite sentimental, she murmured, eyeing the pouch adorned with faint patterns indicative of femininity, causing her cheeks to flush with realization. Oh, regardless of whether he is male or female, this fellow has kept us on edge. Let us help him up first. Without further ado, Kiya stepped forward and seized the collar of the unconscious individual, intending to hoist him onto his back. Get off me. Miraculously, the man was not unconscious and retaliated with a slap, tumbling down awkwardly from Kiya's grasp. Damn it, Kion could not help but utter a curse. Still reeling from the events, Naruto observed everything unfold and, upon hearing Kion's words, inquired with confusion, what does it mean? Kion suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing that there were still children present, while he himself had already matured into a person of considerable experience. Well, what I meant to convey is that the cheers from my hometown, upon uttering this phrase, signified joy. Kion stood up, rubbing his face, as the clumsy individual had already been bound by Kakashi. At last, we have finally captured this stalker, Kion exclaimed. You did splendidly, Kion. Naruto excitedly patted Kion's shoulder. And even Hinata chimed in joyfully, oh, wonderful. All was well. Kion sighed in exasperation. Had I known, I would have refrained from providing any explanation. Meanwhile, the individual who had been apprehended continued to tremble uncontrollably. The group took turns watching over him. And it was only with the arrival of dawn that he began to regain his composure. Where's my wallet? Return it to me, he shouted, his face dark with anger. Yet, there was something rather effeminate about his voice. Kagami Kazuki, in a fit of impatience, rose from her spot, shaking off the leaves that clung to her. Due to yesterday's tempestuous display of his blizzard prowess and his thunderous skills, their sleeping bags had been utterly consumed by flames, leaving them with no choice but to cover themselves with foliage. My dear companion, she chided gently, could you possibly maintain a semblance of quiet? The sun has only just begun to peek over the horizon, and we must conserve our energy for the tasks ahead. Do you comprehend? She squatted beside the man, who remained shrouded in darkness, his face smeared with soot, save for his strikingly white eyes that fixed upon her. Yet, to her surprise, even amidst the grime, it was evident that he possessed an undeniable handsomeness. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The man surveyed her with a cold gaze, remarking, Are you not afraid that I might unleash another blizzard, freezing you all in place? Kion smiled mischievously and said, What are you afraid of? Go ahead. Unleash your power again, and I shall shock you once more. Let us see whether your freezing ability prevails or my 100,000 volts reign supreme. The individual, filled with ire, quickly composed himself, realizing he was now a captive and must maintain his composure. However, Kakashi's team was unprepared for the considerable trouble they had unwittingly acquired. Hey, I need water. Is there any water around? Hey, you there, the one with white hair, come and carry me for a bit. That golden-haired brat, stop making noise. Little girl, return my wallet. Despite being bound, the person remained restless, incessantly chattering, to the point where Kion felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a resounding slap. Could you possibly be quiet? You sound like an elderly market vendor. Kion could no longer tolerate it. Who are you calling an old lady? The individual shot a piercing glance, momentarily intimidating Kion. Oh, then you must be a handsome guy, haha. Kion laughed awkwardly. Throughout their journey, Kion pondered whether this person was indeed the one who had emitted that haunting melody and possessed that damp, clingy demeanor. Yet, the individual remained obstinately aloof, refusing to respond to any inquiries. As dusk fell, their journey finally reached its conclusion. Kakashi discovered a small town on the borders of the Land of Fire, where they found a place to stay. Despite their soot-covered appearance raising suspicions at the front desk, all doubts were dispelled when Kakashi presented his wallet. At last, they could enjoy a well-deserved rest. Wow, we finally found a place to stay. That's fantastic, Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing those words, Kion facepalmed, reflecting on the mischief they had gotten themselves into. In the inn, they took turns washing up, with the captive being the last to enter. However, when he emerged, having dried his hair, the four were left utterly astonished. What is the matter? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy before? He dried his deep black hair, showcasing a tall, slender physique and long legs, with striking ice blue eyes that were quite captivating. No, it's just that I find you rather intriguing, Kion remarked. Stealing another glance, realizing this man was even more attractive than many women, the individual let out a cold laugh and approached with calm assurance. Kion surmised that, had it not been for the lightning technique in his possession, this man would have likely conjured a blizzard and fled by now. Under the relentless questioning from Kakashi and the others, he claimed to be a shinobi from the Hidden Mist Village, dispatched on a mission, but had lost track of his companions along the way. Kakashi and the team were naturally skeptical of this explanation. Oh, when will we ever find that water princess? We've been wandering aimlessly in the mountains all day. Naruto complained loudly as he prepared a bucket of instant noodles from the inn. Kion shared his frustration, wishing to shout out that they had been aimlessly traversing the mountains for 5 days. For a full 5 days, I lived like a caveman on the mountaintop, hunting and capturing wild rabbits, all while burdened with an additional concern. Kion couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at the handsome young man, who was now obediently bound once again. The pristine clothes adorning his figure were still purchased by Kakashi. Teacher, is there truly no more clever solution to this predicament? Kion pondered the situation, contemplating a retreat. Upon hearing this remark, Kakashi, who had been engrossed in the romantic escapades of paradise, suddenly jolted awake. Ah, I nearly forgot about the token bestowed upon us by the land of water. He rummaged through his belongings and unearthed a remarkably exquisite and delicate whistle. This is it. If I sound this, the flute on the princess will resonate, producing a counterpoint melody. It is said to have a frequency range of up to 1000 meters. Kakashi held the whistle aloft. In that fleeting moment, Naruto, Hinata, and Kion were all seized by the impulse to deliver a thorough beating to their teacher, Kakashi. Chapter 24. So it was you what? You could have revealed this sooner. You made us trek so far and for so long. Naruto exclaimed in indignation as he lunged at Kakashi, scratching him in a fit of frustration. Kion seized the opportunity to take the small whistle, examining it closely. At that moment, the handsome young man's expression suddenly appeared somewhat unnatural. The wind of Suzumiya blew the whistle, and a resounding yet steady sound emanated from it. Immediately thereafter, a deep and unique voice, reminiscent of an owl yet more elongated in its call, emerged from the handsome figure. Ah, Suzumiya was taken aback. You are the princess? To think the princess is a male. Everyone stood in astonishment. The handsome youth stammered, and Kakashi seized him, demanding, Tell me, where have you hidden the princess? Suddenly, the young man tossed his head back and, with impatience, shouted, I am the princess. He then extracted several long needles from the nape of his neck, as well as from his armpits, lumbar region, and thighs. Gradually, he transformed into her, with a striking short haircut and enlarged icy blue eyes. The unmistakable characteristics of femininity filled out her attire. Incredible. So this is how the princess was found. Amazing. I did it. Naruto exclaimed, joyfully leaping into the air, his entire being radiating exuberance as he danced merrily around the room. Hyuga Kazumi listened intently as Naruto repeatedly uttered that word, smiling silently. Well, let him be. Language and its meanings are merely constructs bestowed by humanity. Thus, today, Hyuga Kazumi shall bestow a positive connotation upon this term. Naruto, filled with excitement, was soon doused with cold water by Kakashi's words. But that's not all. We must escort this princess back to her homeland, which will take us 4 or 5 days, Kakashi remarked. He retrieved a photograph of the princess for comparison, aside from her short hair. The individual before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the image. At that moment, atop a small hill outside the town, a figure stood silhouetted against the night. Ha ha ha, has that fool Hyuga Kazumi not yet begun to explore the chakra within his body? It seems he requires a bit more motivation. If he does not activate the power within him soon, all our efforts will be in vain, he muttered to himself. Before long, several bizarre entities emerged around him, eventually transforming into waterlogged humanoid figures. Orochimaru-sama, it seems he possesses a type of energy, that golden light, one of the damp figures spoke. That is not chakra. The chakra within him is boundless. When I first discovered him, he nearly drained an entire village of its life force, and he continues to generate chakra on his own. Had I not gone to great lengths to restore his humanity, he would have long since devolved into a mass of chakra-infused flesh. The speaker was none other than Orochimaru, who extended his long tongue to lick his lips, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Every cell within him is a treasure. I invested so much time recovering him, and that princess is also a target of ours. Remember, we must not allow her to be taken. Her bloodline limit is invaluable. If we could acquire her cells, it would be nothing short of splendid. His voice faded with the wind, dissipating into the air. The following morning, Kakashi's team set forth on their journey. In the town, They procured various essential supplies for survival in the wilderness, as they would be enduring the elements for 4 to 5 days. Everyone, once we leave this town, we will enter an ungoverned territory. Here, whatever transpires will not have the backing of any nation to speak on our behalf. This signifies chaos and disorder. The challenges we face will escalate. Kakashi stated with a serious demeanor. Until now, they had primarily traversed the land of fire. Now, they were crossing its borders. Kagami Kaze had been secretly honing his ability to wield lightning magic, and now he felt that stepping into this boundary might provide the perfect opportunity to test his skills. After all, anyone who dared to challenge his team would be met with a jolt of electricity. It was as simple as that. By the way, Princess, what is your name? Kagami Kaze inquired. I am Tsukikage Chisue, the princess replied coolly, her expression notably aloof. Hyuka suddenly recalled that a girl could unleash such a ferocious blizzard, sending a shiver down her spine. Was that blizzard you conjured a bloodline limit technique? She inquired. Indeed. Then, are you capable of creating drenched beings? No. The memory of that damp entity embracing him in the forest lingered persistently in his mind. After much contemplation, Hyuka deemed the matter too perplexing to ponder further, choosing instead to set it aside. Ultimately, in life, the paramount pursuit is happiness. Those chaotic experiences are best left in the past. Hyuka resolved to no longer dwell on them. Thus, she quietly resumed her practice of lightning techniques. Delicate strands of electricity danced within her palm, a testament to her dedicated efforts. Although these flickers lacked the potency of a full-fledged lightning technique, they could still serve some remarkably practical purposes. Come, allow me to ignite the flames for you. As Kumikaze snapped his fingers, a surge of formidable electricity crackled down upon the fallen leaves, the intense heat igniting them instantaneously, rendering even a lighter unnecessary. Moreover, Kumikaze discerned a significant distinction between the thunder technique and the golden light spell. The former could deliver a sustained and powerful output, while the latter could not. The golden light spell could only serve as a cold weapon, whereas the thunder technique had evolved into a form of thermal weaponry. Even with his current limited control, he could wield it with remarkable finesse. Not to mention, when the energy within him grew more abundant, would he not be able to unleash an electromagnetic cannon barehanded? Contemplating this prospect, Kumikaze intensified his training. The night was tranquil, and the party slumbered in their garments. Rain began to fall in the forest, but fortunately, they had discovered a small cave to shelter for the night. The first watchman for the evening was Kumikaze, who did not mind keeping watch, as it afforded him the opportunity to practice the thunder technique. Thunder technique, electric pistol. Kion's fingers summoned a spark of electricity, which coalesced and swirled around his fingertips. With a sudden surge of inner energy, he unleashed a small orb of lightning from his fingertips. Bang! A tree outside the cave was pierced through, and soon its trunk began to ignite. My word, what formidable power! Truly impressive. Kion was exhilarated as he emerged from the cave, his fingertips once again coalescing with electricity. To his astonishment, he discovered that the raindrops touching his electrified fingertips amplified the threads of lightning. Zazup! As Suzumiya Haruhi momentarily lost her focus, the electric wires scattered chaotically in the rain before vanishing. Chapter 25, The Terrifying Nature of a Jealous Woman. Water conducts electricity. Kion suddenly recalled the knowledge imparted by his physics teacher. A wave of exhilaration and excitement surged within him. Thankfully, he had not relinquished all the knowledge back to his instructor, he mused quietly. Subsequently, he immediately summoned a spark of electricity at his fingertips. Indeed, as long as he maintained the release, his lightning technique would generate a diminutive electric field within a certain radius. If only he could conjure rain at will. Kugami Kazuki recalled Mizukage Terumi May of the Land of Water, a true master of water techniques. If only he possessed chakra. Hey, you little brat. Where on earth have you hidden my wallet? A voice of reproach echoed within the cave. Kugami turned, only to discover that Princess Tsukikage Chiyuki had awakened without him noticing and was rummaging through Hinata's belongings. How outrageous. Hyuka frowned as she entered, exclaiming, how dare you rummage through someone else's belongings? However, Chikage ignored her entirely, hastening her search through Hinata's personal items. Hey, I command you to cease. This is not your palace. Kagami Fuka grasped Tsukikage Chihiro's hand with an icy demeanor, addressing her as little brat. Unfazed, Tsukikage Chihiro cast a frigid glance back at her, before using her other hand to rouse Hinata from her slumber. What is happening? Hinata awoke, her eyes still heavy with sleep, revealing a distinctly unrest appearance. You little brat, I demand to know where my pouch is. Return it to me. Tsukikage Chihiro declared with palpable resentment. Hinata hesitated momentarily. Having previously assumed Tsukikage was not a princess, she had taken the pouch as evidence. Now, it was only natural to return it to her. Here it is. Hinata cautiously extended the pouch. This is more like it, Tsukikage Chihiro replied with a hint of pride as she accepted the pouch, tucking it away with care. Kagami furrowed his brows but said nothing, quietly walking away. He then addressed them, reminding them to rest properly, as Kakashi-sensei and Naruto were still asleep. Hinata chimed in, expressing concern that their actions were disrupting others' rest, particularly since they were to continue escorting him the following day. Tsukikage Chisue had initially planned to start a fire and prepare some food, but upon hearing their remarks, her mood soured. "Little girl," she retorted, "I let your previous transgressions slide, but now you dare to admonish me? That is quite unreasonable." Hinata merely furrowed her brow in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Unexpectedly, Tsukikage Chisue stood up and called out to Kagami, "Hey, wait for me, handsome." She then seized his hand and tugged him closer, pleading, "Please, let me prepare something to eat. I am truly famished." Caught off guard by the playful demeanor of the older girl, Kagami momentarily lost his focus. However, he quickly regained his composure and firmly stated, "No, you refuse to eat during the day, and now you wish to disturb everyone's rest. That is unacceptable. Moreover, your name is Tsukikage Chisue, correct? Only in your homeland, within your rightful place, are you a princess. Here, you are merely a cargo we are tasked with escorting." Kion, with a chilly demeanor, was acutely aware that his words held a certain flair. After all, in his previous life as a corporate drone, subjected to the relentless grind of capitalism, such rhetoric was ubiquitous. Tsukikage Chisue was indeed taken aback, but she quickly replied with a smile, "Oh, come now, handsome. You seem quite impressive. Why so stingy?" Kion certainly was not stingy. Hinata suddenly shouted, startling both Kakashi and Naruto, who had been peacefully slumbering. "Kion is merely fulfilling his obligations, yet you persist in making things difficult for him." Hinata's cheeks flushed with anger, an emotion she had rarely experienced in her life. She watched as Chisue clung to Kion's hand, pouting affectionately, and an inexplicable sensation coursed through her. Nonetheless, that mattered little. She would not allow anyone to speak ill of Kion. "Heh, really? If he's not stingy, then why won't he let me have a bite to eat? I'm on the brink of starvation." Chisue giggled coyly, causing the boys to feel a stir of emotions, while the girls wept, and Kion's admirers were left restless with indignation. Without hesitation, Hinata rummaged through her bag, retrieved her cookies, and offered them to Chisue, saying, "Here, take these." For reasons unknown, Chisue erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha. I won't. I only want something warm. What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Her gaze suddenly shifted, turning fiercely aggressive as she locked eyes with Hinata. At that moment, Hinata's expression grew serious as well. Kakashi and Naruto, witnessing the charged atmosphere, were left in stunned silence. Was this the terrifying realm of conflict between women? "If you're unsatisfied, why not challenge me?" Chisue taunted, before conjuring a surge of water suspended in the air using her chakra. In an instant, it transformed into ice, snapping around Kion, who was caught off guard, as Chisue embraced him tightly. "Little sister, the things you desire are taken, not bestowed. Always remember that. If you want it, come and claim it. Kion belongs to me now, ha ha ha." With that, Chisue triumphantly led Kion out of the cave. Kion contemplated using a lightning technique to free himself from the clutches of this insufferable princess, but he recalled the protection regulations. Should he harm someone of royal status, his commission would plummet by 80%. And that was a staggering 80%. Kion's heart was in turmoil, but before Tsukikage Chihizui could carry him away a few steps, Hinata astonishingly caught up. "You are right, princess. I am also a princess of my family, so allow me to reclaim him." Hinata spoke in a low voice. Her Byakugan activated in an instant, the initial stance of her gentle fist technique perfected to an extraordinary degree. Goodness, it seems this young lady has not been idle. Quite impressive. Kyuya gazed at Hinata, who had made remarkable progress, reminiscing about a month ago when she could only utilize gentle fist techniques. Now, she had begun to employ advanced bagua palm techniques, and he couldn't help but feel a paternal sense of pride. "Aha, let the challenge commence." In a swift turn, Tsukikage Chisue unexpectedly placed Kyuya directly in the path of Hinata's bagua palm. No one had time to react as Hinata unleashed a flurry of attacks that firmly ensnared Kyuya. With a series of resounding strikes, waves of chakra surged into Kyuya's body, and that familiar, searing sensation of cells being scorched returned. To his astonishment, he sensed another force within him quietly awakening. "Hinata, continue to strike me. Quickly." What a stroke of fortune. Hinata was truly his lucky star. Eh? Hinata, initially on the verge of panic, was taken aback by Kyuya's unexpected response. Grasping Kyuya, Sukekage Chisui paused momentarily before wickedly remarking, "Well, I didn't expect you to have such a peculiar inclination." Kion, feeling weary of her antics and unwilling to remain tethered any longer, spoke in a low tone, "You would do well to release me swiftly. I do not require force to extricate myself. My restraint stems solely from a desire to avoid causing you harm." This commanding presence momentarily startled Sukekage Chihiro, yet she complied and released Kion. "Ah, how mundane. Enjoy your little romantic escapade," she remarked, withdrawing her bloodline limit. At that moment, Kion was filled with exhilaration. For a distinctly different power within him was on the verge of emergence. A crack had formed in the shell, and now he needed to widen it, unleashing that force. "Come on, Hinata, continue. Do not fear. Strike me with all your might. I can withstand it," Kagami Kazuki urged. At that moment, although Hinata was bewildered, she regarded Kazuki as her spiritual leader and thus complied with his request. White ice. 8 trigrams palm. One palm after another struck Kazuki's body, each imbued with pure, high-destructive chakra. It seemed that only such chakra could unravel the shackles binding his form. In the rain, not far from Kazuki and the others, a figure cloaked in moisture remarked, "Goodness, have they turned against each other?" He resembled somewhat of a semi-transparent blob of clay. "I have no idea. That brat Kazuki suddenly had that young girl attack him." Another clay-like figure responded, "Let us not concern ourselves with that. Our mission is to unlock Kazuki's power." With that, they glanced at the syringes in their hands. Suddenly, all around Kazuki's cave, countless clay figures emerged. "Hee, Kazuki, prepare to receive your gift." Chapter 26. The Assault of the Odd Ones. Hee, Kazuki, prepare to receive your gift. The strange figure cackled as thousands of clay beings erupted around Kazuki's cave. "Yes, Hinata, just like that." Kazuki felt the power within him gradually awakening. Suddenly, a rustling in the grass heralded the emergence of a horde of identical, pale figures, each looking bizarre and slick with an eerie sheen. What? Kyuko was still immersed in the joy of the previous moment when, in the blink of an eye, he found himself surrounded by 3 or 4 soggy individuals. "Here we come, Kyuko." One of the drenched figures suddenly brandished a syringe filled with a bubbling red liquid, which appeared ominous indeed. "Damn you." Kyuko, enveloped in a golden light, transformed and pierced through the feeble beings, swiftly making his escape. However, the sprawled figures on the ground did not vanish immediately. They began to converge from all directions, inching closer to the crowd. "You can't escape." Countless clay-like creatures lunged at Kyuko. He attempted to fend them off with his golden light spell, but regardless of his efforts to sever them, it proved futile. Whenever they transformed into a puddle, they would immediately reform. What on earth is this? Lightning blade. Just as Kyuko struggled desperately, Kakashi surged forward, unleashing a surge of electricity. The clay creatures convulsed violently, and astonishingly, a significant portion of them evaporated. Some were reduced to mere fragments, writhing helplessly on the ground, unable to morph any longer. Indeed. I was so startled. How utterly ridiculous. Kuma was once again ensnared, yet he swiftly summoned a spark of electricity at his fingertips, launching it explosively towards the clay figures encasing him. A crackling surge coursed through, causing the clay creatures to tremble and disperse. However, countless of these grotesque entities continued to encircle him. Even Kakashi could not rely on Raikiri indefinitely, as it would deplete his chakra too rapidly. Hinata's gentle palm technique could shatter those beings, but Kuma could only sever their forms. Cursing under his breath, he lamented, "If only I had chakra. You abominable creatures would be doomed." The repulsive entities clung to him, as though intent on engaging in an unspeakable act. Goodness, how utterly revolting. I am still a gentleman. After all, kindly refrain from your unwelcome advances. Kyuya was consumed by an overwhelming fury. He could only resort to shocking them one by one to prevent these ghastly creatures from ensnaring him entirely. The sensation was akin to kneading dough, without proper amalgamation. Those strands would remain irretrievably messy. He cackled, "You desire chakra, do you? Allow me to bestow it upon you." The clay figure that had previously embraced him reappeared at his feet, and with a sinister grin, it jabbed a syringe into Kyuya's foot. Dread filled him. He recognized that sensation. This time, it was even more intense. He surveyed his surroundings. His companions were still engaged in battle, besieged by masses of clay beings, unable to extricate themselves. The princess, too, was entangled with those abominations. The searing and piercing agony surged through Kyuya's body, and in that fleeting moment of torment, he lost all semblance of reason. If the previous pain had been a slow creep, this was an explosive wave coursing through him, as though a bomb had been detonated within his very being. His skin began to redden and crack, streams of golden light erupting from within, and his form gradually swelled. Success. Retreat. The clay figures suddenly withdrew from all directions, vanishing without a trace. Kion was writhing in agony, his body swelling to an extraordinary size, transforming him into a colossal figure. Hinata, take cover at once. Though Kakashi had never witnessed such a spectacle before, the immediate priority was to rescue those who could still be saved. As for Kion, he could only observe for the moment and devise an alternative plan later. Kion's entire being was suffused with a crimson hue as he expanded to a towering height of over 10 meters. Suddenly, the surrounding trees began to grow at a frenzied pace, their branches and leaves stretching wildly into the air, visibly transforming before the eyes. The ground beneath him trembled, and the rain above morphed into torrents of fist-sized droplets, cascading down in a deluge. Kakashi stood in astonishment, feeling his kunai vibrating uncontrollably. Upon inspection, he discovered that the weapon had taken on a bizarre shape. A startled exclamation pierced the air as Naruto, who had been in a deep slumber, finally awoke, his reason for stirring being the campfire in the cave that had suddenly erupted into a roaring blaze, shooting outward like an explosion. What on earth? This fire is out of control. It was just about to extinguish. Naruto cried out, his backside and hair ignited in flames as he bolted outside, only to encounter the giant Kion, who was now returning in tears, exclaiming, "Sensei! Kakashi-sensei, am I dreaming?" Panic gripped Naruto, sensing the worsening situation. Kakashi swiftly seized both Naruto and Hinata, making a hasty retreat from the cave and sprinting uphill. Glancing back, he noted that the princess had vanished. Yet he was not overly concerned for her safety, given her formidable bloodline limit. However, Kion's expansion suddenly reversed, and as that transpired, the surrounding trees withered, the rain ceased. The earth fractured, and the fire within the cave extinguished in an instant. Kakashi felt an alarming detachment of his chakra, a sensation of it uncontrollably slipping away from his body. How terrifying. This phenomenon was a manifestation of an exceedingly advanced skill, typically only observable in a laboratory setting. Yet now, he could distinctly feel his chakra ebbing away. He cursed under his breath, realizing he had to escape this place, or he would be completely drained. His feet quickened, and by the time he could no longer sense the pull, he had reached the mountain summit. Nevertheless, he had already lost a significant portion of his chakra, more than he had ever expended in battle before. What kind of power was this? Kakashi was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that the two children in his grasp had succumbed to unconsciousness. Hinata appeared to have fainted from chakra depletion, while Naruto was simply frightened. After all, Kakashi was well aware of the tumultuous energy swirling within him. Yet, Kion's true nature eluded his comprehension. Kion, Kakashi muttered, furrowing his brow as he gazed down the mountainside. At that moment, Kion lay unconscious, oblivious to the chaos that had just unfolded. The path to exploring his chakra had now officially commenced. Once he becomes accustomed to this extraordinary chakra-filled form and learns to wield that power, I shall seize him. But for now, I must capture the princess. Standing atop another peak, Orochimaru chuckled, vanishing in a flash, now pursuing a different direction. In the woods, he could be heard exclaiming, "Ha! You deserved your fate. At last, I have escaped. My sister shall soar high and seek her destined prince." Princess Ying Qianxue sprinted with exhilaration, activating her bloodline limit, conjuring blocks of ice that materialized before her, ingeniously crafting her own path to hasten her flight. Unbeknownst to her, a group lurked behind, intent on her demise. Chapter 27. The fleeing Princess Kakashi stood atop the mountain, observing for a considerable time, and upon noticing that the withering of the trees below had ceased to expand, he descended with Naruto and Hinata. Naruto, having awakened prematurely, exclaimed, "Wow! Sensei, I just had a dream where classmate Ryoko transformed into a monster." Kakashi, with a furrowed brow, replied, "That was no dream. Ryoko has reverted to his original form. We must descend to assess the situation." Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they discovered Ryoko shrouded in an inexplicable darkness. As Kakashi approached to examine his skin, he found it coated in a layer of grimy blackness. The forest within a 100-mile radius lay desolate, resembling a barren wasteland. The once vibrant trees stood lifeless, devoid of foliage, and the earth was marred with deep fissures. Kakashi scrutinized Ryoko and noticed faint markings on his skin, reminiscent of lightning, serpentine vines, rippling water, and the resonant clang of metal. Kakashi's brow knitted in concentration, as if a thought eluded his grasp. Naruto, fetch the spare clothes for Roko to wear, he instructed, scanning the area for the princess, who had vanished yet again. However, his immediate priority was to awaken his student. Fortunately, Ryoko appeared to be unharmed and, after a few sips of water, coughed himself awake. Ugh, my throat feels parched, and my limbs ache as if they have been mercilessly beaten. I feel as though my body is no longer my own, Roko muttered. How do you feel? Kakashi inquired. Kion nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that everything was satisfactory. However, when he attempted to move his limbs, he discovered that he needed to reacquaint himself with his body as if he were an infant. Goodness, it felt as though eons had passed. Ahem. At this moment, the sensation that envelopes Suzumiya Haruhi is akin to a rebirth, yet it feels as though nothing has truly changed. Wait, is his system still operational? Kagami Kaze was startled. He pondered whether his current physical condition might affect the system following the recent upheaval. System, are you still there? He inquired. Ding. A response was received, confirming its presence. After the system's chime, tranquility returned to Kaze's mind. He proceeded to examine the card pool and the battle space of the sea god, finding everything unchanged from its original state. With a sigh of relief, he opened his status panel. Speed, 810 strength, 800 defense, 740 health, 1050 maximum single attack damage, 1400 current overall rating, lower ninja system experience, 5600 chakra skills, none skills, golden light spell. Upgraded to the third stage of thunder technique, capable of transforming into lightning attributes with intense burning effects. Skills, swordsmanship, upgraded to the second stage, can be propelled by chi. Penetration 1. Skills, Lingbo Weibu, does not consume energy, a supportive skill that strengthens muscles and bones, unblocks meridians. Aids in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to convert into power, and also facilitates evasion of skill usage. Items, Harry Potter's invisibility cloak, effect, grants complete invisibility. He nodded in satisfaction. Thankfully, no skills have been lost. Everything remains intact. Suddenly, he noticed something new. Kion once again directed his consciousness back into the system. Vitality. Damage, experience. Wait, chakra skills? He was taken aback. Chakra skills? What does this mean? Does it imply that he possesses chakra? Kyuko suddenly sprang to her feet, startling both Kakashi and Naruto, who tensed up in alarm. Goodness, could it be that Kyuko is about to lose her composure again? Both Kakashi and Naruto were on high alert. Aha, it's nothing at all. I just suddenly recalled something. Whatever happened to that princess? Shouldn't we go in search of her? Kyuko, with a light-hearted demeanor, reassured the startled Naruto and Kakashi, who breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're all right, we can set off now. I'll carry Hinata. Upon seeing the unconscious Hinata, Kyuko furrowed her brow, contemplating, which scoundrel has rendered my Hinata unconscious? I shall administer a lesson to whoever is responsible for this. Could it be those peculiar individuals? As Suzumiya Haruhi crossed her arms and inquired, Kakashi let out a dry chuckle. Recalling the terrifying suction force from Haruhi moments ago and the chakra that had been drawn from him, sending a chill down his spine. Indeed. It was you who did that, he remarked. No need for further discussion. Let us proceed. Hinata is in no grave danger and shall awaken shortly. Leading the way. Kakashi blew into a whistle that resonated harmoniously with the one worn by the princess, swiftly determining their direction. Excellent news. The princess is not far from us. Let us hasten. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford any delays. With that, Haruhi, Naruto, and Kakashi, who was carrying Hinata, set off towards the direction of the resonating sound. Along the way, Haruhi repeatedly checked the chakra skill listed on her panel. Incredible! Does this mean I finally possess chakra? She exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement. She then concentrated on her body, discovering that, in addition to the chi and energy in her dantian, there was a pervasive energy coursing throughout her entire being, though it seemed she could currently only harness a fraction of it. While she could sense the immense potential within her, it was akin to lightning jutsu. She was temporarily unable to fully wield it. This is truly astonishing. As Liang Gongfeng deftly maneuvered through the forest with his ethereal steps, he remained acutely attuned to the chakra flowing within him. Beside him, Naruto and Kakashi employed the traditional ninja run, while his own gait resembled that of a phantom, gliding effortlessly through the underbrush. Despite this, Naruto held an unwavering admiration for Liang Gongfeng's devilish strides, often expressing a desire to learn from him. However, Liang Gongfeng responded, This technique is a hereditary bloodline limit of my family. Should you attempt to master it, you would merely find yourself running slower. With this rationale, he declined Naruto's request. At that moment, Naruto lamented his misfortune, but Liang Gongfeng understood that once Naruto unleashed the power of the nine tails within him, he would become extraordinarily formidable. Suddenly, Kakashi blew his whistle, and an echo resonated not far off. Yet, upon their arrival, they discovered only a whistle lying abandoned in the grass. Oh no! Could the princess have been kidnapped? Kakashi pondered. What? Liang Gongfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Is it conceivable that Tsukikage Chisui could be abducted? If such an event were to occur, there would surely be some sign of struggle, perhaps a blizzard unleashed or a barrage of ice spears fired. How can there be no trace of battle whatsoever here? As Hirakami contemplated, he sensed a faint trace of the unlocked chakra. He quietly gathered some in the palm of his hand and indeed felt the circulating power, with mastery over it. He could adhere to vertical surfaces and perform the ninja run. Ah, Hirakami, are you well? Hinata inquired as she awakened while Kakashi inspected the surrounding traces. I am well. And you, Hinata? Kion smiled cheerfully. I, too, am doing fine. She dismounted from Kakashi's back and, upon learning the situation, resolutely insisted on assisting. Byakugan, she exclaimed, activating her vision. Soon, she discerned several traces. However, she found herself devoid of chakra. Panting heavily, Hinata, drenched in sweat, continued to persevere. Well done, Hinata. You should rest on my back. I will need your eyes shortly. Yes. The four of them sprinted swiftly into the depths of the forest. There. The princess of the water country was ensnared in a romantic illusion. Chapter 28. The subtle manipulation of chakra. Hasten. Just a bit faster, and we should be able to catch up, Kakashi urged as he ran. The two children beside him were pushing themselves to their limits, yet at that moment, not a single complaint escaped their lips. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely Kakashi's moderate pace. He was already adjusting his speed to accommodate them. As Nagato ran, he simultaneously immersed himself in the sensation of chakra. After all, his lightning dance was akin to training, enhancing both his energy and spirit effortlessly, achieving multiple benefits without strain. Suddenly, they found themselves enveloped in a delicate fragrance. Wow, how delightful! Is that the scent of flowers? Naruto exclaimed, inhaling deeply as he continued to run. Don't breathe it in. Kakashi swiftly covered Naruto's mouth and nose, but it was too late. Naruto's gaze began to grow distant. Everyone, step back. Quickly, retreat. Hold your breath. Kakashi urged as he hastily led Nagato away. At last, they reached a place devoid of the fragrance, though they had still inhaled some of it. Ugh. I want to be Hokage. I am Hokage. Don't you all admire me? Naruto began to ramble incoherently. Kion realized that the scent they were encountering was likely a toxic one. He inquired, Kakashi-sensei, is this aroma a form of poison? Is it released by plants in the forest? Kakashi shook his head and replied, no, this is an illusionary barrier. I had the fortune of witnessing a sample of it in the laboratory. However, its fragrance must be combined with chakra to disperse. And this scent can only be artificially concocted. Even slight variations in its proportions can lead to different effects. Some may induce fear, while others evoke joy. This particular one incites happiness. Kakashi's demeanor grew increasingly serious. It appeared that the princess had fallen victim to this illusion, making her abduction effortless. Kion suddenly understood, indeed. It seems they intentionally targeted the princess with this illusion. Otherwise, if she had succumbed to fear, that group would likely have met their demise. As he pondered, Kion recalled the blizzard conjured by Tsukikage Chisui, noting its vast coverage and prolonged duration, indicating that the princess was no ordinary individual. He glanced at his own palm, reflecting on the sheer luck that allowed him to intimidate such a formidable princess. That lightning technique might indeed be his strongest move at the moment. So what now? Kion asked. If we cannot breach the barrier, the princess may very well be in grave danger. Although Kion contemplated abandoning the situation, their mission contract stipulated that if the princess were captured right before their eyes, they would incur an 80% deduction in their commission. They had no choice but to wait. Kakashi, seemingly at a loss, acknowledged that he too was powerless against this barrier, for its effectiveness lay in its extensive range. With the caster positioned at its center. Therefore, it was unmistakable that the princess was also at the center. If they were to locate that center, it would either mean the princess's demise or their own. As everyone grappled with the dilemma, Naruto finally regained consciousness and, after some discussion, offered a remarkably constructive suggestion. I can create numerous shadow clones. If one clone fails, I can have that clone create another. Until we pinpoint the caster, Naruto declared. In that moment, even Kion felt a surge of admiration for the young man. Brother, you've got this, Kion exclaimed, patting Naruto on the back. Let us execute it immediately. Fueled by Kion's praise, Naruto sprang into action without hesitation. With several resounding pops, over 10 shadow clones materialized and, under Naruto's command, scattered into the barrier. Naruto, remember to observe your surroundings and avoid alarming the enemy. Both Suzumiya Haruhi and Kakashi advised. Indeed, utilizing this method, we have astonishingly uncovered traces. Yet, the question now remains, how shall we proceed to enter? Once again, they found themselves ensnared in a conundrum. At this moment, Rikeo's mind felt as if it were on the verge of exploding. He gazed at his palm, contemplating how wonderful it would be if he could conjure a gas mask. Wait, a gas mask. Suddenly, he stood up in excitement. He then began to channel the energy within him. Golden light spell, transformation of golden light, miniature golden bell shield. A radiant golden light emerged from Kugami Kazahana's hand, gradually transforming into a small dome that perfectly enveloped his head. He then donned this luminous headgear. Subsequently, Kazahana concentrated a trace of chakra in his palm, attempting to amalgamate it with his ki. To his astonishment, he succeeded. The two forms of energy harmoniously coexisted without repulsion. Teacher, did you imply that this illusionary barrier contains chakra? Kazahana inquired, sporting a shimmering golden headpiece as he addressed Kakashi. Kakashi affirmed. Then, does that mean if I rapidly circulate chakra, I can dispel this fragrance? Kazahana's face radiated with excitement. Kakashi, struck by enlightenment, regarded his student with admiration. Feeling that Kazahana was nearly ready to graduate. Theoretically, this was indeed possible. However, maintaining chakra within a specific range proved exceedingly challenging, especially since they lacked wind-type chakra. Just as Kakashi contemplated dismissing this notion, he witnessed Kazahana cause a leaf to flutter in his hand. Although it was a subtle movement, it unmistakably demonstrated the presence of wind-type chakra. Kakashi was so astonished that he nearly removed his eye mask to verify with his Sharingan, but he quickly accepted this revelation. After all, Kazahana had already exhibited a unique chakra power during his earlier fervor. So, if I harness wind-type chakra and condense it within this golden chakra, I can enter the barrier. Kazahana exclaimed, already testing his hypothesis as he dashed into the barrier, channeling a small amount of wind-type chakra into his golden helmet. As anticipated, entering the barrier this way emitted no scent, and the wind-type chakra also facilitated his breathing. Upon his return, Kazahana distributed helmets to everyone, urging them to don them and charge into the barrier. Kakashi, Naruto, and Hinata were profoundly impressed by Kazahana's execution, recognizing that the disparity between theory and practice was immense, especially for such delicate maneuvers. This level of precision rivaled the fine techniques expected of medical ninjas. It was truly commendable. Naruto, filled with admiration, resolved to keep pace with his leader, his heart ablaze with determination. Hinata felt similarly. Kazahana's figure had already planted a seed in her heart. Byakugan, Hinata exclaimed, her vision honing in on the location of the princess. The princess! The princess! Hinata's voice trembled with urgency. What is it? Speak, Kazahana urged, growing anxious. The princess is being slowly consumed by something unknown. Upon finishing her words, Hinata was drenched in sweat, swiftly closing her Byakugan to report the direction. Moments ago, Kyukakazumi had inadvertently caused a significant absorption of chakra, draining Hinata of her abundant energy. A sense of dread gripped Kyukakazumi. What had devoured her body? Was this not the very practice that Orochimaru relished? This thought conjured memories of the grotesque clay figures before losing consciousness. Those abominable creations had evoked a visceral reaction of both repulsion and stickiness. It was reminiscent of Orochimaru's signature style. Could it be that after administering 2 injections, Orochimaru realized that her body was inadequate and subsequently resorted to abducting the princess? In a state of utter chaos, Nagato swiftly arrived at the location indicated by Hinata. Before them stood a cave. With her Byakugan activated, Hinata pushed herself to the very limits of her chakra, confirming that this was indeed the place. Charge. Enter to rescue the princess. Chapter 29, Battle and Awakening. Charge. Enter to rescue the princess. Kion's voice resonated with fervor, igniting a passionate fire within Naruto. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. With a series of resounding thuds, an array of shadow clones materialized in an instant. Meanwhile, Kion was not idle. His golden light incantation had long been charged in his hands, enhanced by the graceful steps of the ripple. granting him the ability to wield the golden light spell with unrestrained freedom. Release that girl. As Ryoko burst into the cave, she beheld a damp mass enveloping the princess, who astonishingly displayed no signs of distress. In fact, a faint smile lingered at the corners of her lips. It appeared that she had succumbed deeply to the poison, the enchanting aroma's illusion having thoroughly infiltrated her mind. Heh, it seems I have been discovered. I must retreat. Farewell. The damp mass, seemingly endowed with serpentine eyes, uttered one last phrase before vanishing. Ryoko, your body belongs to me. Kyuko swiftly pursued the entity, yet it had vanished without a trace. How absurd. My body belongs to me. Please grasp that fundamental truth. Kyuko was quite disgusted, but now was not the time for complaints. For a multitude of those clay-like creatures had manifested around them. Hee. Your adversaries are us. At that moment, a melody of flutes resonated through the air, accompanied by a waft of violet mist. My illusionary barrier proves ineffective against you? A feminine voice echoed, and Kyuko beheld a girl with violet hair, cradling an incense burner shaped like a lotus, from which a fragrant substance was burning. Kyuko, do you see? That is the tool she employs for her illusions, Kakashi remarked while fending off a swarm of the clay figures. Although Kyuko's isolation helmet successfully obstructed the olfactory illusions, it could not shield them from auditory ones. The flute's sound persisted, and the clay creatures suddenly convulsed in agony, contorting into grotesque shapes, their muscles bulging. However, this development brought a sigh of relief to both Kyuko and Kakashi, for the flute's melody did not directly target them but rather the monstrous entities. Nonetheless, should the flute's enchantment be cast upon those of a higher rank, it would result in a backlash. Initially, when paired with the olfactory illusion, it could exert control over superior beings, but now they had become immune to the olfactory trickery. Thus, the flutist was unable to command these clay monstrosities. This revelation allowed Kakashi to deduce the rank of the illusionist. At the very least, this individual must have some knowledge of Kakashi's copied techniques. Ah, that flute sound is truly unbearable, so grating that it makes me want to explode with frustration, Naruto exclaimed, clutching his head and shaking it vigorously, gritting his teeth as he dispatched several more clay figures. However, the muscle-bound clay creatures closed in, their sheer numbers dizzying, yet they continued to fight. Kakashi-sensei, use Raikiri or Chidori. These creatures are vulnerable to electricity. I suspect they are also susceptible to fire. Kakashi-sensei, you could unleash your Sharingan's copied techniques, such as the fire release, great fireball technique, Kyuko declared, simultaneously using her golden light spell to fend off the muscular creatures while quietly gathering lightning power. All right, Kakashi responded. And without hesitation, he unleashed Raikiri, crackling electricity converging in his hand, and with a swift motion, he struck, causing the clay figures to deflate one by one. Kyuko, you truly are remarkable, Kakashi exclaimed, heartened by the effectiveness of his technique, and promptly unleashed a great fireball technique. In an instant, flames engulfed the area, and indeed, those monstrous entities shriveled away. Some managed to escape, yet were singed by the heat. Witnessing Kakashi's prowess, Kyuko sighed deeply. He mused that if not for the overwhelming lethality of his lightning techniques, which were ill-suited for frequent use, a single strike would have obliterated all these creatures. Hee. It appears you possess some strength after all. We shall now unveil our ultimate move. Kiya turned her head towards the sound and discovered two practitioners of illusion magic. One held a flute, while the other clutched incense. The one with the incense wore a peculiar smile, adding a pinch of something to the incense burner. As the flutist abruptly altered the melody, transforming the sound into a high-pitched and mournful tune. At that moment, Princess Tsukikage Chisui awoke. Her gaze was somewhat vacant as she gradually rose to her feet, her clothes drenched and her skin adorned with strange black snowflake patterns. Her eyes held no light, seemingly unfocused, and her expression shifted from serene joy to one of agony and ferocity. Stop. Do not torment him. Blizzard technique. In an instant, a fierce gale swept through the cave, the biting cold slicing through the air like blades, threatening to rend and freeze everyone in its path. Icicle rain. Sharp icicles materialized in the air, conjured by Tsukikage Chisui, and shot directly towards the crowd. Golden light spell, golden light transformation, golden light barrier. Boom. Kyuko's response was remarkably swift. In that fleeting moment, he was unable to contend with the ferocious winds of the blizzard spell and could only summon the golden barrier to shield against the icy spears. Although the blizzard spell was significantly mitigated, the emergence of the golden barrier increased air resistance, causing them to be thrust out of the cave. Oh no. A few individuals were violently expelled from the cave entrance, akin to bullets being fired, tumbling a considerable distance until they collided with a large tree, bringing them to a halt. The princess has been ensnared. This is disastrous. I just witnessed that incense burner adding other substances to the censer. Kyuko exclaimed as ice spikes continued to rain down upon them. Indeed, the illusions conjured by those two individuals must be a combination technique, thereby amplifying the potency of the illusion, Kakashi remarked while forming hand seals. Chidori. Kakashi boldly launched the Chidori technique towards the princess. It is worth noting that this move, imbued with lightning attributes, possesses the capacity to rend a person asunder. With a thunderous crash, Princess Tsukikage Chusui, ensnared by the illusion, evidently reacted less adeptly than in her lucid state, merely conjuring an ice wall for defense, which proved insufficient as it shattered with a resounding bang. Naruto. It's your turn. Go forth and use the shadow clone jutsu to restrain her, Kakashi instructed. Kyuko, lend a hand. We must capture those two ninjas. With a commanding shout, Kakashi surged forward alongside Kyuko. However, Kyuko turned to survey her surroundings, finding no trace of the two ninjas. At that moment, the sound of the flute ceased, and the fragrant aura of the illusion began to dissipate, as the chakra needed to sustain it was no longer present. The princess lay unconscious, resting on the ground. I am utterly exhausted. Liang Gaofeng sat down heavily on the ground. Having expended 3/4 of his energy to maintain the golden barrier, he couldn't help but cast a glance at the unconscious Yueying Qianshui, silently thinking, "You are indeed a peculiar being." Subsequently, Liang Gaofeng examined the status panel of Yueying Qianshui. Yueying Qianshui, Princess of the Water Kingdom, speed 9900 strength, 13500 defense, 14900 current comprehensive rating, shadow level maximum damage per attack, 30,000 skills, Great Blizzard Technique, Blizzard Domain, Ice Spear Piercing, Ice Spear Rain, Water Hell, Frost Ceiling, Snow Dance Ice Spike. Upon viewing the panel, Liang Gaofeng instantly comprehended the remarkable prowess of this woman. Otherwise, she would not have compelled him to expend so much energy to sustain his abilities. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the battle. You have gained 3,400 experience points, bringing your total to 9,000. Congratulations on advancing closer to the next level. Upon reaching 12,000 experience points, you will be rewarded with a card drawing opportunity and a chance to upgrade your skills. Kion felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. It seemed that this encounter with such a formidable opponent was not in vain. Fortunately, he had allies by his side. Otherwise, he could have been utterly frozen by this ice princess. Chapter 30. Commissions and Rewards. Kyuya Kazumi reclined upon the verdant grass, indulging in a moment of repose, and simultaneously discerned that the rejuvenation of her internal energy was accelerating. Indeed, it appeared that the Lingbo Weibu technique was remarkably beneficial. Kazumi mused with delight. However, having practiced for such an extended period, she pondered whether the Lingbo Weibu could indeed provide enhancements. She was curious if her attributes had improved. After all, she had traversed great distances these past few days utilizing the Lingbo Weibu. System, please display my status panel. Ding. A response was received. Speed, 960 strength, 950 defense, 890 health, 1140 maximum single attack damage, 1320 current overall rating, lower ninja system experience, 5,600 chakra skills. None skills, golden light spell. Energy derived from chi. Upgraded to the second stage of thunder technique, capable of transforming into lightning attributes, carrying a potent burning effect. Skills, swordsmanship. Skills, Lingbo Weibu, which does not consume energy, is an auxiliary skill that can strengthen bones, open meridians, facilitate the absorption of celestial spiritual energy, transforming it into power, while also enabling evasion from skill usage. Items, Harry Potter's invisibility cloak, effect, grants complete invisibility. In astonishment, she realized that her overall rating had already ascended to elite lower ninja. Kigamifu was filled with joy, and his single attack's maximum damage had surged to an impressive 1320. It was not difficult to surmise that this was the result of his lightning technique, capable of matching even the strikes of a novice elite ninja. With this thought, Kigamifu couldn't help but hum a little tune. He also realized that Tsukikage Chisui had never truly engaged them. Had she known that Kigamifu was not as formidable as he appeared, she might have fled long ago. However, that illusion was indeed powerful, ensnaring such a strong princess. He wondered what she had witnessed within that mirage. On the way back, Kyugumi-fu seized the opportunity to inquire about this matter. After a prolonged silence, Tsukikage Chisui gazed towards the distant mountains of the Water Nation and replied, "What was in the illusion?" "Ah, it was a person I once loved wrongly." As she spoke, she retrieved her purse and opened it to reveal a photograph. It depicted a somewhat handsome man, though in Kyugumi-fu's eyes, he paled in comparison to Tsukikage Chisui's male form. "Is this your beloved?" Kyugumi-fu curiously asked. Tsukikage Chisui remained silent but swiftly utilized her ninjutsu to freeze the photograph, shattering it into countless pieces in an instant. "Once he was, but now he is not," she said with a smile. "Otherwise, do you think you could have captured me so easily at the outset? It was because I was still heartbroken. Had I truly wished to escape, I could have immobilized you in an instant while your guard was down." She paused, assessing Kyugumi-fu, and continued. "Your chakra seems to possess an infinite quality. I can sense it." After brushing her hair back, she added, "When that peculiar group came after you, I was rather pleased. I never anticipated you would grow so immensely, akin to a tailed beast." Kyuya was momentarily stunned. After receiving the injection, he was oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world, only acutely aware of the excruciating pain that enveloped his entire being, rendering him powerless to escape. What transpired afterward? Kyuya was filled with curiosity. Suddenly, Tsukikage Chihizui erupted into laughter, her short hair quivering with her mirth. "You transformed into an enormous figure, absorbing the chakra from your surroundings. Had it not been for your teacher and companions fleeing swiftly, you would have drained them entirely." Upon hearing this, Kyuya felt an overwhelming sense of unreality wash over him. He recalled awakening to the sight of a fractured earth and withered trees. Initially suspecting that Orochimaru was behind it all, was it truly the case that he possessed such formidable power? Kagami Kaze was filled with excitement. Upon arriving in the land of water, Tsukikage Chiyuki appeared as if she had transcended the mundane world, neither sorrowful nor joyful, quietly accepting her royal responsibilities. During their farewell, Kagami Kaze, along with Kakashi, Naruto, and Hinata, was invited to gaze upon the scenery from the highest point in the land of water, a lookout adorned with royal elegance. As they observed the bustling lives below, reduced to indistinguishable fragments, Kagami Kaze felt a wave of emotion. At that moment, Tsukikage Chiyuki was preparing to assume control of the nation's affairs, and reflecting on her past when she had fled in disgrace, Kagami Kaze could not help but ask, "Why did you choose to abandon your life as a princess, inheriting immense wealth and unparalleled power?" Tsukikage Chiyuki's gaze momentarily drifted, as if recalling someone from her past. But she quickly regained her composure and replied, "It was merely a whim." Subsequently, Kagami Kaze and the others received personal gifts from Tsukikage Chiyuki, exquisite gemstones of great rarity. In addition to acquiring the gemstone, Kyuka also obtained a free passage permit to the Kingdom of Water, as well as a property within its realm. Tsukikage Chiyuki has also declared that this is a step towards establishing diplomatic relations with Kyuka. Ha ha ha, this princess possesses quite the foresight. Could it be that she perceives my inevitable future accomplishments? Kyuko gracefully swept her hair back, eliciting a smile from Hinata. Meanwhile, both Naruto and Kakashi, in unison, believed that Kyuko possessed the strength to accomplish such feats. Upon returning to the village, they collectively submitted various documents confirming that the princess of the Land of Water had been located and safely returned. Following the completion of these formalities, each of them received a substantial sum of reward money, enough for Kyuko to construct a new house at the village entrance. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to return home and check on the well-being of old Takshi. "Takshi, Takshi." Upon entering the room, Suzumiya Haruhi called out several times. Yet there was no response. However, as he approached the table, he was greeted by a steaming bowl of noodles and an array of snacks laid out before him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he smiled and settled down to indulge in the feast. When Takuya returned, he was laden with an assortment of delicacies, including roasted chicken and duck. "I heard you were back today. Come and eat." A warm current flowed through Kyuya as he divided some of his money to give to Takuhi before returning to his room. Upon returning to school, Kyuya experienced a peculiar sensation, as though he had traversed through time, having endured so much in the recent past that he found it challenging to process. The training on campus continued with fervor. During a break, as Kyuya strolled through the corridor, a hurried figure brushed against him. "Excuse me," he said. "Not at all," came the reply. As they were about to pass each other, both Kyuya and the other person suddenly recognized something, turning back to share a smile. "Sakura!" Kyuya exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Kyuya noticed that Sakura had already pinned the team leader's badge to her chest. It had only been a month since they had embarked on their missions. This month must have required considerable effort from Sakura. When he encountered Sasuke, Kyuya observed that Sasuke had matured significantly. He had heard that Sasuke and his team had also faced an attack from the Claymen during their missions. However, the most significant change was evident in Sasuke's eyes, which reflected a newfound determination after working in such a cohesive team. "Hey, Kyuya, long time no see," Sasuke greeted. "Indeed, long time no see," Kyuya replied. As their hands met in a fist bump, an electric tension crackled in the air between them. "Shouldn't we arrange a duel soon?" Sasuke suggested. Kaisuke felt a sudden realization, thinking to himself that he had anticipated this very response from the two pillars. "Nevertheless," he replied, "of course, as I have mentioned before." Sasuke smiled briefly, but then replied coldly, "Do not let me down." With that, he departed, leaving behind a solitary and proud silhouette. Kion gazed at Sasuke's retreating figure, feeling an awkward urge to scratch the ground with his toes, as if to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment complete with a swimming pool. However, he quickly regained his composure. This brooding figure had an innate tendency to act aloof. One must tolerate him. After all, damaging his pride might lead to an unforeseen transformation into darkness. Thus, Kion thought to himself, let it be. If he wishes to act that way, it is not particularly a fault. He consoled himself with this notion, especially considering that a portion of the female students in school were quite fond of his enigmatic persona. Subsequently, Kion observed that nearly all of his acquaintances had matured significantly. And upon Naruto's return, he had begun to train with even greater diligence, while Hinata was relentless in her practice. Kagami Keisuke clenched his fist. Now, he too must train his newfound ability to harness chakra. His journey towards advancement remains a considerable distance, as the system requires a staggering 100,000 experience points for progression. He currently possesses merely 9,000. His overall ranking is that of an elite chunin, although his prowess surpasses that of his peers, allowing him to tenuously contend with jounin and even the novice Kaga level like Tsukikage Chihiro. Keisuke feels it is still insufficient. He is acutely aware that the adversaries awaiting him in the future may extend beyond just Orochimaru. Chapter 31. Kakashi's Special Training Drink Up. With a resounding bang, a balloon in Keisuke's hand burst. Ever since he returned to school a few days ago and resolved to diligently practice chakra control, he has embarked on his training journey. Just moments ago, he was focused on managing the flow of chakra. To his surprise, he found himself able to replicate Naruto's techniques. Recalling his past as an anime enthusiast in the 21st century, watching Naruto conjure spiraling Razengans, he felt a pang of envy. Who could have imagined that he would have the opportunity to attempt it himself now? Haha, watch as I astound everyone with my practice. Kyuya Kazuki brimmed with confidence. However, he perceived that this technique was not identical to Naruto's, as his chakra attributes differed from Naruto's. With a determined breath, he conjured another balloon, aiming to burst it with chakra within 10 seconds. Yet, this control felt far less innate than the skills bestowed upon him by the system. With a resounding pop, the small balloon exploded, but it took him over a minute to achieve it. During training, Kyuya finally applied the knowledge acquired in class, mastering each concept with ease. The notes gifted to him by the girls had served as bedtime reading, and now they proved invaluable. Although his chakra reserves remained limited, he discovered that consistent physical training gradually unlocked the chakra sealed within him. This newfound chakra infused his school life with immense joy. Wow, Kyuya is practicing the same ninjutsu as us. How delightful. Finally, we have something in common, the girls exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, he once seemed like a deity, and now we can finally approach him. A group of girls watched from outside the training field, their hearts aflutter with admiration, wishing to join Kyuya in a dance. Yet, Kyuya remained wholly focused on his chakra, oblivious to everything else. Wow, Kyuya-senpai, what ninjutsu is this? It's incredible. Naruto suddenly appeared behind Kyuya, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He had long coveted Kyuya's movements, eager to learn from him. Please, teach me, Naruto pleaded, but Kyuya, bemused, thought to himself that he hadn't fully grasped it yet. This brat should go away. Seeing that Kyuya ignored him, Naruto grinned mischievously and declared, watch this. An upgraded version of the seduction technique, the harem technique. With a series of pops, a multitude of golden-haired girls with twin tails surrounded Kyuya. Oh my, Kyuya-sama, please teach me. Kyuya, you're the best. The chorus of sweet voices overwhelmed Kyuya's senses, nearly causing him to faint. The sight before him was simply too much, far too suggestive for his tender 14-year-old self to bear. Kyuya's body was enveloped in a sudden warmth, his face flushed crimson. and the energy within him became tumultuous. It is essential to remember that he possesses the essence of a 20-year-old soul. Encountering such stimuli is simply overwhelming. Who could withstand this? No, I must not be swayed by that rascal Naruto. I am his elder brother. I must endure, no matter the cost. Even if I struggle, I must persevere. At that moment, Kyuya focused his energy, forcefully calming the turbulent forces within him. Finally, the two pure energies settled, allowing him to regain his composure. What is a woman? If I cannot resist the allure of a woman, how can I aspire to become stronger? Women merely influence the speed of my strikes. Kyuya, with a chilling smile, swiftly drew forth the shuriken from her leg, launching them with precision towards the inflatable figures that surrounded her. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of explosive sounds, the virtual beauties finally vanished. Phew, that was close. I almost fell for that trick. The memory of the earlier scene surged her blood. Yet she managed to suppress her frustrations. Boss, you truly are remarkable, Naruto marveled, perceiving that such ninjutsu was rarely countered by anyone. Even the legendary Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and his formidable teacher Kakashi had fallen prey to it. To his astonishment, his boss had resisted it, earning his admiration. Boss, you are something else, Naruto proclaimed, giving Kyuya two enthusiastic thumbs up. The onlooking girls, witnessing this spectacle, initially rebuked Naruto for employing such underhanded tactics, only to be utterly captivated by Kyuya's icy allure. Oh dear, indeed my classmate Kyuya is the best, they exclaimed. Goodness, if Kyuya can withstand that. Do we stand no chance at all? Fear not, for we are real, not mere illusions. We still have a chance. The spirits of the group of girls blossomed as they gathered around Kyuya. Meanwhile, in the training grounds, Kakashi beckoned Kyuya aside. Kyuya, we have sent your cells for analysis. And I have noticed some changes in you recently, Kakashi said, a smile gracing his features as he recalled the moment he witnessed Kyuya's transformation in the forest. Kion smiled mischievously, indicating that it was merely a trivial matter. The next moment, Kakashi uttered a statement that left him astounded. I intend to prepare a special lesson for you, teaching you how to control your chakra. As Kakashi spoke, he winked playfully. Kyuya Fuyuki was filled with delight. Of course, he was more than willing. The joy of benefiting without cost is something only the recipient truly understands. Kakashi's willingness to teach him was undoubtedly a source of immense pleasure. Soon, they arrived at a rather secluded training ground, where Naruto was sent off by Kakashi to practice other skills, leaving just the two of them. Kyuya Fuyuki, do you know what your greatest potential is? Kakashi inquired, gazing at him. Potential? When asked, Suzumiya Haruhi appeared puzzled. Could his potential not be attributed to the system? Nevertheless, it seemed prudent for him to feign ignorance at that moment. Who knows? Surely, it cannot simply be attributed to his good looks. Kakashi glanced around slowly and remarked, your potential is, in essence, limitless? Hyuga Kazumi was taken aback by such an exaggerated assertion, although he believed in his boundless potential. However, Kakashi's words seemed to carry an ulterior motive. Could it truly be so? He scoffed in disbelief. Kakashi continued, your cells appear capable of generating an infinite amount of chakra, which implies that you can master every ninjutsu in this world. He then leaned closer, placing a reassuring hand on Kyuka's shoulder, and added, as long as you are willing, you can learn it all. Kagami was somewhat surprised, yet it fell within the realm of his expectations. After all, he had been subtly speculating on this possibility ever since Tsukikage Chiyuki informed him that he could absorb the surrounding chakra. Very well, I am eager to learn, Kakashi-sensei. Hyugami Kazuki was acutely aware of the necessity for humility at this moment. If he were to rise and declare himself the unrivaled champion, who would then be his teacher? Although Kazuki's heart swelled with pride, reason dictated that he must remain low-key. After all, subtlety is the most profound form of boasting. Indeed. Kakashi displayed a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze, clearly recognizing the potential in this young man, believing him capable of achieving greatness. He would take pride in having such an extraordinary prodigy as a student. After all, limitless chakra. In this world, aside from the few deities who have long since passed and the legendary Kagaya Otsutsuki, Kakashi had never heard of anyone mastering multiple chakra natures simultaneously. Kazuki was undeniably a genius among geniuses. It seemed a celebration was imminent in the ninja world. Kakashi, gazing at the sincere and untainted eyes of Kazuki, felt a long-buried excitement stir within him once more. Very well, Kazuki, I shall teach you your first jutsu. With a smile on his face, Kakashi was prepared to impart his knowledge generously. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, however, A mischievous old man with white hair had been observing everything from the shadows, keeping a close watch on the village. Naturally, Kazuki's emergence did not escape his notice. Haha, how delightful, how amusing. This lad seems destined for greatness. After perusing Kazuki's profile, the old man casually strolled off to enjoy a hot spring. Chapter 32. The first ninja technique. At this moment, in a secluded training ground, Kakashi had already made significant progress in his personalized instruction for Kazuki. Do you feel it? This is lightning-style chakra, distinct from your bloodline limit. Kakashi released a spark of electricity from his hand. Kyuya Kazami was undoubtedly aware that his chakra differed significantly from the radiant incantation. Thus, he deflected the inquiry with a couple of light-hearted chuckles. However, he could distinctly perceive that extraordinary energy, the chakra coursing through his being, or rather, the chakra produced by his cells, was an exceptionally pristine and primordial form. He had encountered the concept in his studies, which suggested that every individual's cells possess a particular elemental affinity, some inclined towards wood, others towards water, while some resonate with wind or fire. Yet, Kyuya Kazami's cells were remarkably untainted, yielding chakra that was wholly pure. Originally, such chakra existed only in theory, as it was notoriously challenging to harness and control. Yet, in the case of Kyuya Kazami, it was something altogether different. It was the all-encompassing chakra. Very well, let us transmute it into lightning. Kyuma gazed intently at his palm, where he had gathered a small orb of formless chakra. Observing him from the side, Kakashi offered his guidance. Attune yourself to your surroundings. Reflect on the sensations you experience when utilizing your bloodline limit. The essence of lightning lies in its explosive and searing nature. Following Kakashi's counsel, Kyuma gradually discerned the transformation within his chakra. He keenly sensed the environment around him. The four elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire stirred restlessly, yearning to be unleashed. However, his focus was on lightning, whose essence derived from fire. Thus, he must first engage with the fire element, leading to a profound metamorphosis. Boom! Kagami Kaze conjured a small yet vibrant flame upon his palm, a manifestation that, though diminutive, was sufficient to attest to his formidable abilities. Kakashi, taken aback, glanced at the clock. It had only been a few fleeting minutes, and Kagami Kaze had already attuned himself to the fire element. At such a tender age, pinpointing the nature of chakra is indeed a formidable challenge. Even within the esteemed Uchiha clan, renowned for their genius, most require the activation of their Sharingan to wield the power of the fire release. Such individuals are truly rare. Undoubtedly, Kagami Kaze's talents extend far beyond this. Exhaling deeply, he chuckled, yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. He yearned for greater strength. Time is relentless, and he had no intention of squandering his vibrant youth. Now, it was time to channel the lightning element. Kion's thoughts settled into silence, all focus converging upon the small flame nestled within the palm of his hand. Fire, with its inherent capacity to scorch and its searing heat, stands in stark contrast to lightning. The latter possesses swifter velocity, greater lethality, and a more ferocious intensity. Thus, by compressing the fire element chakra within his grasp and attuning to the subtle static electricity in the surroundings, he found clarity. Yes, just like that. The flames in Kion's hands suddenly became viscous and sticky, and then began to compress slowly. Upon reaching a critical point, a transformation occurred. With a crackling sound, the chakra, originally of the fire element, erupted explosively, emitting a blinding white light. Tiny bolts of lightning scattered in all directions, leaving faint traces upon the ground. Ryoko felt a slight ringing in his ears from the explosion he had created, yet he was acutely aware of his success. The secret lay in perception, comprehension, transformation, and qualitative change. Kakashi stood in astonishment, suddenly feeling somewhat superfluous in that moment. Indeed, he pondered whether this child might not even require his guidance. Initially, he had anticipated that it would take several weeks at least. However, it had only been a mere 10 minutes. The swiftness of it all was astonishing. Kakashi took a moment to compose himself, gradually reconciling with this reality. Some individuals are born with extraordinary gifts. This is a truth he could not deny. Ryoko, you are truly exceptional. In all my years as a teacher, I have never encountered anyone quite like you. Kakashi exclaimed, placing a hand firmly on Ryoko's shoulder. Continue on. Perhaps today you shall learn your very first jutsu. Kakashi stated with utmost seriousness. Without hesitation, Ryoko resolutely persisted in his quest for exploration. The process repeated: perception, comprehension, transformation, and qualitative change. If one attempt was unstable, he would try again. If two attempts were imperfect, he would strive relentlessly for perfection. Kion is not one to easily concede. After countless attempts, Kion has mastered the art of channeling chakra to conjure controllable lightning. Chidori, Kagami Kaze's inaugural ninjutsu, is none other than the Chidori. Although he is aware that this technique originally belongs to Sasuke, the notorious two-dimensional character, he wonders why he shouldn't utilize such a splendid skill himself. With a mischievous grin, he embraces his extraordinary abilities. Upon unleashing his attack, it resembles a myriad of birds soaring through the heavens, as lightning crackles violently from his hand, casting him in the guise of a divine being. Wherever Kagami Kaze's fist strikes, no place escapes unscathed. The areas touched by the Chidori are left with only one fate. They are incinerated by the intense heat and overwhelming destructive power of the technique. Chidori Raijin, with a resounding boom. Building upon this foundation, Kagami Kaze infused his own swordsmanship energy, skillfully stabilizing the lightning of the Chidori, and then hurled it like a shuriken, creating his unique technique, Chidori Raijin. Such a move is truly rare in the world of Naruto. For those who wield lightning understand how exceedingly challenging it is to control. It is no small feat to throw it away. Even merely maintaining control in one's hands requires an exceptional level of talent. With a deafening crash, the ground several meters away from Kagami Kaze was forcibly excavated by the Chidori Raijin, and the surface was simultaneously scorched. Kakashi stood utterly astonished. What level of power is this? How does one even begin to evaluate it? Can the term genius still be fitting for this child? In just a single day, Kagami Kaze not only mastered the Chidori but also devised a novel technique. Yet, amidst his astonishment, Kakashi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The physique of Kyuka Kazuki is likely to attract the envy of nations, for such a divine body is coveted by all who wish to glimpse its mysteries. It appears that the world is about to become truly captivating. Kakashi observed Kyuka Kazuki's diligent efforts and secretly contemplated the need to fortify the village's defenses. They must embark on a rigorous training regimen, progressing alongside Kyuka Kazuki. Otherwise, Kakashi feared that the Hidden Leaf village would be left behind as Kyuka Kazuki flourished. Primarily, he worried that the village might not be worthy of such an exemplary individual. Kakashi felt a pang of embarrassment, recalling how he had labored for nearly a month to master the Chidori, only to have this young prodigy grasp it in a single day. It was infuriating, truly. Comparisons could be disheartening. Very well, Kyuka, let us conclude for today. Tomorrow, we shall explore other techniques. Remember to rest well, Kakashi advised. After bidding farewell to Kyuka Kazuki, Kakashi took a moment to steady his astonished heart before promptly notifying the Umbu to establish security measures within the village. He also informed Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen that the school curriculum must become more stringent. Kakashi believed that a talent of such caliber would be ill-suited to an environment he perceived as mediocre. Meanwhile, Kyuka Kazuki had already found himself listed among the candidates for the Umbu. Ah, what a splendid day of accomplishments! Gazing at his own hands, Kyuka Kazuki felt a surge of joy. He planned to return home to savor the ramen prepared by Taki, indulge in a well-deserved rest, and then immerse himself in the god of the sea battle space to gain further experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host on unlocking the first ninjutsu. Given the host's exceptional performance, you are awarded 500 experience points. Current experience points, 9,500. Please continue your efforts. Upon noticing yet another reward, Kyuka Kazuki was elated, relishing the fruits of his labor. His last expedition had not only yielded the property of Princess Tsukikage Chisui from the Land of Water and a passage permit, but also 4 to 5 exceedingly precious gems. From what he had learned later, even a single gem could fund 2 or 3 small supermarkets, and he possessed 5. However, that was a matter for another time. In the world of Naruto, strength was paramount. Kyuka Kazuki simply needed to grow stronger. With a contented heart, he made his way home, and as he approached the door, he caught the enticing aroma of Taki's signature ramen. Hey, Taki, I'm back. Chapter 33, Back to the God of the Sea Space. Taki, I'm home. Kyuko Ryama joyfully entered the room, where Takshi was already waiting with a cheerful smile. Come, let me serve you some noodles, Takshi exclaimed, as he prepared a generous bowl of noodles for Kyuko, enriched with pork bone broth and an array of vegetables and ingredients, presenting a feast of abundance. Kagami Kazuki, with a swift and decisive motion, finished his meal in no time, patting his belly contentedly before heading back to his room. Takuya, don't forget to inform me about household matters. I have savings, he instructed before entering. Takuya looked at the boy with a sense of relief and agreed. Once inside his own chamber, Kazuki eagerly immersed himself in the sea god battle space, preparing for combat. He was keen to test the prowess of his new skills. Previously, in his encounter with Gaara, he had narrowly triumphed through sheer wit. Now, he yearned to confront his opponent with raw power and ascertain his current capabilities. Ding dong. Welcome, host, to the Sea God Battle Space. Immersion mode has been activated. Please select your opponent. As Kazuki closed his eyes and reopened them, he found himself in a mesmerizing realm of icy blue, where the water ripples were breathtakingly beautiful and soothing, akin to being submerged in crystal-clear waters. Gazing at this azure expanse, he was suddenly reminded of a certain individual, Tsukikage Chihiro. A thought struck him. What if he summoned the virtual persona of Tsukikage Chihiro for a duel? Perhaps it was worth a try? He chuckled to himself. Yes, she shall be my opponent. Kyuko thought to herself that since there was nothing to lose, she directly sought out the character card of Tsukikage Chisue and clicked to select. Ding. Are you sure you want to choose the level character, Tsukikage Chisue, as your opponent? Confirm. Ding. Confirmation successful. The battle is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. A massive battle health bar materialized in the air, one representing Kyuko and the other Tsukikage Chisue. Upon closer inspection, Kyuko was shocked to discover that Tsukikage Chisue's health bar exceeded 10,000 points. Meanwhile, hers was a mere 1,000. Oh no, this was going to be disastrous. However, it was too late for regrets. Once the combat space of the sea god commenced, retreat was not an option, and she could only proceed with determination. Very well. Let's do this. Watch as I drain away your health by several thousand points today. Kagami gazed at the ethereal figure of Tsukikage Chisue appearing in the sky, noting that her appearance differed from any she had previously encountered. This virtual manifestation boasted long, ice-blue hair, cascading gracefully as she descended slowly from above, exuding an exquisite charm. Beneath her, a virtual floor of air materialized, signaling the commencement of battle. Tsukikage Chisue suddenly opened her eyes wide, and with a sweeping motion of her arms, unleashed a barrage of lethal ice spikes, each one imbued with a chilling aura of menace. Huh, you can perform this technique. Do you presume I cannot? Kagami raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of golden light blades from the golden light spell, subsequently summoning a delicate barrier of shimmering gold. However, this time he miscalculated. He assumed that the ice spikes would be thwarted by the barrier, yet unbeknownst to him, they were infused with chakra. It is crucial to understand that chakra is a form of energy as well. His golden barrier was effective against physical attacks, easily repelling them. However, when faced with energy-infused assaults, the outcome depended on the opponent's prowess. Now he found himself confronting the formidable shadow-class Tsukikage Chihiro. Crackle. His fragile golden barrier shattered instantly, disintegrating like a mere sheet of paper. Damn it. Bring it on. Under the feet of Suzumiya Haruhi, the technique of Rinbo microsteps has reached an unparalleled level of mastery after repeated use in previous missions. The proficiency has ascended by a tier, making the evasion of these ice spikes an effortless feat. Thousand Birds Thunderstorm. Kagami F unleashed her new technique, a spherical orb crackling with lightning, launching forth with remarkable speed. Tsukikage Chihiro was not idle either. With a swift motion, she conjured a circular ice wall over a meter thick and with a radius exceeding 5 meters to shield herself. In a thunderous display, she unleashed a massive ice spike technique, accompanied by a blizzard. The ice spike pierced through the air. The blizzard ensnared. The cacophony of thunder rumbled. The ferocious winds nearly transformed Kagami F's saliva into icicles, and at this moment, he truly wished to call for his mother. Golden light enveloped him. He executed the ripple step. At this moment, Nagamine Kaze felt as though her skin was being cruelly sliced, and her feet could barely withstand the onslaught of the tempest, thrusting her suddenly into the air. This is unacceptable. She was far too formidable. My relentless attacks are utterly futile. In midair, Nagamine Kaze abruptly realized that facing such a powerful adversary, engaging in a skilled duel, offered her a victory rate of 0. Moreover, she would be annihilated by her opponent at full health. How humiliating. At the very least, she ought to inflict some damage on her opponent, or her efforts would be in vain. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Tsukikage Chizuki unleashed her next skill, Great Ice Spire, piercing from the ground. The sound of fierce ice scraping echoed as enormous, sharp ice spires erupted from the ground, aimed directly at the trajectory of Nagamine Kaze's descent. Goodness, are you intending to roast me like a skewer or crush me into a meat sauce? This seems rather excessive. I believe I am more suited to being consumed raw. Here I go. Kion was so anxious that he nearly met his demise, but fortunately, in that moment, he summoned the Golden Barrier. And this time it was sufficiently thick. Golden Barrier. Super Doubling Edition. Thousand Birds, Thunderstorm. Super Doubling. Kyuko executed a remarkable maneuver, unleashing a supercharged double strike and dispatching 2 skills downward. Indeed, a portion of the icy spike shattered upon impact. Swiftly, he took refuge atop the radiant barrier, narrowly evading calamity. Excellent. Now, he intended to devise a countermeasure. However, his opponent roared with fervor, casting the formidable ice spike technique, followed by a deluge of ice spikes, ensnaring spells, and a chilling prison of frost. Kion contemplated, utterly astounded by the situation he found himself in. There remained but a singular option: to flee. With fervor, he invoked the incantation, Golden Light Spell, Golden Transformation. I shall take flight. Kyuko's mind sparked with a sudden epiphany as she swiftly transformed the Golden Light Spell into the steps of the Ripple Light Dance, sending forth shimmering waves ahead of her, allowing her to run upon them. Initially, she had aspired to soar through the skies like an immortal on a flying sword. But it seemed that such aspirations were currently beyond her reach. She had attempted it, yet her sword mastery had not yet attained that level of proficiency. Thus, she resorted to this rudimentary method. Every step forward was a step gained. She could not afford to succumb before even making an effort. That would be far too humiliating. Reminiscent of her last encounter with Digga, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the sky astonishingly manifested a forest of ice spires, hurtling directly toward Kyuko's position. Oh, I can utilize it this way as well. Her mind raced at an almost overwhelming pace. She was acutely aware that she was not particularly clever, and in this moment, she was expending every ounce of her energy. Golden Light Spell, Golden Light Transformation, Golden Light Chains. Kagami Kazuki, akin to Spider-Man, swiftly launched a chain from her hand, ensnaring it around an icicle with remarkable speed, and then retracted the golden spell, enabling her to extricate herself with ease. Just as the moment arrived, at the instant when the icicle in the air converged with the one on the ground, Kazuki soared out of the icy barrier. Hooray! I'm free. Wait. If she can create icicles from ice, can I conjure golden spikes from the ground? In an instant, Suzumiya Haruhi had a brilliant idea. Chapter 34. I truly am a clever little rascal. Behold my prowess. Golden light transforms, piercing through with radiance. Q, in a moment of inspiration, devised a tactic that, though entirely derivative of Sasuke Chijui's techniques, he believed that in the vast realm of martial arts, imitation was a viable strategy. There is an adage from a past life: a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches the mouse, it is a good cat. Now, Q felt this saying equally applicable to combat. With a focused thought, he pressed the golden light incantation against the air barrier of the battlefield. A beam of radiant gold swiftly gliding along the ground, directly aimed at Sasuke Chijuei. Kyuka Kazuki resolved to employ a method that would transmit the golden light spell directly, transforming it into a radiant assault of golden shards. However, his speed paled in comparison to that of Sasuke Chijuei, an individual of remarkable prowess. With a single strike, she managed to incapacitate Kyuka, who was still at the rank of a lowly genin. He mused that had she been present in her true form, he would have undoubtedly been embarrassed. Ah, I never anticipated I would have the chance to exchange blows with you, he thought, momentarily reveling in his fleeting joy, until Sasuke Chijui's voice rang out with authority. Snow Dance Wind Stab. Her expression remained inscrutable. At that moment, a fierce wind inexplicably whipped around Kyuka, laden with snowflakes that began to coalesce into tiny shards of ice. This is bad. I must act swiftly, or I shall meet my end. This was the fleeting thought that surged through Kyuka's mind. In that instant, his golden light spell finally reached the ground beneath Sasuke Chijuei. These actions unfolded in mere moments. Yet to Kyuka, it felt as though an eternity had passed. As the golden light spell arrived at Sasuke Chijui's feet, Kyuka suddenly unleashed all of his chakra. This energy transformed into a torrent of golden light that erupted forth, culminating in his thunderous declaration: Golden Light Spell Transformation, Thunder Technique. At the moment the golden shards pierced upward towards Sasuke Chijuei, they underwent a profound metamorphosis, transforming into bolts of lightning that struck her entire being. Crack! A cacophony of thunderous noise resonated, simultaneously augmenting the potency of Kyuka's ninjutsu. His vitality plummeted, and the urge to flee surged within him. Yet the earlier technique had exhausted his chakra, leaving him unable to utilize the golden light spell for escape, or even to employ the sword technique. As for the ripple step, he found himself swept into the air by a tempest, rendering any attempt to execute it utterly impossible. Crackle. The battle involving Kumikazuki has come to an end. However, he did observe that the thunderous magic array he exerted with all his might managed to diminish Tsukikage Chihiro's health points by a few hundred. This encounter was not in vain. He also honed his practical combat skills. Game over. Ding. The battle has concluded. The host has been defeated, earning a modest experience of 400 points, bringing the total experience to 9,900. The host is encouraged to strive further. As the system's voice faded, the air barrier around the battlefield dissipated, and Kumikazuki's consciousness returned to a suspended state. Before him, the character selection interface reappeared. Although he had just faced defeat, he was still filled with anticipation. Initially intending to engage in combat with Gaara, he decided to proceed now. System, select Gaara from the time of the chunin exams. Kyuya gazed at his hands, filled with a desire to ascertain whether, as a mere genin, he could effortlessly surpass Gaara. With the newfound ability to examine his attributes, he was eager to discern the disparities between himself and Gaara. He confirmed his choice. Gaara during the chunin exams, a character of the Shien rank. Please prepare for battle. The confrontation will commence shortly. Given that this was a virtual duel, all parameters relating to Kyuya's strength and speed, as well as those of his opponent, were rendered in a simulated yet realistic manner. Thus, upon the conclusion of the battle, Kyuya's previously expended chakra would be replenished. Gaara slowly manifested in the air. Every character within the divine combat space existed solely for the purpose of eliminating the protagonist. Kyuya proceeded to inspect Gaara's attribute panel. Request acknowledged. Retrieving data. Character. Gaara speed. 3100 strength. 3250 defense. 4600 current overall rating. Chunin maximum damage per attack. 5000 skills. Absolute defense. Carrying a portion of chakra-infused sand that can swiftly form a protective barrier. Sand clone, sand body flicker, sand binding coffin, sand rain, sand shuriken, sand armor, sand guardian, Shikaka half awakening, Shikaka shield. After a cursory examination, Kyuya found himself quietly astonished. His previous narrow victory had truly been a stroke of luck. Reflecting on that encounter, it felt akin to haphazardly mashing buttons in a game. Somehow achieving victory without comprehending how. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity to absorb valuable combat experience. The battle commenced. A colossal health bar materialized. And Gaara abruptly opened his eyes, launching his signature technique, Sand Binding Coffin. This maneuver, crafted from the sand he had nurtured with chakra since childhood, was more agile than his own limbs. With a rustling sound, the sand surged forth at an incredible speed, yet to Kyuya, it appeared slower than during their initial clash. He had advanced, his reflexes had sharpened. Golden Light Spell. Golden Binding. This technique was a tactical evolution of his earlier Golden Spike, employing the Golden Light Spell for a surprise assault. By discreetly transmitting the spell into the ground and then suddenly invoking it to rise and ensnare the enemy, the opponent would be left vulnerable. However, perhaps due to the rapid reaction speed required in his recent battle with Tsukikage Chihiro's, Kyuya perceived Gaara's movements as almost sluggish. Remarkably, Gaara found himself ensnared. This revelation astonished Kyuya. He marveled at his own growth, recalling how arduous his previous victory had been. No, he could not afford to hesitate. Indecision would lead to defeat. Kagami Kaze's gaze sharpened as he swiftly performed the hand seals. This was his inaugural ninjutsu, Chidori. A crackling sound enveloped his arm. And in that fleeting moment of completing the seals, the lightning nature chakra surged forth with remarkable intensity. Chidori, thunderstorm. This time, Kagami Kaze exhibited no hesitation, channeling his energy to propel the sphere of lightning directly towards Gaara. At that moment, Gaara had already freed himself from the binding of the golden chains. Armor of sand. This technique represented Gaara's formidable defensive prowess, akin to an impenetrable shield, boasting an extraordinary level of defense. Among peers of Gaara's caliber, this technique rendered him nearly invincible. Kyuka only recalls that in the narratives he has witnessed, it was only during the chunin exams that the young Lee managed to breach defenses. Now, he wonders, can he shatter Gaara's formidable shield? With a thunderous boom, the Chidori Nagashi erupted against the sand armor. Kyuka quickly lifted his gaze. Astonishing. It seems that my strength is indeed sufficient to contend with the likes of Gaara, even if only momentarily. Kyuya Kazami was filled with joy, for at that moment, he observed a slight crack appearing on Gaara's indomitable armor of sand. The earlier confrontation with Tsukikage Chihiro's had merely allowed him to chip away at her health bar. a feat accomplished only because Kyuya had unleashed all of his chi in one breath, coupled with a thunderous release of a lightning technique that he had yet to fully master. However, this was merely a desperate gamble in a genuine battle. Such a tactic would yield trivial results. Thus, Kyuya was now adopting a more cautious approach, seeking to wear down Gaara little by little. Should he expend all his powerful techniques in one go and fail to vanquish his opponent, he would find himself both foolish and at a loss. Crack! Another sound echoed as Gaara's armor of sand shattered further. Sand clones. Sand shuriken. Infuriated by the breach of his sand armor, Gaara unleashed his fury. Chapter 35. A bug from another world. 3 fearsome sand clones rapidly launched a barrage of sand shuriken, which cascaded towards Kyuya like a torrential downpour of bullets. Huh. This is nothing, he scoffed. I've already faced off against shadow-level foes. With a gleeful laugh, Kugami Kazuki instantly invoked his ultimate defensive technique, the Golden Light Armor. This skill, derived from an initial fishing card, possessed an extraordinary ability to block nearly anything. Although it appeared to be merely a mystical-level technique, its effectiveness was truly exceptional. Upon inquiring about the reason behind its classification, the system explained that it was merely due to the rarity of its transformative opportunities. Nevertheless, the practicality of the Golden Light spell was astonishingly formidable. As the barrage of sand shurikens rained down upon him, they struck Kazuki's form. However, shielded by the Golden Light spell, these chunin-level weapons proved nearly ineffective. In the world of ninjas, each technique typically carried a modicum of chakra, and Kazuki understood that he could not sustain this defense indefinitely, as the Golden Light armor would inevitably shatter. Thus, he swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, once again executing his newly devised technique, the Golden Light Spike. In an instant, as the Golden Light Spike emerged, Gaara's already crumbling sand armor shattered completely. And he was struck. Marvelous. I have hit him. Kyuko Fu, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly transformed the Golden Light incantation into a thunderous spell. A crackling sound of electricity surged forth as the golden incantation rapidly morphed into slender currents that entwined around Gaara. These currents, of course, paled in comparison to the formidable energies unleashed by Kyuko Fu during her previous display against Tsukikage Chiyuki, which had been executed with utmost vigor. This time, however, her intention was merely to diminish Gaara's combat prowess. Another few hundred points lost. As Kion felt a surge of confidence, poised to continue his endeavor, Gaara suddenly unleashed a low, menacing roar. The sound startled Kion so much that his hands trembled, nearly causing him to fumble his hand signs. In that moment, a chill ran down Kion's spine, and he almost bit his own tongue in fright. What on earth was this boy howling about? I have not buried your dear mother. Kyuko was drenched in sweat, the traits of her previous life in Zwan unmistakably manifesting. However, what followed was even more chilling. Gaara's body began to transform, half of it morphing into a grotesque sand beast, neither human nor demon. What is this? Has the scene descended into darkness? Kyuya was taken aback, his mind whirling as he recalled that Gaara was originally a Jinchuriki. It is important to remember that within him resided a tailed beast of terrifying chakra capacity. When unleashed, it surpassed even the might of the Hokage. It is precisely because tailed beasts lack the cunning of humans that they were captured and sealed away. The ninjutsu crafted by humans, primarily fueled by chakra, often possesses a sinister edge. Otherwise, with the chakra of a tailed beast at their disposal, it would be a trivial matter to effortlessly eliminate several shadow-level shinobi. This, it seems rather like cheating, does it not? As Liang Gongfeng was taken aback, he witnessed the health bar of Gaara instantly replenishing, even gaining an additional 5,000 points. A wave of complex emotions surged within him. It seemed that his previous victory over Gaara was merely a fleeting moment of luck, a last-ditch effort before being overwhelmed, akin to a fish flopping in its final breath. In the present moment, he could no longer rely on such serendipity. Luck may occasionally grace the battlefield, but it is by no means a guarantee of success. He thought to himself, if this guy were to transform into his tailed beast form, would a single strike not spell certain doom for him? Memories of his first battle, dominated by Digga, flooded back, sending shivers down his spine. In any case, this was to be his final battle of the day. He could not afford to lose. This was absurd. What was the point of continuing? Even in his half-tailed beast form, Gaara's defenses had significantly strengthened. With a decisive motion, Liang Gongfeng unleashed several blades of golden light, momentarily creating a new technique, Thunderstorm. This technique combined the golden light spell with transmutation, first casting the Golden Light Ninja. then swiftly approaching the enemy to seize the opportune moment for transformation. The essence of lightning was notoriously difficult to maintain, challenging to wield outside one's immediate grasp, making this method the ideal approach for home defense, travel, and energy conservation. Just as Liang Gongfeng reveled in his cleverness, Gaara effortlessly swatted away the electrified flying blades with his absolute defense, as if swatting away mere mosquitoes. Kagami suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue, a profound desire to succumb to slumber. At this moment, Gaara, bolstered by the power of the tailed beast, exhibited a defense that was utterly transformed from before. Indeed, one could assert that Gaara's current defenses could rival those of Tsukikage Chisui just moments ago. A sinister grin spread across Gaara's face as he spoke in a deep, raspy voice, "Sand tsunami of burial." This was one of Gaara's ultimate techniques, its lethality beyond question. Moreover, he was now in a semi-tailed beast transformation. Kagami recalled that the official term for this state is Jinchuriki, referring to the partial embodiment of the tailed beast's power within a human. With the tailed beast's strength now augmenting the sand tsunami of burial, its power was truly formidable. With a thunderous roar, a colossal wave of sand erupted from the gourd behind Gaara, surging forth with overwhelming might and a palpable intent to kill, hurtling towards Kagami. "Ah, I'm surely doomed. What should I do? What should I do?" Kyuko was on the verge of tears, feeling a profound sense of anguish. In the realm of the Ninja Academy, he wielded power with ease, commanding the elements and basking in the adoration of countless admirers eager to cater to his every whim. Yet here he was, subjecting himself to self-imposed torment. Was it for love? He wished to believe so. As he realized he could not outrun his pursuers, Kyuko resorted to his previous tactic, transforming the golden incantation into a series of stepping stones that soared into the sky, crafting a formation reminiscent of the ethereal dance of the waves. He leaped onto them, ascending into the air. However, a tumultuous sandstorm surged forth, rising ominously before him. Good heavens, could it be true? Kion had no choice but to turn back and flee, yet he had grown weary of running. If only he could disappear from sight. But wait, disappear from sight? As the fierce wind swept across, Kion swiftly evaded the onslaught of sand while delivering a sharp slap to his own face. Wait a moment. I still possess the invisibility cloak gifted to me by my Western friend, Harry Potter. He reached into his pocket, and indeed, the lightweight and compact cloak was still there, a testament to the system's impeccable synchronization of reality and virtuality. He hadn't even utilized this cloak during his missions. No matter how formidable you are, I am VVV. Fully recharged. Kion, upon donning the invisibility cloak, vanished without a trace. Indeed, I was captivated by the enigma of Ayanami. At this moment, Kyukakaze soared towards the edge of the sandy sea, riding on the shimmering spell of golden light. Although Gaara contemplated launching an attack upon witnessing the traces of the golden light in the sky, he found himself at a loss after Kyukakaze deftly evaded his strike. He chuckled to himself, "Hehehe, brother, I must admit, the sensation of having an advantage is truly delightful." Kion stealthily approached Gaara from behind, his hand already forming the seal for Chidori. Chapter 36, The Impending Upgrade. Charge. Savor the surprise package I have prepared for you. Kion, with a sly smile, had already formed the hand seal for Chidori. He estimated that he could still unleash the technique about 3 more times with the chakra remaining within him. However, in his view, once would suffice. He was ready to unleash his full potential. Chidori. Kyuya's wind pressed down upon Gaara's head, mere inches away, placing the Chidori against him. Initially, Kyuya was confident in his success, for how could it fail when it was aimed directly at Gaara's cranium? Surely, it would shatter like a ripe watermelon. However, he overlooked Gaara's formidable defense, an absolute barrier that did not require conscious control. Whenever Gaara was in peril, the sand would instinctively coalesce to protect him. With a resounding crash, Gaara's absolute defense shattered, a significant portion of his hair singed away by the Chidori. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed the blood gauge of Gaara floating in the battle space, having plummeted by several hundred points. Kion felt a chuckle rising within him. Yet he promptly departed from the scene, cloaked in invisibility, for Gaara's assault was already upon him. Were this a reality, I dare say Gaara's rampage would amplify 100-fold. He glanced at Gaara, who sported a partially bald head, and the sight was utterly comical, leaving him reluctant to gaze any longer. Alas, Gaara's impenetrable defense was formidable. He needed to devise a strategy to breach that absolute protection before launching a decisive strike at his true form. As Ryoko gazed upon Gaara in his half-tailed beast transformation, her mind began to whirl with contemplation. If she did not eliminate him at this very moment, once he fully unleashed the power of the One Tail, his demise would be inevitable. The ensuing struggle would surely prolong itself for an extensive period. Besides, he could not perceive her presence now, allowing her techniques to remain unpredictable and uninterrupted. A swift resolution was imperative. Resolute in her decision, Ryoko unleashed her lightning technique, lightning binding. Kyuya pressed firmly against the ground. A slender bolt of lightning surged towards Gaara's location. Thunder roared. Kion utilized nearly 2/3 of his inner energy to unleash the transformative skill of the Golden Light spell, the Thunder technique. The impact was formidable, causing cracks to appear in Gaara's absolute defense. At that moment, without hesitation, he formed the hand seal for Chidori and executed the long-range attack of the lightning bomb technique. Chidori Thunderstorm. With a resounding boom, these techniques were unleashed in the blink of an eye, and indeed, Gaara's health bar was reduced to a mere half. As Kyuka Kazumi rode the wave of victory over Gaara, she unleashed a barrage of lethal strikes, executing techniques such as the Golden Spike, Thunder Binding, and Thousand Birds with unrelenting precision. In that moment, Kyuka felt a surge of madness, relentlessly casting skills without pause, and ultimately, her efforts bore fruit as Gaara fell. Witnessing him collapse like a roasted pig, enveloped in smoke, Kyuka sank to the ground, breathless and exhausted. She removed her invisibility cloak, surrounded by sand. Oh, it felt as though her very essence had been drained. Just then, the system notification chimed. Game over. Congratulations, host, on achieving victory. You have earned 1,200 experience points. Your total experience now stands at 11,100. Your growth is commendable. Please continue your efforts. This battle has unlocked attribute enhancements. Defeating higher-tier characters will grant you attribute bonuses. This battle's bonuses are Strength 10, Speed 20, Defense 0. Additionally, you are just 900 experience points away from your next reward card draw. Upon reaching 12,000 experience points, you will receive one draw from the card pool and a skill upgrade. Please keep striving. As the system notification faded, the overwhelming fatigue that enveloped Kyuka vanished instantaneously, replaced by an unexpected lightness. Yet, she felt a peculiar disorientation. The interface returned to the card selection screen, showcasing a myriad of characters before her. However, she deemed it sufficient for the day. Even with just 900 experience points left to draw a card, fatigue had settled in. This exhaustion was mental, stemming from the intense battles in the Sea Goddess combat space. Now that she had exited the system, her eyelids felt heavy. With a sigh, she decided to rest, closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. The following morning, she awoke to the sun hanging high in the sky. Her body languid and pleasantly relaxed after a deep and restful sleep. Upon arriving at school, Kyuka discovered that rumors about Sasuke had proliferated. Did you hear? That wealthy heir whose entire family perished has recently grown stronger, remarked an upperclassman. Another student interjected, You're talking about Uchiha Sasuke, right? I've heard he has broken several training posts at the training ground. And there is something even more astonishing. That little fox demon has been working hard too. To practice chakra control, he has destroyed several trees behind the village. Countless discussions unfolded along the journey, even delving into the remarkable talents of Sakura, hailed as the unparalleled medical genius of this session. Naturally, a significant portion of the discourse revolved around him. Yet he couldn't help but notice that his peers were becoming increasingly formidable. In theoretical classes, Ryoko had absorbed a wealth of knowledge, granting him a profound comprehension of chakra control. However, the practical lessons were where he truly excelled. The content of these practical sessions had become relatively straightforward for him, as his mastery of chakra control placed him at the pinnacle among the new students. Many girls were infatuated with him, and witnessing these young ladies with hearts aflutter filled him with delight. For who could resist the charm of sweet, endearing girls? Their delightful voices were utterly captivating, making him reluctant to return home. Yet, he was acutely aware that his primary focus should be on his aspirations. He understood well the adage, beauty can lead to ruin. Although he was initially captivated by the admiration from Sakura and Ino, he had since carved his own path. A wavering mind could lead to chaos. And he was not here to indulge in a harem. He was simply an ordinary individual striving to grow stronger. Thus, with a slight blush, he graciously declined over a dozen love letters and an abundance of snacks and bento boxes that could nearly overflow his entire desk. If I may, I implore you all to prioritize your studies. That is of utmost importance. Do not squander your time on me. If you truly admire me, channel that energy into your efforts, and perhaps one day we may walk side by side. Kion's mind raced, recalling every idol's words he had heard in his previous life. Ultimately crafting this eloquent expression, a group of girls listened, their eyes shimmering with tears. In that moment, their feelings of inadequacy were illuminated by Kion's presence. Kion, please at least accept our letters. They implored. Yes, yes. A chorus of determined young women gazed steadfastly at him. Initially, Kion felt a touch bashful, but in that instant, he sensed a semblance of personal growth. Taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly. Very well, I shall accept your letters. But remember to work diligently, and do not let me down. With his words of encouragement, the girls appeared as if infused with a new vitality. Their eyes blazing with fervor, Kyuko gazed at them, feeling as though they were on the verge of singing Red Detachment of Women at any moment. So, where is Kyuko planning to go after school? Inquired a tall girl. Oh, me? I'm going to find Sasuke, Kyuko replied. Does anyone know where Sasuke is? Chapter 37. What are you? Do you know where Sasuke is? Kion's thoughts wandered. I know. He must be jogging outside the village or engaging in other forms of training in the open field. A petite girl remarked. The other girls turned to look at her in unison, their gazes laced with menace. You phony fan. You're so fickle. Isn't it enough to simply admire Kion? Why are you so preoccupied with Sasuke? A cacophony of chatter erupted among the group of girls, prompting Kion to make a hasty retreat. 3 women may be a performance, but anything beyond that could easily turn into a battlefield. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. With the sun still casting a bright glow, Kion found himself troubled, pondering where to capture that imbecile, when he suddenly heard a commotion nearby. As Haruhi turned her head, she discovered a group of unruly youths gathered around someone. You little girl, training alone and keeping to yourself. Do you think we are bad people? Remarked a girl with green-dyed hair. Indeed, just look at her. She resembles a little mouse, so tempting to tease, added another girl with red hair. Kion frowned slightly, pondering whether it was a case of a delinquent girl bullying someone. He was reluctant to intervene, as he feared that his own charm might inadvertently attract these rather unattractive individuals as fans, which would be quite embarrassing for him. Hey girl, take off your clothes and let me see how you've developed, a boy said. When Kion abruptly halted, he could no longer contain himself. There are limits to what one can endure, and this incessant clamor was simply intolerable. Hey, you bunch of middle-aged men and women in your 20s. What on earth are you doing? In uttering these words, Kion momentarily forgot that he, too, possessed the spirit of one in their 20s. The group of eccentric individuals, 3 men and 2 women, indeed turned their heads, presenting a strikingly gothic and unconventional appearance. And who might you be? We noticed this young lady first. Do you fancy her as well? As he spoke, one of the flamboyant youths brandished a diminutive figure in his grasp. Kion inhaled sharply, recognizing Hinata. Fortunately, she appeared unscathed, her clothing and face showing no significant harm. However, tears continued to stream down her cheeks, and her gaze remained vacant. Muttered under her breath, thinking that this girl must have been psychologically traumatized once more. Her emotional scars were far too profound. Leave her to me, stated coldly. The group of ruffians erupted into sharp laughter, and one of the men sneered, What is this, little brat? Do you fancy this type as well? No worries, join us, and we shall indulge you in whatever you desire. With that, their laughter grew even more piercing. Kyuka's expression darkened, a shadow of malice flickering in her eyes. How trivial. She made her move. In the blink of an eye, Kyuka traversed the 10 meters that separated her from the ruffians, appearing before them in an instant. This was the current mastery of her swift footwork, honed through prolonged practice, enabling her to execute it with sheer perfection, increasingly refined with each use. What do you intend to do? Do not presume that I fear you simply because you fancy yourself a ninja, she declared, her voice steady. Kyuko swiftly struck, delivering 2 resounding slaps that left the incessantly chattering man dazed. Hinata? Kyuko seized Hinata, yet the latter merely wept vacantly. At that moment, a nearby delinquent girl suddenly transformed, her expression turning fierce. Dare to touch my man? You must be seeking death, you scoundrel. The girl, with her green hair, brandished a machete, aiming it menacingly at Kyuko's neck. Kion cast a sidelong glance at Haruhi, thinking to himself, Goodness, this woman must have taken 1 or 2 lives. Suddenly, a sharp clang resounded as the delinquent girl's knife struck Haruhi's neck, causing a jolt that sent the weapon clattering to the ground. Little girl, Perhaps you should not venture into the world of the underbelly if you cannot even wield a knife with steadiness. It is quite shameful. Kion, with an expressionless demeanor, picked up the knife and swiftly pointed it at the remaining individuals. You better disappear from my sight immediately, or you shall choose for yourselves an arm or a leg to keep. I will count to 3, and by then, all of you must hastily depart. 1, 2, 3. Kion gazed contentedly at the ruffian who scurried away in a panic, then turned his attention to Hinata, who was still shedding tears. With a sigh, he called out, Hinata, Hinata, look at me. The gentle breeze of the season revealed Hinata's tear-streaked face. Get up and face me. Be strong, said Kyuko with utmost tenderness. However, Hinata merely shook her head and replied, It's impossible. I can never defeat you or my brother. I am worthless, merely a product of my family's wealth, oblivious to the suffering of others. Tears continued to cascade down Hinata's golden cheeks, and Kyuko thought to himself that perhaps this girl was akin to a leaky faucet. Yet, voicing such thoughts now seemed inappropriate, so he restrained himself and said, That is not true. Life is not solely about winning or losing. Each individual merely traverses their own journey. Often, victory and defeat lie beyond our control, so as long as we endeavor to navigate our path with grace, that in itself is sufficient to shine brightly. At that moment, Hinata gazed into Kyuko's eyes, sensing an internal fracture within her heart. Was it merely a justification she had constructed for herself? Meanwhile, Kyuko, perplexed by this girl's thoughts, was interrupted by Sasuke's voice. Hey, Kyuko, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Kyuko resting a hand on Hinata's shoulder, Sasuke furrowed his brow. Kion felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Hearing Sasuke's voice, his heart surged with joy. He no longer had to exert effort to seek out this troublesome fellow, as he had delivered himself right to his doorstep. I'm here for a fight. After urging Hinata to depart, Kion approached Sasuke with a buoyant spirit. Since their last one-on-one duel, they had not officially crossed paths again. A fight? Let us keep our distance. Upon hearing Kion's enthusiastic challenge, Sasuke's excitement was nearly palpable, yet he maintained his stoic demeanor. It was essential to note that Kion had acquired an almost legendary status among the new students at school, and during the time they had not faced each other, Sasuke had been fervently honing his skills. Now, at long last, he had cornered Kion. As he pondered this, a sly, devilish smile crept across Sasuke's lips, while Kion walked with a puzzled expression. What was with this guy? Has the mischievous spirit possessed him? How could he be smiling like that while walking? They arrived at a relatively sparse area of trees. Hee, Kion, today I wish to witness how you fall before me. Sasuke smirked, even displaying a hint of disdain. Just as he was about to articulate his efforts and thoughts from the past weeks, Kion suddenly vanished. Huh? What just happened? Am I seeing things? Sasuke was bewildered. Such a sudden disappearance was rare. As he prepared to unleash some skill, he suddenly found himself ensnared at his feet and was abruptly inverted. A chilling, eerie laugh echoed around him. You truly are remarkable, my vessels. You have all grown so splendidly. When shall I harvest you? Chapter 38. Orochimaru's surveillance. The sinister laughter reverberated in Sasuke's ears, and he thought to himself, This is bad. I've been caught by Orochimaru again. Orochimaru's voice was unmistakable, making it impossible for Sasuke not to recognize it. He had narrowly escaped last time on a mission, and being ensnared again infuriated him. Body technique. Chakra kick. Sasuke twisted his body mid-air, executing a powerful kick imbued with chakra, and indeed, it loosened the grip of the tendrils binding him. Seizing the opportunity, he twisted his body and leaped down. If you possess the capability, reveal your true form. Hiding like a coward only demonstrates your weakness. Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked up, but the tendrils had vanished without a trace. Kion was nowhere to be found, leaving only the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. Suddenly, a noise caught Sasuke's attention, and he immediately turned to investigate, discovering some traces. Show yourself. Sasuke was consumed by rage. He had longed for an exhilarating battle with the one he cherished, Kyuko. Yet, much to his dismay, Orochimaru repeatedly intruded, dampening his enthusiasm. Nevertheless, he pursued relentlessly, only to find a peculiar, ghostly figure standing before him, grinning unnervingly. Why not engage in a duel with me? The figure proposed, its smile grotesque and unsettling. Perish, Sasuke exclaimed, launching himself forward, leaping over 2 meters to strike down upon the figure's head. At that moment, Kyuko exclaimed, Wow! Lightning technique. I'll zap your entire family. As Rikao initially dashed forward, he found himself ensnared by a soft substance underfoot. Believing he had stumbled upon a patch of grass, he soon realized that his progress was becoming increasingly arduous. Looking down, he discovered that his feet were entangled in a vast expanse of white, adhesive material. Consequently, he was dragged to another location, separated from Sasuke. My goodness, were you not the very clay figures from that time? What trickery do you intend to employ this time? As Ryo Miyakawa expressed his grievances, he deftly performed hand seals, demonstrating his mastery over the fine control of lightning magic. He was enveloped in arcs of electricity, creating a barrier that kept any intruders at bay. Yet, the annoyance persisted. It seems you've developed quite well, Ryo Miyakawa. Would you like me to provide you with some additional nourishment? Do you require any medicinal assistance? The voice of Orochimaru echoed around him, reminiscent of an immersive 3D surround sound experience, leaving Ryo momentarily disoriented as he struggled to pinpoint its source. Do you think that just because you cannot see me, I am incapable of reciprocating the same? Kion, with a mischievous smile, swiftly retrieved his cloaking garment from his possession and donned it. Instantly enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity, he dashed away, leaving the pale figures unable to pursue him any longer. It seems these little creatures possess quite remarkable abilities. As the breeze from Suzumiya Haruhi faded, the ominous figure of Orochimaru emerged from behind a tree, his signature serpent-like eyes and hoarse voice sending shivers down one's spine. Subsequently, a white substance coalesced at his feet, forming a white humanoid who expressed concern beside him. But what if they become too powerful? We might not be able to attain our goals. Fear not. I have already implanted restrictions within them. Do you not recall? It was I who instructed you to administer that serum, Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile. The white humanoid suddenly grasped the situation and joyfully exclaimed, Indeed, my lord Orochimaru. However, isn't there still a dose missing for Sasuke? Orochimaru chuckled, stating, Isn't that precisely the purpose of our appearance here? The two exchanged knowing glances in the direction from which Suzumiya Haruhi had vanished, and then both transformed into a pool of liquid, disappearing from the spot. Sasuke, Haruhi Suzumiya, clad in an invisibility cloak, exclaimed as she finally discerned faint cries in the distance, those belonging to Sasuke. However, it seemed he was somewhat far away. Alas, from afar, the sounds of Sasuke's anguished calls echoed. Kiya furrowed her brow. Although Sasuke often acted arrogantly and had a rather unpleasant demeanor, his generous nature when it came to monetary matters prompted her to rush towards his direction. As she approached, she heard Sasuke's shouts growing louder and soon witnessed him engaged in combat with 7 or 8 white humanoid figures. Indeed, his prowess had evidently improved. In the past, he would likely have struggled against even a single opponent. Allow me to assist you. Kiya called out, but Sasuke's focus wavered, resulting in him receiving a couple of blows. With a bewildered expression, he turned his head around, even absent-mindedly fiddling with his ear. During this moment of distraction, he was struck several more times. It was only then that Kyuka realized she was still clad in her invisibility cloak. Haha, my apologies, Sasuke, she chuckled, unable to suppress her amusement despite the situation. The humor had indeed struck a chord within her. Subsequently, she shed the cloak and unleashed a lightning spell upon the 7 white figures nearby. As anticipated, these entities appeared to exhibit a particular aversion to lightning and fire attributes. Sasuke, unleash your great fireball technique, she commanded with fervor. At long last, Sasuke discerned Kyuka's position and released a torrent of flames, forcing the figures to retreat. Yet, despite this, both Sasuke and Kyuka felt as though something was amiss. As if the battle was not yet fully concluded. Do you not think their sudden appearance is a bit peculiar? Sasuke inquired. Indeed, it is somewhat unusual, Kyuka replied absently, her fear of the white figures having diminished. However, her current concern revolved around her shoes, which she knew would be difficult to clean later since Taki never assisted her in that regard. Meanwhile, Sasuke was inexplicably anxious. I have a foreboding feeling. Do remain on guard. It is possible that something else may go awry. No sooner had he spoken than, with only a few steps taken, Sasuke found himself ensnared by an unseen force, his foot suddenly bound. Lightning technique, thunderstrike. Kyuko made a gesture that summoned a bolt of lightning, slender as her finger, aimed directly at the white tendril that bound Sasuke. However, that tendril snapped, only to be swiftly replaced by another that ensnared him once again. Soon, an abundance of such appendages emerged, and with keen eyes, Kyuko discerned that one of the tendrils was adorned with a syringe. Good heavens! It seemed they intended to administer a drug to Sasuke. Kaion's heart raced with alarm as he unleashed a more potent lightning spell towards the dense mass of tendrils. However, it was already too late. Just as Kion was about to strike those appendages, the syringe had already been fully injected into Sasuke's neck. Until we meet again, two vessels. May you thrive. Orochimaru's voice echoed, and with that, the mysterious white entities vanished entirely. Sasuke, however, was left contorted in agony. It hurts. It hurts so much. He writhed on the ground, prompting Kion to rush to his side, pressing down on Sasuke to inspect his neck. Indeed, a small bump had formed where the syringe had pierced, mirroring Kion's own. Orochimaru truly was a cunning strategist, for in Kion's eyes, such an energy-enhancing substance was akin to a cheat in the world of ninjas. It was not that Orochimaru was exceptionally powerful, rather, Kion surmised that with such resources at his disposal, he would undoubtedly return. Sasuke continued to cry out in torment, lost in his suffering. What Haruhi Suzumiya remains unaware of is that the substances injected by Orochimaru serve purposes far beyond mere enhancement of abilities. What exactly does Orochimaru desire? He pondered silently, then gently touched the swelling on his neck. At that moment, he resolved to inquire with Sakura the following day, being the academic prodigy she is. She must have derived some insights. Sasuke had already succumbed to pain, illustrating just how potent the effects of that substance were. Chapter 39. Two Vessels Sasuke? Sasuke? Kyuko gazed down at the unconscious Nibutani sprawled on the ground, having succumbed to pain. She called out to him twice, yet received no response. Nibutani? Still no reaction. It seemed drastic measures were necessary. Kyuko rolled up her sleeves and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Indeed, Sasuke stirred back to consciousness. His expression one of bewilderment as he looked up. Kion gazed at his palm, reflecting on how the ancestral technique he had inherited was indeed remarkably accurate. It seemed the television dramas were not misleading after all. Orochimaru. Sasuke suddenly leaped up, his senses heightened as he scanned the surroundings with great vigilance. Kion gently reassured. Do not be anxious, do not be anxious. Those things have all departed. After a considerable duration, Sasuke gradually regained his composure, only to discover a small lump forming on his neck. What is this? He exclaimed in astonishment, as he tentatively touched the peculiar swelling. A hint of trepidation crossing his features. Kazuki expressed his uncertainty, yet he suddenly recalled hearing Orochimaru's voice mention that he and Sasuke were mere vessels. Could it be that Orochimaru was cultivating Sasuke, and himself merely to create his next host? The thought sent a shiver down Kyuka's spine as he and Sasuke cautiously emerged from the forest. The very fact that Orochimaru could inject something into him signified that Kyuka was no match for him at present, and the substances Orochimaru administered were undoubtedly suspicious. He resolved to grow stronger. Gritting his teeth, Kyuka cast a glance back at the forest. Surely, no one would relish the sensation of being observed from the shadows, especially by a perverse individual like Orochimaru. Moreover, it appeared that Orochimaru had established numerous surveillance points around the village. Otherwise, how could he so precisely gauge the timing of Kyuka and Sasuke's departure? Kion speculated that Orochimaru's return, beyond administering peculiar substances to Sasuke, was primarily to observe their growth. Upon this realization, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. It felt akin to tending a garden, where one must periodically return to fertilize the plants. Never mind, he thought. One must learn to focus on joyful matters. Kion lightly tapped his head. Hey, are we still going to fight? He inquired of Sasuke, recalling that their original intention was to engage in battle. At that moment, the moon hung high in the sky. Sasuke managed a wry smile and replied, Let us not. I'm not in good shape right now. My body is aching all over. Even his gait resembled that of a limping figure. Kion let out a sigh, alas. It seems that the day for him to test his abilities must be postponed for a few more days. During this time, he may very well have grown stronger. However, who shall he choose to gauge his prowess? As his thoughts drifted away, they found themselves back in the village, almost without realizing it. The gatekeeper ninja greeted them with a smile. Upon reaching the entrance of the Ichiraku ramen shop, they unexpectedly encountered Naruto, who had just finished his meal. Hey, where have you two been? You didn't even call for me. Naruto remarked with a hint of jealousy, casting a glance at Kion and then at Sasuke. Kazuki chuckled. We are off to train. You should strive for improvement as well, Naruto. It was evening, and unexpectedly, they encountered Sakura, who had just emerged from the laboratory, preparing to dine. Oh, it's you, Kazuki. Are you all still awake? Sakura exclaimed with a bright smile upon seeing Kyuka. Everyone seems so busy. Are you all preparing for the chunin exam? Sakura surveyed the group of four. However, the boys were still perplexed by the mention of the chunin exam. Though Nagakami Kazuki was aware of the upcoming chunin exams, he felt as though they were still a distant event. Could it be approaching already? Sakura, observing the dazed expressions of her companions, could not help but chuckle softly. It's perfectly normal not to know, she remarked. I overheard the Jonin teachers discussing it during my experiments. They mentioned that the higher-ups are already preparing for the chunin exams and are in the process of drafting a proposal. Upon hearing this revelation, a palpable sense of tension enveloped the group. They all realized that they must exert themselves in the days ahead. Truly impressive, Sakura. It seems your academic achievements are remarkable. Even during experiments, you have the opportunity to be near the teachers. Kazuki praised with approval. Sakura, slightly embarrassed, smiled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to become an assistant to a Jonin, while the other students are still memorizing the fundamentals." As she spoke, her pride was nearly evident on her face. The four of them appeared to have matured significantly since their first meeting. The initial rivalry and fervent affections had settled into a more composed camaraderie. "Since none of us have eaten yet, how about we go for some barbecue?" Sakura proposed enthusiastically, and the three boys readily agreed. However, Kazuki had another matter he wished to discuss with Sakura later, specifically concerning the cells of himself and Sasuke. The intricacies of this situation were certainly orchestrated by Orochimaru, and he was eager to understand what changes had transpired in their cells. It seemed that his initial suggestion for Sakura to pursue the path of a medical ninja was indeed the right choice. After a hearty meal, the four friends exchanged cheerful farewells. Just as they were about to part ways, Kazuki called out to Sakura. Her slender silhouette paused momentarily, and she turned slowly, saying, "Kazuki-kun?" Her heart raced. Every interaction with Kazuki stirred a mix of excitement and shyness within her. Kyuko approached the conversation with a gentle topic, inquiring, "You've been feeling quite exhausted from your studies recently, haven't you?" Sakura felt a soft jolt within her heart, as if the weariness of recent days had dissipated. Although there were moments when she contemplated giving up, she persevered, and thus she replied with a smile, "Yes, it is tiring, but I believe it is worthwhile." What she kept unspoken was that becoming an exceptional individual and continuing to stand beside Kyuko was indeed invaluable. Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Kyuko directly asked, "Sakura, are you able to conduct cell analysis? Specifically, to evaluate various cellular parameters?" Sakura paused momentarily and responded, "Yes, I can. This is one of the most fundamental tasks I perform in the laboratory. It is the very essence of foundational knowledge. As for other surgical procedures, I am still in the process of learning." After listening to Nagakami Kazan, she felt an overwhelming joy and then said, "However, the tests I require from you will undoubtedly be far more intricate than the usual ones. Do you think you can handle it?" Upon hearing Kazan's words, Sakura suddenly smiled with confidence, a serene smile that radiated assurance. "What is there to worry about? Don't think that my title as the goddess of the laboratory is merely for show. No matter the test, I have never erred in data analysis. Hearing you say that, I am quite eager to take on the challenge." Sakura displayed a smile imbued with self-assurance. For some reason, Kazan found this version of Sakura exuding charm and confidence, far more appealing than when she played the role of his devoted admirer, although he held no disdain for that either. "Excellent. With such confidence, I feel reassured. I plan to reach out to you in a couple of days regarding this experiment, so please remember to prepare." As Kyuka concluded her words and prepared to bid farewell, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to address Sakura once more. "Oh, this time you needn't sneak the equipment out. We can proceed openly, as the previous incident has already laid everything bare to the higher-ups." With that, Kyuka shrugged. Recalling the previous event, Sakura couldn't help but chuckle, though concern flickered in her eyes as she asked, "Are you all right, Kyuka?" The memory of Kyuka enduring a painful injection stirred a sense of empathy within Sakura, igniting a silent vow to strengthen herself to prevent any peculiarities from endangering those she cherished. "Ha ha, homie. I'm perfectly fine, no worries. Just focus on your efforts." Kyuka reassured Sakura with an okay gesture, gently patting her shoulder before turning to leave. Watching Kyuka's retreating figure, Sakura felt a swell of emotion within her heart. And as she gazed at the moonlit sky, her resolve to become stronger solidified. Chapter 40. Kakashi's trial. Upon returning home, Sakura immediately commenced her review, determined to reinforce the day's knowledge and insights. She understood that anything complex mentioned by Kyuka was unlikely to be simple, with the task concerning cellular detection still pending. She resolved to delve deeper into the subject of cells. Embracing her thick textbook on cell biology, she immersed herself in its contents. Meanwhile, Hinata, who belonged to the same group as Kyuka, began her own regimen of rigorous practice after being rescued by Kyuka. She even devised a meticulous schedule, diving into her responsibilities upon arriving home, barely taking a few bites of her meal, exhibiting more diligence than Niji. What has prompted her to exert herself so fervently all of a sudden? Pondered Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, with a look of perplexity. Niji, observing from the side, wore a derisive smirk and then stood, declaring, "I too shall train, for my duty is to protect Lady Hinata." With a deep bow to Hayashi, Niji made his way to the training grounds, harboring a sense of discontent. Despite being among the most capable in the family, he felt constrained by the absurd traditions of the clan, his status diminished simply due to his birth into the branch family. He was not Hinata's biological brother, but rather a cousin. Yet, this closeness did little to alleviate the reality that he was relegated to the role of Hinata's protector. To put it bluntly, he was merely her bodyguard. How could someone of his prowess endure such indignity? With this thought in mind, Niji struck the training post with even greater force. The following day, lessons continued as usual. The cool breeze of the kamikaze still found himself summoned by Kakashi for some special training. However, this time he did not rush to develop new jutsu. Instead, he focused on mastering the control of his existing techniques. Your control over chakra remains somewhat unstable. You should practice a bit more, Kakashi remarked, observing Kamikaze's movements and meticulously recording his progress. Today marked the 20th time Kamikaze had unleashed the Chidori. And although Kakashi was unaware of how Kamikaze managed to consolidate his lightning chakra, he could sense that it was rather dispersed. Achieving a more concentrated control over the lightning would undoubtedly amplify the damage inflicted. Once more, Kamikaze, your focus is lacking. During his observations, Kakashi noticed a slight flaw in Kamikaze's performance. Despite his formidable strength, which was almost monstrous among the newcomers, he often lost his concentration. Such lapses would adversely affect his chakra control, thereby diminishing the potency of his techniques. Kakashi also realized that Kamikaze only displayed complete focus when confronted with genuine peril. Suddenly, an idea struck Kakashi. He conceived a training method to enhance Kamikaze's concentration. Alright, Kamikaze, let us pause the chakra concentration exercises for now. I have a game for you. As he spoke, Kakashi handed Kamikaze a slingshot. You will assume the role of a marksman. Do not utilize your chakra or your kenjutsu. Rely solely on your ordinary observational skills to hit me. Kakashi said with a smile. I shall transform into shadow clones to serve as your targets. A hit to the head grants you 10 points, a hit to the heart earns you 8, and a hit to the abdomen provides 5. I will create 10 clones that will move about this training ground. The maximum score is 100 points, and only bullets powerful enough to dispel the clones will be deemed effective. Would you care to give it a try? The significance of this training was clear to Kamikaze, who immediately deduced that Kakashi aimed to cultivate his focus. To be an effective marksman, one must possess exceptional concentration and reflexes. Any momentary distraction could result in missing the target and losing a prime opportunity for a strike. Of course, I am eager to give it a try. Kyuko readily agreed, recognizing the value of such high-quality training and seizing the opportunity. Upon her acceptance, Kakashi introduced an additional rule. You must find your own position. Once I detect the stone you have launched, I will commence my search for your location within this circle, so do your utmost to devise a strategy. Furthermore, remember that you cannot employ your peculiar gait while attempting to flee. Hyuga Kazuki understood that he was referring to the Lingbo Weibo. My goodness. He was deeply impressed by Kakashi's strictness. No wonder so many skilled individuals emerged under his tutelage. The adage that a stern teacher produces outstanding students is evidently not without merit. As the training was about to commence, Hyuga Kazuki sought a vantage point. He endeavored to find an optimal location, climbing onto a tree branch, quietly awaiting Kakashi's arrival. At that moment, Hyuga Kazuki noticed his heart rate inexplicably quickening. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat felt as if it were reverberating against his ribcage, shaking him to his core. Before long, within his line of sight, Kakashi sprang forth from a thicket of grass. A few blades clung to Kakashi's head, and coupled with his somewhat dazed expression, he appeared quite comical. Hyugami couldn't help but chuckle a few times, causing the leaves around him to tremble. Suddenly, Kakashi's gaze shot towards Kyugami with a fierce intensity, startling him into immediate silence. The aura of menace and focus emanating from Kakashi sent shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, a few small birds perched on the tree took flight, inadvertently saving Kyugami from further distress. Within Kyugami's line of sight, Kakashi's expression transformed into one of nonchalance once again, and he subsequently created 10 shadow clones. The rules of this duel dictated that neither side could employ ninjutsu or chakra. Even running was to be executed solely through physical prowess. Aside from the creation of clones, Kakashi refrained from utilizing any ninjutsu. Observing the training ground filled with Kakashi's clones, Kyugami felt a twinge of delight. It appeared that Kakashi's density was remarkably high, as if a mere shot would inevitably find its mark. He raised his slingshot, aiming carefully at the head of one of Kakashi's clones, and upon steadying his aim, he launched the projectile. However, who could have anticipated that the clone would suddenly bend down to pick up a leaf, resulting in Kyugami's stone striking the clone's rear instead? The force of the stone was insufficient to eliminate the clone, thus rendering the shot null and void. In that instant, all of Kakashi's clones turned their heads in unison. Oh dear, has Kyugami been discovered? 10 Kakashi clones sprinted towards him, and in that moment, Kyugami experienced a profound sense of fear. He had never felt such trepidation even when facing Tsukuge's Chitwei. No, I must run. Kyugami, feeling somewhat flustered, swiftly activated the technique of Rinbo, Shuenpa, leaping down from the tree and fleeing. The game halted, and as Kyugami had employed a skill this round, it was deemed invalid. Kakashi's clones vanished, and he reappeared before Kyugami, a broad smile adorning his face. Kyuma Phone was momentarily paralyzed with fear, but soon he realized that such cowardice was unbecoming. Kakashi-sensei. I concede, he said, standing up with a hint of dejection, feeling for the first time in this world the sting of defeat. Kakashi-sensei gently ruffled his hair and reassured him, do not fret. Your remarkable talent has caused you to overlook the finer details. With diligent practice, I believe that your efforts in a single day could rival what others achieve in 10 years. This encouragement rekindled Kumafeng's spirit. All right, let's do this again, he declared, swiftly regaining his resolve. Observing the renewed determination in Kumafeng, Kakashi smiled with satisfaction. Now that is the attitude befitting a genius. With that, the second round commenced. Remember, before taking your shot, you must carefully observe the movements of your target and their interactions with the surrounding environment, then anticipate their next move. Only by doing so can you attain genuine focus of high quality, rather than a scattered attention that sees but a single point while neglecting everything else. Avoid extremes. Learn to adjust. Do you understand? Kakashi spoke earnestly, gazing into Kumafeng's eyes. Kion nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps this is what a great teacher truly embodies. The exhilaration of being an exceptional student is indeed delightful. The teacher shows favoritism. With this in mind, Kion had already found a suitable hiding spot and had set his sights on a target. As he observed, his restless heart began to gradually find tranquility. Chapter 41. The emergence of a new skill. Observe. At the opportune moment, Suzumiya Haruhi took aim at Kakashi, who was engrossed in watching a romantic paradise, and launched a pebble from her slingshot. The stone struck Kakashi squarely on the head. Success was assured. Hyuga Kazuki, filled with exhilaration, swiftly leaped to another tree. As the relentless Kakashi clones advanced towards him, without the support of his energy, the strength in his legs was rather feeble, even weaker than that of Naruto. It was at this moment that Hyuga Kazuki suddenly realized that if one day his energy were to be completely depleted, relying solely on his legs would render him utterly incapable of escape. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. He quickly pivoted on the branch, just as one of the Kakashi clones surveyed the surroundings beneath him. Now was the moment. With a swift flick of the slingshot, a small pebble soared through the air, striking Kakashi's head with precision, causing his clone to vanish with a soft thud. Excellent. 20 points secured. Kia's heart swelled with joy as she turned to change her position, only to be met by a masked visage. Is 20 points truly sufficient, Kia? Kakashi inquired with a smile, seizing her abruptly. You have earned 20 points. This round is concluded. Releasing her, Kiya, though somewhat disheartened, gradually began to grasp the essence of the lesson. She recognized the necessity of maintaining composure and cultivating an acute awareness of her surroundings. Kakashi then remarked, while you possess considerable strength, you have yet to comprehend the true meaning of being a ninja. Your prowess may be formidable, yet on the battlefield, if your abilities do not entirely suppress your opponent, you must exercise restraint. Should you reveal all your cards at the outset against a cunning adversary intent on your demise, your fate is sealed. After a contemplative glance toward the horizon, he continued, learn to observe with a calm mind. Do not act impulsively. In the theater of life and death, each additional second of survival may signify victory. Kakashi's words profoundly impacted Kiya, and throughout the ensuing training, she honed her focus and breath control, By sunset on that day, she achieved an impressive score of 53 points. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Kyuyo was starkly aware of her vulnerability without relying on the energy within her to fight. Today, Ryoko profoundly recognized this truth, internally exclaiming that Kakashi is indeed a master in his field. Very well, return home and rest adequately. We shall continue thereafter, Ryoko. To elevate your score from 0 to over 50 in merely one day is nothing short of extraordinary. Kakashi patted Ryoko on the back. This was not merely a comforting compliment, but a statement of fact. To adjust one's state and enhance one's level to a stable 50+ within a single day reflects a remarkable level of innate talent, far surpassing that of the average individual. Alas, is this the favor of Providence? On his way out, Kakashi sighed deeply. He had previously believed himself to be a genius, only to discover that there are always those who excel beyond oneself, with each peak higher than the last. At this moment, Ryoko returned home, his weary body dragging along. After a refreshing shower and enjoying the delectable meal prepared by Taki, he collapsed onto his bed. However, within mere moments of closing his eyes, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wealth of practical experience during training with Kakashi, earning a system experience reward of 1,000. The current system experience has reached 12,100, successfully achieving 12,000 experience. During this training, speed 20, strength 20, defense attributes remain unchanged. The host is encouraged to strive further. Additionally, a reward of 1 draw from the card pool and 1 opportunity for skill upgrade awaits. This announcement instantly invigorated the previously exhausted Ryoko. Goodness gracious, not only did he gain a plethora of practical knowledge today, but he also leveled up. In a moment of excitement, Kion exclaimed, "First, let me draw a card." Upon receiving the host's request, the card was drawn successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Mystic level fishing card. Upon hearing that it was of Mystic level, Kion breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then let's go fishing now." Ding dong. The host's request has been received and is currently being executed. Fishing in progress. Success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superpower of the Gale Weasel from the world of dragon races. The name is derived from the wind spirit in Japanese mythology, which enhances auditory perception, functioning similarly to radar. The domain of the Gale Weasel is vast, capable of returning amplified and precise sounds, thus allowing the user to ascertain the location of sound sources within a certain range. Function: accurate positioning, intelligence gathering, and enemy detection. Note: this skill is upgradable upon upgrading. It transforms into a blood-sucking scythe, capable of materializing wind blades for powerful slashing, and to a certain extent, can provide health regeneration. Kyuka murmured in astonishment. Isn't this one of the dreams of an old-school otaku? Back in his middle school days, he would secretly hide under his blanket to read Dragon Tribe, enviously observing those radiant individuals flaunting their prowess. Little did he expect that today he would acquire the skill of the Grim Reaper, akin to that of Caesar from within the story. Although this word spirit may not measure up to other divine word spirits, and lacks a certain flamboyance, Kyuka felt that, for a card of fishing mystery, it had truly done its utmost. Indeed, the fishing card has performed admirably. Kyugami Kazumi basked in the exhilaration of acquiring new skills. In that fleeting moment, he felt an ancient force settle within him. He instinctively closed his eyes, and words emerged slowly from his lips. Words spirit, Kamaitashi. Subsequently, a lengthy and intricate incantation flowed naturally from his mouth. When he reopened his eyes, they had transformed into a striking golden hue, dragon eyes. In that instant, his blood and physical constitution were significantly enhanced. Unbeknownst to him, he would soon discover that even without chakra or chi to exercise, his physique surpassed that of ordinary humans by thousands of times. His bodily defenses surged instantaneously, and beneath what appeared to be a human exterior lay a form as robust as that of a dragon. With a thunderous roar, an immense invisible aura radiated from him, encompassing a radius of at least 500 meters. It was as though a host of wind spirits had been unleashed from within Kyugami, swiftly permeating every corner of the area. In an instant, all auditory information within this domain was returned to Kyugami's ears, rendering his hearing superior to his sight. He became acutely aware of which children were not properly trained, which couples were engaged in virtuous acts, where diligent ninjas toiled, and what was being broadcast on nearby televisions. Kyugami was now fully informed. Furthermore, this vast influx of information was effortlessly absorbed by him, bringing no adverse effects to his mind. In that moment, the volume of sound transcended visual perception, for it conveyed not only sound but also precise locational details. Kyugami had become a human radar, immersed in this auditory realm. He managed to rein in the expansive reach of Kamaitachi all at once, a feat that opened the doors to a new world of perception, sharpening his mind beyond its usual acuity. At that moment, he felt a pang of hunger and wandered into the kitchen to reheat some food, his thoughts drifting. The previous sensations left him astounded, prompting him to ponder whether Hinata experienced something similar when utilizing her Byakugan. Lost in contemplation, he accidentally spilled a scorching bowl of meat soup onto his arm. "Ah, hot. So hot," he exclaimed, only to realize, wait, it's not hot. What is going on? Kyuya Kazumi, initially startled into a silent cry by the reflexive sensation, gradually transitioned to a state of bewilderment as he carefully explored the phenomenon, ultimately discovering that it was not scalding at all. The steaming liquid that clung to his arm was, in fact, merely warm. Hastily, he procured a thermometer and confirmed that it was unmistakably at a temperature of 90 degrees. Could it be? Lifting his arm, Kyuya observed with astonishment that it faintly reflected a rainbow-hued light, adorned with a layer of scales so minuscule they were nearly imperceptible. Without a closer inspection, it would be utterly undetectable. My goodness, this is remarkable. Kion was filled with immense joy. Chapter 42, The Assault of Haruhi Suzumiya. Kagami was filled with excitement as he picked up the kitchen knife from the table, eager to test its defensive capabilities. Hee. Let me see just how formidable this defense really is. He raised the knife, poised to strike his own hoof. Oh, my dear Kagami. What on earth are you planning to do? Takuya's panicked voice broke through as he rushed forward to snatch the knife from Kagami's grasp, panting heavily. Have you been under too much pressure lately? Takuya looked at Kagami with uncertainty, fearing he might commit another reckless act. Kyuya laughed heartily and said, Not at all, Takashi. I have made significant progress recently. Just look at my skin. As she spoke, Kyuya eagerly showcased her vibrant complexion to Takashi. Although one had to lean in closely to truly appreciate it, the distinctiveness of Kyuya was evident. Takashi was utterly astonished and inquired about the reason behind this transformation. Kyuya casually brushed off his curiosity, attributing it to her naturally unique constitution and her recent advancements in cultivation. Takashi, convinced by her explanation, clapped his thigh in delight and exclaimed, This is wonderful news. Are you hungry? Do let me know. You know my culinary skills. Whatever you desire, I shall prepare it. At that moment, Takashi was brimming with excitement, his spirits soaring as though it were he who had undergone the transformation, rather than Kyuya. Kyukafu prepared several dishes, prompting Takashi to immediately begin cooking with a flurry of activity. Observing the industrious little elder, Takashi felt a wave of warmth enveloping his heart. After indulging in a delightful feast together, Kyukafu retreated to the bedroom, surrendering to a deep slumber. He was so fatigued that he forgot about a skill he could upgrade. However, he was in no rush, for all he desired at that moment was a restful sleep. Upon waking the next morning, Kyukafu felt an exquisite lightness in his bones, as if he had been reborn. While washing his face, he noticed a subtle enhancement in his appearance. Some of the pores and minor blemishes on his skin had vanished, leaving his complexion radiant, almost luminescent. The improvement in his skin significantly elevated his attractiveness, and at that moment, Kyukafu felt as though he had transformed into a different person altogether. Indeed. Upon arriving at school, he caught the attention of numerous girls along the way, and even the boys couldn't help but stare. Wow, his skin is so tender and bouncy, exclaimed one boy, his eyes wide with admiration. Truly, I am smitten. He surpasses even the girls. Another boy declared, enraptured. At that moment, a voice of reason emerged. Look closely, everyone. That's the rookie king, Kyukafu, the top newcomer with unparalleled strength, even capable of outclassing upperclassmen. Do you dare to covet him? With this revelation, the two mesmerized boys quickly regained their composure, hastily wiping away their drool. Kyuko Suzumiya, a being rumored to possess a devilish presence. Upon entering the classroom, she was met with a chorus of gasps, a reaction to which she had long since grown accustomed. In her radiant aura, the skin of those around her appeared as though it had been dredged from the depths of mud. Aside from a select few girls blessed with naturally flawless skin or those who had diligently cared for their complexion, hardly any male could hope to rival Kyuko Suzumiya's beauty. Ahem, enough staring. I must remind you all that class is about to commence. With a couple of deliberate coughs, Kyuko Suzumiya prompted those who had been gazing at her to redirect their attention to the podium. Kyuya has always preferred to sit at the back, as occupying a front seat would impede his movements. Once the theoretical class concluded, they received an important announcement. The chunin exam would take place in just 2 weeks. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as everyone exclaimed, "Only 2 weeks until the exam? Goodness, my grades are insufficient. How unfortunate. It's disheartening to think I may not advance to chunin alongside someone as outstanding as Kyuya." While a flurry of discussions ensued among the students, Kyuya felt a surge of excitement. The chunin exam presented an exceptional opportunity to forge new connections and engage in numerous battles, allowing him to uncover his own shortcomings. After all, although the Sea God combat space offers a highly realistic simulation for testing, it pales in comparison to actual combat, where one faces the unpredictable nature of human opponents. The systems designed within the program merely adhere to optimal combat strategies, lacking the intricate schemes and calculations that real-life confrontations entail. He glanced at his hands, aware that his body had been enhanced far beyond that of an average person. He wondered if he could achieve a perfect score on Kakashi's slingshot test now. Kyuko smiled faintly. With his current physical condition, even without chakra and devoid of any use of ki, he could run at a speed surpassing that of a motorcycle. Kakashi, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of my abilities and showcase the progress I have made. Kagami pondered deeply within the training grounds. Kakashi stood opposite him. Are you ready? Kakashi inquired. I am ready, Kagami nodded. Commence. At Kakashi's command, the two swiftly leaped away from their original positions, each turning their backs to the other, intent on avoiding any glimpse of their opponent's location. Kion swung his legs apart, causing the grass beneath him to ripple with creases. With a series of leaps, he sent leaves cascading from the trees overhead. This time, leveraging his ninja training and his own enhanced physique, he ascended the tree without relying on chakra. Remarkably, he was not out of breath, nor did he feel any strain in his back or waist. He was brimming with vitality. Indeed, what an exquisite sensation. In the words of our Chinese language, it is simply marvelous. As Nagamori Kazuki drew back his slingshot, he noticed a remarkable improvement in his vision, as if he could effortlessly adjust his focus. My goodness, system, why have I suddenly grown so powerful? Kazuki inquired with a mix of joy and excitement. Ding. Host's query received. The host has acquired the spirit of the Dragon Clan, K-Mori. Within the worldview of the Dragon Clan, individuals endowed with such spirits are hybrids, possessing a physique that is half human and half dragon. Consequently, the host has reaped the benefits of this enhancement. Whether it be fundamental vision, hearing, or the other senses, there will be a significant elevation in all aspects. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Kazuki's heart raced with exhilaration, nearly overwhelming him. However, upon observing Kakashi had transformed into 10 clones, leisurely training in the field, he quickly regained his composure. Kakashi's training proved effective, as he had already learned to control his emotions, analyze situations, and refrain from acting inappropriately. All right, now to observe, and shoot. Anticipate the next move. Excellent, devise the plan. After executing 2 consecutive shots, Kazuki propelled himself from one tree to another with a powerful push of his legs. The distance was minimal, shoot. As Ryoko Kazama swiftly extricated himself, only 2 Kakashis remained. Kid, you've progressed remarkably. I haven't caught you yet. It seems you've grasped something profound, remarked one of the Kakashis, standing his ground. However, Ryoko felt an overwhelming uncertainty emanating from this Kakashi, rendering him incapable of predicting the next move, despite him remaining stationary. Could this truly be the strength of an elite Jonin? Kion, in a moment of exertion, found a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Thus far, he had amassed a score of 68. Although he had missed a few crucial shots, he had given it his utmost effort. Before him stood 2 Kakashis, one of whom was undoubtedly a mere clone. He needed to proceed with caution. For the true Kakashi was a seasoned warrior, having engaged in battles since his teenage years. Moreover, he was a member of the Umbu. Therefore, this moment demanded the utmost seriousness and respect. Chapter 43, Special Training in the Wilderness 3, 2, 1. Charge. Kazuki propelled stones from his slingshot, yet at that moment, Kakashi vanished from his sight. What? Kazuki thought he was hallucinating, but as he focused, he realized Kakashi was sprinting away. The speed was nothing short of astonishing. Good heavens, Kakashi possessed such remarkable stamina? In this dire situation, Kazuki's mind raced, and he hastily set down his slingshot, exerting force beneath his feet, launching himself like a cannonball. Whoosh! A few shuriken whizzed past his ears. He nearly forgot that while chakra could not be used in this battle, there was no prohibition against employing cold weapons. This is bad, Kazuki thought, swiftly bending his body to evade the approaching shuriken. Seeking refuge in the canopy of a grand tree, his heart pounding like a drum. Rustle, rustle. Those were the sounds of Kakashi's footsteps. Each step was remarkably steady. And Kazuki could even feel the murderous intent emanating from Kakashi. Is this what an elite jonin is like? Kazuki could not help but marvel again. Yet the oppressive atmosphere became unbearable. He gathered his strength once more and burst forth from the treetop. Rustle, rustle. As he emerged, he was met with the sight of a grinning masked face. It was Kakashi. Acting on instinct, he immediately raised his slingshot and fired. Bang! The speed of Ryoko's advancement is undeniably formidable. Kakashi has vanished. Splendid. A headshot. I have achieved a score of 78. Ryoko was momentarily elated, his heart dancing with joy. However, before he could revel in his triumph for long, he was suddenly restrained from behind. Ah, quite the impressive score, young one. Kakashi grasped Ryoko's neck, his fingers lightly constricting around his throat. In that fleeting instant, Ryoko could feel the pressure exerted by Kakashi's fingers and the taut aura enveloping him. The palpable sense of menace and oppression was far beyond what a novice like him could withstand. Well, today's performance can only be described as a spectacular explosion. A remarkable leap of 20 points. Truly miraculous. I had anticipated you would linger around the 40 to 50 point range for quite some time. Kakashi smiled, his assessment of Ryoko rising another notch within him. Kagami Kaze's physical prowess has ascended at an astonishing rate, prompting Kakashi to momentarily suspect the influence of performance-enhancing substances. However, upon seizing his throat a moment ago, Kakashi utilized his rudimentary medical knowledge to ascertain that the matter was not one of drugs, but rather a peculiarity of constitution. The physique of Kaze is markedly distinct from that of an ordinary individual. Kakashi gazed at Kaze, gradually coming to terms with the reality that he is indeed a prodigy among prodigies. Thus, the revelation of his unusual constitution did not particularly astonish him. At that moment, Kaze rose from the ground. Despite some depletion of stamina, he remained invigorated, as one might expect from a being infused with the blood of dragons. His skin, adorned with scales, was now subtly shifting, as impurities were expelled from within. The original enhancements to his chi channels, thanks to his mastery of the Lingbo Weibo technique, had led to a state where Kaze was now drenched in his own perspiration. Ah, teacher, may I take a shower first? I feel utterly foul. Kaze lamented. He could not afford to tarnish his impeccable image. After all, he is Kagami Kaze, the epitome of perfection. Yet, en route to the school's bathing facilities, he suddenly realized he had been overly concerned. A small group of women gazed intently at him, their eyes following his every movement, while one exclaimed, "Wow, is that Kagami Kaze?" Another replied, "Of course, you phony fan. Even if Kaze were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize him." The statement exuded admiration, surprisingly voiced by an upperclassman. Kyomiyakawa felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in, his face clouded with frustration. Nevertheless, he composed himself and traversed the playground with an impassive demeanor. To his surprise, a few male admirers approached him, offering encouragement. "Kyomiyakawa, your rigorous training is the reason for your excellence, isn't it?" One boy jogged alongside him, handing him a bottle of water. "You have always been my idol since I entered as a freshman. I aspire to be as strong as you." Such enthusiastic fans seemed to appear endlessly, and Kyomiyakawa, worried they might linger by the bathroom door, circled the school 3 times and wandered through the teaching building several more before skillfully evading them with his nimble steps. In the bathroom, warm water cascaded down upon him. Recalling that his skin maintained a constant temperature and was impervious to heat, he adjusted the water to a slightly higher temperature. The steaming water enveloped him, causing his delicate, soft scales to expand and contract in comfort. In that moment, all the grime on his body vanished. Seizing this opportunity, Kyomiyakawa decided to check his status panel. He had been so exhausted last time that he hadn't even the strength to glance at it before falling into a deep slumber. He opened the panel for a quick inspection. Upon a fleeting thought, Kyuya received the host's request. Speed, 2,100. Strength, 2,300. Defense, 2,600. Vitality, 2,700. Single attack critical damage, 3,000. Current overall rating, CH need. System experience, 12100. Chakra skills, Chidori, Chidori Raijin. Skill, Golden Light Spell, energy manifested as Chi. Upgraded to the 3rd stage, Thunder Technique. Capable of transforming into lightning attributes, carrying a profound burning effect. Skill, Swordsmanship, energy manifested as Chi. Skill, Lingbo Weibo, a non-energy consuming auxiliary skill that strengthens bones, unblocks meridians, and aids in the absorption of celestial spiritual energy, converting it into energy while simultaneously evading skill usage. Skill, Word Spirit Scythe, effect, precise localization, intelligence acquisition, awareness of enemy situations. Additional effect, dragon blood enhances physical constitution. Self-created skills, golden light spike, golden light lock, golden light thrust, golden light binding, thunder binding, thunderstorm. Item, Harry Potter's invisibility cloak, allowing for complete invisibility at any time. Upon reviewing the panel, Kyuya felt a surge of joy, a junior CH Nin. He has finally stepped into the ranks of CH Nin strength. Although this system rating often left Kyuya with an underlying sense of constriction regarding his power, it was certainly preferable to being underestimated. Kyuya Kazumi pondered contentedly. Ding dong. The host has an opportunity to upgrade a skill. Please utilize it promptly. Upon hearing the system's notification, Kyuya smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting this important detail. Very well, let us upgrade the sword control technique. Ding dong. The host's request has been received, proceeding with the upgrade. Upgrade successful. The sword control technique has ascended to the mystical level. Effect, increases the total volume of internal energy, allowing simultaneous manipulation of 70 objects the size of basketballs and enabling short-distance flight through sword control. Upon hearing the mention of flight, Kyuya recalled his previous longing for this ability, and to his astonishment, he could now achieve it following the upgrade. Now, system, you may withdraw. I shall prepare to exit the bath. Hyuga relished the newfound energy coursing through his body, which had indeed increased significantly. With a gentle exertion, he found himself able to manipulate the objects within the bathroom, wielding them with newfound dexterity. It felt almost as though he were commanding them from a distance. Elated, he withdrew his energy and gazed into the mirror, noting his radiant complexion. Aha! I am once again a handsome lad. Onward with my training. Noticing that time was still on his side, Hyuga resolved to visit the playground to engage in a discussion with Kakashi regarding chakra control and the matter of concentration. At that moment, he spotted Kakashi gathering a small group of individuals on the playground, animatedly conversing about something. The atmosphere suggested that something intriguing was afoot. He chuckled to himself. What mischief was Kakashi concocting this time? Kagami Kazuki sprinted over and was taken aback to discover that the small group gathered there consisted entirely of familiar faces. Chapter 44. Special training featured none other than Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata. Kakashi-sensei, is there some sort of activity taking place? Kagami inquired, perplexed as he approached. Kakashi squinted with a smile and replied, the chunin exams are just around the corner. I've selected a few individuals for specialized training. What Kakashi did not disclose was that he had intentionally chosen those who were close to Kagami, believing that friends would elevate each other's abilities through collaboration. Having spoken, Kakashi addressed the group. This time, our training will take place entirely in the wilderness, as the chunin exam environment will be akin to navigating through a forest, with conditions potentially more dire than the great outdoors. The forest's ecosystem is unpredictable. Therefore, I will devise tailored plans for each of you, and I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Upon concluding his remarks, everyone responded in unison, yes, sensei. The outdoor training commenced swiftly, with a total of 5 individuals, Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, and Kagami, following Kakashi as they exited the village and ventured into the wilderness for their special training. Prior to the training, Kakashi meticulously assigned each person's responsibilities. Sakura's role within the team was to provide support and medical assistance, ensuring she protected herself to the best of her abilities. Sasuke, you will handle offensive maneuvers, but refrain from being impulsive, as your recklessness can lead to exhausting your chakra reserves. Naruto, you will assist Sasuke, providing backup when needed. At times, you may be the savior. Hinata, you are to maintain situational awareness. Your keen eyes should monitor everything, reporting any discrepancies immediately. As for Kagami, Kakashi paused in his task assignment to regard him thoughtfully. You will also oversee the situation. If any issues arise among your teammates, it will fall upon you. Additionally, you are to serve as the primary force of the team. Kakashi instructed with a cheerful demeanor, and Kagami readily agreed, relishing the challenge that ignited his passion. Naruto and Sasuke appeared somewhat disgruntled, with Naruto exclaiming, why him? I want to be the team's main force too. Who wants to team up with that grumpy face? As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Sasuke. Sasuke, in turn, retorted with a scowl, huh? Do you think I wish to be in your team, dead last? Have you even considered how poorly you've performed? The tension between the two escalated, creating a charged atmosphere even before training had commenced. I expect you to coexist peacefully. Kakashi placed one hand firmly on Sasuke's head and the other on Naruto's. In that instant, Kyugami sensed the ominous aura emanating from Kakashi, which momentarily silenced the two chattering youngsters, rendering them incapable of further protest. With a resounding boom, Kakashi summoned more than a dozen of his own clones, each of which leapt in different directions, vanishing from sight. My clones will conceal themselves in any conceivable spot within this forest, and your task is to traverse through it and capture 5 wild rabbits, he said with a smile, and then promptly disappeared from their view. Good luck to you all, echoed his voice as it faded away. Left behind were a group of bewildered youngsters, glancing at one another in confusion. The first to regain composure was Sakura. She quelled her initial anxiety, restoring her calm demeanor, and declared, "Although this special training session came rather unexpectedly, we must approach it with seriousness. Kyugami, you are our captain." Kyafeng nodded thoughtfully. He mused that his previous experience in organizing company team-building activities was now proving beneficial. After all, he was somewhat seasoned in managing this group of young ones. "All right. Follow me closely. Do not wander off, stay in line, and keep an eye out for any wild rabbits along the way." Hinata activated her Byakugan every 5 minutes, urging her to be swift, but not to expend excessive energy. The entire team ventured deeper into the dense jungle. The humidity was palpable, and a thick mist enveloped the surroundings. Initially, everyone felt as though they had stepped into a celestial realm, but as they progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Byakugan. Hinata, mindful of the time, activated her Byakugan to survey the area. Over a radius of more than 100 meters, she detected no anomalies. Report. There are currently no irregularities in the vicinity, nor have I spotted any rabbits, Hinata announced. At that moment, Sakura began to take action. She retrieved several uniquely designed masks from her specially crafted medical kit and distributed them to everyone. There may be miasma or similar threats in this forest. Wearing these will provide some protection. They are specially made for us. Seeing his teammates' reliability eased Kyafeng's earlier apprehension. He thought it was time to employ his new skill, Scythe Gale. With a swift incantation, his eyes transformed to a brilliant gold, and a whirlwind of wind spirits enveloped a 500-meter radius around him, rendering every sound transparent. There is movement over there. It could be a wild rabbit. Suddenly, Suzumiya Haruhi opened her eyes wide and dashed off with the others. At that moment, Kakashi transformed into a small bird, perched on a tree, observing their departure with keen interest. What astonishing children they are. I never anticipated their remarkable sense of discipline. I had expected at least one of them to break down in tears along the way. Kakashi, in his avian form, tilted his head in contemplation. "Ah, I have caught one." Kyuya grasped the ear of a rabbit, its hind legs thrashing wildly, yet a single blow from him rendered it unconscious. Sasuke observed his team successfully complete their first wild rabbit hunt and smiled contentedly. However, Kyuya could not shake off the feeling that the smile bore an air of sinister charm, as if proclaiming, "Indeed, this is my team, truly remarkable. Oh, what a self-absorbed and confident individual." Kyuya shook his head, securing the rabbit to his waist. At that moment, another rabbit appeared before them. This one stood still, its large eyes wide with surprise, its nostrils flaring rhythmically. How fortunate, it seemed, that their search had yielded such effortless results. Kyuya gestured for Sakura and the others to remain silent, as he slowly concentrated the energy of his sword technique in his hands, preparing to bestow this power upon the rabbit. After all, his swordsmanship had undergone a significant enhancement, allowing him to control not just small stones but also, with some effort, the weight of a rabbit. However, just as he was about to envelop the rabbit with his gathered energy, it darted away with surprising agility. "Quick, everyone, let us pursue. This rabbit is quite clever." Kyuya gritted her teeth and beckoned everyone to sprint towards the rabbit. However, the rabbit seemed to have activated a speed boost, and no matter how hard Kyuya and the others tried, they could not catch up. At that moment, Hinata's 5-minute limit was about to expire. Byakugan. She suddenly activated the ocular prowess of her Byakugan, scanning her surroundings in a full 360 degrees while running. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not follow the rabbit any longer. Halt." Hinata's directive proved to be exceptionally effective. Everyone recognized the remarkable capabilities of Hinata's eyes. Consequently, they all managed to come to a timely stop. Panting heavily, Sakura, who possessed the least stamina among them due to her prior specialization in medical ninjutsu, inquired with confusion, "Hinata, what is happening?" Hinata's expression reflected profound concern as she gently pointed ahead, saying, "There lies a trap. If we take another step forward, we will lose this game." Kyugami Kazuki was taken aback, reflecting on the prudence of the strategy he had previously devised. Had it not been for its soundness, he would have surely fallen into the cunning trap laid by Kakashi, that old fox. Since the trap lies ahead, let us change our course, he declared, intending to turn away. However, he was met with a large circle of rabbits encircling him. One of the rabbits bounded forward, and to his astonishment, it spoke in Kakashi's voice. I shall deploy my shadow clones with utmost effort to impede your passage through the forest. There are 30 of them, so good luck. As soon as the words left its mouth, the rabbit that had transformed into Kakashi scattered in all directions. Naruto, in a state of despair, exclaimed, Hey, what on earth is happening? We were clearly told that capturing the rabbits and traversing the forest would suffice. Kakashi-sensei is cheating. Chapter 45, The Collective Ascendancy in that moment. Everyone grasped the formidable challenge that lay before them. The atmosphere grew increasingly grave and somber. Fear not, let us commence our journey, Kazuki reassured them. I have traversed this forest during my missions, and my recollection is not particularly vague. We should be able to cross it in approximately half an hour. At this juncture, Kazuki hesitated. Of course, this was contingent upon proceeding without hindrances and without capturing any rabbits. Kyuya surveyed the group for a week. And now he had become the spiritual leader of these young ones, who held his words in high regard. Thus, Hinata's observations needed to be limited to 3-minute intervals, each brief enough to avoid excessive consumption of chakra. Sasuke and Naruto stood on either side of me, approximately 20 meters away. Should you notice anything unusual, simply blow on a leaf. With that, Kyuya demonstrated how to blow on a leaf, producing a sound akin to a bird-esque call, so as not to startle the local wildlife, including the rabbits. Just as he was about to discuss the next point, Sasuke raised his hand to speak. We should establish a code. For instance, if we spot a rabbit, we blow 3 short bursts. And if we see Kakashi or encounter danger, we blow continuously. Kion, realizing the wisdom in the suggestion, remarked, quite commendable. Your ability to discern this is indeed impressive. Let us adopt your proposal. However, we must add one more point. Upon hearing a long whistle, everyone should immediately gather in that direction. Is there any objection? Everyone shook their heads, indicating their agreement. Kion then proceeded to outline the subsequent battle plan. Sakura and Hinata positioned themselves on either side of me, maintaining a distance of approximately 5 meters. This way, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they could swiftly retreat to my side, forming a back-to-back formation to minimize losses. With the formation established, they quickened their pace. Hinata had activated her Byakugan 4 or 5 times already, and they had successfully captured 2 rabbits. One was caught by Sasuke, who nearly roasted it with his great fireball technique. Kion could not comprehend why capturing a mere rabbit required such ferocity. He indeed seemed to be a ruthless individual. The other rabbit was caught by Sakura, who was cautiously surveying her surroundings when she suddenly noticed movement ahead. Her foundational ninjutsu training was remarkable. Although she lacked Sasuke's Sharingan and Hinata's Byakugan, her grasp of the fundamental principles was the most solid. With a precisely executed kunai throw, she struck the upright ear of the rabbit. Swiftly, she dashed forward, capturing the rabbit and swiftly twisting its neck to render it unconscious. Ha! Sakura is truly a girl of great resolve, Kion thought as he gazed at the motionless rabbit, feeling a slight unease, thinking it was dead. Sakura, sensing Kion's apprehension, shyly smiled and reassured him, I haven't killed it, I merely knocked it out. We often use rabbits for our dissection practice, so I know exactly how to handle it. As they conversed, Kion suddenly heard a long, piercing whistle, the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. Their agreed-upon signal indicated that 3 short blows represented sighting a rabbit, while a long whistle signified danger or the sighting of Kakashi. Something must have gone awry with Sasuke's team. Quickly, everyone gather here, Kion exclaimed, and immediately, Naruto rushed to his side. The long whistle continued, and Kion surmised that Sasuke had likely spotted Kakashi. Hinata, take a look, Kion shouted as he ran. Yes, Byakugan. Without a moment's hesitation, Hinata activated her Byakugan, while Kion simultaneously unleashed his Lingua Gale. Report, Captain. 2 o'clock in the northeast. Hinata promptly relayed the location, and Kion's Gale skill provided a wealth of information. The wind spirits functioned like radar waves, relaying data from within a 500-meter radius to Kion. To his astonishment, he discovered at least 8 Kakashi clones within a 200-meter range. Hinata's Byakugan, limited to a 100-meter scope, explained why she had not detected Kakashi. That old trickster Kakashi. Thankfully, I had the foresight to prepare the skill, or else I would have been thoroughly outplayed. Concurrently, Kion sensed a battle in Sasuke's direction, seemingly between him and 2 Kakashi clones. Everyone, prepare for combat, Kion commanded, and Hinata kept her Byakugan active, while Naruto drew shurikens from his pocket. And Sakura began to quietly gather her emergency healing techniques. "Kion, watch your step," came Sasuke's voice. They looked up to see Sasuke being hoisted upward by a Kakashi clone using a net. He unleashed his fire-release bloodline limit and burned through the net to escape. Meanwhile, the newly arrived quartet sensed something amiss beneath their feet. Looking down, they realized too late that the ropes had tightened suddenly. Golden light blade. Overlay sword technique. Such trivialities could not thwart Kion. With a swift slice, he severed the ropes just as they threatened to hoist the four into the air. Simultaneously, Kion utilized his extraordinary reflexes to eliminate 4 fleeing Kakashi clones. All right, now there are 26 Kakashi clones left to dispatch and 3 rabbits to catch. Kagami F, with a serious demeanor, addressed the situation. At that moment, Sasuke approached, limping slightly, and lamented, "Kakashi is merciless. I can hardly endure his torment any longer. Shall we take a moment to rest?" With that, Sasuke seated himself on the ground. Meanwhile, Naruto, in a fit of amusement, mocked him. "Huh? So, you too have your limits. How amusing, considering your previous arrogance." Just as Naruto was reveling in his jest, Kagami F's gaze turned icy. With a swift motion of his wrist, he released 3 or 4 dazzling golden chains that swiftly ensnared Sasuke. "Now, tell me, where's the true Sasuke?" Kyuka Furin approached, wielding a radiant blade that shimmered with golden light, pressing it menacingly against Sasuke. The latter chuckled and inquired, "How did you recognize me?" Kyuya Kazumi chuckled, remarking that Sasuke would never admit to his own shortcomings. He was the type who would stubbornly resist, even when faced with defeat. The words "I cannot" were simply not in Sasuke's vocabulary. With a hearty laugh, the figure of Sasuke suddenly transformed into Kakashi, who declared, "You've managed to pass a minor hurdle. Let us all take a leaf from Kyuya Kazumi's book. I will reduce your number of shadow clones by 6, leaving you with only 20. As for Sasuke's whereabouts, you may search at your leisure. However, I shall offer you a clue. He is still entangled in a battle with one of my shadow clones." With that, the Kakashi clone vanished into thin air. Without hesitation, Hirano swiftly organized a few bewildered children to charge forward, while Hinata's Byakugan and her ethereal ability, the Wind Scythe, served as vigilant monitors. In no time, they located Sasuke, who was currently engaged in a grueling battle against 2 clones of Kakashi. One of these clones had been subdued and ultimately vanquished by Naruto's shadow clone technique, while the other was struck down by Hinata just in time, causing it to fade away. Excellent. Now only 18 clones remain. Kyofudo observed as Sasuke lay utterly exhausted, clearly showing the toll of the battle. Despite his youth, Kakashi showed no mercy. "Allow me to assist," Sakura said with unwavering dedication, stepping forward to open her medical kit. She commenced with basic disinfection before employing her rudimentary healing technique, the chakra palm, to aid Sasuke's recovery. Upon witnessing her use of the chakra palm, Kyuya was taken aback. This advanced ninjutsu was designed to restore a ninja's stamina, heal wounds, and even replenish their chakra. It was evident to him that at Sakura's age, few medical ninjas could master such skills, which hinted at her potential to become one of the legendary Sannin in the future. "Once you've recovered, we shall proceed," he added. Kion's training was unbeknownst to them, yet it had quietly caught the attention of others. In a secluded part of the forest, several peculiar ninjas emerged from the treetops. "Hee. These little ones have grown quite well. It seems there will be much to behold in the upcoming chunin exam in 2 weeks." Chapter 46, An Unexpected Addition. The sound of whistling wind swept past Kyuko and her teammates' ears, and they felt that victory was within their grasp. With a roll of her eyes, Hinata skillfully activated her Byakugan. After a thorough search of the area, they had captured 2 more rabbits. "Wow, fantastic. Now we only need 1 more rabbit. Then we can feast on roasted rabbit meat." "How delightful," exclaimed Naruto, joyfully clutching a rabbit. Kion glanced around, noting the time had reached 4 in the afternoon. The day was not sunny. Rather, the forest exuded a somewhat ominous atmosphere. "Let us take a brief respite to recover our stamina before we resume our pursuit. There are still 8 Kakashi clones to capture," he remarked after taking a sip of water. Just moments ago, they had encountered several more Kakashi clones attempting to launch surprise attacks. This time, they did not stubbornly engage in solitary combat. Instead, they united their efforts to confront their adversaries. Although only 8 remained, the decreasing density made them increasingly elusive. Word style, Side of the Gale. Kyuka Kazami gently set down her water container, releasing her domain. Instantly, a formidable wave of energy enveloped a radius of 500 meters. rendering any occurrence within this expanse imperceptible to her keen senses. The rustling sound of small creatures burrowing in the earth echoed around her. A familiar melody she had encountered countless times during this mission. The crunching noises of certain rodents gnawing on something nearby broke the silence. The soft fluttering of birds' wings added to the symphony of nature. Amidst these myriad sounds, Kyuka discerned something distinct, the friction of fabric against fabric and the sound of shoes scraping against bark. There was no mistaking it. That unmistakable presence could only belong to Kakashi. Everyone, let us move. They are over there. Kyuka swiftly turned, beckoning her companions to follow her as she dashed forward. Even Naruto, who had just crammed a cookie into his mouth, instantly shifted into a combat-ready stance. Sasuke, typically one to stubbornly follow his own path, had become notably more compliant after being tended to by Sakura. Now, he understood the importance of staying with the group. Hurrying through the forest, a gaggle of teenagers moved with increasing caution. As ninjas, their fundamental duty was to remain concealed, even amidst the trees. Thus, their movements were exceptionally light. So much so that not even the tiniest insects nearby were disturbed. Shoo, we are nearing our target. When I point, you all charge in that direction, understood? With a nearly imperceptible voice, Suzumiya Haruhi addressed the group. Everyone nodded in agreement, although Sasuke felt somewhat displeased at being directed by Haruhi. He could not help but acknowledge the validity of her approach. Hinata activated her Byakugan once more, while Haruhi unleashed her Kamaitachi technique. Soon, the direction of the sound was pinpointed, 11 o'clock to the northwest, in the trees. With a commanding shout, the young ninjas sprang into action, abandoning stealth as the vegetation in the forest was sent into a frenzy by their swift movements. The technique of Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto's signature move, unfolded as countless Narutos filled the forest, racing alongside Haruhi. Haha, I've got one. Just as Haruhi was about to activate her Kamaitachi again to refine their position, Naruto cheerfully captured a rabbit. Kion, no, it's not a rabbit, though a rabbit would suffice. You take this, what I seek is Kakashi's shadow clone. Yet, within the realm of Kion's influence, this individual seems to be eluding capture. Such speed is astounding. At that moment, Kion suddenly noticed they were enveloped by an indescribable fragrance, reminding him of the time he was tasked with retrieving the princess of the land of water, where a similar illusion technique was employed. Everyone, cover your mouths and do not breathe deeply, he urged loudly, fortunate that the potency of the aroma was too low to be immediately lethal or hallucinogenic. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Kion realized that the artificial sounds Kakashi's clone had produced were now absent. Soon after, they discovered the source of the fragrance, an enormous flower, towering to knee height. Ah, I thought it was Kakashi casting an illusion with that scent. It turns out to be this flower, Kion expressed with a hint of disappointment. Then, everyone was eager to remove the mask Sakura had provided to take a breath. But a voice halted them. Do not remove your masks, the time is not yet right. This flower still has the potential to induce mild hallucinations. It was Kakashi's voice, gradually emerging from behind a tree. Upon seeing him, Sasuke and Naruto bolted towards Kakashi like arrows, with Sasuke swiftly launching 3 or 4 shuriken, causing Kakashi to vanish with a puff. Another clone is extinguished. Sasuke grinned with pride, as if to say, as expected of me. Naruto, who had been with Sasuke, could not contain his frustration at having his victory snatched away, exclaiming, I saw him first. Their banter quickly escalated, but they soon ceased as all of Kakashi's clones materialized before them. No more stalling. If you wish to capture me, now is the time. This is the final showdown. The clones of Kakashi made faces, and Naruto, unable to resist, charged forth first, with Hinata and Sakura joining him, igniting a fervor among them all. Kion stood leisurely in place, observing the unfolding drama. Having already claimed victory over numerous adversaries, he deemed it fitting to let others seize the remaining opportunities. Remarkably, Naruto managed to capture 2. Oh, and Hinata and Sakura each acquired a pair as well. Quite commendable. Even Sasuke performed admirably, adding 2 more to his tally. Before long, Kakashi's shadow clones dwindled down to merely 3. Kion counted silently, realizing that with the words exchanged earlier, they had indeed accomplished their task. Yet, an additional clone had emerged. He looked up at the 3 Kakashis before him. Kakashi, is your true self present here as well? Or have you merely conjured another clone? The 3 Kakashis shook their heads in unison. However, in that fleeting moment, 2 of the Kakashi clones sensed something amiss. The clone jutsu is created using one's own chakra, typically possessing only a fraction of the original strength. This implies that the creator can sense and control their clones. Yet, it was evident that one of them was an imposter. Seize him. The two Kakashi clones lunged at the other, leaving Naruto, Sasuke, and the others momentarily bewildered. They had initially intended to seize another target, but how had their quest to claim a head devolved into an urgent chase? Charge forward. Do not hesitate. Strike with all your might. Let us go. Kion nearly shouted hoarsely, startling several bewildered children into a frantic dash. What is happening? What is going on? Naruto inquired anxiously as he hurried forward. There is an extra person. This individual does not belong to us, Kion replied breathlessly while running. Ahead. The two Kakashi clones appeared to have captured another, yet both clones vanished in an instant. This indicated that the mysterious figure who had assumed Kakashi's likeness possessed strength that surpassed that of these children. To effortlessly dispatch two Kakashi clones was no trivial matter. Word spirit, Kamaitachi, golden light flying ninja, overlapping, sword control technique. As Nagato honed his skills with increasing proficiency, he unleashed a rapid succession of attacks. Ahead. The ninja was struck. His speed had noticeably diminished, yet just as the onlookers were about to close in, the ninja astonishingly dissolved into a puddle of water. How terrifying. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Naruto abruptly halted, his eyes wide in shock as he witnessed a figure melting away before him. It was truly a disconcerting experience. We must remain vigilant. There may be spies from other villages lurking here, or something even more sinister. Kagami phone recalled Orochimaru. Chapter 47. Hinata, charge. At this moment, the true form of Kakashi was outside the forest, roasting meat while watching a romantic paradise. When the last two shadow clones dissipated, their memories and chakra returned to him. Oh, this group of children seems to have encountered trouble. Kakashi finished the last bite of his roasted meat, wiped his mouth, and pulled up the mask he had worn for years. How audacious it is for someone to impersonate me. It appears this chunin exam is destined to be anything but peaceful. As an instructor who had overseen several chunin exams, Kakashi understood that each exam was essentially a miniature battle between nations. Each ninja village would dispatch its teams to participate, serving as a microcosm of war. Therefore, the occurrence of unexpected events during the chunin exam was entirely reasonable. Swish. Kakashi vanished from his location. Meanwhile, within the forest, no way. Why is the ground and these trees so difficult to traverse? Naruto lamented as their path was covered in a sticky liquid, intermingled with traces of chakra. Stepping onto it felt as though his feet were ensnared by a massive clump of dough. This must be a form of ninjutsu. I suspect it could even be classified as a bloodline limit. Sakura, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, acknowledged that despite the arduous journey, it did not hinder her speed, as she skillfully controlled her chakra beneath her feet, slicing through the sticky strands with precision. Hinata appeared frightened, struggling to keep pace, her legs refusing to move any faster. Watching her companions advance further away, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Why am I so useless? She thought, gritting her teeth as she attempted to lift her legs, only to be ensnared again and fall. Naruto, lagging behind, encouraged her, don't give up, Hinata. Get up and charge. Yet, he too found himself stuck, unable to rise from the ground. Everyone's stamina was rapidly depleting, including Kagami Phone, who, in an effort to move more swiftly, repeatedly employed the golden blade technique to slice at his feet. The sight reminded him of Neza. After all, the two golden lights were swirling beneath him. And if he could just ascend into the sky with a fiery spear in hand, he could embody Neza. Forget it. What is this nonsense? I'm done. This is too troublesome. After a prolonged struggle, Naruto summoned a multitude of shadow clones to hoist himself up, subsequently plopping down on a nearby stone, rendered immobile. However, the stone was also coated with a viscous, sticky chakra substance. The others, equally exasperated, found this exhausting consumption of energy disheartening, leading them to halt once more. While they were resting, a web-like net gradually descended upon them, resembling spider silk as it enveloped their heads. Several attempted to wriggle free, but the more they struggled, the more arduous it became. Cackle, cackle. My precious catch, you cannot escape. A shrill, unpleasant voice echoed around them. In that instant, a barrage of shuriken and kunai was unleashed from all directions, the density of which was enough to instill sheer terror, clearly intent on their annihilation. Golden Shield. The urgency in Kagami's voice was palpable. Although he had encountered such a scenario before, he was now burdened with the responsibility of 5 lives. The thought of any of these youngsters perishing weighed heavily on him, causing great anxiety. Clang, clang. The weapons clattered against the golden barrier before tumbling to the ground. The voice above displayed a hint of surprise, but soon resumed. Even if you can defend yourselves, I have already discerned each of your strengths. You will either be exhausted here or await your teacher Kakashi to rescue you. Yet, your Kakashi is likewise ensnared in this quagmire. Good luck to you. Pausing momentarily, the voice continued. Do not presume that your village is the only one with formidable strength. The talents we dispatched are not to be underestimated. Ha ha ha. Good luck. Once the voice faded, the sticky substance beneath them began to surge, enveloping their calves entirely. Chakra scalpel. Sakura, drenched in sweat, realized that the concentration of the substance was far too high. Her chakra scalpel was far too feeble to contend with this menace now. Kyugami attempted to break free using the golden light blade, yet the tempered steel could not withstand the gentle yet unyielding grip. Regardless of whether he employed lightning techniques or swordsmanship, each effort merely yielded a fleeting moment of respite before he could extricate himself. The chakra-infused viscous substance ensnared him once more. Am I, Kyugami, truly destined to meet my end here? Such a fate would be utterly disgraceful. What on earth should I do? Kaion's mind raced with thoughts, and at last, he recalled a phrase, to vanquish magic with magic. Sakura. Is there truly no hope for your chakra scalpel? Kaion gritted his teeth and attempted once more to extricate his legs. But it felt as though they were welded in place. My chakra scalpel is currently too diminutive. Even if I were to achieve a successful incision, these substances would quickly rejoin. Moreover, I cannot discern nor comprehend the structure of this chakra. My expertise lies in the human body. Sakura sighed, her frustration palpable. Yet her words sparked inspiration within Kaion. Hinata, can your eyes discern the flow of chakra? Hinata nodded affirmatively. In that moment, an audacious idea was born. Hinata, unleash your bagua palm upon these entities. Kaion exclaimed with excitement. Hinata, understanding the implications, realized that her bagua palm was specifically designed to sever and obstruct chakra. Employing it against these viscous substances would undoubtedly yield results. The fate of their freedom rested upon her shoulders. Go, Hinata. Naruto shouted fervently. You can do it, Hinata. Sakura echoed, her hope rekindled. Without hesitation, Hinata summoned the chakra within her, channeling it through her family's unique methods and exceptional constitution, transforming it into a force of destruction. Bagua palm. Hinata struck the ground beneath her, and the chakra dispersed. Her Byakugan enabled her to witness the devastation wrought upon the materials beneath her feet. The once intricate and resilient structure shattered under Hinata's assault, the tenacious slime instantaneously morphing into a liquid akin to water. It's effective. Keep going, Hinata. Hinata, along with Kyuka and Sakura, gazed with excitement, for she had become the hope of the entire village. With a series of powerful strikes, Hinata shattered the bindings that ensnared her, and with another flurry of techniques, the predicaments of all those present were resolved in that instant. Bravo, Hinata! Cheers erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, Kakashi found himself ensnared as well, albeit quite at ease, for he knew that these bindings posed no threat to him. The mischievous ninja, having gathered intelligence, made his way back to his village. Excellent. The information on the Hidden Leaf Village's ninja was nearly complete. He produced a stack of photographs from his pocket, featuring nearly every rookie from the Hidden Leaf Village who had recently emerged. Among those marked in red was Kyuka. At that moment, Kyuka was blissfully unaware that he had already caught the attention of those from another village, as he continued to navigate challenges alongside his teammates. Well, Kakashi, you were trapped too. Naruto and the others discovered Kakashi, with Naruto looking on in astonishment at his feet ensnared in slime, as if he had stumbled upon a new frontier. Chapter 48. The Secrets of Cells. All right, children. The mission has concluded successfully. You all passed. Kakashi beamed at the group of youngsters, all of whom were elite talents from the village. Particularly, Kyuka had not only advanced himself, but had also uplifted his peers, fostering growth in those around him. Such an ability was truly invaluable. To Kakashi's surprise, Hinata, typically timid and shy, had begun to exhibit courage and responsibility. Influenced by Kyuka's spirit, Sakura had chosen a commendable path, while Sasuke, once brooding and solitary, was gradually becoming more open. Naruto had shed his previous carelessness, learning the essence of teamwork. Kyuka, you are remarkable, Kakashi praised, giving him a thumbs up after grading their performance. The assessment and training had concluded, with each member showing varying degrees of progress. Kakashi encouraged them all to learn from Kyuka. Upon returning to the village, Kakashi treated the children to a delightful meal. and Kyuka emerged from the battle with significant gains, particularly in team coordination and leadership experience. Insights that often went unnoticed had been seized during this day. Following this training session, Kyuka and his friends were granted half a day of rest, allowing them a chance to sleep in the next morning. However, Kyuka had other plans. He could not shake the lingering concern about what Orochimaru had injected into him and Sasuke. If Orochimaru's intention was merely to cultivate vessels, then why had he not attempted to capture them after all this time? Each visit felt more like a familial check-in than a pursuit. Kuma Kazumi found himself at a loss regarding Orochimaru's prowess, especially given the latter's elusive nature. Consequently, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Sasuke, do you recall the day you were injected by that scoundrel Orochimaru? Kazumi inquired. Sasuke nodded, unable to forget. The small bump on his neck still lingered. I intend to use the respite of tonight and tomorrow to collaborate with Sakura on some tests, Kazumi declared. Very well, I too wish to uncover the truth. The two reached an accord, summoned Sakura, and explained the situation, to which she readily consented. However, another individual insisted on joining them. Hey, what are you all up to? Why did three of you sneak away without inviting me? Naruto exclaimed, hastily following in his ninja footwear. At that moment, Hinata had already returned home due to her family's strict regulations, and with Naruto feeling well-fed yet reluctant to take a nap, he naturally chose to accompany them. Kion and Sasuke exchanged a glance, concluding that it would be acceptable to include Naruto, and thus they brought him along. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Sakura, with a mischievous smile, beckoned them into a small experimental room. Welcome to my exclusive space, she declared. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? As she guided them on a brief tour, they noticed that although the room was modest in size, measuring merely over 20 square meters, it was nonetheless fully equipped with all the necessary instruments, and even featured an entire wall lined with books. Kyuya noticed a small bed by the wall, indicating that Sakura was indeed quite diligent. Very well, I shall first draw blood from the two of you. Thereafter, we shall await the results. Sakura administered a needle to both Sasuke and Kyuya, subsequently taking the samples for a series of tests and observations. As time trickled by, the clock on the wall ticked away rhythmically. Naruto, leaning against Sakura's makeshift bed, succumbed to slumber. Hours passed, and suddenly, Sakura exclaimed in surprise, rousing the three drowsy boys from their stupor. Oh dear! Sakura's eyes were red-rimmed, and the table had become cluttered with numerous sheets of paper, filled with a plethora of conjectures and formulas, alongside hasty sketches she had made, seemingly documenting cellular changes. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Kyuka stood up quickly, rubbing her eyes, and inquired, what is it? Have you made a discovery? Similarly awakened, Sasuke cast a questioning glance at Sakura. Taking a few deep breaths to steady her emotions, Sakura replied, within your bodies, there exist two interacting substances. They have now infiltrated your cells. One of these substances stimulates cellular power, while the other is poised to restrict it at any moment. Both Sasuke and Kyuka appeared somewhat bewildered. Noticing their confusion, Sakura elaborated. This means that your cells have been injected with a substance by Orochimaru that significantly enhances their activity. However, he subsequently administered another injection specifically designed to limit that power. Once your strength reaches a certain threshold, your cells will be sealed, and your bodies will enter a dormant state, akin to a vegetative condition. After trembling through her explanation, she added, what does Orochimaru truly intend to achieve? Upon hearing this, Kyuka fell into contemplation. He was certainly aware of Orochimaru's twisted penchant for human experimentation, intending to use them as vessels. However, if there were limits to the development of their bodies, where would those limits lie? Can you determine when we will be restricted in our development? Kyuka asked Sakura. Nodding in response, Sakura proceeded to articulate a series of numbers in highly specialized terminology, ultimately translating her findings into a language comprehensible to all. In essence, your powers will be constrained the moment you are on the brink of advancing from chunin to jonin. Is there no way to resolve this predicament? Kion inquired with a tone of concern. Sakura shook her head anxiously, stating, essentially, there is none left. The initial 24 hours following the injection is the critical window during which these substances can be eradicated. However, at this juncture, they have nearly coexisted with your cells. To eliminate them would be tantamount to annihilating you. Unless your innate bodily capabilities are sufficiently robust enough to detect and vehemently reject these substances, the limitations shall persist. Kiya's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he contemplated a potential solution. Otherwise, he would find himself ensnared by Orochimaru's grasp, which was utterly unacceptable. But how shall we implement this? Both Sasuke and Kyuya inquired in unison. Sakura hesitated, clearly skeptical about the feasibility of the proposed method. However, since they had posed the question, she felt compelled to elaborate. This requires a profound transformation in your physical constitution, one that is sudden and significantly potent. Kyuya's blood, when compared to that of an ordinary person, is already markedly distinct, yet it has not eliminated the effects of the drug. Therefore, I believe this change must be extraordinarily substantial. Each word resonated with gravity as Sakura spoke. Sasuke and Kyuya fell into contemplation, unwilling to accept a predetermined fate. Chapter 49. Targeted training commences. Very well, let us strive earnestly. Kion secretly clenched his fist and exchanged a glance with Sasuke. It was evident that Sasuke was not the type to concede defeat easily. Kyuya observed that at this moment, Sasuke's eyes had transformed into the state of the Sharingan. It seemed that this revelation had a profound impact on him. However, currently, his Sharingan possessed only a single tomo, a power awakened after witnessing the massacre of his clan by his elder brother during his childhood. It remains uncertain when he shall unlock the more formidable double tomo Sharingan. What shall we do next? Sasuke inquired, a hint of helplessness in his voice. For someone of his disposition, articulating such a plea for assistance was no trivial matter. At this moment, Kyuya understood that Sasuke had evolved. He was no longer the impulsive child consumed by solitary ambition. Fear not, there is no need for haste. Given our current capabilities, it will still take some time before we can achieve the rank necessary to surpass the level of a J-nin. Kyuya gently consoled Sasuke, who nodded in acknowledgement. However, for Kyuya, Sasuke's progress had been remarkably swift. Currently, he had attained the level of a junior chunin, nearly 2 stages away from becoming an elite chunin. Following the elite chunin rank, he would ascend to the status of a junior jounin. At that juncture, the challenges that Kyuya would face would extend beyond mere strength. The lure of Orochimaru and his personal breakthroughs would serve as both pressure and motivation. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto had awakened at some point, rubbing his drowsy eyes and gazing vacantly at the 3 silent figures encircling him. Hey, what are you all doing huddled together in silence? Naruto inquired, bewildered. The trio, jolted by Naruto's voice, recalled their previous actions. I need to tidy up the laboratory first, Sakura said, emerging from the heavy atmosphere. She carefully stored the prepared blood samples into a box. As Sakura opened the door, intending to return some specialized equipment to its rightful place, she was met with the imposing silhouette of a tall figure blocking the entrance. Well, what do we have here? A few little ones conducting a secret experiment. Kakashi remarked with a cheerful grin. Sakura gasped, stepping back several paces, her anxiety palpable. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? Kakashi chose not to respond to Sakura, instead directing his attention toward Kyuya, Sasuke, and Naruto. So, have you 3 little rascals kidnapped the most promising doctor in our village? After a brief pause, Kakashi's demeanor shifted from playful to serious. What are you analyzing? Do tell. With that, he turned to close the door, and the already cramped space felt even more constrictive with Kakashi's presence. The children exchanged glances, concluding that there was no harm in divulging their activities to Kakashi. Thus, they recounted the entire story. Kakashi listened attentively, his expression revealing little surprise. He stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment before exclaiming, I suspected you were up to something sneaky after your meal, and here I find you engaged in this. Kyuya gazed in disbelief at Kakashi's reaction, nearly fainting. This individual, despite being a teacher, sometimes seemed utterly disconnected. However, one cannot overlook the possibility that this might be Kakashi's peculiar sense of humor. A breakthrough is essential, and this is straightforward. Sasuke merely needs to continuously elevate his Sharingan or engage in rigorous physical training. Success is undoubtedly within reach. As for Kyuya, Kakashi regarded him with a slight furrow of his brow. You must explore your own physical attributes, for our hidden leaf village has never encountered someone with your unique constitution. Without any data or records, I am unable to assist you in analysis. This statement rendered Kyuya somewhat silent. Yet, Kakashi continued, Don't be disheartened. We will always stand by your side. Stay strong, Kyuya. The group cast trusting gazes toward him. Sakura, Naruto, and even Kakashi placed their hands on Kyuya's shoulders. In that moment, Kyuya was enveloped in warmth, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. Hey, Kyuya, I believe in you, Sasuke remarked softly. Kion and Sasuke exchanged a glance, their eyes meeting in a shared smile as they clasped hands in a gesture of camaraderie. A sense of trust gradually blossomed between them. Kakashi observed with a smile. And as he took in the scene, memories of a long-lost friend surfaced in his mind, someone who had once shared a similar bond of trust and camaraderie with him. Yet, that was a chapter of the past. The whereabouts of that dear friend remained shrouded in mystery, their fate unknown. Returning to the present, Kakashi collected his thoughts and regarded the three boys before him, inspiration for a new training regimen beginning to take shape. You three, come to the old training ground tomorrow. I have devised a new plan, Kakashi announced. He then turned to Sakura, saying, Sakura, make sure to dedicate some time to physical training over the next 2 weeks. Your stamina is lacking, and should you sustain an injury during the chunin exams, it would be a significant loss for our entire team. Sakura paused, astonished. Sensei, can I really participate in the chunin exams? As a medical ninja, she had devoted herself to rigorous study in the laboratory, neglecting her physical training altogether. Of course, I have full confidence in your abilities, and I will recommend you when the time comes. Over these next 2 weeks, join them in training, and I will assign tailored exercises for each of you, Kakashi replied before leading the three boys out of the laboratory. Remember to rest well, Sakura. As they departed, the attentive Kakashi cast a glance at Sakura's wooden bed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sakura, feeling a bit shy, responded, got it. In the presence of Kion and Sasuke, her talent in ninjutsu felt rather insignificant. She had poured all her energy into mastering medical ninjutsu. Fearful of being left behind by her friends, they were her dear companions. Reflecting on their excellence, she retied her headband. Her heart set on passing the chunin exams to earn her own ninja forehead protector. You can do it, Sakura Haruno. She encouraged herself. In the small laboratory, her figure diligently practiced controlling chakra, brightening the otherwise monotonous space. The following day, at the training ground, Kakashi surveyed the gathered individuals with satisfaction. Hinata was present as well, for they had trained together before, and no one could be left behind. All right, Hinata, your training challenge is to approach unfamiliar classmates from other teams, arrange a duel, and gather their names and classes while making friends, Kakashi said with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing this, Hinata's eyes widened in shock. How could she possibly engage in such bold interactions? She could hardly muster the courage to meet a stranger's gaze, let alone initiate a conversation. Making new friends was already a daunting task for her, and now she was expected to challenge them? Sensei, I would like to decline, Hinata stammered. Declining is not an option. Kakashi's words left no room for negotiation. He continued, if you fail to meet my expectations, I shall publicly display your score of 0 for all to see, revealing that you, the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan, have achieved nothing. Hinata was taken aback. Even Kyuka felt astonished by Kakashi's unconventional teaching method. Such an approach, which could offend powerful families, was one that few teachers would dare to employ. Yet, this tactic appeared to have a profound effect on Hinata. Startled, she immediately envisioned the reprimands from her father and the mockery from her brother if news of her 0 score were to circulate. No, she could not bear to face that humiliation again. She had fought hard to grasp the light. With a cautious glance at Kyuka, she felt a surge of encouragement and lifted her gaze anew, determination rekindling in her eyes. Very well, Sensei, I shall accept the training. Kakashi maintained his cheerful demeanor. Yet Hinata's subtle movements did not escape his keen observation. He cast a knowing glance at Kyuka and then at Hinata. Ah, I see. Hinata, is this what concerns you? Kakashi chuckled. Chapter 50. You are also included, all right, for Sakura's training. She must complete 100 laps daily and leave marks on the tops of 30 trees in the forest, followed by basic taijutsu training with Gai-sensei. Upon finishing, Might Guy leapt down from a tree with exuberance. Oh, yes. Youth must blaze with passion. Let me see my student. Aren't you the prodigious medical ninja Rising Star? Clad in his signature dark green jumpsuit, Guy's large eyes and thick brows gave him an especially spirited appearance. He, Might Guy, was a unique figure in all of Hidden Leaf Village, and indeed the entire ninja world, as a taijutsu practitioner without chakra, alongside his father, Might Duel, who proved that being born without chakra was nothing to be ashamed of. Hard work was his creed. Ah, Sakura, from this day forth, you too shall be my student. Come along, for a rigorous training regimen awaits you. Guy beamed at Sakura, his smile radiant in the sunlight, his teeth gleaming as if coated in porcelain. Sweat beaded on Sakura's forehead. She was quite reluctant to follow Guy, aside from his strikingly thick eyebrows. The primary reason for her hesitance lay in the fact that Kakashi's training grounds were at the forest's edge, while the dedicated taijutsu training area was surrounded by a wire fence within the school. At that moment, within the confines of the fence, a young man with similarly thick brows smiled at Sakura. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, I don't want to. Sakura hesitated, her heart heavy with reluctance. For Kyuko was her true aspiration and idol. But there was no room for refusal. Your current physical stamina cannot keep pace with that of the elite group. If you wish to train alongside them, you must exert yourself to the utmost. Kakashi, ever observant, certainly recognized Sakura's sentiments. At this moment, Sakura, who had been addressed, felt a surge of embarrassment. However, she comprehended Kakashi's intent. Her current fitness level was indeed far inferior to that of Ryoko and the others. Should she engage in battle alongside them, she would undoubtedly become a liability. Very well, I have made my decision. I shall strive diligently in training under the guidance of Might Guy. Sakura's resolve solidified in her gaze. After arranging matters for the two girls, Kakashi turned his attention to the three boys. Kion, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha found themselves under the scrutinizing gaze of Kakashi, their throats tightening with apprehension. Each boy pondered the same thought. If Kakashi was so ruthless with the girls, what fate awaited them? As anticipated, Kakashi, with a cheerful demeanor, patted their heads and declared, "You three shall engage in mutual combat. Naruto will strike Kion, Kion will retaliate against Sasuke, and then Sasuke will hit Naruto. Follow the sequence precisely. For instance, if Sasuke attacks Naruto, the latter cannot retaliate against Sasuke but must instead confront Kion. Likewise, the wounded Kion must then strike Sasuke, thus forming a closed loop." Kakashi elaborated with a grin. The three boys gasped in unison, realizing this could only escalate their skirmish. Should Naruto land a fierce blow on Kion, the latter would be compelled to unleash his frustration upon Sasuke, who in turn would retaliate against Naruto. Ultimately, Naruto would retaliate with even greater fury against Kion. This was a brutal cycle of mutual destruction, undeniably ruthless. Kion swallowed hard, reflecting on Kakashi's cunning strategy. In light of this, his training for the girls seemed trivial by comparison. All right, let the training commence. Your designated area is this forest. You have familiarized yourselves with the terrain during yesterday's session. Haven't you? Kakashi waved his hand, leading the three boys into the woods and assigning them their positions, all of which had been cleverly concealed by him. Therefore, prior to the commencement of the battle, the boys would remain oblivious to one another's locations. The first challenge was to identify their respective targets. The cycle continues. Suzumiya Haruhi confronts Sasuke, confronts Naruto, confronts Suzumiya Haruhi. Haruhi Suzumiya must locate Sasuke to engage in battle, should Sasuke be defeated. He will have no choice but to hasten to find Naruto for retribution. Once the positions were set, Kakashi blew his whistle, signaling the commencement of the conflict. Kyuya concealed himself within the thicket, promptly unleashing his linguistic spirit, the Shikigami. At that moment, he realized that the effect of his dragon blood seemed far less exaggerated than in the realm of dragons. Thus, as he eavesdropped, he pondered whether there remained potential for the enhancement of his draconic constitution. Shortly thereafter, he received a message conveyed by his linguistic spirit, a faint murmur of discontent. Ugh, it's so annoying. Why are there so many mosquitoes here? Kyuya is so formidable, yet I'm the one who confronts him. He ought to be dealing with Sasuke. But where on earth is Kyuya? It's truly difficult to find him. Kakashi-sensei really knows how to pose a challenge. This was the voice of Naruto. Kion smiled gently, finding Naruto's simplicity endearingly charming. However, another individual was exceptionally adept at concealing himself. One could assert that his stealth techniques had reached an elite level. That individual was Sasuke. Sasuke was indeed diligent, excelling in his studies, and his self-discipline was formidable. At that moment, Kion could not perceive the slightest trace of Sasuke's presence. The rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the gentle whispers of the forest melded together, rendering it exceedingly difficult to discern the truth. The person Kion intended to confront was Sasuke. And upon reflection, it was hardly surprising that this obstinate individual had managed to conceal himself so effectively. Suddenly, a distinct sound pierced through the ambient noise. It was the sound of fabric brushing against leaves, a tone only produced by human-made textiles. The source lay in the southeast, at approximately 4 o'clock. With a swift assessment, he launched into action. It was likely that the obstinate Sasuke had already located the equally oblivious Naruto, who was now in dire straits. Kyuya swiftly retracted her spell, for the use of such magic demands a considerable expenditure of energy. Ah, you managed to locate me so effortlessly. At that moment, Naruto found himself pinned and struck by Sasuke, just as Kyuya arrived on the scene to witness this unfolding drama. However, an astonishing revelation awaited both Kyuya and Sasuke. The figure Sasuke had struck was merely a shadow clone. Bang! The clone of Naruto vanished into thin air. Haha. Did you not anticipate this? Behold, the brilliance of my ninjutsu. If you're dissatisfied, come and catch me. Naruto chuckled heartily, dusting himself off as he made his escape. Sasuke, feeling utterly outwitted, was filled with frustration and dashed up the tree in pursuit of Naruto. Yet, bang, that too was a clone. Sasuke stared incredulously at his empty hands, experiencing a profound sense of disillusionment. Naruto? Is this truly Naruto? That brash, loud-mouthed underachiever? As Hirano Kazumi was engrossed in the play, a sudden chill crept up his back. Chapter 51. The Astonishing Last Place. Kion felt a chill run down his spine, realizing something was amiss. Sure enough, the next moment, Naruto leaped from behind and struck him squarely in the face with a powerful punch. Haha, did you ever see this coming? This is my master plan. Naruto laughed heartily, preparing to deliver a second blow, only to be swiftly kicked away by Kion. Bang! To his astonishment, that was merely a shadow clone. Goodness, when did Naruto become so cunning? Kion was secretly astonished, yet he found himself influenced by Naruto's charisma. This lad, despite occasionally appearing foolish, seemed to radiate brilliance through his steadfastness and dedication. Such individuals invariably inspire those around them. Bring it on, Sasuke. In a fierce confrontation, Rikyo was struck by Naruto. Her target being Sasuke, the golden light binding ensnared him, yet at that moment, Sasuke was no longer the same as when they first clashed. He had matured significantly. To him, the so-called golden light binding was merely a challenge to be swiftly analyzed with his Sharingan activated. Coupled with his rigorous training in taijutsu, success was assured. Lion's Combo. This was Sasuke's taijutsu. Upon witnessing this technique, Rikyo was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the very move Sasuke devised after his battle with Lee? How could he have it now? However, it dawned on her swiftly that perhaps Sasuke had been clandestinely engaging in duels and acquiring techniques. Such a method could indeed foster rapid advancement. After all, in the vast realm of martial arts, theft of techniques was commonplace. If one did not steal, another would. Sasuke deftly evaded Rikyo's attacks, leveraging the golden light chains to propel himself forward. Fire style. Great fireball technique. This had become Sasuke's signature ninjutsu. And Rikyo surmised that even with his taijutsu, he had ample room for improvement. Otherwise, he would have long since swapped out his ninjutsu for more effective alternatives. Golden Light Shield. Kagami Kaze effortlessly conjured a golden shield to deflect Sasuke's onslaught. However, just as he was about to resume his assault, an unsettling realization struck him. Wait. Why isn't this great fireball technique scorching? No, this isn't the great fireball technique at all. This is merely a mass of ash. As Kagami Kaze stood in astonishment, he watched in disbelief as Sasuke vanished with a resounding pop, transforming into Naruto. Haha, Kagami Kaze, you've been outsmarted. Didn't he see that coming, did you? Naruto was brimming with pride, but in the very next moment, he was met with a punch from Sasuke. Kion's mind momentarily became a whirlwind. When exactly had Naruto intruded upon the bond shared between him and Sasuke? Although the rules dictate that they must not engage in mutual combat, the temptation to strike a blow is undeniably exhilarating. Yet, it is evident that Naruto's actions have matured significantly. He has gradually evolved into a presence that cannot be overlooked. Hyuga continued to charge towards Sasuke. Yet Sasuke had already leaped far away. Is this training truly beneficial? Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke shouted indignantly in the forest. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Even Naruto, who was poised to ambush Hyuga once more, ceased his movements to gaze at Sasuke. Kakashi, did you hear that? Sasuke yelled, embodying the spirit of a miniature adult. His words laced with fury. Nevertheless, even in his anger, Sasuke's handsome visage remained capable of captivating a modest throng of girls. Alas, the audience comprised only children, while the majority were handsome figures, rendering them more appealing in the eyes of the young girls. However, Sasuke, if you genuinely wish to improve, you ought to train diligently. At your current level, even 10 of you would struggle against Hyuga. Kakashi's voice echoed, revealing that he had perched himself atop a tree, smiling gently. Hyuga, don't lose focus. Naruto bellowed, for at that moment, Hyuga was indeed feeling a psychological burden from Naruto's shadow clones. Naruto's chakra, bolstered by the 9 tails within him, allowed his clones to persist for an extended duration without issue. Yet, for Hyuga, the shadow clone technique proved to be quite the challenge, as his current chakra reserves were simply insufficient for such transformations. Light as a feather, he murmured. Kaikyo Kazumi adopted a more serious demeanor. swiftly evading Naruto's attack before promptly pursuing Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke, having just been confronted by Kakashi, was in a foul mood. However, his dedication to his performance compelled him to unleash all his pent-up frustration upon Naruto. Lion's Barrage. Sasuke charged directly at Naruto, who was still in pursuit of Kai KO, launching a devastating strike that left Naruto with no avenue for escape. Meanwhile, Kai KO seemed entirely unconcerned with evasion, as Naruto recalled that this individual possessed the ability to utilize the kenjutsu of the light bloodline to mitigate damage. Bam! Bam! Sasuke's feet struck Naruto repeatedly, and this time, Sasuke finally succeeded in landing a genuine hit. At last, it was no mere shadow clone. Kion was not idle. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his new technique, Thousand Birds. The magnitude and ferocity of this attack were on an entirely different scale than that of a mere child, leaving Sasuke utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, he truly comprehended that he was, in fact, insignificant. Escape. This single word resonated in his mind. Although Sasuke's pride and arrogance forbade him from fleeing or succumbing to fear, he found himself powerless in the face of terror, consumed by the singular desire to flee. Boom! As the wind from Suzumiya created a significant crater upon the ground, Naruto beamed with an innocent smile and exclaimed, "Wow, Suzumiya-san is truly remarkable. Could you possibly teach me some ninjutsu?" After witnessing Suzumiya's techniques, Naruto felt an exhilarating surge of passion. At that moment, Suzumiya made her move once more. Victory seemed all but assured, did it not? Kion smiled gently. Inside the Hokage office of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, confronted by an exceedingly troublesome individual. This man had once been his student and, as Hokage, he had also served as a mentor. However, seeing this student return stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. "Jiraiya, what brings you here?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, casting his gaze upon the white-haired man before him. With a chuckle, Jiraiya replied, "Well, I'm here to find someone whom I have taken a liking to." Sarutobi felt a surge of frustration at this unexpected revelation. He had set aside time to converse with Jiraiya, only to be met with such a statement. Ah, this rascal. His desires remain unchanged. Just as he was about to ask whom Jiraiya sought, he noticed Jiraiya meticulously examining a photograph on the wall of the Hokage office. The image depicted Sakura alongside her friends. Sarutobi nearly erupted in exasperation, but managed to compose himself after several deep breaths. "Jiraiya, that girl is just a young teenager. Only 14. You ought to abandon this notion," he cautioned. "Ah, but I'm looking for a young boy," Jiraiya insisted, his gaze fixed intently on the photograph. Indeed, he was in search of Kion. He recognized that, despite Kion's youthful appearance and petite stature, he possessed an immense reservoir of energy. Gazing at the image, the owner could not help but reminisce about his own youthful days. "I too was once so passionate," he mused. Chapter 52. A fierce individual. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Jiraiya with a mix of concern and disbelief, poised to comment on his increasingly peculiar tastes, yet he quickly reconsidered. Perhaps Jiraiya meant something different. "So, Jiraiya, have you finally decided to take on a disciple?" Sarutobi asked, uncertainty lacing his tone, though surprise colored his expression. Jiraiya, his student, was undoubtedly a remarkable genius, yet he had always exerted only half, or even less, of his effort in his studies. Despite frequently skipping class and indulging in his romantic pursuits, he could grasp knowledge effortlessly with just a cursory glance. "Taking on a disciple is something I am contemplating. However, I find this boy particularly intriguing and wish to test my mettle against him," Jiraiya said with a grin, observing the faint wrinkles on Jiraiya's face. Sarutobi touched his own aged features, reflecting on the passage of time. When he had once trained Jiraiya alongside two other children, he had still been youthful himself. In the blink of an eye, he had become the elder. "Ah, so you wish to meet that lad, the one named Kion?" Sarutobi realized Jiraiya's target. "Oh, I know his name now," Jiraiya replied with a playful grin as he set the photograph down. Sarutobi watched Jiraiya, often perplexed by his student's thoughts, and thus asked, "What do you intend to do next?" "I merely wish to become acquainted, for if such a child were to grow and betray the village, it would spell utter calamity for us, dear teacher." Jiraiya gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in a reverie, remaining silent for an extended period. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to recall a similar memory, remarking, "Indeed, it is as you say. He had 3 students, among whom were Jiraiya, known as the perverse sage, and Tsunade, the granddaughter of the Hokage, with a penchant for gambling. The third, the one with the greatest talent and intellect, was Orochimaru." Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya gazed out the window. where countless memories of the past seemed to drift by. Yet, none of this held significance anymore. What truly mattered was the present. Well then, I shall take up residence in the Hidden Leaf Village. It appears my carefree days are coming to an end. The chunin exams are about to commence. And once this young man, Ryoko, is discovered by the various nations, I anticipate a fierce struggle to ensue. Jiraiya exited the Hokage's office, leaving only his silhouette behind. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Kakashi stood guard over the designated area. To his astonishment, the shimmering barrier summoned by Suzumiya Haruhi could scarcely withstand Sasuke's Phoenix Fire technique. This highly focused confrontation made him realize that his teammates were far from inept. Thunder Law, Thunderstrike. A delicate shimmer of lightning emanated from the fingertips of Suzumiya Haruhi, striking directly at Sasuke. However, in an instant, Sasuke employed his substitution technique. Both his reflexes and speed left Haruhi secretly admiring this young man. Very well, let me attempt to strike you with half of my strength. Keisuke resolutely decided to unleash his latest advancement in the art of telekinesis, specifically the second tier of his sword mastery. He enveloped a dozen or so stones, each roughly the size of a fist, in a sphere of energy and propelled them with force. Previously, he could only manipulate exceedingly light objects. Yet now he had gained the ability to control items of considerable weight. This signified that as his sword mastery further evolved, Keisuke would eventually be able to soar through the skies wielding his sword. The stones soared forth, hurtling towards Sasuke, who narrowed his pupils. Although taken aback, he was nonetheless accustomed to such surprises. The enchanting Kyuko always manages to astonish, whether through her techniques or her thoughts. Kyuko, how much more do you have in store? Unleash it all. Sasuke chuckled. However, at that moment, one individual was decidedly displeased, Naruto. Hey, no one is acknowledging my voice filled with resentment, he exclaimed, as Sasuke and Kyuko were engrossed in their spirited exchange. Listen here, you two. My resentment levels have reached their peak. In an instant, Naruto transformed into dozens of shadow clones, cascading down with a flurry of activity, some seizing Kyuko, while others captured Sasuke. Give me a fight. With a furious command, Naruto's clones began to pummel Sasuke and Kyuko. Simultaneously, he employed his signature seduction technique to distract the duo. Haha, Kyuko my dear, I've adapted your peculiar steps. Let us see if you can catch me now. As he spoke, he morphed into a multitude of beautiful women, his playful twin ponytail swaying rhythmically as he danced with alluring grace. Kion initially prepared to unleash his abilities, yet now he finds himself faltering. His limbs weakened and his senses dulled. Who could withstand such a predicament? Who could have anticipated this? Kakashi, perched upon a tree and observing the spectacle, chuckled to himself. The closed-loop battle he orchestrated was intended to elicit precisely this effect. He desired for the three of them to engage in fierce combat, for only through such a trial could their true strengths be honed. Though this approach may seem somewhat inhumane, it is undeniably the most effective. The supposed rules against infighting were merely a facade. Come on, young warriors. You must absorb the experiences of your opponents to accelerate and amplify your growth. As Kakashi surveyed the unfolding scene below, a smile graced his face. At that moment, Sasuke found himself repeatedly struck by the alluring form transformed by Naruto. Yet he displayed nothing but disdain, seemingly disinterested in the feminine presence. Get away. Sasuke retaliated, conjuring several shadow clones and employing his newly acquired taijutsu technique, the Lion's Barrage, to fend off multiple clone assaults. Meanwhile, Kion, possessing a mature soul, found himself somewhat relishing the current situation. Oh, Kion, just let me hold you for a moment. You are my favorite. A cluster of charming, twin-tailed beauties nestled against Kion, their texture, warmth, and fragrance enveloping him. Oh ho ho ho. It's over for you, Kion. Bang. Kion lay sprawled on the ground, his nose bleeding, having been sent flying by Naruto's punch. Is this what it feels like to soar? Worth it, indeed. Perhaps I shall have Naruto transformed into a doll for my admiration henceforth. As Kion floated in the air, his mind was awash with confusion, lingering on the fleeting warmth of the moment just past. Truth be told, if he were to take things seriously, Naruto and Sasuke would hardly pose a challenge. He simply refrained from crushing his teammates' confidence, as a few playful blows from Naruto and Sasuke were hardly painful for him. There was no need for exertion. Indeed, this encounter invigorated Naruto tremendously, who was eager to charge forward and trample Kion beneath his feet, only to be restrained by Sasuke. Hey, you at the back. Do you intend to flee? This is now a duel between you and me. Sasuke, irked by Naruto's earlier antics, was determined to show him the harsh realities of life with a swing of his fist. With a resounding thud, He struck what turned out to be a mere shadow clone. As Sasuke prepared to unleash his frustration, he noticed the expressions of Naruto's clones had all changed. As if a dreadful occurrence had transpired. Suddenly, every clone vanished. What on earth is happening? Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, furrowing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. Naruto's presence had completely dissipated, leaving not a trace of sound. At this moment, he should have emerged to continue mocking them. Damn it! Sasuke cursed inwardly, leaping to where Kion lay, still dazed on the ground. Hey, Kion, get up. Naruto is gone. Sasuke scanned the vicinity with heightened vigilance. The traumatic experience of witnessing his family slaughtered in his youth had instilled in him an extreme sense of discipline, acute awareness, and an overwhelming sense of impending danger. He sensed that something was amiss. An event was about to unfold, surely linked to Naruto's disappearance. Naruto is gone? Has he merely hidden away? Ryoko sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. He slowly rose to his feet, positioning himself back-to-back with Sasuke as they scanned their surroundings. This feeling was familiar to him. It reminded him of the time during the mission in the Land of Water, when they had entered the illusionary formation. A palpable sense of threat enveloped them. Meanwhile, Kakashi also perceived something was wrong. Since the moment Naruto had joined the fray, he had been indistinguishable from his shadow clones, unable to discern the real from the mere facsimiles. Yet, as he looked around, he still could not locate Naruto's true form. Where has that rascal gone? Kakashi rose from the branch where he had been perched, thoroughly examining the area for any signs. With a swift motion, Kakashi leapt down from the tree, landing before Ryoko and Sasuke. Let us pause the training. We must search for Naruto now. Kakashi's extensive experience on the battlefield had made him acutely aware of the discomforting nuances in the atmosphere. He understood that at times, one must trust their instincts. And now was one such moment? Yes, sensei, they replied. The air was heavy with an eerie silence as both Suzumiya Haruhi and Sasuke responded. The forest around them lay in a profound stillness, so lifeless that even the birds refrained from taking flight. This uncanny tranquility sent shivers down their spines, awakening every hair on their bodies. The resonance of the spell, words of the wind, lingered in the atmosphere. Hyuga's newfound abilities have proven to be exceedingly useful. When paired with the right strength, reconnaissance skills become an exquisite enhancement, propelling one forward with remarkable efficacy. In Hyuga's domain, an invisible yet formidable force envelopes a radius of 500 meters, capturing every sound within its grasp. Let us continue our search as we walk. Standing idly is futile. Hyuga remarked, striding ahead, with Sasuke and Kakashi trailing closely behind, still on the lookout for any traces. However, after traversing nearly 100 meters, they had yet to uncover any valuable information. Was their direction amiss? Hyuga pondered, a sense of doubt clouding his mind. Clenching his fists, he reflected on his aversion to circumstances beyond his control. The current predicament of Naruto's disappearance only heightened his anxiety. If only I were stronger, he mused quietly. System, please retrieve my attribute panel. The search proved tedious, and as Hyuga gathered information, he delved into the system to examine his capabilities. He needed to scrutinize the process of his evolution thoroughly. Moreover, having engaged in numerous training sessions over the past few days, he anticipated a noticeable increase in experience points. Ding. Host command received. Retrieving panel. Host, Hyuga speed, 2150 strength, 2330 defense, 2640 health, 2730 single attack critical damage, 3000 current comprehensive rating, chunin system experience. 12390 chakra skills, Chidori. Chidori thunderstorm acquired skills, 2nd tier golden light spell, 2nd tier swordsmanship, lingering step, word spirit scythe self-created skills, golden light ground spike, golden light lock, golden light thrust, golden light binding, thunder binding. Items, Harry Potter's invisibility cloak, allowing for complete invisibility at any time. Indeed, the training of the past few days has yielded results. His abilities have seen a commendable enhancement. Pondered when he might once again venture into the sea god battle space for a reckless escapade. Recalling that his character card still held combinations. For instance, he could choose the Team Rocket combination from the Pokemon realm, or perhaps the Ino Shikacho combination from the Naruto universe. System, he inquired while surveying his surroundings. Is it possible to make multiple selections in the sea god battle space? As he delved deeper into the forest, an eerie mist enveloped the path ahead. Ding. With the host's current strength, only regional level characters could be selected. And for characters exceeding that level, a maximum of 3 could be chosen. Kion lamented his perceived lack of strength, expressing that if he were to attain an extraordinary level of power, he would undoubtedly seek retribution for the anguish he endured at the hands of Digga. The mere recollection of that encounter ignited a flame of fury within him, for Digga had effortlessly dispatched him with a single blow. Had it not been for his absolute dominion within the realm of the sea god's combat space, he might have truly met his demise that day. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air. It was Kakashi's signal, reminiscent of the sound he had used to announce the commencement of battles during the previous competition. Kagami Kaze and Sasuke hastily made their way towards the source of the whistle, and upon spotting Kakashi, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. "Hurry," Kakashi urged, offering no explanation as he led the two in a frantic dash. "What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei?" Kaze inquired anxiously, while Sasuke cast a worried glance at Kakashi. Despite Naruto's tendency to boast and his somewhat foolish demeanor, Sasuke had not grown to despise him to the extent of wishing for his disappearance. It seemed Naruto might have been kidnapped. They had been mistaken, believing his true self was among the clones. In reality, Naruto could have set up his clones outside the forest long before. Kakashi directed them in an entirely different direction from where they had just been searching. So we underestimated Naruto? Kaze and Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment, never anticipating such a turn of events. If Naruto had orchestrated this plan from the outset, the sudden appearance of the clones would indeed be explicable. Given that Kaze's Kage was capable of detecting sound, had Naruto transformed into a clone at the last moment, he surely would have heard the commotion while lying in ambush within the woods. Yet, Kaze had not. Thus, there remained only one explanation. Naruto had transformed into clone after clone while they were training, ensuring his true self remained unharmed by remaining outside, reaping the benefits from afar. Incredible! No wonder he could become Hokage, Kaze marveled inwardly. He possessed a fair understanding of ordinary ninjas' abilities. Typically, they would only strategize up to the third move. Yet Naruto's foresight to initiate his plans so early indicated his prowess. However, what did this have to do with his disappearance? Kakashi-sensei. So we are to search for Naruto nearby, correct? Kaze asked. Kakashi nodded as they approached the edge of the forest. Indeed, they soon witnessed an astonishing sight. What rubbish! Let go of me. A multitude of Narutos were engaged in a fierce battle against a large group of pale humanoids. Both Haruhi and Sasuke are haunted by this thing. Isn't it just the object used to administer injections to them? Goodness, even Naruto is not spared. Kion has become a sensation. Thunderstorm. He raised his hand and hurled a devastating lightning sphere, which struck with lethal precision. Bang! After a resounding explosion, the white figure diminished significantly, transforming into a mass of sticky remnants sprawled on the ground, writhing in disarray, while Naruto's clones also faded in number. Hey, Kion, I'm a bit better, will you? I nearly met my demise. The real Naruto groaned as he emerged from the swirling smoke, which lingered ominously in the air. Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, remained vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen developments. Upon seeing Naruto still alive, he exhaled a breath of relief. However, his expression quickly shifted as his pupils constricted. Naruto, behind you. Sasuke shouted. Chapter 54. Sinister Infiltration. Naruto, behind you. Sasuke yelled. At that moment, Naruto, still dazed from the thunderstorm's impact, barely registered Sasuke's warning, lost in his thoughts. What could possibly have them all so tense? He glanced forward, noticing Kion's incredulous expression not far from him. Eh? Why are they so astonished? Is it my undeniable charm? Naruto couldn't help but tousle his hair, a rush of exhilaration coursing through him. He even felt a hint of bashfulness. Don't stare, don't stare. I'll always look this good. With a cheerful grin, his hearing returning to normal, he observed Kion and Sasuke, both wide-eyed and gesturing frantically. Behind you, behind you. Come here, quick. Eh? Behind me? Naruto turned with a smile, only for his expression to drain of color. Behind him, a colossal serpent emerged slowly from the smoke. And as the mist dissipated, its true form revealed itself. It was immense, truly immense. The sheer size of it sent Naruto tumbling to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Not only Naruto, but even Kion had never witnessed such a sight. At that moment, his breath caught in his throat. The giant serpent loomed over them, gazing down as if it were a sovereign surveying its subjects. Only Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the sight. A serpent, in the Hidden Leaf Village. Only one individual had forged a summoning contract with the ancient, wild serpents of the primal forest, Orochimaru. Lightning Blade. Kakashi's response was immediate, without a moment's hesitation. He charged towards the target, embodying the essence of a true ninja. While the three children stood frozen in shock, Kakashi's battlefield experience and composed demeanor swiftly came into play. Crackling lightning. A surge of electric sound pierced the air, resonating in every ear like an itch demanding attention. Boom. Kakashi's Raikiri is comparable to the full-force lightning technique of Suzumiya Haruhi. At this moment, the Raikiri struck the massive serpent, which, due to its colossal size, was unable to evade the blow and took the hit squarely. Hiss. A charred mark appeared on its body, with a gaping hole already seared into it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant serpent suddenly opened its mouth and lunged at Kakashi with astonishing speed, leading one to question the lightness of its immense form, as such a massive body would undoubtedly require considerable energy to maneuver. Boom. Kakashi narrowly dodged, taking the dazed Naruto along with him. The serpent, propelled by inertia, collided with the ground, causing stones and dirt to be flung into the air. Suzumiya Haruhi even felt a slight tremor beneath her feet. She stood frozen in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the battle, until Sasuke pulled her back to reality, prompting her to hastily follow Kakashi and flee. My goodness, that serpent was truly awe-inspiring. For a fleeting moment, she nearly considered whipping out her phone to capture the moment and share it on social media. However, after a brief pause, she remembered that she was now a prodigious ninja in this world, no longer needing to post trivialities to maintain a lackluster online presence. Sasuke, you are remarkable. Kion turned his head to glance behind him. The serpent had recovered from its pain and was in pursuit. He recalled Sasuke's reaction and couldn't help but admire the brilliance of that individual. It seemed that in the past, he had underestimated them, perceiving them as mere weaklings. Chidori. Raijin. Kazama, suppressing his desire to spectate, hurled another lightning sphere behind him. With a resounding crash, an explosion erupted, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air, as fine arcs of electricity coiled around the serpent's body. The dual effects of scorching heat and paralysis indeed proved effective, momentarily restraining the beast for a second or two. While Kyuya was not yet capable of creating a gaping hole in the serpent's form like Kakashi could, his efforts were not in vain. At that moment, Sasuke, seemingly unwilling to be outdone, quickly formed hand seals. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. A multitude of rapidly launched fireballs surged toward the colossal serpent, each imbued with kunai and shuriken from Sasuke, effectively doubling their lethality. The crackling sounds of the barrage confirmed their impact, as the giant serpent was momentarily held back once more. Naruto, uncomfortably cradled under Kakashi's arm, expressed his frustration with a loud outcry. Let go. I want to fight the serpent too. Kakashi, release me. With a sudden burst of energy, Naruto conjured a multitude of shadow clones, finally liberating himself from Kakashi's grasp. Here I come. Naruto's shadow clone technique was remarkably effective. Within a minute, his clones encircled the serpent, shuriken from all directions. With a collective shout, every clone unleashed kunai and shuriken. Though only minimally effective, they succeeded in obstructing a portion of the serpent's vision. Kyuya, witnessing the colossal serpent, felt a profound sense of awe. He maneuvered through several trees, finally securing a stable position atop one with a clearer view, awaiting Naruto's return. Having traversed into this world merely a few months prior, despite having been captivated by the series on a small screen, witnessing such a scene in person was utterly breathtaking. As Naruto's clones swiftly dissipated, the real Naruto approached them with a cheerful grin. Ah, what is that? He halted abruptly as a pale, human-like figure emerged from the ground, ensnaring him. Got you, little one. Hee. It was the voice of Orochimaru. In that brief moment of distraction, the pursuing giant serpent launched its attack. With a hiss, it opened its massive jaws, aiming for Kyuya and Sasuke. Without hesitation, both unleashed their formidable ninjutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, and lightning release. Electrocute. Kyuka's chakra is no longer sufficient for him to unleash the Chidori. The two attempts he made earlier have nearly drained his reserves, and it will be a considerable time before he can adapt again. The application of lightning techniques differs significantly from chakra usage, leaving him with no choice but to proceed in this manner. Boom. A colossal fireball and a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, surged into the maw of the giant serpent, which had just engulfed the two of them. Both techniques were firmly unleashed within the serpent's body. Bang. The creature's skin erupted with a gaping hole, and it howled in agony, thrashing about on the ground, even toppling a tree in its torment. The forest echoed with the thunderous roars, as Sasuke and Kyuka temporarily escaped danger. However, Naruto seemed far less fortunate. Let me go? Naruto struggled desperately. Yet he remained ensnared by countless white humanoid figures. Helpless against those bizarre entities, he felt a wave of weakness enveloping him. Shadow Dance Leaf. Fire Release. Great Fire Dragon Technique. At that moment, Kakashi exerted every effort to eliminate the creatures, but the sheer number of those white figures was overwhelming, even when destroyed. They re-emerged from the ground. Naruto was gradually losing consciousness, and at that instant, Orochimaru's visage emerged upon one of the white figures. Naruto, it's your turn now. Do you realize the magnitude of the power within you? Hee. Orochimaru swiftly produced a syringe and injected Naruto with a swift motion. It was too late to intervene. The drug's effects manifested almost instantaneously. Naruto's eyes shot open, glowing a fierce crimson. Hee. The Naruto before them was no longer the same. He seemed to have transformed into an entirely different entity. His body radiated fiery red chakra, thick and viscous like liquid, rapidly corroding the surrounding white figures. Kakashi gasped in horror, exclaiming, "This is bad." Orochimaru has forcibly weakened Naruto's control with the drug. His consciousness is now exceedingly faint, and the Nine Tails is about to emerge. Chapter 55. The Wrath of Naruto. After the recent battle, the three were noticeably fatigued. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, they exchanged shocked glances, retreating in alarm. How could this happen? Before, I was ambushed by Orochimaru and compelled to receive an injection, but nothing peculiar occurred. Wait. It is due to Naruto harboring the Nine Tails within him that the progression of the drug was accelerated. Kagami Kazuki widened her eyes, swallowing hard, revealing a hint of anxiety. Goodness, is the nine-tailed fox about to emerge so soon? This development far exceeds the pace of the narrative. Caution. Before Kagami Kazuki and Sasuke could regain their composure, they were yanked backwards by an overwhelming force, traveling several hundred meters. Naruto's figure appeared to shrink drastically before their eyes. Kakashi-sensei, what should we do now? Sasuke snapped back to reality, lowering his gaze and fixating intently on Naruto in the distance, his body tensed and poised for immediate action. Puff, puff. Naruto stood motionless. Yet his arms and head hung low, surrounded by swirling torrents of potent crimson chakra. The surface of his body radiated with the red chakra of the tailed beast, enveloped in a gigantic cloak of its essence. This is the transformation into a tailed beast. In the blink of an eye, the fiery red chakra morphed into countless blades, expanding exponentially throughout the forest. Crash. Bang. A powerful gust of wind rushed towards Kagami Kazuki, striking her face with a stinging impact. Is this the might that follows the transformation into a tailed beast? Golden light spell. Manifest the golden barrier. Seeing the dire situation, Kyuka quickly harnessed her inner abilities. A radiant beam of golden light re-emerged, shielding those before her. As the crimson currents of energy continued to swell, the three individuals found themselves unable to withstand the force, leaving behind traces of their retreat. This is bad. We can barely hold on. Kakashi-sensei, please find a way to stop Naruto. Ugh. Just as the words left their lips, Naruto let out a thunderous roar, and the fiery currents surged explosively, shattering the barrier formed by Kyuka's golden light. Those within were violently thrown to the ground by the overwhelming power unleashed by the tailed beast transformation of Naruto. Incredible! Such strength. Kion and Sasuke found themselves wounded by this formidable force. Ha, it is too late now. You shall relish the calamity brought forth by the Nine Tails. In the shadows, a hoarse voice echoed once more. How infuriating. Orochimaru always seeks to escape the chaos he instigates. Did he even consult me? Kion was thoroughly incensed. Rinbo, Shuinpa, return at once. Kagami Kazuki, overwhelmed by fervor, swiftly approached Orochimaru. Reikyu, electrocute. You take care of them both here. I shall assist him. The earlier skirmish had already drained too much chakra from them, and Kakashi worried that Kazuki's reckless actions would lead to Orochimaru's manipulation. With those words, he departed. As Suzumiya Haruhi unleashed an electric shock, a shadow flickered before her. Upon recognizing the figure, her pupils widened in shock. The show has only just begun, Orochimaru remarked, retreating into the shadows. Oh no, I forgot that Naruto had already transformed into his tailed beast form, and it appeared he was regaining consciousness. Despite being in this form, Naruto had not completely lost his awareness. However, his emotions were being influenced by the tailed beast chakra. At this moment, Naruto was under the sway of the tailed beast chakra, which was interfering with him. The injuries he had sustained moments ago healed instantaneously. This was dire. He was indeed affected by the tailed beast chakra. His crimson eyes locked onto Suzumiya Haruhi as he launched a fierce attack. Meanwhile, the electric shock that had coursed through him manifested as a brilliant golden light, crackling with dense bolts of lightning, resembling a colossal serpent adorned with electricity extending towards Naruto. In an instant, it coiled around various parts of his body. A cacophony of sounds erupted, enveloped in swirling smoke. Cough, cough. Kagami pushed aside the haze before her. waving her hand to disperse the smoke. She then positioned herself behind me, having expended a considerable amount of chakra. The current Naruto was no easy opponent. Kakashi arrived just in time, standing protectively in front of us. If he's difficult to handle, then we shall simply incapacitate him. Let us bluff our way through. As the lingering smoke dissipated, a shadow surged forth, charging towards the two of them. Golden chains. Dozens of brilliant chains materialized, transforming into sturdy, robust bindings that ensnared Naruto tightly. Splendid! Kakashi-sensei, swiftly render him unconscious. Kakashi swiftly maneuvered to Naruto's rear. Crack. Boom. What? He broke free in mere seconds with overwhelming force. The incredulity of Kion echoed in the air. Naruto's fiery pupils shifted slightly, pinpointing the target behind him, and he delivered a powerful strike. Kakashi-sensei. Boom. Wood. Substitution technique. Kakashi narrowly evaded disaster, yet the combined assaults of the two had ignited Naruto's fury. We are no match for him. We must find a way to incapacitate him. Their most viable strategy was to render the already unconscious Naruto unconscious again. Otherwise, they might meet their demise that day. I will distract him. And Kion-san will be responsible for the knockout. Having reached a consensus, Kakashi prepared to allure Naruto, confident in his own abilities. While he could not contend with Naruto directly, he was capable of buying some time. In this fleeting moment, Suzumiya Haruhi endeavored relentlessly to incapacitate Naruto. However, due to the considerable depletion of chakra from the previous skirmish, she found herself devoid of alternatives, relying solely on a sneak attack. Lightning style, binding technique. Kagami Kaze seized the opportune moment while Naruto was engaged in combat with Kakashi. Completely oblivious to his surroundings, he unleashed the thunder binding technique. In an instant, dozens of radiant dragon-like bolts of lightning surged forth, ensnaring Naruto at his feet. Immersed in his struggle with Kakashi, Naruto remained unaware until it was too late. He found himself ensnared, just as intended, before Naruto could turn his head. Kagami Kaze delivered a fierce blow to his head. To his astonishment, Naruto was not knocked unconscious. Instead, his hand swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. The pain was excruciating. Was your head crafted from stone? Furious, Naruto swiftly turned around and charged at Kagami Kaze in retaliation. Hyuga had yet to regain her composure, standing frozen in place as she beheld Naruto's fist enveloped in a colossal layer of crimson chakra, hurtling towards her. It was perilous. Kakashi swiftly whisked her away. Goodness! His prowess is astonishing. Yet, despite such formidable strength, he remains out of reach. How shall I render him unconscious? A thought struck her. Kakashi-sensei, may I trouble you once more? Kakashi let out a deep sigh, weary of further entanglement. Observing Hyuga's unwavering confidence, he reluctantly resolved to place his trust in her once again. This time, the outcome rests upon your shoulders. Suzumiya pulled out the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter, draping it over herself, and seamlessly vanished from the sight of the crowd. Stealthily, she approached Naruto from behind, although he could sense her presence. He was unable to see or perceive her. Seizing the moment, she unleashed a technique. Chidori. Raijin. She hurled a lightning ball towards Naruto, resulting in a thunderous explosion, as smoke and gunpowder filled the air. Chapter 56. The Battle. Virtual nine-tailed fox Kakashi, witnessing this unfolding scenario, retreated several steps, lifting his gaze towards the swirling smoke before him, standing still and vigilant. Suddenly, Suzumiya Haruhi materialized beside Kakashi, arms crossed, observing the scene before them. The two appeared to be in a state of anticipation. How did you manage that? Kakashi inquired, furrowing his brow. Even if he possessed such an ability, he could not fathom how to vanish and then reappear so abruptly before the crowd. It's a secret. Hee. Kyuko glanced back with a mischievous smile. Bang. After a lengthy wait, a considerable crater appeared in the ground, the result of Kyuko's recent strike. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had been in a frenzy moments before, lay quietly within the depths of that crater. Kakashi was aware that dealing with Naruto in his tailed beast form was no simple task, contrary to Kyuko's assumptions. At that moment, the fiery red chakra resembling the nine-tailed fox that had enveloped Naruto's body suddenly dissipated. Kakashi was taken aback. The disappearance of the chakra, akin to the nine-tailed fox cloak, signified that the beast within Naruto had once again succumbed to slumber. Yes, splendid. This should effectively halt him, Kakashi thought, his pupils narrowing slightly before returning to their normal state, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. This young man was indeed remarkable. Had they not rushed forward to assess Naruto's condition, but instead waited a while longer, Kakashi and Kyuko would have slowly approached, crouching down to examine Naruto. Ding. Congratulations to the host for engaging in battle with the nine-tailed fox, thereby acquiring substantial practical experience. The system rewards 1,000 experience points. The current system experience totals 13,100. Upon reaching 15,000 experience points, the host will be granted one opportunity to draw a card and one chance to upgrade skills. The voice of the system echoed in Haruhi's mind. It seems that advancing to the next level would require some effort. Let us take Naruto back and have Sakura examine his condition. Kakashi's voice pulled him from his thoughts. All right. Kakashi hoisted Naruto onto his back, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind them, causing the two to halt and exchange glances. Could it be that Orochimaru had not yet left? Kion smirked slightly. This is a perfect opportunity to confront him. The two paused for a moment, but the sounds faded away. Have they left? They turned around, only to find that Orochimaru and the other several figures had vanished. To my surprise, they actually fled. Kion's expression revealed a sense of disappointment. Are you all right? How is Naruto? Sasuke hurriedly approached and assessed the condition of the three. This place is not suitable for lingering. We should depart and discuss matters later. Whoosh. The three figures vanished into the forest. Ha ha ha. This fellow possesses some skill, and he knows how to prevent the nine-tails from appearing. My anticipation grows ever more fervent. In the darkness, a hoarse voice echoed once more. As the words faded, a gust of wind swept through, and the silhouette in the shadows vanished instantaneously. Well done today. Let us conclude here. We shall continue tomorrow. Might Guy gave the group a thumbs up. Sakura, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. It must be said that Might Guy's stamina was remarkable, earning Sakura's admiration. Sakura, have a drink. A figure stepped in front of her, presenting a cup of water. Sakura licked her lips, feeling parched, and reached out to accept it, lifting her gaze in gratitude. Upon seeing the familiar eyebrows, a shy smile flickered across her face. No, thank you. I'll return shortly. She averted her eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed. Whoosh. A gust swept by as Kakashi returned with the three. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura exclaimed joyfully, only to notice Naruto asleep on Kakashi's back. Naruto, what happened? We encountered some unforeseen circumstances during training. Sakura, could you please take a look? The serene Kyuko wore a gentle smile, while Sakura's heart raced uncontrollably. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she approached Naruto to assess his condition. Kakashi laid Naruto flat upon the ground, and upon noticing the small bump on his back, Sakura was momentarily taken aback. Could this be? Sakura's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor turning grave. Realizing the severity of the situation, she swiftly knelt to examine him. Fortunately, it appeared that there was no significant harm. He would likely awaken shortly. Upon hearing Sakura's reassuring words, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone present. Kakashi lifted the unconscious Naruto into his arms. Today's training concludes here. You should all head home early, he declared, and with that, the two figures vanished in an instant. After a day of battling the Nine-Tails and Orochimaru's minions, Sasuke and Kyuko bore weary expressions, lacking the energy or inclination for further conflict. They hurriedly made their way back to their respective homes. Taki, I'm home. What delectable treats await us today? Kagami swiftly approached the table, where a sumptuous dinner had already been prepared for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Kagami devoured the delightful feast before him with great enthusiasm. Why do you always eat so ravenously? Take your time. No one is competing with you. Kion raised his head, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. I'm done. I must attend to some matters. With that, he hurried back to his room, leaving Takuya behind, who could only shake his head with a smile, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Earlier that day, he had engaged in a fierce battle with the Nine-Tails, igniting a restless yearning within him. Eagerly, he entered the sea god battle space, preparing himself for the forthcoming confrontation. Ding. Welcome, host, to the sea god battle space. Immersion mode has been activated. Please select your opponent. Upon closing and then opening his eyes, Haruhi found himself in a realm entirely distinct from the previous one. The surrounding hues transformed into a warm orange reminiscent of a sunset, evoking memories of his recent confrontation with the nine-tailed fox. Thus, he resolved to select the nine-tailed fox as his adversary for this encounter. A chime sounded. Does the host confirm the selection of the legendary character, the nine-tailed fox, as an opponent? For some inexplicable reason, Suzumiya Haruhi felt a sense of tension within her heart. Should she seek confirmation? Perhaps she should give it a try? After all, even in defeat, one could gain experience and, in the process, ascertain whether she had made any progress. The enigmatic Kion found himself unexpectedly thrust into a moment of affirmation. Ding. Confirmation successful. The battle is about to commence. The air was filled with a colossal battle health bar, one representing his own, Kion, and the other that of the nine-tailed fox. Upon glimpsing the health bar of the nine-tailed fox, a torrent of emotion surged within him, akin to a stampede of alpacas. My goodness. Kyuka swallowed hard, filled with regret over the decision she had just made. This was more than double the health points of Tsukikage Tensui. In the sky, the health bar of the nine-tailed fox was brimming with over 50,000 points, causing Kyuka to gulp nervously. System, display the attributes of the nine-tailed fox. Ding. Command received from the host. Retrieving the panel attributes of the tailed beast cloak Naruto. Tailed beast cloak Naruto speed. 8150 strength. 8300 defense. 9000 health. 6100 single attack critical damage. 16,000 current comprehensive rating. Elite Jonin chakra skills. Rapid recovery. Tailed beast chakra. Tailed beast cloak. Chakra hand. Tailed beast chakra Rasen shuriken. Oh no. There was no time for him to reconsider as a figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a resounding thud. Boom. The ground shook violently. This was it. He would truly be obliterated by the nine-tailed fox. Though his health bar had improved somewhat, with an increase of only 1500 points, it was still insignificant compared to that of the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox descended gracefully, its massive form looming before him. Chapter 57. I too wish to witness the paradise of affection. The area around the nine-tailed fox radiated a rich crimson chakra, enveloping it in a series of glowing rings. The nine-tailed fox opened its eyes, fiery red orbs emanating intense heat, reminiscent of a raging inferno. It flicked one of its tails, and in an instant, a flurry of red, indistinct objects shot forth like fiery blades, swiftly hurtling towards him. Golden light spell, golden light blade. He quickly conjured a thick wall of golden light, having learned from experience not to rely on the flimsy barrier he had previously employed. Yet, to his dismay, it held for scarcely a second. Crack! The golden wall shattered into a cascade of shimmering fragments. Oh no! In a remarkable display, the spirited Kion adeptly evaded the initial strike of the nine-tailed beast with a deft maneuver. The fiery blades clashed against an invisible barrier, producing a cacophony of sound that reverberated through the air, accompanied by a palpable tremor. Kyu-Fu shielded himself with both hands, yet was still struck by the scattering stones from the fiery red blade. A sharp gasp escaped him as he looked up, realizing that half of his blood had spilled. This entity was truly formidable. He had unwittingly dug his own grave. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the nine-tailed fox unleashed a barrage of fireballs from its second tail, hurtling them towards him. What on earth? Golden light shield. Ethereal steps. Even though there was a vast disparity in their strengths, Kyu-Fu refused to concede defeat. Utilizing ethereal steps, he deftly evaded the fireball assault and swiftly approached the nine-tailed fox. Thunderous birds of prey. Supercharge. He dealt a fierce blow to the nine-tailed fox, then immediately sprang aside. Boom. The thunderous sound echoed as one of the fox's tails sustained minor injuries, yet not a single point was deducted from its vitality. However, his attack incited the ire of the nine-tailed fox. The creature extended its tails toward Kyu-Fu with alarming speed, far surpassing his own. In the blink of an eye, one tail ensnared his foot, yanking him upside down and leaving him suspended in midair. The remaining tails lunged menacingly towards him. This is it. He would surely be punctured to oblivion. Kagami F, on the brink of tears, was enveloped in a radiant golden light. The incantation of the golden aura transformed into a tempest of lightning. Crackling violently, a multitude of bolts erupted from his form, entwining themselves around the nine tails of the nine-tailed fox, extending towards its very core. Startled, the eyes of the nine-tailed fox glowed crimson as it was struck by dozens of lightning bolts, yet felt no pain or discomfort. With a powerful flourish, it lifted one of its tails and forcefully slammed Kagami F into the ground. Ouch! Despite the protective golden aura, Kagami F sustained considerable injuries, his health plummeting to 0 in an instant. He felt as if his body was disintegrating, the agony rendering him utterly immobile. Game over. Ding. The battle concluded. The host faced defeat, earning a mere 600 experience points, bringing the total to 13,700. The host is encouraged to strive harder. Kyuko brushed off the dust from her attire and rose to her feet. Although she had faced defeat, she had nonetheless gained some experience and acquired knowledge of the nine-tailed fox's abilities. Regrettably, the disparity in strength between the two was considerable. rendering Kyuko no match for her opponent. Perhaps it is time to entrust this task to another. Kyuka casually perused the array of cards. Having previously engaged in battles against Gaara, which had left him feeling somewhat disenchanted. However, today was different. He had exhausted considerable energy and chakra during a recent skirmish with the Ninetales and was now utterly fatigued, lacking the vigor to continue fighting. He opted for a few simpler adversaries. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your victory. You have earned 300 experience points, bringing your total to 14,000. Furthermore, you are merely 1,000 experience points away from your next reward draw. Upon reaching 15,000 experience points, you will receive one draw from the card pool and an upgrade for your skills. Please continue to strive. As the system notifications faded, Kyuka, feeling utterly drained, collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. For reasons unknown, he felt particularly exhausted that day. The following morning, to his surprise, he awoke without being late. Good morning, Taki. Upon exiting his room, he noticed Taki tending to the flowers in the garden. Hearing his voice, she slowly raised her head, revealing a warm smile. What brings you up so early today? Kyuko smiled lightly, devouring her breakfast with great enthusiasm before bidding farewell. She pondered over Naruto's condition after yesterday's battle and felt compelled to check on him promptly. The presence of the Ninetales within Naruto could not be underestimated, especially with Orochimaru's sinister intentions looming. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Kyuko quickened her pace. In her haste, she collided with another figure. Ouch! Who is it? They both exclaimed, their gazes filled with irritation. Sasuke? Kyuko? What could this troublesome duo possibly want here? Could it be that he too was concerned about Naruto's condition? The wind rustled as Hirano Kyuko brushed off the dust from her attire, her hand draping casually over Sasuke's shoulder. What brings you here, you rascal? Are you, like me, here to catch a glimpse of Naruto? She scoffed. Humph. That underachiever hardly merits my attention. Sasuke turned away, adopting an aloof demeanor. TSK, TSK, TSK. With everyone gathered, your words remain so obstinate. Alas. Kyuko Fong set her hand down and, disregarding everything, walked in alone. Boss, what brings you here? Oh, Sasuke, you two have come? Naruto, just awakening and lying on the bed, with his spiky hair appearing somewhat disheveled, questioned, Am I late? No, I merely came to check on your condition. However, you ought to provide an explanation regarding yesterday's events, don't you think? The memory of what transpired the previous day made Kyuko Fong ponder whether Naruto was feigning ignorance. For his mind seemed remarkably sharp. How infuriating. You, at the bottom of the ranks, what was the meaning of using those shadow clones to deceive us yesterday? Sasuke, arms crossed, expressed his discontent. The realization that their opponent had merely been Naruto's clones filled him with frustration. Naruto awkwardly chuckled. Hee. Isn't this something the boss taught me? Kaikeyo was puzzled. Did I teach him that? It seems I didn't instruct him in such a manner. Hiki. Farewell. See you on the training grounds. In the blink of an eye, Naruto had finished dressing, stood by the window, gave them a playful pat on his backside, and departed with a parting remark. The breeze of Haruhi and Sasuke was anything but calm. Astonished, I went to see him, only to find him in a predicament. The two hastily exited. And after a hurried journey, they finally arrived at the training ground. It seems we have arrived quite early today. However, as the trio reached the training site, it was entirely devoid of presence. Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Just as their confusion deepened, a familiar sound echoed nearby. They beheld Kakashi, one hand tucked into his pocket and the other holding that infamous Aika paradise, leisurely strolling towards them. I say, Kakashi-sensei, I wish to see it too. Is this the reason for your tardiness? Chapter 58. Enhanced Training. Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction. After making an effort to arrive early, he encountered Kakashi's delay. Upon reaching them, Kakashi finally tucked away his book, exclaiming, what splendid weather we have today, perfect for undertaking a mission. A mission? What mission? The examination is imminent. How can there still be a mission? Upon hearing the mention of a mission, Naruto's expression swiftly shifted from excitement to discontent. Kakashi, without uttering a word, led them to a secluded area. Hey, we've been walking for about half an hour now, and this place is desolate, filled only with trees. What exactly are we here for? Just walking around like this is hardly better than continuing our previous training. Naruto complained, hands crossed behind his head. His earlier exhilaration had vanished, leaving him disheartened. Suddenly, Kakashi halted. We have arrived. Everyone looked around in puzzlement. Isn't this the same site as yesterday's training? Kakashi-sensei can't possibly intend to continue from where we left off yesterday, can he? Naruto paused, squinting and pouting in inquiry. Is that so? Yesterday, an incident occurred during your training that we have yet to address. Kakashi remarked, suddenly turning to fix his gaze intensely upon Naruto. In an instant, Naruto dropped his hands, turned away with a sigh, and muttered, but Kakashi-sensei never mentioned we could skip physical training. Kakashi cleared his throat, clapped his hands, and with a smile, began to announce the day's training agenda. Due to the interruptions caused by yesterday's training, we shall add an additional condition to our exercises to prevent any further mishaps. Kakashi refrained from detailing the changes. With another clap, 3 individuals emerged from the woods. Is that not Sakura, Hinata, and Ino? Was it not agreed that the 3 of us would train together? Why are they here? Kakashi entirely disregarded Naruto's earlier remarks. Today's training will involve each person having an additional teammate. I will bind you all together with ropes. And the other 2 groups must find a way to cut each other's ropes. The group that remains uncut before time is up shall be the victor. The other 2 groups will face consequences. Kakashi-sensei, are you certain this will not simply add a burden? Wasn't it agreed that we would train without penalties? As soon as the words left his lips, Naruto could distinctly feel the furious glares from the 3 women beside him. It's unnecessary for the 3 of us to include them in our training. It's rather exhausting. Hiki. Naruto immediately backed down. This time, not only must you bring along a teammate, but you are also required to be tied to one another by a hand. You cannot release your grip until the training is entirely complete. Accompanying a teammate, Kion, with his chin resting in contemplation, found himself presented with a small conundrum. If he were to bring along a teammate, it was imperative that the individual would not hinder his progress. Therefore, he must select someone with whom he shared a deeper understanding and a certain level of rapport. I choose Hinata. Kuma Fubuki, taking a decisive step forward, chose Hinata, as he had previously shared a connection with her. Their respective skills, his swift movements and her graceful techniques, harmoniously complemented each other, making Hinata the optimal companion. Ultimately, was it not true that Hinata was the most obedient of all? Hey, are you even listening to me? Naruto exclaimed, bouncing around, hoping to benefit from the situation as he had previously. However, he was taken aback by Kakashi's cunning this time. Sasuke selected Sakura, and Kuma Fubuki nodded approvingly. I knew it, haha. In the end, Ino and Naruto teamed up for the battle. Hey, Naruto, are you up to the task? Don't hold me back. Naruto never anticipated that even Ino would look down on him. Humph. Just you wait, my abilities are formidable. Now that you have all selected your teammates, let the competition commence. Are you prepared? Ready, set, go. In an instant, the 6 individuals vanished before Kakashi's eyes. He turned in place, hands tucked into his pockets, brimming with anticipation. Eventually, even Kakashi disappeared from the open ground. All participants concealed themselves within the underbrush or in shadowy corners. It was unexpected that Kakashi had altered the training regimen, introducing a new approach. This fostered a spirit of collaboration and the capability to protect team members, emphasizing that they could not stray from one another until the conclusion. Clearly, Kakashi had invested considerable thought into this exercise. Haruhi Suzumiya perked up her ears, attuned to the sounds around her. Hinata, use your Byakugan to ascertain the direction. Byakugan. Haruhi, it is precisely at 3 o'clock in the northwest direction. Hinata accurately reported Sasuke's location. Kyuya's lips curled slightly, indicating that she indeed did not make the wrong choice. Hinata's Byakugan proved to be exceedingly useful. However, as Kyuya glanced down at the tightly bound ropes connecting their wrists, a faint frown creased her brow. I will carry you. Hinata blushed, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Hurry, or we will be unable to escape. Hinata nodded and cautiously climbed onto Kyuya's back. The warmth radiating from Hinata momentarily halted Kyuya's thoughts. It was, in a sense, a touch of happiness for her. Whoosh. Following the position indicated by Hinata earlier, they successfully arrived behind Sasuke. Lion's combo. Sasuke's first reaction was to awkwardly embrace Sakura as he executed a newly learned technique. Incredible speed. One must admit Sasuke's reflexes were impressive, even with an additional teammate. However, his earlier reactions inadvertently revealed their position, prompting Naruto, who had been lurking nearby for quite some time, to suddenly spring into action. Hiki, witness my prowess. Shadow clone technique. Naruto employed a diversionary tactic, merging himself with the fake clones alongside Ino. Naruto, what are you up to? Sasuke was no fool. How could he not discern the ruse? This time, Kyuya and Hinata remained still, quietly observing the unfolding scene from their hidden vantage point. Sasuke, be cautious. Sakura, noticing the multitude of Naruto and Ino's clones surrounding them, swiftly drew some shuriken and hurled them. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, several clones vanished, leaving less than half remaining. You underestimate me. Naruto's clones quickly latched onto both Sasuke and Sakura. Now's the moment. Seizing the opportunity while Sasuke and Sakura were momentarily distracted, the real Naruto and Ino suddenly appeared, brandishing shuriken to sever the ropes in their hands. Boom, boom. What? A substitution technique? I thought as much. They weren't that foolish. Ino silently regretted partnering with Naruto. Chapter 59. The outcome uncertain. Sasuke did not perceive anything amiss with Naruto and Ino, while only Kyuya and Hinata remained concealed, meticulously observing. Kyuya, are we not going to intervene? With their chaos, it presents a prime opportunity for action. Kyuya glanced sideways at Hinata, who was beside him. When did this girl become so astute? She even knew to wait for the perfect moment to act. However, Naruto and Ino seemed somewhat off. If they rushed out carelessly, patience is key. We must wait a bit longer. There is something amiss with the two of them. Oh, Hinata blinked her large eyes, intently focused on the clones grappling in a chaotic tangle. The underdog truly did not disappoint. Sakura, now is your chance. Sasuke smirked as he charged in with Sakura towards Naruto and Ino, who were entangled with his clones. Bang, bang, bang. What? Sasuke's pupils constricted in astonishment. Upon rushing in, he found himself surrounded entirely by clones, with neither the real Naruto nor Ino in sight. Haha, surprised are you? Naruto had somehow circled around to Sasuke's back. Darn it. Naruto, carrying Ino, appeared behind Sasuke, with the rope binding their wrists closest to Ino. This is bad. Sakura noticed Ino's next move, and the two exchanged glances. Sorry, Sakura. Ino produced a shuriken from behind her, a smile playing on her lips as she decisively cut the rope binding the two. Bang, bang. What? A substitution technique. After Ino severed the rope, the two before her suddenly transformed into wooden posts. They stood there, dumbfounded. Ah, how did you know, Kyuka? Hinata and Kyuka remained hidden, observing comfortably. After yesterday's battle, Kyuka had deciphered some of Naruto's tactics. Hinata, now is the time. Hold on tight. Just then, Kyuka found an opening, bursting forth from the bushes with Hinata on his back. Golden light spell, golden light chains. Dozens of shimmering chains, glowing with golden light, extended towards Naruto and Ino, catching them off guard. Before they could react, the glittering chains coiled around their limbs like enormous golden serpents, rendering them immobile. Darn it. This is too cunning. Hee. Kagami gazed at the two, entirely ensnared by her radiant aura. Elated, she approached Hinata, ready to sever their bindings. Suddenly, several shurikens whizzed past them. Fortunately, Kagami swiftly pulled Hinata aside. Turning around, she spotted Sakura standing not far away, hands on her hips, a slight smirk gracing her lips, while casually toying with a kunai in her hand. Sasuke stood nearby, exuding an air of aloofness, yet it was evident that he was in a foul mood. Hee. You wish to cut our ropes? That's impossible. Are you Ino? Ryuko, upon hearing a single statement from Sakura, was able to discern that the figure before her was not Sakura but rather Ino. With a swift motion, she executed the art of turning the mind. To her surprise, Ino displayed a remarkable intellect. When she turned around, indeed, the true Ino was nestled with her head down, sound asleep. Her limbs, ensnared by the golden light, revealed no signs of disturbance. Sasuke was taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized that Sakura had been behaving unusually moments prior. With a shadow crossing his gaze, Sasuke hurled a few shuriken at the slumbering Ino, attempting to sever the bindings forcefully. What? Sasuke, how despicable of you! Naruto exclaimed, struggling incessantly. Ino, startled by this action, awoke abruptly. Golden light spell, golden light shuriken. Crack. Whoosh. How could this happen? Boss, can't you play with me a little longer? As the ropes binding Naruto and Ino snapped, it signified their failure. Dejected, Naruto turned and saw that Sakura and Sasuke had already taken refuge high in the trees, evading the oncoming golden shurikens. It's precisely because you lagged behind that you lost so quickly, Ino retorted angrily before departing. Ryuko, do keep it up, she exclaimed, approaching Ryuko with a transformed demeanor, offering encouragement and playful kisses. Naruto felt a pang of jealousy. The disparity is simply too vast. Hey, why don't you cheer for me? If you did, perhaps I could stand until the end. He hurriedly followed Ino, chattering incessantly behind her. Ino, irritated, paid him no heed. After the failure of both Naruto and Ino, only Sasuke and Sakura remained to face Ryuko and Hinata. It must be said that both sides exhibited formidable skills. Hey, why don't we just engage in a direct brawl? Let us make it more exhilarating. Kion raised an eyebrow, urging Sasuke to descend from the tree, ready to engage in a swift bout. This was your suggestion. Sasuke leapt down with Sakura, approaching with determination. Without further ado, let us commence. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was idly roasting fish nearby, glanced up at the setting sun. He hastily finished his meal, brushing off the remnants of ash from his attire. My, how time flies. I wonder how those youngsters are faring. Kakashi ambled back to the spot where they had previously parted ways. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Golden light spell. Golden light barrier. From afar, Kakashi could already hear the sounds of their fierce clash. To his surprise, these kids could hold their own. However, time was of the essence. Previously, Kion had witnessed the devastating power of Sasuke's fireball technique and had deliberately reinforced the golden light barrier this time. The two combatants were locked in a heated struggle when a whistle pierced the air. The golden light barrier collided with Sasuke's fireball, igniting a flurry of sparks. And upon hearing the whistle, both fighters ceased their attacks, retreating slightly. The ground bore the marks of their movements. Ah, splendid. I did not expect you two to endure until now. But what of Naruto's team? Have they been eliminated? Such a pity. As the whistle echoed, Naruto and Ino leisurely made their way back, arriving just in time. Have you finished your bout? Who emerged victorious? Naruto eagerly inquired. But upon noticing that neither had severed their ropes, he was taken aback. The outcome remains undetermined, and time has run out. Did you two simply enjoy a hearty meal while we fought? From a distance, Kion caught a whiff of ramen wafting off Naruto. It was evident he had taken advantage of their duel to indulge in a meal. Can you truly smell that? Do you have a dog-ass nose? Naruto sniffed at his own clothes, detecting nothing amiss. Do you recall the consequence for the loser? However, Sasuke and I have yet to declare a victor. How shall we determine who faces the penalty? Chapter 60. Facing the consequences that indeed poses a dilemma. For now, let us first impose a penalty upon Naruto and Ino. Naruto was in a frenzy. What? Kakashi-sensei, are you serious? Look at the time. Let us return quickly and forego any punishment. As he waved his hands dismissively, he was keen to avoid any consequence. Some individuals cannot escape. We must at least hear what the penalty entails. Kakashi spoke with an air of mystery, prompting Naruto to tilt his head, curiosity piqued. Kakashi-sensei, please do not keep us in suspense. Do share. The sooner we complete the punishment, the sooner I can return for my beauty sleep. Due to Naruto's influence, Neji was unable to complete this training. Nevertheless, he yearned to swiftly fulfill his punishment so he could return and indulge in a rejuvenating slumber, as staying up late was hardly a commendable habit. With that in mind, I shall be candid. This time, your punishment consists of spending the night here to capture 100 rabbits. What? Kakashi's words left everyone astounded. Kakashi-sensei, you cannot be serious. Capturing 100 rabbits at this late hour? Naruto was flabbergasted, incredulous at the absurdity of being tasked with such a feat instead of resting. After delivering the shocking decree, Kakashi departed with the others. Oh, and by the way, I will be here first thing tomorrow morning to check on your progress. Do not slouch. Give it your all. This is madness. Why must we catch rabbits? Naruto erupted in frustration, stamping his feet in exasperation. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and start catching those rabbits. As Kyuka Kazumi made her way home, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wealth of practical experience during Kakashi's training, rewarded with 1,000 experience points, bringing the total to 15,000. In this training session, speed and strength have each increased by 20, while defense attributes remain unchanged. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Furthermore, a chance to draw from the reward card pool has been granted, along with an opportunity to upgrade a skill. The mere thought of another chance to draw sent waves of excitement through Kyuka Kazumi. How wonderful it would be to draw a powerful fishing card this time. With this thought in mind, she quickened her pace, eager to return home. Taki, I'm back. Today, as usual. Taki had prepared a sumptuous dinner for Kyuka Kazumi and awaited her at the door. Welcome back, little Kyuka. Why are you always in such a hurry? Hehe. It's just that after a long day, I'm absolutely famished. Kion scratched his head and hastily made his way to the table, taking a seat. Have the dishes changed again today? He mused, observing the array of dishes before him. They were different from the usual fare, yet they exuded an enticing aroma and vibrant colors, tempting his palate. Hee, one must always strive for improvement. Eating the same meals day after day might lead to monotony. So I thought it best to offer you a change in flavors. Do give it a taste. How does it fare? Delicious. As the wind swirled around, the figure of Suzumiya rapidly replenished her appetite at a visible pace. Delicious, she exclaimed. By the way, if Takumi ever finds himself short on funds, do remember to ask me. I certainly do not wish to be idle at home. Takumi merely smiled in silence, nodding in tacit agreement. Satiated, Suzumiya returned to her room. System, initiate card draw. Lying on her bed, she eagerly employed the card she had just acquired. Request acknowledged. Commencing card draw. Draw successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a mystical fishing card. What a stroke of luck. Kyuya Kazumi sighed in relief while pressing his hand against his chest. However, he soon realized that fortune favored him, as he had not drawn anything lower than this mysterious grade. He promptly activated the fishing card. Ding. Request from the host received. Executing now. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a Digivice. What a surprise. I can't believe such a thing exists. Kyuka suddenly sat up, instinctively activating the digital monster device. With great anticipation, she wondered what would emerge from it. Ding. Host request received. Executing. Activation successful. Please make a selection. In the blink of an eye, numerous cards leaped from the digital monster device. Kyuka, having watched plenty during her childhood, never imagined she would possess one herself. This one will do. Although lacking in information and seemingly useless, it could still serve as a pet and should prove somewhat beneficial later on. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a young Agumen. Black Ball Monster. A radiant light burst forth, prompting Kyuka to shield her eyes. Goo-goo. As the brilliance faded, a fluffy creature tumbled onto her. Kion gazed at the object with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated its charm. Unfortunately, it appeared somewhat dark. It might be difficult to locate it at night. Haha. Haruhi extended her hand, and the black sphere creature leaped onto it. Its slime-like body was densely covered with numerous dark, bristly hairs. Amidst the inky fur, two faintly yellow eyes glimmered, revealing the creature's gaze. Hiss. Do you not think that your appearance at midnight would startle anyone? She laughed heartily. Kion smiled as he cradled the black ball creature in his hands, observing it with keen interest. The vivid imagery of his recent thoughts danced in his mind. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, and rolled on the bed with the black ball creature in his embrace. It felt delightful to hold. However, it seemed that it was not yet ready for battle, though it appeared capable of blowing bubbles. System, display the attributes panel for the black ball creature. Ding. Command from the host received. Retrieving panel now. Pet. Black ball creature, juvenile stage. Speed, 20 strength, 20 defense, 10 current overall rating, none maximum single attack damage, 20 skills, juvenile stage. When faced with danger, it expels bubbles from its mouth to intimidate foes. Indeed, during its juvenile stage, it could only produce bubbles to frighten enemies, possessing no offensive capabilities. Alas. I hope you grow quickly. System, how can the black ball creature gain experience points? The black ball creature, in its juvenile form, is spherical and black, accompanying the host during training or participating in quests to gain experience. Upon reaching a specific amount of experience points, equivalent to the breakthrough value of the ninja rank, it will evolve from its juvenile stage into the adult rolling creature. Haruhi Suzumiya nodded slightly. This seemed to be no different from what he had seen on television. Kion, content and at ease, lay in bed with the black spherical creature, drifting into slumber. As dawn broke the following morning, sunlight poured into the room. While Kion remained deeply immersed in sleep, the black creature, however, had awakened early, its golden eyes glimmering. It began to bounce playfully on Kion's blanket, making cheerful sounds. Oh dear, what is happening? Kyuka suddenly sprang to attention. Get up, get up. The black orb creature danced before him, leaving Kyuka momentarily dazed and unresponsive. Chapter 61. Acquiring a pet. I'm late. I'm late. Oh no, I'm really late. Kyuya hurriedly donned his clothes while cradling the black ball creature in one arm, hastily grabbing 2 slices of bread and a bottle of milk. Takashi. I'm off to school. Bye-bye. He dashed away in a flurry. Takashi, tending to the garden and trimming the flowers, caught sight of Kyuya's hurried demeanor and smiled faintly, shaking his head in bemusement. Oh dear, oh dear. Boss, what brings about this rare delay today? You've kept us waiting for quite a while. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Suzumiya Haruhi was greeted by the uproar created by Naruto. You should really focus on your own concerns. How is your rabbit-catching endeavor faring? She inquired. Oh, is Kakashi-sensei late again? Suddenly, dozens of shurikens whizzed through the air, launching from the trees towards them. In an instant, the training area was deserted. It seems your vigilance is commendable. Well done, Kakashi declared as he descended from the branches, one hand clutching his beloved book while the other rested casually in his pocket. What the? It's just Kakashi-sensei. The individuals who had vanished moments before reappeared before him. Naruto, with his hands crossed behind his head, pouted in discontent. By the way, Naruto, how did you fare with your punishment? Did you manage to catch any rabbits? Here they are. Kakashi approached, glancing at the captured rabbits. You've passed. Release them. What? After an entire night of work, you expect me to let them go? Naruto exclaimed in frustration. All his efforts in capturing rabbits would be rendered futile in an instant. But speaking of which, Haruhi, what is that dark object you are holding? Kakashi, while still facing Haruhi, had his gaze firmly fixed on Naruto, oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding Haruhi. Yet, everyone turned their attention towards the mysterious object cradled in her arms. Before Kyuka brought the black ball creature into her embrace, she hurriedly rushed over, momentarily forgetting her surroundings. This. I found it by the roadside. Kyuka exclaimed. What is this, Kyuka? It's so adorable. Indeed, it was remarkable that Kyuka could discover such a charming creature. Sakura, and Hinata were captivated as they playfully squeezed the black ball creature. However, it seemed displeased, emitting a series of bubbles with a soft gurgle. Wow, how delightful. It even blows bubbles. Kyuka, where did you find it? I wish I could have one too. The awkwardness surrounding Haruhi Suzumiya is truly a sight one might not encounter even after days and nights spent lurking throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. The black orb creature. They are my friends. Oh, upon hearing his words, the creature obediently closed its mouth. Kakashi-sensei turned to the side, his eyes narrowed, fixating intently on the black orb. Black orb creature? Kakashi silently repeated the name in his mind. It seemed unfamiliar, yet judging by its appearance, it appeared to be merely a pet, unlikely to pose any issues. All right, now, let us discuss the tasks you are to undertake today. Kakashi clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention. Huh? Seriously? More training again? Hey. Kakashi-sensei, I haven't rested a wink all night. Just look at my dark circles. Can't you grant me just one night of respite? Naruto exclaimed, bouncing around. After toiling the entire night alongside Ino, the prospect of more training today filled Naruto with resentment. Is that so? Naruto, are you certain you wish to withdraw from this B-rank mission? This is indeed a B-rank mission. Upon hearing Kakashi-sensei mention yet another task, everyone's spirits lifted with joy. Kion gazed eagerly, ready for action. Another mission? Splendid. This would provide an opportunity for the Black Sphere Beast to grow. Kakashi sighed. Having received an urgent notification the previous night regarding a pressing B-rank task that required their attention. Yes, it is indeed an urgent mission, which necessitates our immediate departure. What? The group glanced at each other, their hands empty, utterly unprepared. Kakashi-sensei, are we all supposed to go together this time? But none of us are ready. Hinata felt a surge of anxiety and concern at the mention of a task. All 6 of you must venture out for this mission. Now, let us hurry and follow me. As for the nature of the task, only Kakashi himself was privy to that knowledge. And whether he had one more person or one less mattered little to him. It was said that previously, a student had encountered an attack by Orochimaru during training, leaving them sleepless for the past few days. Indeed, with heightened vigilance in the village, I too have suffered from insomnia, dark circles forming beneath my eyes. A pair of shadowy sentinels had received news days prior, intensifying the security measures in Konoha. However, many of the guards had been reassigned elsewhere, leaving the village somewhat understaffed. All the covert operatives in Konoha had gone several days without rest. Swish, swish. Just now, weren't there 2 figures flitting past us? One of the shadowy guards rubbed his eyes and focused, yet found nothing before him. You must be imagining things. There is nothing there. Oh, very well. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several dark figures swept before them. The 2 exchanged glances, realizing it was no illusion. This is bad. Someone must have infiltrated Konoha. We must report to the 3rd Hokage immediately. Thud, thud. The 2 guards, who had been conversing moments before, were struck in the throat by shurikens. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, several figures stealthily dragged the fallen guards into the shadows. What is that? In a corner, a hastily arriving sentinel witnessed the scene. his eyes widening in terror. I must quickly report this to the third Hokage. Seizing the opportunity as the dark figures removed the fallen guards, he prepared to depart. Oh dear, what is the rush? Is that you, Kabuto, the medic? What are you doing here? Kabuto smiled faintly, adjusting his glasses. Just passing by. The sentinel nodded, growing wary and preparing to leave. Swish, swish, thud. The individual met the same fate as the two guards before him, a shuriken piercing his throat, causing him to fall lifelessly. My lord, the task has been successfully completed. In the shadows, two figures loomed near Konoha. Excellent. Now, let us proceed according to plan. Hee hee. The grand spectacle is about to unfold. In the shadowy recesses, a hoarse voice emerged, sending chills down the spine merely by its resonance. In the blink of an eye, two figures vanished into the darkness, and the tranquility of Konohamaru was restored. Chapter 62. The Spy's Onslaught. Hey, where are we headed for this mission, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto inquired eagerly, brimming with anticipation. This task is quite simple. It's merely a few minor errands, Kakashi replied. What? Minor errands? Can such trivial matters require our attention? I am destined for grand endeavors. Naruto lamented, dismissing the minor tasks with disdain. Hey, you at the back, could you please keep it down? Your incessant chatter is unbearable. Sasuke retorted, his hands languidly tucked into his pockets, trailing behind Kakashi with an air of nonchalance, the gentle breeze accentuating his striking demeanor. TSK, TSK, TSK. To be honest, this Sasuke possesses quite the charm, albeit a touch aloof. Nevertheless, he and Sakura seem well matched. One is chatty while the other remains taciturn. Is this not a perfect compliment? Haha. Naruto pouted in response. Humph. He turned away in irritation, refusing to acknowledge Sasuke further. Kakashi led the group through the bustling marketplace, eventually stopping by the riverbank. We've arrived. Everyone lifted their gazes, observing a wooden bridge on the outskirts of the village, recently swept away by torrential waters. Before them were but a few individuals laboring diligently. Kakashi-sensei, are we at the right place? No way. Are we really expected to repair this bridge? Oh dear. Kakashi, you've come. Hurry over and lend us a hand. We need to repair several other bridges. Kakashi squinted slightly, gesturing to them. Thank you for your hard work. We'll take care of this from here. The workers nodded gratefully, gathered their tools, and departed in haste. I wonder what has been happening. It seems the bridges near Konohamaru have been deliberately damaged in recent days, murmured one of the departing workers, voicing his discontent. The expression in Suzumiya's eyes darkened slightly. Her heart filled with suspicion. Kakashi-sensei, could it be that we are here to repair the wooden bridge? Along the way, Naruto had been incessantly chattering, and upon seeing the broken bridge ahead, he began to leap about excitedly. Kakashi, however, maintained a calm demeanor, his hands tucked into his pockets. All right, it's getting late. We should get to work, he urged. The exam is approaching and ninjas from other countries will soon arrive, so the wooden bridge is of utmost importance. With that, Kakashi once again leaned against the bridge's pillar, a gesture that everyone had long since grown accustomed to, showing no signs of surprise. The heavier tasks will be entrusted to me, Sasuke, and Naruto. The lighter duties will be assigned to the rest of you. Kion contemplated, considering that the more arduous tasks involved in repairing the wooden bridge should be left to the stronger men. The lighter duties could be entrusted to the girls. After all, no one was quite as exceptional as Haruhi. Sakura and Ino chatted merrily, sharing a small sip while gazing at Haruhi's face. Kion was taken aback. My goodness. Could it be that I have so swiftly reached the pinnacle of my life? This is almost too blissful to comprehend. No. Sakura surely belongs to Sasuke. As expected, Kion cast a glance at Sasuke and Naruto, both of whom were seething with rage, their glares potent enough to slay him on the spot. Kion's body shuddered slightly. Oh, what is that? Let's just get to work. He hurriedly moved some wooden planks and prepared himself. The others followed suit, stepping forward as well. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto toiled away for quite some time, his back aching and his waist sore, and he began to act up again. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, are you really just going to stand there and do nothing? Not at all. I am vigilantly observing your efforts. If you, Naruto, continue to be lazy. Kakashi's keen eyes scanned the pages of Ika Paradise, flipping through them rapidly while simultaneously keeping an eye on the children's actions. I don't believe it. Watch out. Kakashi-sensei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens flew toward Kakashi-sensei. Bang. Huh? That wasn't the real you? Kakashi-sensei is truly cunning. How infuriating. TSK. It is not commendable to gossip about others from behind. Just as Naruto was venting his frustrations, Kakashi suddenly descended from the sky, landing atop a bridge pillar. Hands tucked into his pockets, the book now safely stowed away. By the way, Naruto, that piece you're standing on doesn't seem very stable. Huh? What? Naruto's eyes widened in confusion. Crack. Bang. Hey, hey, hey. Ah. Splash. As predicted, the wooden plank beneath Naruto's feet abruptly snapped, and before he could react, he plunged into the water, a sight of utter disarray. Haha. Naruto, you were simply hilarious. TCH. Last place is still last place. Everyone erupted in laughter at Naruto's predicament. Kion glanced back at the situation with a resigned smile. Hey. Despite my current state, you still find it amusing. Haha. Naruto, since it's such a warm day, why not take the opportunity to have a bath? Just then, faint sounds were heard in the background. Kyuko paused her movements. Whoosh. In the next instant, she vanished. Hey. Where did the boss go? Boss, are you slacking off? Come back. Sasuke. Kakashi maintained a calm demeanor as he called out softly. Sasuke glanced back and nodded. Whoosh. They both disappeared from everyone's sight. Huh? Where did Kyuko go? Suddenly sensed something amiss. After uttering a word, she fell silent. And the three girls hurriedly took cover to observe the situation. Stop right there. Kyuka Kazuki arrived at the forest, observing a figure lurking suspiciously in a concealed spot. Upon noticing Kyuka, the individual turned and fled. How dare you escape? With a swift motion, she executed the Lingbo Weibo technique, invoking the golden light spell, which manifested dozens of shimmering golden chains that instantly ensnared the man's feet. What is this? As he cast a glance downward, the brilliant golden chains had already enveloped his entire form. Ah, what manner of sorcery is this? Soon, others descended, and Kakashi and Sasuke arrived in succession. It is you. What scheme does this individual intend now? Kakashi recognized him from a distance, already discerning his identity. Kakashi knows him? The Sound Village. Is he not a spy dispatched by Orochimaru? Ah, I hadn't anticipated being discovered so swiftly. Kakashi-sensei, please wait for me. Huh, the Sound Ninja? Naruto hurriedly approached, his expression grave as he spotted the distinctive musical insignia upon the headband of the man, his earlier carefree demeanor replaced with seriousness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several more figures emerged, their attire and adornments identical to that of the previous individual, even sharing the same headbands. They are Orochimaru's minions. Chapter 63. The Sound Ninja Trio. The golden chains binding the man were severed by the hastily arrived Sound Ninjas. Is this how you treat your guests in Konoha? Upon recognizing the three before her, Kyuka smiled faintly. So it is them. The Sound Ninja Trio. These three are the sole representatives from the Sound Village sent by Orochimaru to partake in the chunin exams. They are Sokka the Show-Off, Kodo the Hammer, and Toshi the Anvil. Their presence here surely signifies an attempt to gather information prior to the chunin exams. Is Orochimaru preparing to take action? It is highly uncharacteristic for you to arrive in Konoha so furtively. This hardly resembles the conduct of participants in a competition. Kion stepped forward, exclaiming, How can you speak like that? We have journeyed all the way from the Sound Ninja Village to Konoha to participate in the chunin exams. It is only natural that we might wander a bit after getting lost along the way. The speaker was none other than the sole female member of the trio, Kodo Tsuchi. Kyukafu had no desire to engage in idle chatter with them. Golden light spell, golden light flying blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three individuals, however, were not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight, evading the onslaught of glimmering blades. Clatter. Oh dear. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. TOS descended from the tree, approaching politely and standing not far away. His head was completely wrapped in white bandages, leaving only his left eye exposed. A misunderstanding can only be discerned through confrontation. Sasuke, unable to contain himself, aligned with Kyukafu upon encountering anything related to Orochimaru. They exchanged knowing smiles. Whoosh, whoosh. With the light step technique, golden light spell, golden light binding. Thunderous roars erupted as dozens of gleaming golden chains, like colossal dragons, extended beneath their feet, immobilizing them instantly. What on earth is this? The trio stood frozen in disbelief. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Sasuke suddenly descended from above, unleashing a fiery torrent that spread in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. With a swift spin, Sasuke landed gracefully, leaving traces on the ground. Raising his gaze, he found that the three had transformed into wooden dummies. Substitution technique. Russell. Russell. Kakashi furrowed his brow, realizing that they were not the only ones present. Whoosh. In an instant, Kakashi vanished, leaving a bewildered Naruto and the battling Sasuke and Kyuka behind. Huh, where did Kakashi-sensei go? Naruto exclaimed, as the two turned their attention back. Whoosh. A flurry of shuriken hurtled towards them. Watch out. As Hirano and Sasuke regained their composure, they swiftly drew their shurikens from behind. Clang, clang, clang. That was a close call. Wait. Black Sphere Beast, come back. It was only when he collected his thoughts that he remembered. In that critical moment, the Black Sphere Beast had dashed away. Whoosh. Ouch. Let go of me, or I shall not be gentle. Blurp, blurp, blurp. Sheen spotted a dark, spherical creature bounding towards them. She stepped forward and seized it. Wow, what an adorable thing. I think I shall keep this. The girl was utterly captivated by the fluffy creature that could blow bubbles, a delightful novelty. How infuriating. Return it to me at once. Haruhi Suzumiya was in a state of distress. Had she known, she would not have brought it along. During its youth, it possessed no aggression whatsoever. At this moment, it should have sought me out. Leader, behold. Naruto suddenly stepped forward, rubbing his nose with his hand. Whoosh. Shadow clone technique. Whoosh. Very well. The task is now entrusted to me. Thousands of Naruto shouted in unison, resonating like a three-dimensional sound system throughout half the forest. Wait a moment. Kion raised his forehead. Hey, you at the back, hurry up. Stop causing trouble. Before the two could regain their composure, Naruto dashed out once more. With unparalleled speed, he surged forward, his eyes subtly shifting upon hearing Sasuke's remarks. Sasuke, just you wait. I am not the one lagging behind. Whoosh. Numerous shadow clones of Naruto surged ahead, entangling the three of them tightly together. Sasuke twitched his lips, contemplating, what on earth is this laggard up to? Kion appears to have discerned Naruto's intentions. Well done. Golden light spell, golden binding. Seizing the opportunity while Naruto's shadow clones entangled the three, Kion swiftly intervened. How infuriating. Slash of the void. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful pressure erupted from the wind hole in Sak's hand, instantly dispersing Naruto's shadow clones surrounding them. The true Naruto was also repelled. Golden light spell. Golden barrier. Kion extended his hand to shield Naruto, pulling him into the golden barrier. What is this? Naruto steadied himself, inquiring with confusion. This is his technique. The void slash, which manipulates air pressure in the form of chakra, creating an invisible assault that effortlessly deflects all of his opponent's attacks. Is it truly that powerful? Boss. Do you have any way to control it? Kagami F remained silent, lost in thought. In the forest surrounding the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi stood alone in a clearing, hands tucked into his pockets. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds from behind. With a swift motion, he flung a few shuriken. Ah, it's been a while, Kakashi. A hoarse yet familiar voice emerged from the shadows of the forest. Orochimaru. Indeed, it was he. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, gazing towards the source of the sound. Step by step, he finally caught sight of the figure emerging from the darkness. Kukuku, I didn't expect to be seen by you on this rare outing. Those three children were orchestrated by you, weren't they? Kakashi turned to face Orochimaru. Heh, now you are unjustly accusing me. I merely had concerns about those children participating in the chunin exams. Orochimaru, ever cunning, had come alone this time, empty-handed and without substantial evidence to implicate him. However, engaging in private battles on the eve of the chunin exams is certainly inappropriate. Kakashi advised, you ought to keep a closer watch on your students. With a sinister chuckle, Orochimaru vanished, leaving Kakashi standing in place, staring at the spot where he had disappeared for quite some time. Suddenly, Kakashi returned to the original location, where the intensity of the children's battle had escalated. Remembering Orochimaru's words, he moved to intervene. Enough. Let's call it a day. Kakashi's abrupt appearance elicited dissatisfaction from Naruto. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, why did you suddenly show up now? We were just getting into it. Kakashi's expression shifted drastically. I recall we have a mission to attend to. Let us return to our duties. Chapter 64. The true face of Kakashi. Naruto was taken aback. It appears that Suzumiya has discerned something, leading Sasuke and Naruto back to the location where they previously repaired the wooden bridge. Whoosh. Now, I am left alone, fully aware that your presence here extends beyond merely participating in the chunin exams. A single glance from Kakashi sent chills down the spines of the three. They retreated a few steps, hesitantly grounding themselves. Kakashi-sensei has misunderstood. We genuinely only came to partake in the chunin exam. Toshi stepped forward, displaying a semblance of politeness. Should I uncover anything untoward, do not expect me to be merciful. Whoosh. Kakashi uttered this cryptic remark before departing. It seems Kakashi is indeed aware of the situation. But what of it? Without evidence, there is little that can be done, is there? A subtle smirk graced Koto's lips as she crossed her arms. It is a pity about that little black orb. It was rather charming, yet I failed to acquire it. Regardless, the tasks entrusted by Lord Orochimaru must be executed with utmost caution. Whoosh. The three vanished from sight. The forest returned to its former tranquility. Oh dear. Why have you only just returned? Did something happen? Sakura and the others had concealed themselves nearby for quite some time, hearing no peculiar sounds nor encountering anyone out of the ordinary. Upon their return, they hurried forward. It's nothing, merely a minor incident that has been resolved. It seems we must hasten our pace. Otherwise, we shall not manage to repair the wooden bridge before nightfall. Kion did not reveal the truth to them. And although the three of them were indeed suspicious, no evidence could be found. Thus, they hastened to lend a hand. The 6 individuals resumed their efforts to mend the fractured wooden bridge before them. Sakura and Ino, with their considerable strength, had no trouble moving some planks and other materials. Hinata, being more delicate, assisted by passing along tools and engaging in minor tasks. The group chatted and laughed, and at last, they managed to restore the broken bridge before nightfall. Phew, it's finally fixed. By the way, where is Kakashi-sensei? This time, I must give him a good scolding and make him treat us to a bowl of ramen. Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, arms crossed, eyes half closed as he plotted in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a small amount of combat experience while battling the Sound Ninja Trio. The system rewards 700 experience points, bringing the total to 15,700. Additionally, the Black Sphere Beast participated in this battle and gained 100 experience points. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ah yes, the Black Sphere Beast has increased its experience once more. I wonder if it has made any progress this time. However, he decided to wait until he returned home to examine and study the Black Sphere Beast in detail. Oh dear, oh dear. Let me see how well you all have repaired the bridge. Kakashi appeared out of nowhere, rejoining the group in the blink of an eye. With a purposeful stride, he walked back and forth across the bridge. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, you've been gone for quite some time. Isn't it about time? The bridge we repaired is quite sturdy. A little praise would be nice. Naruto shouted from the bridge entrance, cupping his hands into a trumpet shape as he called out to Kakashi, who was pacing on the bridge. Whoosh. Thud. I must say, you've all done rather well. Right? So, Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't you reward us a little? Naruto pressed Kakashi for a reward. It seems you must be hungry. Let us go. I'll take you for ramen. Oh yeah, that is fantastic. Naruto's scheme succeeded, and he jumped for joy. Everyone was just in time for a meal, and the others followed behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group arrived at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto happily dashed inside. It seems he truly cannot resist the allure of Ichiraku Ramen. Kion shook his head in resignation. Boss, a bowl of ramen, please. Naruto hurriedly dashed inside and took a seat, expertly ordering his ramen. One by one, everyone settled in and placed identical orders. Moments later, steaming bowls of ramen were served. Slurp. Ah. Clatter. It was utterly delightful. Indeed, nothing could rival the taste of ramen. In the blink of an eye, Naruto polished off an enormous bowl of ramen, letting out a satisfied sigh. With the chunin exams approaching, I hope you all won't let me down. Kakashi-sensei sat nearby, his bowl of steaming ramen untouched before him. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed. I'm genuinely curious about what Kakashi-sensei looks like while eating. This remark piqued the curiosity of everyone present. It's true. We have never actually seen Kakashi-sensei's true face. Sakura and Ino, both enamored with handsome men, were particularly intrigued by the mystery of Kakashi's real appearance. Kion, having enjoyed a hearty meal and drink, rested his chin on one hand, observing the commotion with interest. Strangely enough, I realized I had yet to witness the true visage of Kakashi, and it seemed there was an episode in the anime that touched upon this very subject. I cannot help but think that Kakashi-sensei must indeed be quite handsome. Kion could not help but exclaim in admiration, though it may seem extravagant. What I uttered should hold some truth. Is that true? How does Kion know? Could it be that Kion has secretly glimpsed the visage of Kakashi-sensei long ago? Kion's awkward smile revealed his boredom. Sasuke, disinterested in the matter at hand, set down his chopsticks, and departed. The group engaged in discussion for quite some time. Yet they failed to reach a conclusion. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi's steaming bowl of ramen was utterly devoid of its contents. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, you are exceedingly cunning. You have stealthily devoured it while we were distracted. Naruto and several others felt their dreams dashed. The night was drawing on, and several individuals began to bid farewell. In the corner, Suzumiya was stifling a laugh. Takahashi, I apologize for returning so late today. Kion hurriedly returned home, only then recalling that Tosaki was unaware of his dining out. Ah, you're back? It's all right. You must be hungry. Wash your hands and let's eat. No. I'm a bit late from completing a task today. Kakashi-sensei treated us to a meal. Tosaki nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall rest first. You should also retire early. Tosaki. Phew, I'm so exhausted. By the way, the black sphere beast. Kion hurriedly extracted the black sphere beast from his embrace. The creature, with its eyes closed, was blissfully lost in a deep slumber. You little rascal, he muttered. During battle, you scurried about, causing me endless worry, and now, here you are, sleeping soundly all on your own. Kion, feeling a sense of helplessness, set it aside. He clasped his hands behind his head, lost in contemplation. The trio of sound ninjas dispatched by Orochimaru had indeed arrived. It appeared that the time for action had come. Chapter 65, Confrontation. The virtual combination of boar, deer, and butterfly. It seemed as though the entire narrative had accelerated. System, initiate combat in the Sea God space. Ding. Welcome, host, to the Sea God battle space. Immersion mode has been activated. It would be prudent to hone one's skills before the chunin exam. Please select your opponent. In the midst of her selection among the myriad of cards, Suzumiya Haruhi pondered. One or two of these seem rather dull. It would be far more entertaining to try something novel. A mischievous grin spread across her face. Ding dong. Does the host confirm the selection of the Earth-level character? The combination of boar, deer, and butterfly? Huma, with eager anticipation, pressed the confirmation button. Previously, he either selected Gaara or opted for a change of pace by choosing two characters today. Ding. Confirmation successful. The battle is about to commence. And the host is urged to prepare. A colossal battle health bar materialized in the air, one representing Kuma's and the other three denoting the formidable combination of boar, deer, and butterfly. Kyuko raised her head to observe their respective health bars. Not bad, but I must admit, I'm rather looking forward to this. Whoosh. Three figures descended from the heavens. I must say, Dingxi's stature is truly remarkable. As they landed, a subtle tremor reverberated beneath my feet. It was an extraordinary experience to witness the three of them standing directly before Kyuko. I must say, it evokes a peculiar sensation. Now then, let the battle commence. Kyuko, this time, chose to take the initiative. Golden light spell, golden binding. Zzz. In an instant, numerous gleaming golden entities erupted from beneath Kyuko's feet, surging towards them. Whoosh, whoosh. Quick-witted and agile, the three swiftly dispersed. Multiplication technique, meatball battle car. Bang. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The already corpulent Dingxi suddenly multiplied in size. His towering, rotund figure overshadowed everyone else. Oh my, so enormous. This was far more impressive than anything one could witness on television. After all, it was real. In the blink of an eye, the super-obese Dingxi transformed into a massive meatball, careening directly towards Kyuko. Golden light spell, golden barrier. Golden light spell, golden flying blades. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of golden blades hurtled towards the trio. Whoosh whoosh. Bang. Dingxi's meatball battle car leaped into the air, narrowly evading the golden blades. Incredible. Such a colossal meatball could leap like that. Bang. Zzz. Dingxi's meatball battle car collided with the golden barrier, creating a shower of sparks. Although his meatball battle car had no effect on the golden barrier, Kyuko could sense the immense power behind it. Golden light spell, golden binding. Kion lowered his gaze, catching sight of a dark silhouette rushing towards him. Shadow mimicry. Kyuya stepped back a few paces, snorting in disdain. Oh, you think you can use that trick against me? The shadow mimicry technique is only effective within a certain range. Beyond that, it is utterly useless. He clicked his tongue in frustration. How troublesome to be seen through so swiftly. Shikamaru sighed. It's time to bring this to a close. Golden light spell, thunder binding. A brilliant flash of golden light, crackling with electricity, spread rapidly. Crackle, crackle. Ah! In front of him, Choji was the first to be struck, his body enveloped in smoke as he ceased all movement. collapsing to the ground. His health bar was instantly depleted. There are still 2 left. With 1 less of the Inoshikacho trio, they should be easier to handle. Is that so? You underestimate us. Shikamaru remarked, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, a smirk playing on his lips. Kion swiftly directed his gaze towards the previously silent Inoue. That gesture, it's the heart-turn technique. How could I have forgotten such a move? Humph. Nevertheless, I was already prepared. Kagami Kaze swiftly formed a seal. Too late. Heart-turning technique. How could this be? Opposite her, Kagami Kaze stood with her hands on her hips, showing no sign of reaction. TCH. What a bother. Allow me to take charge. Tap, tap, tap. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru hastily advanced to close the distance, employing the shadow imitation technique. Success quickly. Shikamaru and Kagami Kaze were immobilized. Watch this. Heart-turning technique. How can this be? Ino attempted once more, but to no avail. Hey, what is going on? My time is limited. Shouldn't you hurry up? Ino frowned. TCH. Why the rush? There is no choice. I'll have to use that move. Tap, tap, tap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ino sprinted forward, retrieving some shurikens from behind to throw. Bang. Clatter. Ino halted. What? A clone? The two were astonished, scanning their surroundings, which were utterly empty. Humph. You think you can challenge me? Not a chance. Clad in Harry Potter's invisibility cloak, Kagami Kaze slipped behind them. Now is my chance. Chidori. Z's is easy. Not good. The two turned around, but it was too late. Bounce, bounce. Clatter. Game over. As the cool breeze swept through, Ryoko removed her invisible cloak. Observing the 3 individuals' health bars, they instantly depleted. Ah. How effortless this is. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your victory. You have earned 1,000 experience points, bringing your system experience to 16,700. Furthermore, you are merely 300 experience points away from your next reward. Upon reaching 17,000 experience points, you will be granted a chance to draw from the card pool and upgrade a skill. Is it possible to level up once again so soon? It seems the last upgrade has yet to be realized. Having emerged from the battle space of the sea god, Suzumiya reclined leisurely upon her bed, contemplating the impending examination the following day, and thus resolved to retire early. After parting ways with his companions, Kakashi hastily made his way to the office of the 3rd Hokage. Hokage-sama, he began, during today's mission, I encountered Orochimaru and a few individuals from the Sound Village, lurking suspiciously near Konoha. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Kakashi stood resolutely in place. The chunin exams are imminent. It seems he is quite eager. Lowering his gaze, Kakashi turned away, acknowledging, I understand. In an instant, Kakashi vanished from the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage rose and approached the window, gazing outwards with a hopeful heart for the smooth progression of the upcoming chunin exams. Bang, bang, bang. As Kion lay in a deep slumber, enveloped in the comforting embrace of his blankets, he was gently struck by something soft. He nestled deeper into his covers, seeking solace in sleep. Stop fooling around. Get up. Little Kion. You sloth. Rise and shine. There is an exam today. An exam. The moment he heard the word exam, Kion shot upright in alarm. Oh no. This is it. The exam. Kagami casually grabbed a piece of clothing and hurriedly put it on, clutching the jumping black creature as she rushed outside. Kagami, it's time for breakfast. She paused at the door, turned back to snatch a few slices of bread, and then dashed out again. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. So full of vigor and enthusiasm. Takuya smiled as he watched Kagami's retreating figure. Kagami! Kagami! Ah, it's Sakura. Good morning, Sakura. In chapter 66, with a brow furrowed in determination, Sakura shyly handed over a lunchbox she had prepared. Kagami, this is something I made for you. Good luck on your exam today. Hey, forehead. Kagami loves the things I make the most, right? Right, Kagami? Suddenly, Inoue appeared, presenting another lunchbox. That's not true. Kagami prefers my cooking. What are you talking about, forehead? Kagami clearly loves what I make. Mine. The day is splendid, indeed. It appears that today's fortuitous circumstances will surely lead to commendable results in the examination. Let us not quarrel. Let us not bicker. I wholeheartedly accept the sentiments from both of you, and I wish you all the best in today's test. Kion was reluctant to let the two of them argue, so he quickly passed their lunchboxes to them. The two, who were in the midst of their quarrel, suddenly found their spirits lifted. No fighting. No fighting. See you at the exam, Haruhi. Sakura and Ino joyfully left hand in hand. Ah, women are truly capricious. In one moment, they are embroiled in a fierce dispute. In the next, they are as amiable as if nothing had happened. Hey, boss. Hey. Suddenly, Naruto popped up, spotting Haruhi holding 2 lunchboxes. Oh, it's nothing. Let us hurry, or we'll be late. Haruhi Suzumiya tucked away 2 lunchboxes and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder as they made their way to the classroom. If memory serves me correctly, this occasion should be for a written examination. The classroom was in a state of chaos. Kion and Naruto chose a secluded spot to sit down. Oh, is that you? Suzumiya? What brings you together with someone like Naruto, who is often considered the underachiever? No sooner had they settled in than a few troublemakers approached. It is said that Suzumiya is quite formidable. How about we have a little brawl after the exams on the playground? A brawl? Humph. I'm afraid that if I were to let loose, I might accidentally incapacitate you all. Kion lounged nonchalantly, crossing his legs without even glancing their way. A few individuals with vivid green and red hair wore expressions of deep scorn. Suddenly, a fist struck down with a resounding crash, deforming the table. What are you saying? How dare you look down upon me? Are you brave enough to face me in a duel right now? The surrounding onlookers turned their gazes towards the altercation. Very well. As long as you are not afraid of being thoroughly defeated, I am more than willing to engage. Are you Kion? Indeed, you must be. Greetings, I am Rock Lee. A figure rushed forward, his broad brows prominently displayed. Ahem, yes. I heard that you fought with Sasuke last time and then he lost to you, correct? I would relish the opportunity to spar with you as well. Hey, thick brows. What are you babbling about? Sasuke's defeat last time was merely a fluke. Sasuke, unable to remain seated, rose with his hands shoved into his pockets. Then it is settled. I shall certainly seek a chance to spar with you. Lee, oblivious to the tension, established a casual agreement. Wait a moment. Shouldn't you all adhere to the order of challenges? I was the one who initially challenged Kion. And you just barged in. Those who had instigated earlier approached to intervene as Lee and Kion set their arrangement. Is that so? Then all I need to do is take you down first, and I can directly challenge Kion. With that, Lee launched into action, his fists moving with remarkable speed, swiftly toppling the provocateurs who had dyed their hair in flamboyant colors. It must be said, when Lee took things seriously, he was indeed formidable. Lee, oh dear. How did you end up here again in the blink of an eye? Hinata and Niji entered the classroom, witnessing Lee's previous display with exasperation. Ha ha ha, I apologize. I got a bit carried away. Lee sheepishly scratched his head. At that moment, an examiner stood at the doorway, holding an examination paper. Upon seeing the chaotic scene, he cleared his throat, and the room fell silent as everyone obediently returned to their seats. The individuals who had dared to challenge Kion were now utterly subdued by Lee's swift actions, silenced completely. Kion sighed in resignation, astonished that the specter of school violence could manifest anywhere in this day and age. I am your examiner for this written test, Marino Abiki, he announced. This time Sasuke, Kion, and Naruto were grouped together. Thus, in this examination, should any one of the 3 be caught or choose to forfeit, all 3 would be disqualified together. Kion brimmed with confidence, fully aware that this time Naruto would undoubtedly not forfeit. In the blink of an eye, he distributed all the examination papers into the hands of every participant. The exam content was rather straightforward, consisting of a total of 10 questions, with the last one being an additional challenge. The examiner on stage was animatedly explaining the details. Kion surveyed his surroundings, noticing several individuals seated nearby, diligently recording notes with pen and paper. The examination commenced. By the time he regained his senses, the test had already begun. The sound of writing filled the air, accompanied by a few faint, inconspicuous noises. You, and you, disqualified from the examination. So soon? On what grounds? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Ryoko Suzumiya turned around. It was them, the very individuals who had mocked her moments ago, and even dared to challenge her. Huh. They lack even the qualifications to sit for the exam. Yet they still wish to confront me? Should I label them as ignorant or simply immature? Kion shook his head in disdain. If you're going to cheat, at least put in some effort. What is this? The person was rendered speechless. The 3 individuals in his group were also eliminated. What exactly was the question? Haruhi Suzumiya lowered her gaze to the examination paper in her hands. What is this? Isn't this merely a collection of mathematical concepts? After all, I am someone who has traversed from the modern era. These problems are nothing but trivial matters to me. Kagami lowered her head, the sound of her pencil scratching across the paper resonating softly. Soon, she had completed most of the exam. However, Upon reaching the final question, she paused, a frown crossing her face. Oh dear, this question is exceedingly difficult. What should I do? Naruto complained, ruffling his hair in frustration. Yet, he was taken aback to see Kagami diligently working on her answers. Boss, he exclaimed, eyes widening in surprise. Do you actually understand this? Indeed. Would you like me to show you? She replied. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, just as he leaned in to take a look. The sound of the invigilator's footsteps echoed through the room, sending a chill of fear down his spine. You, disqualified from the exam. You, and you, out. The events unfolding in the examination hall mirrored exactly what Kagami had anticipated. Haruhi Suzumiya paused her writing and reached up to touch her chin. Does this mean that Naruto will submit a blank paper in this episode? However, even if he submits a blank paper, he should still manage to succeed. Kion chose to remain indifferent, allowing the situation to unfold as it may. It must be said that teacher was indeed quite cunning. Fortunately, I did not abstain. As Naruto and Kion exited the examination room, the mere recollection of the earlier scene sent a chill down their spines. Indeed, it seems that only you could submit a blank paper and still manage to pass. Haha. By the way, it appears you can tackle those questions quite well. My friend, Kyuka facetiously twitched her lips. If I were to divulge that these questions appear as mere child's play in my eyes, I fear that such a revelation might provoke your ire. Fortunately, I merely dedicated a bit of effort last night, which is why. Naruto halted his steps, squinting his eyes and tilting his head slightly, fixating intently on Kyuka. Hey, boss, why haven't you informed me about your clandestine preparations for our studies? Chapter 67. Training with Pets. He chuckled. If I were to reveal that I am aware of the plot's progression, it would surely frighten you to death. Rather than indulging in such trivial thoughts, Naruto, it would be far more prudent for you to hone your skills. The chunin exams present a considerable opportunity to encounter some formidable opponents. As the gentle breeze enveloped her, Hirano contemplated thoughtfully. Indeed, it is quite possible to encounter Sasuke and Neji Hyuga. My mentor was right. I must unleash my full potential. Naruto, fueled by determination, resolved to motivate himself. First, let me indulge in a bowl of ramen, a small encouragement for myself. With that, he hastily departed, leaving no room for further discussion. That was not my intention. It seems Naruto truly has an irresistible weakness for ramen. Nonetheless, with the written examination now behind him, he found himself with ample time. Perhaps it would be wise to allow the black orb beast to gain some valuable experience, hastening its growth, so that it may prove useful in future assessments. Hyo Miyakawa skillfully calculated her plans and hurriedly returned home. Takashi, I'm back. Back so early? How did the exam go? Takashi, well aware that the chunin written exam was scheduled for this morning, had also ventured out early after Kyo left, purchasing a variety of ingredients. After a day filled with activity, he prepared an extravagant feast. Yes, I passed. Isn't that wonderful? Suzumiya gave herself a thumbs up. Splendid. Our little Suzumiya is the best. Come, try the dishes I prepared today. Taki gently nudged some of the specialties he had meticulously crafted toward her. You should eat too. But I must head out shortly. I'll return later. Taki nodded, cautioning her. Be careful on your way. Kion hastily took a few bites of his meal and fervently praised Tasaka's culinary skills before hurriedly exiting with the black spherical creature in his arms. Kyuko strolled through the village of Konoha with her little black creature, the black ball beast. How might one facilitate the creature's experience growth? A brilliant idea struck her. In the blink of an eye, Kyuko had accepted several simple D-rank tasks, which were not only manageable but also an excellent way for the black ball beast to gain experience. Let us see what the first task entails. Weeding for the elderly neighbor. Weeding. The black ball beast bounced joyfully on her shoulder, seemingly delighted. Black ball beast, are you certain you can handle the weeding? Kyuko turned her head to glance at the little creature bouncing merrily on her shoulder. I have no hands, no feet, but I do possess a mouth. A mouth. Haha. Kyuko lifted the black ball beast high into the air. Are you truly confident that you can weed with just your mouth? The creature wriggled free from her grasp, bouncing excitedly. Bounciness. Ouch. What are you up to, you little rascal? The black ball beast, in a fit of indignation, leapt twice upon Kyuko's head before hopping away towards the distance. To Grandma's house. Weeding. Hey, slow down. You little one, despite lacking legs, you bounce so quickly. Wait up. Suzumiya quickened her pace to catch up. The two engaged in a spirited chase and finally arrived at the neighbor's grandmother's house. Grandma, we have come to assist with the weeding. Kyuko stood outside the courtyard, observing her grandmother busily tending to the garden. "Oh, isn't this little Kyuko from the Takshi household? What brings you here today? And what is that dark little orb you are carrying?" Her grandmother approached, opening the door, adjusting her reading glasses. She peered closely at the small creature. "Ha ha, Grandma, this is my pet. I brought him along today to help you with the weeding." "Oh, weeding, is it? Very well, come with me." Her grandmother led them to a corner of the garden, where weeds flourished abundantly. "I appreciate your help. Make sure to pull out all these weeds. But be careful, there are some herbs I've planted nearby, so please don't mistake them for weeds." Kion made a gesture resembling a perfect okay. His grandmother, casting a skeptical glance in their direction, finally retreated to attend to her own affairs with a sense of reassurance. "Now, let us see, Black Ball Beast. It is time for you to truly showcase your remarkable talents." Ha ha ha. Kyuka Kazumi could no longer contain herself, standing aside and laughing heartily. "Humph, how dare you underestimate me? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." This was not the first time Kyuka had mocked the Black Sphere Beast. The Black Sphere Beast took a deep breath. Gurgle, gurgle. Rustle, rustle. Observing the diligent efforts of the Black Sphere Beast as it toiled away at weeding, Kyuka felt a twinge of unease. "Oh my, I must admit, it works rather efficiently. Let's push a little harder. Remove the weeds over there as well. And we shall have completed our task." Kion stood to the side, extending his hand to indicate the last remnants of weeds in the corner. With a rustle, it was done. The black ball creature, mouth full of greenery, hopped about joyfully. "Ha ha ha, your appearance is truly comical." Kion, accompanied by the Black Sphere Beast, meticulously cleaned the nearby pond before inviting his grandmother for inspection. To his surprise, the work was executed with remarkable efficiency and cleanliness. After receiving his commission, he set off with the Black Sphere Beast to pursue further D-rank tasks. Haruhi Suzumiya, accompanied by the Black Orb creature, set out to assist various elderly individuals in their quest to locate their long-lost feline companions. Additionally, she offered her help in caring for puppies. After a bustling half-day, the Black Orb creature became increasingly exhilarated. Kion followed along, panting with exhaustion. "La la la, oh dear, you don't seem tired at all. How about we take on some more tasks?" Sure. However, it's quite late now. If we don't head back soon, Grandpa Tasaka will surely be worried." Haruhi Suzumiya tapped her head, almost forgetting about this matter. Yes, let us hurry back. We shall continue tomorrow." As Suzumiya hurried along, the familiar voice of the system resonated once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a D-level task. Your pet, the young Black Sphere Beast, has gained 500 experience points, bringing its total to 600. Upon reaching 1,000 experience points, it shall evolve into the Rolling Beast. Additionally, your pet's speed and strength have each increased by 20, though its defensive attributes remain absent. Keep up the excellent work, dear host." In the blink of an eye, only 400 experience points remained. By undertaking a few more tasks or ensuring your pet's active participation in battles, you should be able to accumulate the necessary experience. Did Suzumiya perhaps forget something? The voice lingered, raising an eyebrow. As Suzumiya turned around, she found, as expected, that Kion was standing behind her. What a coincidence. Not at all. Ever since the conclusion of the examination, I have been trailing behind you. Kyuko's lips twitched, fearing she might have encountered a pervert. What are you stalking me for? Of course, it is to challenge you. Shaoli showcased the stance of a white crane spreading its wings before Kyuko. Ultimately, I cannot escape this. Very well. However, this place is too confined. Let us move to a more spacious area. Haruhi Suzumiya prepared to find an open space nearby to resolve the matter promptly. Chapter 68, The Evolution of the Black Sphere Beast. The two chose a nearby vacant area. This place seems suitable. Let us proceed here. Kyuko surveyed her surroundings with satisfaction. The area was desolate, devoid of any distractions, allowing her to swiftly resolve matters with the thick-browed individual and return for her meal. Alas, Kyuko had inadvertently offended him. Rock Lee, lacking any proficiency in ninjutsu or genjutsu, nonetheless possessed formidable taijutsu skills. Much like his esteemed teacher, Guy, his prowess in physical combat posed a significant challenge. Suddenly, the sound of rapid movement snapped Kyuko back to reality. Leaf Hurricane. Little Lee dashed forward and executed a spinning upper kick with remarkable agility. Kyuko was caught off guard and instinctively raised her hand to block the attack. The force was truly remarkable. She could distinctly feel the pain radiating from her arm. Shaoli, witnessing Kyuko's audacity in intercepting his kick with nothing but her bare hands, felt a surge of admiration. Kion's classmate is truly remarkable. managing to withstand my attack without resorting to illusions or ninjutsu. Yet, this is not the end. Leaf Gale. Kion's eyes widened in astonishment. Tap, tap, tap. He stumbled back several steps, moving with a grace reminiscent of a delicate dance. Kion suddenly distanced himself from the two and employed his swordsmanship, manipulating the scattered stones nearby to launch an assault. However, Lee, quick-witted and agile, evaded the onslaught with deft movements, executing several backflips to dodge every flying stone. Phew. That was close. Lee sprang up from a crouched position, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, and glared at Kion with indignation. But what had just transpired? He had completely overlooked his movements. Could this truly be the extent of Kion's prowess? With determination, Lee charged towards him, unleashing his most adept martial arts skills in a fierce confrontation. At such a rapid pace, Kion would scarcely have time to defend himself without employing the golden light spell. Kyuko Furukawa furrowed her brows as she noticed the time was getting late. TSK. No time to worry about that. Golden light spell. Golden light lock. Dozens of shimmering golden dragons extended towards him, swiftly enveloping Xiao Li's feet and climbing up his entire body. Xiao Li's pupils contracted in the blink of an eye. He found himself utterly immobilized, his entire form ensnared by the glimmering chains of golden light. What is this? Xiao Li had never encountered such a phenomenon. He felt that it was neither ninjutsu, nor illusion, nor even physical technique. Kyuko, who exactly are you? Someone just like you. Kyuko gazed at him, her expression pale and filled with shock. In a swift motion, he retracted the golden light. Xiao Li, feeling utterly depleted, collapsed onto the ground. The hour was growing late. It would be prudent to return home soon. Until we meet again at the competition venue. Kagami F vanished into the depths of the night. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for engaging in battle with Rock Lee, gaining a modest experience of 500, bringing the current system experience to 16,200. Additionally, the pet Black Sphere Beast participated in the combat, acquiring a small amount of experience totaling 100, now reaching 700. The host is encouraged to continue striving. With this sudden growth, if further tasks are undertaken tomorrow, it should facilitate a smooth evolution into a rolling beast. In order to avoid encountering others along the way, Kagami F hurriedly made her way home. Taki, I'm back. Upon returning, night had already fallen, and the house was ablaze with light. Taki was seated at the table, engrossed in a newspaper. Little Kagami has returned? How did today's tasks go? Kion, having approached the table, settled into a chair and rummaged through his pockets before presenting the earnings he had acquired that day to Tosaka. Here. This is the commission earned from the Black Sphere creature today. Consider it a modest contribution to household expenses. Tosaka waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept that. Besides, I have my own funds. Please, keep it and treat yourself to something delightful later. Kion insisted, you must accept it. I've mentioned it countless times. And you have yet to bring it up even once. Furthermore, I certainly have quite an appetite, and I would hate to see you impoverished by my indulgences. A remark from Suzumiya Haruhi brought a smile to Takuya's face. By the way, I haven't seen that little black sphere of yours come out to eat. Kion was momentarily taken aback as he retrieved it from his pocket. This little creature falls asleep right on cue. Nothing to worry about. Kagami swiftly finished her meal and promptly returned to her room. Taki accepted the commission that Kagami had just given him, placing it into a box. System. Please check the attributes of the Black Sphere Beast panel. Ding. Command received from the host. Retrieving the pet's Black Sphere Beast panel attributes. Retrieval successful. Pet. Black Sphere Beast. Juvenile stage. Speed. 40 strength. 40 defense. 10 system experience points. 700 current overall rating. None maximum single attack damage. 20 skills. Juvenile stage. When faced with danger, it emits bubbles from its mouth to frighten enemies. Today's efforts yielded some results, which is delightful. Let us continue this endeavor tomorrow. Kaikeo lay upon her bed, furrowing her brow. System, is it possible to conceal the Black Sphere Beast entity? The system replied, the host can modify the digital monster device settings. During the designated time for summoning the Black Sphere Beast, it may take refuge within the digital monster device, allowing the host to acquire a modest amount of combat experience during battles. So it can be done this way, she thought. As the system successfully altered the settings of the digital monster device, in the blink of an eye, the Black Sphere Beast, which had been peacefully slumbering beside her bed, vanished. Kyoko lay comfortably on the bed, reflecting, this makes things so much easier. Otherwise, the constant back and forth is quite troublesome and burdensome. Though it may sound somewhat callous, given the current strength of the rolling beasts, it is indeed rather perilous. Kyuka reclined upon her bed, surrendering to slumber. Preparing to rise early the next day to accomplish a few straightforward tasks, thereby augmenting the experience of her companion, the Black Sphere Beast. Following the completion of the chunin written examination, they had some time to prepare for the subsequent tests. On the morning of the second day, Kyuka set out to undertake several D-rank missions, summoning the Black Sphere Beast to join her in these endeavors. Let me see what tasks await us today. I want to see too. I want to see too. The Black Sphere Beast nestled closely against Kyuka face, its soft fur causing her thoughts to drift far away. The sensation was delightfully plush. Boing boing. Noticing her momentary distraction, the Black Sphere Beast continued to bounce on her head without a word. Ouch. Have you gained weight recently? I haven't seen you eat anything. Surely you didn't consume all that grass from last night, did you? This time. The Black Sphere Beast's leap onto her head was slightly heavier than the previous night, prompting Kyuka to express her disdain. I did not. I did not. With a firm bounce on her head, the Black Sphere Beast sprang away, declaring, "Let us complete our tasks." Kyuya accompanied the little black sphere for the entire morning, tending to various trivial matters much like the previous day. Surprisingly, the Black Sphere adeptly completed those D-level tasks with remarkable efficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, the Black Sphere, for accomplishing its tasks, earning a modest 300 experience points, bringing the system's total to 1,000, and successfully evolving into the Rolling Beast. Chapter 69. Entrapped in crisis. Moreover, the pet Rolling Beast's speed has increased by 10, strength by 10, defense by 20, and vitality by 20. The host is encouraged to continue their efforts. Just as the voice in his mind faded, a golden light enveloped the Black Sphere, momentarily blinding Kyuya, shielding his eyes. He witnessed a remarkable transformation. The once entirely black sphere not only grew larger, but also underwent a complete metamorphosis. The Rolling Beast emerged in a vibrant pink hue, sporting 2 elongated ears, large crimson eyes, and a mouth adorned with sharp teeth. Its increased size rendered it even more endearing. If Sakura and the others were to see it, they would undoubtedly seize it to keep as a cherished doll. Kyuko crossed her arms, gazing at the greatly enlarged rolling creature before her, which had become considerably more endearing. I refuse to be taken away and turned into a doll, she exclaimed. Upon hearing her words, the rolling creature was so startled that it hastily complied, urging her to return. Ha ha ha, look at how timid you are. Very well. I shall return you at once. The cool breeze of Suzumiya brought the rolling beast back into the digital monster device. Rustling sounds echoed softly. Kyuka gazed back, observing for some time without detecting any anomalies. When she lowered her gaze, she noticed a perfectly square cardboard box adorned with 2 eye-like features. It must be Konohamaru's doing. Well, such childish tricks should not be displayed before me. I am astonished that you recognized me even in this disguise. Truly impressive. Konohamaru emerged from the box, his cheeks flushed. If you weren't so clingy, Kyuka might have found him rather endearing. Speak. What brings you out here again? Has teacher Ebisu not assigned you any homework? Upon hearing Ebisu's name, Konohamaru shuddered, taking a moment to regain his composure. With hands placed firmly on his hips, he declared, "Humph." With the chunin exams approaching, my grandfather and teacher Ebisu have been exceedingly busy, and the other third Hokages are also coming here to observe the competition, leaving me with no one to manage me. Konohamaru seemed carefree, unburdened by teacher Ebisu's supervision, now resembling a wild horse untethered. No wonder. Wait, did you just mention that the third Hokages from other countries will be coming here? Kion felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. Indeed. What is the matter? By the way, last time we didn't have the chance to compete, so this time, you must not evade. This is bad. This is dire. According to the unfolding narrative, Orochimaru must have already begun his machinations. I recall during the third exam, he had already slain the Kazekage and usurped his position. Oh no. Hey, I'm speaking to you. Why are you not responding? Is this not exceedingly rude? Konohamaru was bouncing around, much like Naruto. Tap, tap, tap. Where are you going? Wait for me. Kaze no Kami. In a state of urgency, turned and departed, leaving Mokober behind, who, lacking the length of stride, soon found himself gasping for breath and relinquishing the chase. The woods on the outskirts of Konohamaru lay in tranquil silence. The sound of footsteps could be heard distinctly. Suddenly, a group of individuals walking halted. Lord Kazekage. One among them stepped forward, but the third Kazekage raised a hand to silence him. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Those who had long been concealed within the forest stood at a vantage point, swiftly forming hand seals. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, causing all present to remain rooted in place yet pushed back, leaving deep impressions in the ground. The third Kazekage shielded his eyes with a hand, squinting to survey the surroundings. Lord Kazekage, the companions beside him were beginning to falter. Magnet release, iron sand defense. The third Kazekage extended his hand, drawing all nearby magnetic sand and stones toward him, condensing his own magnetic chakra into an extraordinarily potent force. This magnetic sand coalesced into a colossal protective barrier, effectively shielding everyone. Lord Kazekage, this ability. His companions were visibly shaken. Such a formidable gust could only be attributed to that individual. The third Kazekage furrowed his brow. If it truly was Orochimaru, then the situation could become dire. From the vantage point in the forest, Orochimaru, with serpentine eyes, observed the movements of those below. If you have a bit of strength, let us see more. He beckoned, go, my little beauties. With a swift motion, dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of small snakes erupted from his sleeves, charging toward them while simultaneously intensifying the gale. With the strength of magnet release at his disposal, the Kazekage found himself pushed back by the wind, leaving deep tracks in the earth beneath him. Hiss hiss. What? Ah, damn it. Snakes. The companions beside the Kazekage shouted, their formation crumbling in chaos. Those snakes swiftly slithered into their clothing, biting fiercely. Magnet shield, iron sand shower. The third Kazekage formed hand seals, summoning an overwhelming torrent of magnetic sand that surged forth like a tidal wave, transforming into countless sharp needles aimed at the thousands of snakes on the ground. The sound of the iron sand raining down was reminiscent of a relentless storm, each needle striking true against the multitude of snakes. In an instant, the ground lay in disarray, strewn with the lifeless bodies of serpents, their blood staining the verdant earth. The iron sand shower continued for nearly half an hour, leaving the once smooth surface dotted with needle-like shards of iron. From a distance, it resembled a colossal hedgehog. This is rather intriguing. It seems we are in for a serious challenge. Orochimaru observed the unfolding events in the forest, his eyes half closed, as he extended his elongated tongue to delicately sweep across his upper lip. A thrill surged through him. Suddenly, the tempest ceased. The third Kazekage retracted his magnetic release. Orochimaru. It is undeniably you. The third Kazekage had sensed a presence trailing him during his journey, an unsettling premonition that had taken root in his mind. As he approached the hidden leaf village, his apprehension materialized. He chuckled. It seems you have long been aware of my presence. Truly, you are the strongest of the Kazekage. Spare me the platitudes. You have followed me with an ulterior motive. What do you intend? Naturally, to take your life. He cackled. The third Kazekage lowered his gaze, aware that the individuals accompanying him had just suffered an ambush from Orochimaru's serpents, leaving them injured and unable to assist him in battle. He realized that he could not afford to hesitate. Orochimaru's prowess demanded a preemptive strike. Seizing the moment while Orochimaru was momentarily distracted, the third Kazekage prepared to form hand seals, ready to unleash a decisive attack. To his astonishment, he discovered that he and his companions were rendered immobile. This is dire. It must be that Orochimaru employed a paralysis technique during the earlier encounter. Chapter 70. Orochimaru was nearing its conclusion. Orochimaru lay prostrate on the ground, his mouth agape. In an instant, an array of dark green serpents erupted from his maw, while from his throat emerged sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, an uncountable number of serpents surged forth from Orochimaru, akin to a tsunami, overwhelming the Kazekage and his companions. Strangely, why have they not yet been located? Using her swift movement technique, Suzumiya Haruhi departed from the hidden leaf village in the briefest span of time. She wandered around nearby villages, yet no sounds reached her ears. Word spirit, Kamaitashi. Kagami stood still, her eyes closed as she listened intently. There it was, the distinct sound of pattering. Truly, she was worthy of the title of a word spirit. She could discern such distant noises with remarkable clarity. Upon identifying the direction, Kagami hastened towards it. What was that rustling sound? In the midst of a serpentine tempest, Kugami found herself captivated by the scene before her, where the third Kazekage and several others were present. With a swift incantation, she invoked the golden light spell and the golden light blades. Without a moment's hesitation, she directed this formidable technique towards the towering waves of serpents. Hissing, the third Kazekage endeavored to break the immobilization jutsu cast by Orochimaru, yet golden blades surged forth, targeting the smaller serpents before him. What is happening, Lord Kazekage? Those nearby gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, having never witnessed such a phenomenon. Unfazed, The Kazekage continued his efforts to dispel Orochimaru's spell. Suddenly, a figure emerged, standing resolutely between the Kazekage and the others. This child. Finally, Kyuya Kazami arrived. Standing before the third wind shadow, he observed how the golden flying blades he had just unleashed had vanquished half of the serpents. Yet, numerous smaller snakes continued to emerge relentlessly. Alas, there was no other recourse. Golden light spell, thunder binding, crackling and sizzling. The serpents were swiftly ensnared and charred to a tender crisp by the thunderous magic. The third wind shadow furrowed his brow. Was this the strength of a mere child? What was this? Chakra imbued with golden light? Those surrounding the third wind shadow exchanged puzzled glances, having never before witnessed such a dazzling spectacle. They were astonished by its formidable power. The serpents before them had indeed been dealt with by Kyuya Kazami. Are you all unharmed? Kyuya Kazami turned her gaze back, inquiring about the situation behind her with the third Kazekage. At that moment, Orochimaru's immobilization technique was undone. This place is perilous for the child. You should depart swiftly. The third Kazekage cast a brief glance, noting that Kyuya Kazami was merely a teenager. How could she possibly assist him? Not to worry. I have come here specifically to aid you. Kyuko Mikuru smiled faintly, turning her gaze towards Orochimaru, who stood still, unexpectedly present. How fortuitous. Golden light spell, golden light binding. Dozens of resplendent golden dragons surged forth, extending towards Orochimaru. Whoosh. Cunning as he was, Orochimaru deftly evaded the golden bindings. Damn it. I refuse to be thwarted. Kyuya Kazami remained undeterred, allowing the golden chains of light to extend infinitely. Orochimaru, while evading, maintained a calm demeanor. His golden pupils flickered slightly as he observed the shimmering chains behind him, resembling a colossal dragon. Is this the technique that boy is accustomed to? Orochimaru smirked, accelerating his speed further. Kazami, equally unyielding, saw his golden chains stretch and accelerate indefinitely, finally ensnaring Orochimaru's feet. In an instant, they completely bound him. What? How is this possible? The ninjas beside the third wind shadow gazed in disbelief as Kazami managed to restrain Orochimaru with the dazzling chains. Seizing this opportunity, the third wind shadow summoned all the magnetic iron sand, converting it into a barrage of gigantic needles with high density. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They swiftly formed and launched towards Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru's expression remained composed. He showed no fear as the iron sand needles pierced through his body in an instant. Kyuko Wind furrowed her brows upon witnessing the recent scene. Logically, the capabilities of the third Tsuchikage should not be underestimated. System. Please examine the panel attributes of the third Tsuchikage. Ding. Request from the host received. Executing. Successful retrieval. Character, third Tsuchikage speed. 11,000 strength. 15250 defense. 15420 current overall rating. Kage level maximum single attack damage. 19870 skills. Magnetic shield, iron sand ring. Magnetic release, iron sand giant needles. Magnetic release, iron sand triangular prism. Magnetic release, iron sand cylinder. Magnetic release, iron sand wall. Magnetic release, iron sand wings. Such abilities are indeed at the Kage level. If he too is unable to contend with Orochimaru, then what does that imply about Orochimaru's power? This is splendid. It appears to be resolved. The ninjas surrounding the third Tsuchikage rejoiced at this sight, momentarily pulling Kyuko Wind back to reality. She lifted her gaze to behold the scene before her, lowering her eyelids. It is not over yet. Kyugamikaze stood solemnly beside the third Hokage, a serious expression adorning his face. The surrounding ninjas exchanged glances, their confusion palpable. Only the third Hokage cast a fleeting, questioning glance at Kyugamikaze, pondering the secrets that this young man undoubtedly harbored. Could it be that the ninjas of Konohagakure possessed such formidable prowess? After being struck, Orochimaru lingered for a moment, slightly parting his lips, from which a hand emerged. The curtains of the cool Miyazaki gently fluttered. Indeed, after a brief moment, another Orochimaru slowly emerged from its mouth, cascading down. Its body was covered in a viscous secretion. Plop. Kion's nerves instantly tensed, ready for combat at any moment. Have they joined forces so swiftly? It appears this young man is becoming increasingly intriguing. Orochimaru revealed his signature eerie smile, sending chills down spines. What? How could this be? He clearly struck, so how is it still? The several ninjas surrounding the third Hokage had heard tales of Orochimaru's prowess. Yet they never anticipated it to be this formidable. In their eyes, the attack had undoubtedly landed, and in the blink of an eye. Shuinpa. Chidori Raijin. The sound of tearing filled the air. Alas, Kakashi entrusted him with such a technique. It seems this young man possesses abilities that surpass even Sasuke's. This is becoming ever more fascinating. Ha ha ha. Hyuga Fuyuki leapt into the air, launching an assault on Orochimaru. A thunderous roar echoed as smoke enveloped the scene. The others present were left in stunned silence. Ha ha. Hyuga Furo stood at a distance, patiently awaiting the dissipating smoke, eager to discern the true nature of Orochimaru. However, just moments ago, as he leapt into action to launch an attack, he distinctly observed Orochimaru slightly raising his head, offering him a smile. Kion frowned, finding the situation utterly terrifying. After a considerable amount of time, the smoke dissipated. Orochimaru was pinned to the ground by Kion, deeply embedded in the earth. The recent Chidori thunderstorm had created a massive crater. Hyuga stood firm, adopting a stance of readiness for battle, fully aware that Orochimaru was not an adversary to be underestimated. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that he was strategizing his next move. A sudden sound echoed. Had the confrontation begun? Haruhi Suzumiya detected a faint sound, instantly heightening her vigilance. Swish. This is not good. Upon hearing the sound, Suzumiya turned swiftly. Before her lay a long, glistening sword, hurtling towards the third generation of Fengying. Curse be it. There was no time to waste. Golden Light Spell, Golden Light Barrier. Kai-Ko Suzumiya summoned a radiant barrier of golden light, enveloping the third wind shadow and several accompanying ninjas within its protective embrace. This should provide a momentary respite, should it not? Wait, what? Kion had not anticipated that it was merely a temporary strategy devised by Orochimaru. The figure emerging from behind was not an assault on the wind shadow. Chapter 71, Kusanagi Sword. The vigilant gaze of Suzumiya Haruhi was fixed upon the elongated mouth of the rubbery figure, from which emerged a sword spanning several meters, hurtling toward her. Damn it! Suzumiya Kaze was utterly unaware whether his golden light spell could withstand Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, and a sense of dread enveloped him. With a resounding crack. Indeed, the golden light barrier was swiftly shattered by Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. His pupils constricted, leaving him no time to gather his thoughts. The Kusanagi sword pierced through his right scapula, a searing pain coursing through his body. Kion's features contorted in disbelief. Goodness! Such a caliber of battle is truly beyond my current capabilities. A grave miscalculation. This Orochimaru is remarkably formidable. Whoosh! As Suzumiya lost her focus. Orochimaru had already retracted the Kusanagi sword from his right scapula, blood gushing forth. The speed of the recent assault was astonishing, leaving even the fourth Kazekage and several nearby ninjas caught off guard. Kion was suddenly struck by a sensation of numbness coursing through half of his body, causing him to collapse. The Kusanagi sword, having retracted a few meters, swept horizontally towards FK and several other ninjas. A deafening roar echoed as the invisible shockwave surged across hundreds of meters, enveloping the scene in a thick haze. Hyuga lay on the ground, pushed backward by an unseen pressure, leaving deep impressions in her wake. Helplessly sprawled on the earth, Hyuga could distinctly feel as if an invisible hand effortlessly propelled her backward. A fierce gust prevented her from opening her eyes. Damn it! Is this truly a power befitting a normal ninja? The invisible tempest persisted for an extended period before gradually dissipating. Kion, with great difficulty, raised his head, only to behold a long, lingering mark before him. The several shadowy figures that had stood in his presence moments ago had vanished into thin air. Mr. Windshadow, what shall we do next? The group seized the opportunity to conceal themselves at a vantage point, carefully observing every movement within the forest. Orochimaru sheathed the Kusanagi sword, returning to his previous demeanor. The sound of footsteps echoed in the air. As Ryoko gazed upward, she beheld a pair of feet before her. Orochimaru. In that moment, a viscous and repulsive sensation coursed over the previously small bump. Kagami Kaze was seized by a wave of goosebumps. This matter had no bearing on you, however. Since you chose to intervene, do not blame me for the consequences. What does this imply? Am I to meet my demise so swiftly? Orochimaru smirked as he extended his hand towards the prone Kagami Kaze. Magnet release, sand gold spear. Seizing the moment, the fourth Kazekage, taking advantage of his opponent's unpreparedness, swiftly gathered the sand gold spread across the ground. He condensed it into numerous spearheads resembling the size of a nipple, launching them at breakneck speed towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru's colored pupils flickered slightly before he vanished in an instant. The sand gold spears hurtled towards Kagami Kaze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the spears were about to strike the ground, Kagami Kaze suddenly felt a lightness in her body, her nape grasped by another. The individual leaped and they found themselves perched atop a treetop. Kagami stood for the first time at such a lofty vantage point, gazing down at the scene within the forest. The golden spear struck the ground with a thunderous sound, enveloping the area in a haze of smoke. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, sweeping across hundreds of meters. Akin to a mighty tempest, nearly sweeping Kagami away. Even the tallest treetops bent in submission, while the nearest trees were completely shattered. Golden light spell, golden light bind. In an instant, dozens of shimmering golden tendrils firmly adhered to the surrounding trees. Suzumiya tightly grasped the other end of the glimmering golden chain. You little rascal. This chain is utterly useless. It may look good, but it serves no purpose. The winds of Haruhi Suzumiya had yet to be challenged. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded. Could it be? The golden lock he had just employed shattered instantaneously. Oh dear. Just as he was on the verge of being swept away. A firm grip seized the nape of his neck, pulling him back several hundred meters in an instant. He ultimately came to rest atop the farthest treetop. The formidable gusts surged forth with such swiftness that they rendered the surrounding trees completely uprooted and shattered. The powerful winds lingered for a considerable time before gradually subsiding. Upon witnessing such a vivid depiction of battle for the first time, Roko was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, he gradually managed to rise to his feet. Thank you. Ryoko glanced back at the individual who had just come to his aid. Young man, this place is no playground. You should hasten back to the Hidden Leaf Village. The person spoke with a tone that was both earnest and laced with sarcasm. I came here with the good intention of rescuing Lord Kazekage. Ryoko's gaze was resolute, yet he was met with ridicule. Spare yourself the effort. Lord Kazekage needs no such assistance. Do not involve yourself, lest you lose your life for nothing. Depart at once. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye. That individual vanished from Ryoko's sight. System, retrieve the attributes of Orochimaru. Ding. Retrieval in progress, success. Character, Orochimaru's speed, 25, 660 strength, 22, 050 defense, 15. 790 current overall rating. Kage level maximum single attack damage, 31, 500 skills. Curse technique, earth release, wind release, body binding technique, body flicker technique, shuriken shadow clone technique. Serpent's secret, serpent's multiple hands, serpent's stride, annihilation of chaotic serpents, serpent's array, soft body modification, Orochimaru's body replacement technique, evil serpent's slither, white serpent, evil serpent's arm blast. Tongue snake absorption, spiral reversal, white-scaled serpent, erasure technique, twin serpent's mutual destruction, corpse reanimation, eight-headed serpent technique, Nariku's vision technique, triple gate of resurrection, impure world reincarnation. Giant serpent. Myriad serpents, serpent's gaze binding, five-element sealing, corpse demon sealing technique, Kusanagi sword, blade of the void. Is he even a normal human? As the smoke dissipated in the forest, the sand gold spears thrown by Rasha were deeply embedded in the earth nearby. When Rasha executed this move, Ryoko looked up and could faintly see that the spear was no less than 3 or 4 meters in length, yet now it had emerged only slightly. It was evident that the spear had penetrated deep into the ground. Had it struck a person, the consequences would have been dire. Orochimaru stood calmly several meters away. Whoosh. The fourth Kazekage descended from above, positioning himself opposite Orochimaru. Magnet release, sand gold domain. The sand gold spears that had been deeply embedded in the soil instantly surged forth, rapidly extending towards Orochimaru's feet, sprouting sharp and pointed sand gold like bamboo shoots, aiming to pierce through the entirety of the enemy's body. Merely witnessing this scene made Roko swallow hard. In that instant, Orochimaru utilized the body flicker technique, moving at high speed to evade Rasha's attack. Tap, tap, tap. Humph. Orochimaru circled around the forest, leaping into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He hurled a massive shuriken towards the fourth Kazekage. Subsequently, the shuriken clone scattered, launching a myriad of attacks at the fourth Kazekage. Magnet release, sand gold defense. The shadow shuriken, moving with astonishing swiftness, left no time to recall the previously summoned sand gold. In an instant, the shadow shuriken cast by Orochimaru surged towards the wind shadow with blinding speed. Golden light technique. Golden light flying blade. The winds of Suzumiya unexpectedly emerged once more, unleashing countless gleaming flying blades that clashed with the shadowy shurikens in midair. In an instant, they sparked with intense brilliance. Seizing this opportunity, the fourth generation of the wind shadow swiftly formed seals, creating a defense of sand and gold. Kyuya, seeking refuge, has once again found herself behind the defenses. What are you doing here, young man? Did I not instruct you to return promptly? This place is perilous. It's not a child's plaything. The two ninjas beside Kazekage expressed their impatience at Kyuya's reappearance. This time, Orochimaru intends to assassinate Lord Kazekage. I have come merely to offer assistance. Kion, suppressing the frustration within, retorted, What? Assassination? Even so, it is not your place to intervene. You are merely an inexperienced child. You cannot even protect yourself, having sustained injuries, yet you aspire to assist Lord F. Guy? Such delusions. Kion, feeling a sense of helplessness, meant well in his heart. The fourth generation of FY cast a fierce glare at the two individuals, who immediately fell silent. Chapter 72, The Curse Seal Activation. If you wish to stay, then take care of yourselves and do not hinder others. Luosha uttered this without turning her head or blinking an eye. Kyuka nodded, finding a measure of solace within herself. This was more like it. After coming to offer assistance with good intentions and sustaining injuries, one would expect a more amiable tone. Yet, while it is easy to speak such words, now that the battle has commenced, it seems unlikely that Orochimaru would allow any retreat. In midair, the dazzling flying blades clashed violently against the shadow clones of shuriken thrown by Orochimaru, igniting sparks of fierce confrontation. This exchange lasted only a few seconds. As Kyuka's flying blades were systematically struck down by the shadow clones of the shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shadow clones of the shuriken struck vehemently against the defensive shield, producing a series of thunderous booms. It was evident that the defensive shield trembled in response. Kaikeo Kamiyama swallowed hard. To think that even the golden flying blade proved ineffective. Could it be that the shuriken in hand was forged from diamond? Whoosh. Quickly move aside. Kion and the others retreated several dozen meters simultaneously. Raising their eyes, they beheld a slender azure serpent, imperceptibly extending towards them. Kyuko's pupils constricted. This was the Serpent of Shadows. After merely a few seconds of daze, the slender azure serpent swiftly appeared before him, baring its fangs at Kyuko with a hissing sound. Kyuko was drenched in cold sweat. A thunderstorm of Chidori. Startled, he raised his hand and unleashed a devastating lightning sphere, striking true upon the serpent's head. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the serpent's head ceased its movement, retracting instantaneously. Meanwhile, Kyuko's heart finally settled, halting his advance. However, the intensity of the earlier action had aggravated an injury to his right scapula, causing him to grimace in pain. Furthermore, having expended a considerable amount of chakra earlier, he now found himself somewhat physically drained. Kyuka felt a twinge of regret within. A sinister chuckle echoed through the air, causing him to abruptly raise his head, his pupils constricting in alarm. There was no time to retreat. His entire being felt as if it were firmly anchored to the spot, rendered immobile. This is a binding technique. Rustling sounds accompanied the sudden proximity of Orochimaru's face. In the next moment, Kyuka beheld an enduring shadow that he could never erase from his memory. A backdrop of crimson engulfed him as he stood there. In an instant, an arm pierced through his body with a swiftness that was almost incomprehensible, blood splattering everywhere. Just when he thought it was over, that arm, which had penetrated his form, swept through, leaving his body in fragments. Kyuka's eyes widened in terror, her body trembling incessantly as the scenes before her replayed endlessly. She stood frozen in place, utterly immobilized. This was Orochimaru's illusion technique, the Narukujin. Not far away, the fourth Kazekage lowered his gaze. This young man had fallen victim to the illusion. It was nearly time for it to conclude. What a pity. Orochimaru slightly parted his lips. Whoosh. A flurry of shuriken suddenly interrupted his thoughts. TSK. Orochimaru deftly evaded, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. This was not the first interruption of its kind. His golden pupils briefly scanned the motionless Kyuka, but he paid her no mind. Focusing instead on his engagement with the fourth Kazekage, Kion remains ensnared in that chilling and terrifying scene, unable to escape. Somewhere in the depths of his being, a voice persistently calls out, perhaps the last vestige of Kion's consciousness. Awaken. It is merely an illusion. Kyuya, awaken. You must rise at once to thwart Orochimaru's assassination of the fourth Kazekage. Awaken. It is unclear how much time has passed. But Kyuya seems to have regained a semblance of awareness, recognizing that what he had just witnessed was merely the illusion conjured by Orochimaru. Yet, his body trembles uncontrollably, feeling as though it does not belong to him. How infuriating. He is utterly powerless. What to do? If this continues, it is likely that by the time he regains his senses, the Kazekage will have already perished. Through his hazy vision, he can discern two figures engaged in battle. The fourth Kazekage remains at a disadvantage, and he cannot help but admire Orochimaru's formidable abilities. Suddenly, Kyuya feels his own limitations acutely. Realizing that he may not even be able to best the Kazekage before him, foolishly stepping forth to offer assistance. How laughable. How utterly ridiculous. If only he were stronger. If only he possessed greater power. Kion silently engaged in a fierce struggle, gritting his teeth in an attempt to extricate himself from the clutches of this illusion. Yet, he found himself at a disadvantage. Having sustained injuries, his physical strength was nearly depleted, and his chakra had yet to be replenished. In that moment, he felt akin to a mere shadow of his former self. How he wished for a modicum of strength to aid him. The small bump at the back of his neck throbbed with a faint, yet persistent pain, as if provoked by some unseen force. Gradually, a sensation of heat began to radiate through his body, intensifying with each passing moment. That searing feeling deepened, becoming increasingly unbearable, akin to a fire raging within, tormenting his very core to the point of drawing forth blood. In the next instant, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The small bulge at the nape of Ryoko's neck gradually swelled, fueled by an intense heat coursing through her body. It expanded at a rate visible to the naked eye, multiplying several times over, even reaching hundreds or thousands of times its original size. The sensation of pain intensified, leading Ryoko to believe she was on the verge of explosion. Upon reaching a critical point, the colossal bulge abruptly ruptured, unleashing dark sigils that spread instantaneously throughout her entire being, along with her face and limbs. A swirling mist of dark violet energy enveloped her body, intertwined with tiny pebbles drawn into the chaos. Kyuya was entirely unaware of when his body began to move. He merely felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, erasing the searing pain and burning sensation he had previously endured. Slowly, he rose to his feet, incredulously glancing at his powerful hands, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The battle between Orochimaru and the fourth Kazekage raged fiercely. The fourth Kazekage remained at a disadvantage, struggling to evade Orochimaru's lethal strikes, while several of the surrounding ninjas had already collapsed. The fourth Kazekage himself had sustained considerable injuries. Gasping for breath, he lowered his gaze. The previous confrontation with Orochimaru had drained too much chakra, leaving him physically exhausted. If this continued, the outcome would be dire. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards him. Orochimaru vanished before the fourth Kazekage's eyes. What was that? Thud. The fourth Kazekage focused intently, noticing not far away the boy who had already fallen. This child. Kyuka turned her gaze back, and the fourth Kazekage's pupils constricted in disbelief. Before him stood a youth, his body adorned with cursed seals, radiating a violet aura. In that moment of distraction, the ninja who had previously fallen to the ground slowly began to rise. A sharp blade extended from his mouth, instantaneously piercing through the body of the fourth Kazekage. Rasha had not anticipated that during Kyuka's presence, Orochimaru had merely been toying with him, employing none of his true strength. In their solitary battle, he had unleashed only his ultimate techniques. Each strike aimed to be lethal. It was truly unforeseen that he would ultimately meet his demise at the hands of Orochimaru. Kyuko's pupils contracted as she teleported beside the ninja. Chidori Reikyu. Chapter 73, as if thousands of ants devouring bones. With a speed that was almost imperceptible, she formed a sphere of lightning in her hand and forcefully pressed it against the man's abdomen. Kion's anger surged. Her crimson eyes glowed fiercely, and the surrounding purple aura intensified gradually. Kagami exerted her utmost strength, causing the thunderball in her grasp to swell significantly. With great determination, she pressed it down upon the individual, pinning him forcefully to the ground, rendering him immobile. Boom. The larger the thunderball grew, the more formidable its attack became. A resounding blast echoed, and the invisible shockwave rippled hundreds of meters away, shrouding the air in smoke. The ground was indented, creating a vast crater, within which the ninja, crushed beneath Kagami-F's smite, suffered severe distortion of his limbs, his body contorted grotesquely. Kugami Kazuki breathed heavily, as though he had exhausted every ounce of his strength. The ninja before him was unrecognizable. Meanwhile, the formidable Orochimaru he had just vanquished had long since crumbled into a pile of dust. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind. Kugami Kazuki heightened his vigilance and swiftly turned around. However, it was evident that his movements were noticeably slower than before. A sharp, searing pain surged through him once more, causing him to grit his teeth and lower his head. Orochimaru's tongue had transformed into a green serpent, tightly coiling around his waist and lower limbs, while the serpent's head slithered up to his shoulder, poised to strike. His scapula, already injured, was once again pierced by the serpent's venomous bite, leaving Kyugami Kazuki feeling as if his shoulder blade had been impaled. The pain inflicted by the serpent was excruciating, rendering me incapable of voicing any thoughts. With great difficulty, I extended my hand and seized the creature firmly by its vulnerable spot. Veins bulged on my hand as I forcefully pried the serpent from my shoulder. Blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere, as if a piece of flesh had been torn from my scapula, leaving me to endure the sensation of countless ants gnawing at my bones. The agony was so intense that it rendered me numb and devoid of sensation. Hyuga took a few steps back, invoking the golden light spell, golden light stab. Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed as he retreated a few paces. The azure serpent transformed into a vivid crimson tongue, eagerly licking its lips upon retraction. He chuckled, "How intriguing. What move will come next?" In an instant, the figure of Orochimaru before him reverted to decaying earth. Kion's body felt numb, his movement sluggish, and the color of the curse mark faded. Rustling sounds came from behind. Katanda, with his uninjured hand. Ryoko Myake's unleashed a flurry of shuriken towards the colossal Orochimaru looming behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Was that yet another manifestation of the shadow clone technique? Golden light spell. Golden light shuriken. Previously, this technique had proven ineffective, yet now, imbued with the power of the cursed seal, he felt invigorated and resolute. He was determined to give it another go. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, and upon regaining his composure, he beheld the imposing figure of a giant serpent behind him. Kyuya's pupils dilated in surprise. Damn it, Orochimaru is already a formidable opponent, and now this creature appears? Initially, he lacked complete confidence against Orochimaru. The colossal serpent opened its gaping maw, instantly swallowing Kyuya whole. Inside the serpent's belly, the atmosphere was thick and reeked of an unpleasant odor, enveloped in darkness. Golden light spell, golden spike. The inky blackness of the serpent's interior was suddenly illuminated by the radiance of golden spikes, piercing through its flesh. The serpent writhed in agony, its body convulsing as Kyuya was crushed within. Orochimaru stood beside the serpent, concentrating his chakra in his hands and enveloping the beast. The creature was simultaneously attacked from within and without. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The serpent was obliterated, blood gushing forth. Kyuya, injured and battered, was expelled into the open air. The curse seals adorning his body gradually dissipated, reverting to their original small bumps. Orochimaru reached out but heard a sound. After parting ways with Kyuya, Konohamaru, feeling bored, intended to seek out Naruto but encountered teacher Ebisu along the way. "Konohamaru, what are you doing here?" "Ebisu-sensei," Konohamaru stammered, preparing to flee. Ebisu took a couple of steps forward and effortlessly grabbed Konohamaru by the collar. "Skipping class is not the behavior of a good student. Hurry along. The Hokage is looking for you." Konohamaru struggled. I just snuck out to spar with Kyuya. I had no idea he would rush off upon hearing that other leaders were coming this way. I'm quite upset about it. Please, Ebisu-sensei, let me off the hook today." Ebisu paused upon hearing his words. "Are you saying that Kyuya heard that other fourth Hokages were approaching and then ran off?" Konohamaru, perplexed, pouted in complaint. Yes. That's precisely why I'm unhappy." Ebisu frowned. "Do you know which direction he went?" "Outside the village." Ebisu released Konohamaru and crouched down. "Don't tell anyone about this. I will pretend I didn't see you today, all right?" Konohamaru's eyes brightened, and he nodded enthusiastically, feeling much better. "Then it's a deal. Seal it." Ebisu extended his finger to make a 6 gesture, and Konohamaru mirrored him, intertwining their pinkies and bumping their thumbs together. Elated, Konohamaru hopped off to play with others. Whoosh. Ebisu then sought out Kakashi, relaying the information he had just gleaned from Konohamaru. Kakashi closed the book he had been reading, his expression unreadable. "Is that so? Then I shall go investigate." With that, Kakashi vanished before Ebisu's eyes. Thud. Outside of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi stood at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village. Having thoroughly searched the nearby forest, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, compelling him to pursue its source. Upon arriving at the scene, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The ground was uneven, riddled with numerous large craters, and the fourth Kazekage, along with several others, lay sprawled upon it. Before he could fathom the situation, his gaze fell upon Kyugami-fu, who was lying in a pool of blood, her shoulder grievously injured, accompanied by the remains of Orochimaru. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here. Kyugami-san, please wake up." Kakashi called out repeatedly, but received no response. He reached out to check for a pulse, his heart steadying upon confirming her breath. He gently lifted Kyugami-fu and returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Within the office of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi stood amidst several jonin. The assassination of the fourth Kazekage at such a critical juncture could only be attributed to Orochimaru. As Yuhi Kurenai surmised, noting the presence of snake remains at the scene. Is Kyugami-fu in stable condition? Sarutobi inquired, his brow furrowed. Astonished that not only had they lost the fourth Kazekage, but Kyugami-fu had also sustained significant injuries. She is currently in the hospital, with Anbu guarding her. He was informed. Kakashi harbored concerns that Orochimaru might return, particularly since Kyugami-fu possessed numerous secrets. Please remember to notify her family, he urged, nodding before vanishing. Chapter 74. The Uncommon Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring substantial combat experience in your battle against Orochimaru. You have received a system experience reward of 1,000. Bringing your total experience to 17,700, successfully reaching 17,000 experience points. Additionally, you have earned 1 draw from the card pool and 1 opportunity to upgrade a skill. Ding. The host is currently in a weakened state. Do you wish to consume 1 great recovery pill and 1 lesser recovery pill? In a state of unconsciousness. Suzumiya Haruhi found himself adrift in a pitch-black realm. The persistent voice of the system echoed repeatedly within his mind. When he finally regained consciousness, he could not ascertain how many days had passed. Little Haruhi, you have finally awakened. How splendid. A familiar voice pulled him back to reality. Takuya? Where am I? Kyuko awakens to a blinding light that floods her vision. She finds herself in an unfamiliar, snowy white environment, utterly bewildered. Lying on a hospital bed, her body feels numb, as if it does not belong to her. This is a hospital, a ninja hospital. Haruhi nodded, her mind preoccupied with the information conveyed by the system. Takahashi, I wish to drink some water. I shall pour it for you. Kyuko Fuji lay quietly, suddenly reminiscing about the fierce encounter with Orochimaru. It was an engagement no ordinary individual could withstand. Regrettably, even his intervention failed to spare the fourth Kazekage from Orochimaru's relentless pursuit. He found himself somewhat absurd, as if his arrogance had led him to foolishly hope for the Kazekage's escape. In truth, it felt as though he had already faced death once, rendering his current state scarcely different. This battle illuminated the stark reality of his power, revealing that he was but a mere shadow compared to Orochimaru, incapable even of inflicting a scratch upon him. Sighing, he realized that mere lamentations would not suffice in this ruthless world of shinobi, where the strongest prevail. After taking a deep breath, Kion decided to swiftly restore himself and subsequently strive harder to enhance his skills and abilities. The system confirmed the usage of the minor recovery pill. Confirmation successful. Executing. Ingestion successful. Congratulations, you have completely lifted the weakened state. After consuming the minor recovery pill, Kion tested his mobility by lifting his hand. Oh my, I can truly feel it. I am able to move. Kyuko stood excitedly on the bed, bouncing about like a monkey. With a sudden click, the door creaked open, and she hastily dove under the covers. Little Kyuko, have you risen by yourself? Takuji returned to find that the quilt surrounding Kyuko had transformed, as had the manner in which she lay. Kyuko's lips twitched awkwardly as she remarked, I was just about to head to the restroom. Why didn't you wait for me? Do you still need to go? Takuji set down his cup, his expression filled with concern. Kyuko, I want to be discharged. Kyuko's impatience was palpable. She yearned to return home at once. What nonsense are you talking about? You are gravely injured, Takuji lamented inwardly. Takuji, I'm fine. Look at me, I'm all better now. Truly, Kyuko exclaimed, flinging off the covers and leaping out of bed, pacing energetically. Takuji's complexion turned pale. Kyuko, please stop trying to comfort me. Even though I'm no longer young, I still possess some understanding. Don't pretend everything is fine in front of me. Kion let out a sigh, taken aback by the realization that someone cared for him so deeply. Haruhi Suzumiya, in a fit of frustration, felt a tinge of regret for her impulsiveness. Realizing that there were indeed individuals in this world who empathized with her and felt sorrow on her behalf. Taki, do take a look. I assure you, I am truly fine. Haruhi, leader, I have come to see you. Hyuka Kazama was striving to approach Toki, although her physical condition was not severely compromised. At that moment, Sakura and Naruto arrived at the entrance. What brings you both here? Naruto, noticing the redness around Hyuka's eyes, rushed forward and enveloped her in an embrace. Boss, I heard you faced off against Orochimaru and sustained grave injuries. I thought for a moment that I might never see you again. As Naruto sniffled, Hyuka realized that her clothes were damp, only to discover that Naruto had smeared his tears and mucus all over her. Oh dear, How utterly revolting. Kion pushed away, exclaiming, let go, let go. Naruto, you are absolutely disgusting. Quickly wipe away your snot and tears. No, no. Naruto clung to him tightly. Goodness. Naruto possesses an extraordinary amount of strength. Sakura, standing nearby, expressed her concern. Naruto, you fool, release her. You're aggravating Kion's injury. Sakura reprimanded, but Naruto remained unfazed. Naruto, you are truly infuriating. Must you compel me to resort to force in front of Kion? Thud. Ouch, Sakura. A large bump appeared on Naruto's head, leaving him feeling wronged. Indeed, it seemed only Sakura could fully subdue him. Upon noticing Naruto no longer bothering Kion, Sakura immediately quelled her earlier anger. Honestly, you made me look foolish in front of Kion. Is she alright? As Kion regained her composure, she observed Sakura approaching again and took a couple of steps back. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh, by the way, I heard from Kakashi-sensei that the injury was quite severe. How can you be up and about? Naruto snapped back to reality. Realizing Kion was already standing and lively, contrary to what Kakashi-sensei had claimed. Huh, do you believe in my exceptional talents now? Kakashi-sensei's words are utterly unreliable. Gossiping about a teacher is inappropriate, you know? Kakashi-sensei suddenly appeared behind Naruto, placing a hand on his head. Oh, it's equally unethical for you to eavesdrop on others. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto retreated repeatedly, taken aback by Kakashi's sudden presence. However, returning to the matter at hand, how could Kion, who had sustained such grave injuries, have recovered so swiftly? Kakashi paid no heed to Naruto, and instead turned his gaze toward Kion. You're already better, aren't you? Indeed, this young lady must possess some secret. It is precisely because Orochimaru is aware of this secret that... So, Kion, may we continue our conversation? Kion nodded slightly. Sakura, Naruto, and Takuji exited the hospital room. Could you enlighten me on the events that transpired at that time? Kakashi stood by the window, gazing down at the Umbu station below. Kion elaborated on the sequence of events. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, how is the fourth Kazekage faring? At that moment, Suzumiya faintly perceived that she had indeed witnessed Orochimaru inflict an injury, yet she hesitated to affirm whether it was merely a figment of her imagination. Kakashi-sensei remained silent. Do not concern yourself with this matter, Suzumiya. Focus on resting well and performing admirably in the chunin exams. With those words, Kakashi vanished. Kion, despite not hearing a response, was acutely aware of the answer. Indeed, it was no mere illusion. The sudden assault by Orochimaru during the fourth Kazekage's incident had temporarily set aside the chunin exams. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately convened the leaders of the other nations, the third or fourth Hokages, to deliberate on the matter. Thus, Orochimaru's initial plan was thwarted by Kion. On another front, despite some minor troubles, I found myself eagerly anticipating our meeting. Orochimaru wiped the blade of his Kusanagi sword, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 75. Will an explanation be given? On the way to Konohamaru, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was inexplicably murdered, and the news swiftly reached the Land of Wind. Simultaneously, an invitation from the third Hokage of Konoha prompted a gathering to discuss the incident. The Land of Wind promptly summoned all its jonin to deliberate upon this grave matter. What are your thoughts on this situation? Several jonin convened in the meeting room. This incident must be connected to Konohamaru. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Since the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had already invited us to clarify the matter, it seemed prudent to proceed. After deliberation, it was unanimously decided that a team of Wind Country ninjas would accompany others to Konohamaru to assess the situation. That very day, a contingent of ninjas from the Land of Wind arrived at Konohamaru, promptly making their way to the meeting room. In the meeting room of Konohamaru, aside from the third Hokage, there were representatives from 4 other nations. Given that the Kazekage had fallen victim to Orochimaru's attack en route to the village, hostility was palpable among the attendees. Lord Kazekage was reportedly murdered on his way to Konohamaru. How does the Hokage intend to address this issue? The representative from the Land of Wind broached the topic directly. The assassination of the Kazekage was exceedingly complicated. The circumstances of his death warranted clarity. The body of the Kazekage remained in Konohamaru, and investigations were still underway. Kakashi, having been the last to witness the scene, was the one who had escorted both the Kazekage and Kion back. The representative from the Land of Wind furrowed his brow. Is there truly no eyewitness? When they initially arrived at Konohamaru, it was already known that Kion was also an eyewitness. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained silent, his elbows resting on the table. Fingers interlaced before his lips, a frown etched deeply on his features. It appeared that the ninjas from the Land of Wind had premeditated this move. Are you referring to Kion? That cannot be. He lies gravely injured in the hospital, his state of consciousness still unknown. The ninjas from the Land of Wind turn and vanish. The conference room falls into an immediate silence. After a moment, Kakashi also disappears from the meeting room. In the hospital corridor, the ninjas from the Land of Wind manifest. This matter has no connection to the child. The Hokage has stated that this issue is under investigation and that a proper resolution will be provided to the Land of Wind. However, before that, please refrain from troubling this child. Kakashi suddenly appears before them, leaning against the white wall of the hospital corridor, hands tucked into his pockets. The eyes of the Wind ninjas flicker slightly. Tap, tap. The Hokage wishes to speak with you privately. Noticing their indifference, he gets straight to the point. The ninjas from the Land of Wind finally halt, turning to exit the hospital. Click. Oh, is Kakashi-sensei also here? In the hospital, Suzumiya Haruhi lay restlessly, feeling stifled. She decided to get up and take a stroll. To her surprise, she encountered Kakashi-sensei at the doorway. Kakashi turned back, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Ah, I came by to check on you. Haruhi, how has your recovery been progressing? I am nearly fully recovered. Haruhi replied. But speaking of which, Kakashi-sensei, when does the chunin exam commence? Hyuga Kazumi was eagerly anticipating this day. Kakashi smiled faintly, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Take care of your health. I shall take my leave now, he said, before turning and vanishing. Huh, when did Kakashi-sensei become so enigmatic? Hyuga Kazumi furrowed his brow, sensing that there was something being concealed from him. Kyuko, feeling helpless, pouted and returned to her room. In the shadows, a figure observed her situation clearly, only to vanish as she entered her dwelling. In the office of the Fourth Wind Shadow, a ninja from the Land of Wind stood before the desk, arms crossed, expressing disbelief. Didn't they say that kid was gravely injured? How is he so lively? The Fourth Wind Shadow had only just received the news and was taken aback by the fact that Kyuko, despite her serious injuries, had managed to recover almost instantaneously. This unforeseen development posed a significant dilemma for him. Regardless, this matter was unrelated to the child. After all, she was merely a low-ranking ninja, lacking the capacity to confront the Fourth Wind Shadow directly. The Wind Ninja maintained an impassive demeanor, harboring deep-seated suspicions. Without articulating his reasoning, he seemed determined to shield the child, suggesting that there must be something extraordinary about her. Why not take advantage of this situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen had already discerned that the Wind Ninja had come to this place seeking an explanation. The child was the sole eyewitness. If she were surrendered to the Land of Wind, then this issue could be laid to rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. It was unnecessary to deliberate. He would never relinquish Kyuko to the Land of Wind. The assassination attempt on the Wind Shadow was under investigation, and during this period, he would ensure that the Umbu would protect her diligently. The truth would have to wait until after the chunin exam concluded. Unable to devise a valid reason for delay, Sarutobi Hiruzen resorted to using the upcoming chunin exam as an excuse, even though they both understood that this incident had nothing to do with Kyuko. However, the ninja from the Land of Wind was not inclined to accept this. The office fell into a heavy silence. In that case, we hope that Konoha provides an explanation to the Land of Wind soon. The Wind Ninja turned and vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled in relief, though his brow remained furrowed. Fortunately, no violence had erupted, but matters with the Land of Wind could not be prolonged any further. For the time being, the third Hokage set aside issues concerning the Land of Wind and summoned individuals to announce that the second round of the chunin exam would take place in 2 days. However, Kyuko was not scheduled to participate in this examination. Upon hearing the news, Kyuko became aware of her exclusion. As Suzumiya stepped outside, she was intercepted by the shadowy figures. What is the meaning of this? Am I not permitted to leave? I apologize, but this is an order from above. We kindly ask you to remain in the hospital, Suzumiya. How infuriating. To think they would send the shadows to obstruct me. Kion tightened his fists, suddenly realizing that the presence of hidden factions near the hospital had increased significantly. How was this different from before? Had there been an incident? Kion returned to his room, feigning nonchalance, before donning the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter. Successfully exiting the room, he sought out Kakashi. What on earth is going on with Kakashi-sensei? Why was I excluded from the examination? Kugami Kazuki was anxious, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to truly showcase his abilities and enhance his skills. However, He was taken aback when Kakashi expressed surprise at his prowess, quickly regaining his composure. It was unexpected that this young man could elude the umbu. Was this a fortuitous circumstance for Kyugami? A perfect chance to augment his capabilities? Surely, it would prove beneficial in the future. Yet, Kakashi chose to withhold the truth once more. Could it be that individuals from the Land of Wind had arrived? They must believe I am responsible for the demise of Lord Kazekage. Suddenly, Kakashi halted, a frown creasing his brow. How could this young man be so perceptive? Understanding so much? Kakashi-sensei, please reveal the truth to me. Chapter 76. The path returns to the summit. Kakashi glanced back, his gaze fixed intently on Kyugami. How did you come to know this? Indeed, it was precisely due to this matter that I had resolved to exclude you from participation. I demand to see Lord Hokage. Kaion's gaze was resolute. With a decisive snap, he declared, in that case, follow me. But remember, do not speak out of turn. Kakashi turned, leaving those words lingering in the air. Suzumiya followed Kakashi to the office of the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, Suzumiya wishes to meet with you. The two entered the office. Upon entering the office of the third Hokage for the first time, Kyuya couldn't help but glance around. So this is the office of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It bears a striking resemblance to those he had seen on television. The desk was adorned with a few books and scattered papers, merely lacking a computer compared to his own era. He had come here to discuss matters regarding the examination, he mused. A voice, tinged with a hint of age, drew him back from his reverie. Indeed, it was rather astonishing that the third Hokage had anticipated his purpose for visiting even before he could utter a word. Kyuya, feel free to express what is on your mind. This is indeed a rare opportunity, Kakashi-sensei reminded him, though he did not lower his gaze to meet Kyuya's. Kaion gathered his composure and fortified his confidence. Indeed, it was Orochimaru who had attacked the fifth Kazekage, a fact I witnessed with my own eyes. Moreover, I am certain that during the upcoming chunin exams, Orochimaru will surely make his appearance once more. Kaion, filled with excitement, stepped forward, placing his hands firmly at his sides. His fists clenched tightly. Sarutobi Sasuke, influenced by this fervor, raised his head and questioned, what gives you such confidence? How can you be certain that Orochimaru will once again descend upon this chunin exam? Kaion was rendered speechless by a remark from Haruhi Suzumiya. How am I to explain this to him? Should I confess that I possess a script? Surely, they would perceive me as a madman and perhaps even take drastic measures against me. Wait a moment. Kyugami-fu withdrew her hands, thoughtfully stroking her chin. In the original narrative, the information regarding the death of the Wind Shadow at the hands of Orochimaru was not disclosed to everyone. Now that the news of the Wind Shadow's demise has spread across all nations, might Orochimaru's intentions shift as a result? Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Kyugami-fu's serious contemplation, and was instantly influenced by her demeanor. Since you assert that Orochimaru will make an appearance during the exam, I shall grant you an opportunity to attend the examination on-site, while concurrently seeking out Orochimaru's whereabouts and uncovering the truth behind the Wind Shadow's murder. Lord Hokage, this is... Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the peril this situation posed for a mere child. It was precisely due to that incident that Kyugami-fu had suffered grave injuries and had fallen into unconsciousness. At that moment, Kakashi could not fathom what Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly contemplating. Kaion stared in astonishment for 3 seconds, then broke into a smile. All right, but do not rejoice too soon. I shall grant you until the conclusion of the competition to uncover the evidence. Should you fail, you will bear the full weight of the consequences. Have you considered this carefully? Indeed, I have, Kaion affirmed resolutely. Tsuruhi Hinata curled his lips into a smirk. Very well. The competition commences in 2 days. This will be the second match of the chunin exams. Kaion had not anticipated that Sarutobi would so readily agree to allow him to continue participating in the competition, albeit with the condition of seeking evidence to prove Orochimaru's involvement in the assassination of the Kazekage. This presented a fortuitous opportunity, an occasion to vindicate his own innocence. After the departure of Suzumiya Haruhi, Kakashi inquired with a sense of confusion. However, he did not receive a revelation of Sarutobi Hiruzen's true thoughts and consequently relinquished his pursuit. Upon receiving permission from the Hokage, Suzumiya Haruhi returned home without hindrance. Taki, I am back. As Suzumiya Haruhi returned home, she joyfully bounced with delight. Oh, my dear Haruhi, how is it that you have been discharged from the hospital? Takuji was just about to prepare some nourishing chicken soup to restore her health when, to his surprise, he found Haruhi back home. I naturally left the hospital as I have recovered. What are you up to? It smells divine. Upon the return of Suzumiya Haruhi, she felt an insatiable hunger, as if she could devour an entire cow. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing her to salivate. Ah, your sense of smell is quite acute. It should be about ready now. Please take a seat, and I shall bring it to you. Kyuko nodded and took a seat at the table. Takui busied himself in the kitchen for a short while, eventually presenting a large bowl of aromatic chicken soup. Come, come. Let us nourish our little Kyuko properly. Kyuko's eyes fixated on the bowl of soup, her mouth watering with anticipation. Without a thought for its temperature, she blew on it lightly for a moment before gulping it down eagerly. Oh dear, how impatient. Sip slowly, you might burn yourself. Takuhi observed her with concern, unable to suppress a chuckle. After finishing the soup, Kyuko found herself unable to eat anything else. After exchanging a few words with Takui, she retired to her room early. Lying on her bed, she suddenly recalled that the system had mentioned an opportunity for another card draw while she was in the hospital. System, draw a card. Request received. Initiating card draw. Card draw successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a yellow level fishing card. What? Only a yellow level this time? Kyuko exclaimed in astonishment, sitting up instantly. How could it only be a yellow level? Kaion's emotions vanished in an instant as he threw himself heavily onto the bed. After a moment of contemplation, he resignedly continued with the next step of his fishing endeavor. Ding. A request from the host has been received and is currently being executed. While fishing, success is achieved. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Armor Warrior Xingtian armor with the skill of Shadow Shift. Skill of Shadow Shift. The user can instantly transport themselves from their current location to that of their opponent, moving with grace and evanescent speed, appearing and disappearing like a fleeting shadow. Shadow Shift. How marvelous. Alas, it seems this skill may not be what I truly desire. Sigh. Although I am pleased to have acquired a skill, it appears to hold little practical value. Haruhi Suzumiya rested her hands behind her head, her gaze vacant as she stared blankly at the ceiling. Only 2 days remained until the examination. As the curtain of coolness descended, he found himself not preoccupied with the art of combat, but rather with the looming question of whether Orochimaru would re-emerge, if his conjecture proved erroneous. And Orochimaru did not make an appearance this time, he would be deprived of the chance to vindicate himself. Kyuya Kazumi, lost in thought, unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Nearby, some shadowy figures stationed at the hospital received the news of her discharge and swiftly disseminated the information. Orochimaru did not take action, but was nonetheless aware that Kyuya Kazumi would soon be leaving the hospital. It was reported that after her hospitalization, she awakened and immediately returned to her former state. Orochimaru's excitement grew as he listened. On that fateful day, he had lost control momentarily, resulting in severe injuries to the child. Had it been an ordinary child, they would likely have perished. Yet, astonishingly, the child restored herself in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru's golden pupils flickered, and he extended his long tongue to caress his lips, unable to conceal his exhilaration. With a blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Chapter 77. A Surge of Determination. Kumikaze awoke early today, fully aware that it marked the first day of the second round of the chunin exams. He rose with an invigorated spirit and a heart brimming with determination. Today, he felt absolutely vibrant. Standing atop his bed, he struck a pose, only to find it peculiar within mere seconds. How odd that movement was, he mused, shuddering slightly at the thought. He then descended to wash up. Takuki. Good morning. Kumikaze nearly bounced out of his room. Takuhi, knowing well that today was the day Kuma would participate in the second round of the chunin exams, had risen early to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for him. Just as the meal was artfully arranged on the table, Kuma's voice floated in from the hallway. Little Kuma, you certainly woke up early today. Are you excited for the exam? Did you sleep well last night? Takui straightened himself, hands resting behind him. As he observed the spirited demeanor of Kuma, it was evident that the young man was more animated than usual. Takuhi nodded with satisfaction. Ah, the exuberance of youth. Even the mere prospect of an exam could ignite such enthusiasm. Nevertheless, a touch of excitement was welcome, as it would bolster his fighting spirit. The exam is upon us. I mustn't be late at this crucial moment. It would be utterly unjust to have my qualifications revoked due to tardiness. Kyuya lowered his head to glance at the table, which was bare of any utensils. Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way to the kitchen to fetch the bowls and chopsticks. Takuki, come, it's time for breakfast. Takuhi nodded, his face brightening as he joined Kyuya in a serene meal. This marked the first occasion when he could sit down calmly with Kyuya to share a meal. Usually, Kyuya was in a rush, treating their mealtime as a mere formality. Reflecting on this, Takuhi couldn't help but smile broadly. Takuhi, have you stumbled upon something amusing? You seem quite elated. Care to share? Kion leisurely consumed his meal, and upon casually lifting his gaze, he noticed Tosaki grinning widely for reasons unknown. Indeed. It was quite rare. He had always been in a rush, hastily gobbling down his food, yet today marked the first occasion he sat here with me, appearing quite composed. Haruhi Suzumiya paused her actions, truly taken aback. As the cool breeze descended, she lowered her eyelids, reflecting on how hastily she had moved before, neglecting to share a proper meal with Takshi. A sense of guilt inevitably welled up within her. Kyuka, oh Kyuka, how well Taki treats you. Why do you not engage in conversation with him or share a meal together? I'm sorry, Taki. Taki's smile faltered momentarily before he set down his utensils, saying, Silly child, what are you talking about? Hurry and finish your meal. We have a report to attend to. Let us give it our all today. With Taki's encouragement, Kyuka felt a surge of confidence. After hastily consuming the remainder of her breakfast, she cheerfully set off. Boss, boss, as Kyuka approached the school gate. She heard Naruto calling out loudly from behind, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Naruto, are you sure you're not late? Kyuka turned to see Naruto and couldn't help but gasp. In her memory, he was always the one arriving late. So was he late today? Huh, no way. I made sure to leave earlier today, so I shouldn't be late, though no one voiced such concerns. An unsettling feeling crept into Kyuka's mind as she hurriedly pulled Naruto into the school. However, this time, the gathering place was unexpectedly the schoolyard. In the blink of an eye, all participants in the chunin exam had assembled on the field. Strange, isn't it? This wasn't supposed to happen. Hokage-sama. All students participating in the chunin exam have gathered on the field. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the window, hands clasped behind his back. Understood. As soon as the words left his lips, the two vanished from the office. Whoosh. Thud. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at a vantage point, cleared his throat. And the field fell silent. Due to certain circumstances, the second round of the chunin exam has been cancelled, and we will proceed directly to the third round of matches. As soon as this announcement was made, the crowd erupted into chaos. What is going on? Why are we going straight to the matches? Exactly. I'm not prepared for this. What should I do? Many were caught off guard by the sudden transition to the matches, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, a portion of the crowd remained composed, unfazed by the upcoming competition. Another group brimmed with confidence, even if they weren't particularly strong, like Naruto. What? We're going straight to the matches? That's fantastic. Upon the announcement made by Sarutobi Hizashi, he retreated to the side, allowing the examiner to declare the remaining candidates from the previous written examination. To everyone's astonishment, a considerable number had been eliminated, leaving only 78 participants. Due to the sudden attack by Orochimaru on the 4th Kazekage, Raza, and in the interest of safeguarding all students, external interactions were curtailed, resulting in the cancellation of the second round of the competition. This information, however, remained undisclosed to the public, as investigations were still ongoing. The examiner for this decisive contest then ushered the candidates to the examination venue. Now, I shall elucidate the rules of the competition, he began. A total of 78 participants will engage in pairwise duels. Once we are down to the final 8, the competition will transition to one-on-one matches, continuing until a sole victor emerges. As he concluded, a wave of confusion swept over the candidates. Wait a moment. With 78 individuals competing in pairs, wouldn't that mean one person is left without a match? The crowd erupted in excitement at this thought. If indeed one individual would be without a match, it could imply that everyone had a chance. Yes, the examiner affirmed. Furthermore, the competition would follow a knockout format, where the 2 victors from each pair would advance directly. The matches would be determined by a drawing of lots. If, during the pairwise duels, one participant were to withdraw unexpectedly, the remaining contestant would face 2 opponents in a match. Should that lone participant emerge victorious, the one who withdrew would forfeit their chance of advancement. Are there any questions? The excitement among the candidates was palpable. Some began to fervently hope to draw the coveted bye, believing it would afford them an effortless passage through this round of competition. With no objections raised, the examiner, Nara Shikaku, commenced the drawing process. The candidates lined up, each stepping forward to draw lots, revealing numbers one by one. Kayonko, overwhelmed by the suddenness of this confrontation, felt a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. In the blink of an eye, it was her turn to draw lots. Kyuka Kazumi approached a large wooden box, reached inside, and carelessly stirred its contents before drawing out a slip of paper. Rather than opening it immediately, he retreated to a nearby corner to unveil the note. Chapter 78. The 2v2 showdown revealed the number 8. Yet, he understood that it bore no significant meaning. It could very well be his turn. Perhaps he would become the first to take the stage, and the lineup was still uncertain. Hey, what did you draw? No sooner had someone finished their draw than they eagerly approached Kyuka Kazumi, hoping for a glimpse of the slip of paper he held. Kion, with a swift motion, grasped the paper in his palm and exclaimed, "Why should I divulge anything to you? First, tell me your number." He declared firmly, "I am no fool. Just because I drew a card does not mean I am obliged to share it with you." Naruto, grinning widely, unfolded his own piece of paper for Kion to glimpse. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? I am number 1. Humph." Standing with his hands on his hips, he struck a proud pose, leaving Kion too embarrassed to reveal the truth. Currently, it is a 2-on-2 showdown, so even if you were the first to draw, it doesn't guarantee you will be the first in the match. Naruto's smile faltered as he repeatedly scrutinized the paper in his hand, where the number 1 was clearly inscribed. How could this be? It distinctly says 1. Kion shook his head in exasperation and pointed at the large display high above. Once the drawing was complete, the numbers and names of all participants illuminated the grand screen. In the next moment, a confrontation chart determined by the system unfolded before the audience. Round 1, Match 1. Contestants 2 and 39 versus contestants 3 and 38. Match 2. Contestants 4 and 37 versus contestants 5 and 36. Match 3. Contestants 6 and 35 versus contestants 7 and 34. Match 4. Contestants 8 and 33 versus contestants 9 and 32. Kion was assigned to the 4th match, while Naruto, unsurprisingly, found himself unexpectedly exempt from the first round. What? Who was this number 1? Such luck, to have a bye in the very first round. Upon seeing the system's arrangement, many were filled with regret, eager to unearth the identity of this fortunate individual. What? Why am I exempt? I don't want this. I want to compete against Sasuke. I wish to face others too. Why am I number 1? Naruto was bewildered, spiraling in frustration as he secluded himself in a corner. His voice was somewhat loud, drawing the attention of several others who exchanged glances and approached him. "Naruto, I heard you're number 1. You have a bye this time? How about you swap that number 1 with me?" Suddenly, amidst Naruto's turmoil, he heard this proposition, and his eyes lit up with excitement. "Really? Is that true? That would be wonderful. Let us make the change." Just then, Irika appeared unexpectedly, raising a hand to halt the exchange. Privately swapping numbers counts as forfeiting the match. Irika glanced at them both. The two who had so resolutely sought to exchange numbers with Naruto now stepped back in trepidation at Irika's stern expression. I think there has been a misunderstanding. We merely wanted to cheer him on." They hastily retreated, leaving Naruto alone, moping in discontent. As the matchups for the first round were displayed, the competition was about to commence. With a sharp whistle, all participants not engaged in the first match retreated to the audience to watch. Everyone was spirited and jubilant, except for Naruto, who remained despondent. "Hey, why am I getting a bye this round? I want to compete." Naruto continued to lament, yearning for a proper match. Sasuke, seated nearby and growing increasingly annoyed by Naruto's incessant chatter, remarked, "Hey, you, the underdog, think you can just jump in and fight someone first? A bye at least spares you one confrontation. The battles will only grow more challenging as the rounds progress. Would you rather face these useless amateurs or the elite later on?" Naruto, resting his chin on his hands in frustration, was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's words. "Oh, how did I not see that? So let me remain exempt all the way to the end. I want to face the strongest opponent." Naruto's spirit surged once more, and he sat up with renewed enthusiasm, appearing even more talkative than before. Indeed, this boy could find joy in the simplest of remarks. Yet, to be fair, Sasuke's seemingly cold exterior belied a heart of compassion. The first match featured several inconsequential individuals, and the outcome was determined after merely a few exchanges. Before long, the second match commenced, showcasing Yu and Ino against two opponents of lesser skill. It goes without saying that Yu and Ino emerged victorious. Yu's speed proved advantageous. And while Ino may not possess strength on par with Yu, she at least offered assistance during the skirmish. Coincidentally, their adversaries had never collaborated before and were entirely unaware of each other's abilities. By the time they began to synchronize, they found themselves defeated. Without delay, the third match also reached its conclusion. Hyuga Kazama stood in place, performing some warm-up exercises. Hey, boss, is it your turn to take the stage? Naruto looked up to see Kyuka Kazama engaged in her warm-up routine and immediately inferred that he would be next. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the other three had already reached the center of the arena, leaving Kyuka Kazama to leisurely descend from the spectator stands. The audience buzzed with excitement. It was said that Kyuka was incredibly skilled, so why was she not rushing over in a flash, but instead walking? You know nothing. This is what we call concealing one's true abilities. As the murmurs subsided, the four individuals stood in the center of the arena. This time, Shikamaru was partnering with Kyuka, while they faced off against Temari and Choji. To Kyuka's surprise, her first duel was against Temari. Choji glanced at Temari, who wore a stoic expression, but internally he felt disgruntled. What bad luck to be paired with her. He would surely be looked down upon. However, he had heard that Kyuka's abilities were formidable. He wondered if they had any chance of winning against Temari. Temari maintained her stance, holding her large fan upright beside her, her demeanor aloof as she scrutinized Kyuka. Humph. A slender boy like him? I could easily blow him away with a gust of wind. Shikamaru, upon realizing that his opponent was Temari, nearly wished to forfeit immediately. Ah. What a hassle. Encountering a woman in battle is truly troublesome. As Ryoko gazed upon the unfolding duel, a faint smile graced her lips. Her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. Having survived the previous life-and-death encounter, witnessing the current skirmish among these individuals seemed nothing short of childish play. Indeed, only through constant engagement with authentic power could one truly grow stronger. Hey you, fatty, I advise you to refrain from hindering my progress and concede the match. Chapter 79. The first form of accumulated power. Who are you calling fatty? I am not fat at all. There is no way I will forfeit this battle. Unexpectedly, Hanamaru's words ignited a fierce determination within Dingji. Roar. Behold my might. Multiplication technique. Flames of fervor danced in Dingji's eyes, his fighting spirit instantaneously ignited. At this moment, his physique remained unchanged, save for the transformation of one arm, which swelled to the size of a giant's limb. With a mighty roar, he charged towards the two before him. A colossal shadow loomed above Ryoko and Shikamaru, enveloping them instantly. TSK. This is precisely why women are troublesome. A single remark has summoned such chaos. Rinbo, Shuinpa. Swiftly, the pair evaded the impending doom with astonishing speed. Boom. A punch landed with the force of an earthquake, sending debris soaring and creating a vast crater, smoke swirling in the aftermath. At this juncture, Dingji had long been provoked by Hanamaru's earlier taunt, unleashing a relentless barrage upon his adversaries. Hey, can we not take a breather? How can one endure such unyielding assaults? Truly, Shikamaru dodged back and forth, grumbling under his breath. Shining light spell, golden flying blade. Just as Dingji launched his third attack, Ryoko unleashed a flurry of shimmering golden blades, slicing through the air towards the duo. With a disdainful huff, Hanamaru leisurely unfurled her fan. Wind release, Kamaitachi. The enormous fan, larger than a person's stature, was waved delicately, summoning a tempest. Within this sudden whirlwind lay countless invisible vacuum blades, deceiving the uninitiated into believing it was merely a gust of wind, unaware of the lethal blades concealed within. Upon witnessing Temari employ this technique, Hirano inwardly exclaimed, "This is not good." She swiftly conjured a robust barrier of golden light, positioning it between herself and Shikamaru. Golden light spell, golden barrier. Alas, if this continues, there will be no way out. That woman's assault is formidable and utterly insurmountable. I fear even this may not withstand for long. Shikamaru stood before the glimmering golden surface of the barrier, assessing its brilliance. Kion, with a hint of exasperation, tilted his head and cast a glance at him. Could you refrain from uttering such words at this critical moment? If your ominous predictions come to fruition, we shall both be doomed. Haruhi remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed on the sudden emergence of a golden barrier before the two of them. With a cold smirk, she extended her hand and unleashed another gust, amplifying both the force and intensity of her assault. Bang! Damn it! Haruhi frowned. That faint sound just moments ago was sufficient to indicate that his barrier would not endure for much longer. Nonetheless, Kyuya Kazuhaya chuckled, as if a thought had struck him. At this moment, Chuji had already expended a considerable amount of energy and stamina, causing his speed and strength in attacks to wane. In the blink of an eye, that colossal hand reverted to its original form, leaving Chuji standing to the side, breathless. As the golden barrier appeared on the verge of faltering against Hanabi's assault, Kyuya and Shikamaru exchanged knowing glances. The two had discreetly communicated a plan. Together, Kyuya and Shikamaru gestured, and then Shikamaru disappeared before Hanabi and Chuji. Only Kyuya remained behind the shimmering golden barrier. Hanabi looked on in confusion. Shikamaru stealthily approached Hanabi from behind, quickly forming seals to execute the shadow imitation technique. What? Hanabi sensed something amiss and swiftly leaped back, only to discover that Shikamaru had somehow positioned himself behind her, attempting to employ the shadow imitation technique. Unfortunately, he had been detected. TSK. What a nuisance. Chidori thunderstorm. Meanwhile, Kyuya, who had quietly maneuvered alongside Shikamaru to Hanabi's rear, utilized his invisibility cloak from Harry Potter, remaining undetected. Seizing the moment when Hanabi and Shikamaru exchanged glances, Kagami Kaze gathered a solitary orb of azure lightning, hurling it towards Shikamaru with the force of a thunderous sphere. Bang! Crackle! By the time Shikamaru perceived the oncoming attack, it was too late. He managed to deflect it, yet still sustained minor injuries. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke. A colossal crater left behind from Kaze's recent Chidori thunderstorm. Having momentarily remained in place, Kaze vanished, leaving Shikamaru to realize that it had merely been a decoy. Dino, who had been resting nearby, was so taken aback by the spectacle that he immediately gestured to withdraw from the competition. Beep. Akimichi Dino has exited the match. Wait. I too wish to withdraw. Nara Shikamaru, having assessed his chances following the previous encounter, opted to forfeit, believing he could not triumph over Shikamaru. Akimichi Dino and Nara Shikamaru have withdrawn from the competition. The contest shall continue. Beep. The next match will feature Kaze facing Shikamaru. At this juncture, the chunin exams in the Hidden Leaf Village must be in full swing, and it seems our time to shine is drawing near. I can hardly contain my excitement. You might as well withdraw early, Shikamaru remarked, propping himself against his large fan, casting a cold gaze at the formidable Kaze before him. Though uncertain how he had managed to appear behind him, it was clear that Kaze possessed considerable skill, and anticipation bubbled within him. Golden Light Spell. Golden Light Bind. During this moment, Ryoko Asakura took the initiative to strike, flinging forth dozens of glimmering golden chains that spread toward her. Kaion's gaze was firmly fixed on the shimmering golden chains that had just been flung away. Could it truly be as I suspected? Kaion gazed intently, seemingly in search of an answer. Suddenly, Harui's fan unfurled once more. With a gentle wave, it conjured yet another tempest, just as before. Indeed, a whirlwind approached. At this moment, Hyuka Kazumi fixed her gaze intently on a specific target and slowly began to speak. As she executed her technique, she concentrated her chakra within her palm. The instant she arrived at her intended location, she explosively infused even more chakra, resulting in a resounding avian cry. Chidori. What? Hanabi was caught off guard and, in the next moment, was knocked down by the turbulent energy generated by the Chidori unleashed by Hyuka Kazumi. Beep. In the first round, fourth match, Hyuka Kazumi emerges victorious. Hanabi, looking utterly disheveled, regarded Hyuka Kazumi in disbelief as the examiner announced the winner. Indeed, she had underestimated her opponent. It was evident that this young individual was quite formidable. Although reluctant to concede, she had no choice but to step back, acknowledging the fairness of the match. Boss, that was incredible, Naruto exclaimed, suddenly appearing and showering her with praise. Of course, how else could I be your boss? Hyuka Kazumi replied with a hint of pride, playfully rubbing her nose. This seemingly casual gesture had already caught the attention of someone observing from afar. In the subsequent matches, Hyuka Kazumi and several others watched from the audience. Chapter 80. The stirring of the umbu. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more, filling Hyuka Kazumi with a sense of anticipation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a wealth of battle experience from your confrontation with Hanabi. You have earned 1,500 experience points, bringing your total to 19,200. Additionally, congratulations on your pet, the Rolling Beast, gaining an extra 700 experience from this battle, successfully evolving into an Agumen. Wonderful! It has finally evolved into an Agumen. Soon, we shall fight side by side. Boss, look, it's Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, noticing that Sasuke was collaborating with Sakura this time. Why not me? Boss, I want to team up with Sakura too. Upon seeing Sasuke take the stage, Naruto was overwhelmed with excitement. However, when he realized that Sakura was the one fighting alongside Sasuke, he became infuriated, biting his clothes in frustration. The dangers of a man consumed by love are truly terrifying. Hyuko couldn't help but shiver slightly. I refuse to be so lacking in ambition. For some unknown reason. As she gazed upon his expression, she felt an irresistible urge to step forward and offer her concern. All right. Do not be angry. Perhaps next time, it will be you and Sakura fighting together, yes? Kion casually remarked, not expecting Naruto to take it to heart, who, in his joy, began to shake him vigorously. Oh dear. What a surprise! Exclaimed Naruto, his startled reactions eliciting a chuckle. The sharp sound of a whistle abruptly pulled their thoughts back to the present. The first round of preliminary matches had concluded, and they awaited the results. Although there were many participants, the initial round had already eliminated a significant portion of them. Now, fewer than 40 contenders remained. Following the tally, the names of all victorious participants who would advance to the next round would be displayed prominently on the large screen. The sight of their names on the screen did not evoke much excitement among the crowd, as they were already aware of their advancement after securing a win. At this moment, during the intermission, everyone was free to roam. Hey boss. I'm feeling quite hungry. Shall we go grab a bite? Naruto's growling stomach had long since made its presence known. At this moment, Suzumiya Haruhi also felt a pang of hunger. She gently patted her flat stomach and nodded slightly. All right, let us go and have something to eat. After all, we still have time. Naruto and Suzumiya Haruhi strolled out side by side, engaging in light conversation. Suddenly, Haruhi noticed that the number of individuals from the Umbu had significantly increased around the competition venue. Umbu. Haruhi Suzumiya was lost in contemplation when she was interrupted by Naruto's voice. Boss, what should we eat? Barbecue or ramen? Kion helplessly shook his head and gently tapped his forehead, questioning, what on earth occupies your mind? Why do you incessantly think about food? One cannot help but admire Naruto's insatiable appetite. With a grin revealing his pearly whites, Naruto chuckled. After casually eating a bit, Suzumiya Kaze returned. And this time she clearly observed the numerous shadows surrounding the competition arena. She recalled that Orochimaru had infiltrated the shadows previously to execute his plans. And she wondered if this time would be any different. Boss, what are you thinking about? The match is about to begin. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted. The first match of the first round commenced, and everyone was filled with anticipation. Following the elimination of many participants in the previous round, the upcoming battles would be conducted in a one-on-one format. This method posed a significantly greater challenge than the two-on-two format, as one less ally could make all the difference in combat. With that, the first match officially began. As the announcement echoed, the large screen flickered to life, and everyone fixed their eager gazes upon it. The first confrontation was between Naruto and Kiba. Finally, it's my turn. Boss, cheer for me. Naruto exclaimed joyfully as he made his way to the arena. As the whistle blew, the two began their duel. However, their clash unfolded entirely within Kaze's expectations. She had previously known that they had fought in this very third match, and it was needless to say that Naruto had triumphed. Moreover, since spending time with her, Naruto had dramatically altered the course of events. Now, standing before Kiba, Naruto was far more formidable than he had been back then. Before Kaze could gather her thoughts, the match concluded unexpectedly. Victory to Naruto Uzumaki. With a beaming smile, Naruto bounced back to his seat, exclaiming, "See, boss, am I not impressive?" Hee. His pride was palpable. Humph. It's merely a single victory. What is there to boast about? The underdog will always remain the underdog. He cannot possibly compare to a genius. Sasuke. Just moments ago. Naruto was grinning, but in the blink of an eye, his fist clenched, and he ground his teeth in determination. He stood atop his seat, pointing at Sasuke. You better watch closely. Next time, I will defeat you. All right, Naruto, Kaze interjected, not wishing to witness a quarrel between the two at this moment. Boss. It's clearly him. Hearing Kaze's voice, Naruto felt a twinge of grievance but obediently sat back down. In the second match, Sasuke faced off against a sound ninja, declaring, You, the underdog, shall witness true strength. Sasuke rose swiftly, darting towards the battleground. The clash of combat raged fiercely on one side, while on the other. Due to Orochimaru's plan being exposed, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched Konoha's Umbu to patrol the vicinity in search of any suspicious individuals. Upon receiving the intel, the Umbu materialized in a nearby grove surrounding Konoha village. Several Umbu stood in unison within the forest. However, unbeknownst to them, some among these Umbu had already been replaced by Orochimaru's men, who had deliberately split into two groups during their patrol. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the opposite side of the grove. The Umbu remained impassive until the figures emerged. Finally, they had arrived. The newcomers were none other than several shinobi from Sunagakure, with a leading ninja engaging in brief conversation with the Umbu before proceeding into a clearing within the woods. "We'll leave this to you," the Umbu remarked, casting a glance before departing, leaving a few Sunagakure ninjas to prepare. Once the Umbu returned and rejoined the original Konoha Umbu, they reported no anomalies. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sasuke effortlessly dispatched the Sound Ninja, claiming victory. On his return, Sasuke paused momentarily before Naruto, merely casting a glance before resuming his seat. Naruto pouted, "What is there to be proud of? It was just a match, as if I've never won before." Chapter 81. Mockery. A face slap is inevitable in response to Naruto's words. Sasuke paid him no heed. Upon returning to his seat, he appeared slightly despondent. Humph. Just moments ago, this second pillar was boasting in front of Naruto, and now he wore a gloomy expression. It seems he did not encounter the opponent he had anticipated. Alas. Kaion gazed intently at the two combatants engaged in battle, his chin resting on one hand. The first match of the third round featured Hyuga Neji facing off against Kanjiro, unless an unexpected turn of events occurred. This round was likely to conclude with Hyuga Neji's victory. However, his mind drifted elsewhere. Faint memories resurfaced of the time spent with Naruto when he encountered several members of the Umbu. A sense of unease lingered in his thoughts. If memory serves, this match was supposed to take place during the duel between Sasuke and Gaara. The whistle abruptly brought him back to reality. The winner of the first match, third round, is Hyuga Neji. It had ended so swiftly. The first match of the fourth round was about to commence. In the confrontation between Suzumiya Haruhi and the Sound Ninja. This individual's name was one he had never encountered before. Hyuga, indifferent to the surrounding chaos, leisurely descended from above, contemplating a discreet visit after the match. The sudden influx of shadowy figures could only herald trouble. To his surprise, he was confronted by a delicate young man. "I would advise you to concede early, lest you find yourself struck down in an instant, unrecognizable even to your own parents." Before him stood a masked shinobi, shrouded in mystery, revealing only two eyes, while a scarf tightly enveloped the head, with a few strands of long hair peeking out from behind the ears. Yet, Hyuga found no recollection of him. When one boasts, it is prudent to consider whether one's posture remains upright. It is indeed rare for someone to assert dominance over Hyuga right from the outset. Kaion, too, is not one to be trifled with. Since someone has confronted him, he shall retaliate in kind. The individual squinted, fixating intently on Kaion before him, as if poised to unleash a devastating technique that would bring Kaion to his knees in an instant. The gaze of Suzumiya Haruhi upon her opponents is unsettling, merely by virtue of being observed. In the audience, Naruto squints, standing in his seat. What is the leader planning? Why is he yet to make a move? This opponent is certainly far easier to handle than Temari. After waiting impatiently for what felt like an eternity without seeing Haruhi take action, Naruto turns to Sasuke, inquiring, "Why hasn't he the leader acted yet? What on earth is he waiting for?" Sasuke, with a composed expression, scrutinizes every movement on the field, outwardly. It appears that neither combatant is engaging in battle. Nevertheless, there seems to be a strategy unfolding. "Sasuke! Sasuke!" The cacophony around him prompts Sasuke to frown. TCH. The bottom of the class is insufferably loud. "Naruto, this is a viewing area. Please be quiet and sit down. Don't disturb others from watching the match." Sakura and Ino, seated nearby, are equally anxious, finding Naruto's incessant chatter quite irksome. After muttering a few more complaints, Naruto begrudgingly settles back into his seat. Hyuga elegantly flicked her wrist, unleashing a flurry of dazzling golden shurikens that hurtled towards the unsuspecting Sound Ninja with remarkable speed. The Sound Ninja's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly drew a kunai from behind him. The clash of metal echoed as the kunai met the shimmering projectiles, sparks flying in every direction. The force of the impact caused him to stagger back a few paces, leaving faint imprints in the ground. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself against the onslaught of the golden blades, unaware of how many kunai in his grasp had already shattered. He felt the invisible currents of the flying shurikens graze his arms and other areas, inflicting several wounds. After such an exchange, he had sustained considerable injuries. TSK. I truly underestimated this insufferable brat, he thought, realizing with chagrin that the boy possessed more skill than he had anticipated. It was clear he would need to employ more serious tactics. With determination, he hurled the broken kunai aside and began forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Before Kaion could ascertain the intentions of the individual before him, he witnessed a swift motion from the person, whose arms transformed instantaneously into two slender serpents. Lunging toward him with a menacing swiftness, Kaion's pupils narrowed slightly, his feet shifted imperceptibly, and his body brimmed with latent strength as those two slender serpentine hands reached towards him. Kion swiftly evaded the assault with his agile movements, dashing towards Yuki. Suddenly, with a flick of her wrist, Yuki unleashed two serpentine tendrils that lunged menacingly towards Kion's back. What on earth are these creatures? I have never encountered anything like them before. Kyo-fu, caught off guard, felt two serpentine forms entwine around his body, swiftly making their way towards his back. The memory of Orochimaru's previous strike to his right scapula lingered in his mind, casting a shadow of apprehension over the looming serpent's head. As Liang Gongfeng turned swiftly, stamping his foot and waving his hand, dozens of gleaming golden chains shot forth from his side, racing towards the slender serpent hand. In the blink of an eye, the radiant chains intertwined tightly with the azure serpent appendage. The two colossal forces clashed, preventing the azure hand from extending. As Liang Gongfeng's chains firmly restrained the serpent's body, the two stood face to face, motionless. What was that? Was such power possessed by an ordinary person? From the stands, Naruto gazed at the scene, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sakura and several others were equally taken aback by the spectacle, their hearts racing with trepidation as the azure serpent bared its formidable fangs. Beside them, Sasuke's gaze was fixated on the serpent's head, a figure surfacing in his mind. Orochimaru. Could it be him? With that thought, Sasuke clenched his fist tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. In the main seating area of the audience, Sarutobi Hiruzen and several other leaders observed the exam with impassive expressions, their silence suggesting unfamiliarity with one another as they watched the competition unfold. However, upon witnessing the serpent hand extend, Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. Had that individual arrived? It seemed he had not given up on targeting that child, intent on silencing him. Sarutobi's expression remained inscrutable, leaving no clue as to his true thoughts. In the stands, dark-clad figures were stationed every 30 meters, seated behind the spectators, safeguarding the crowd. Although the competition was held within the school, given Orochimaru's capabilities, infiltrating unnoticed would pose little challenge. Everyone remained engrossed in the event, oblivious to any anomalies among the dark figures. Farther from the leaders, two of these figures whispered to one another in the last row of the stands. But the audience remained engrossed, unaware of their exchange. After a considerable time, one of the dark figures rose silently and slipped away, while the others remained seated, as though nothing had transpired. Chapter 82. The Mutated Sound Ninja. The competition venue was ablaze with intensity as the two opponents found themselves locked in a stalemate. Damn it, this one T-do, standing here indefinitely is not a solution. In this moment, both were secretly vying for dominance, neither willing to yield. Kion swiftly engaged his intellect, conjuring a cunning stratagem with a subtle upward curve of his lips. His gaze fixated intently on the area just behind Yuki, secretly employing his art of shadow manipulation. In an instant, he vanished from Yuki's sight. What? Yuki's eyes widened in disbelief, yet she quickly regained her composure, heightening her vigilance as her gaze darted around the vicinity. Momentarily caught off guard, she was taken by surprise when Kion reappeared behind her, wielding a shimmering chain that ensnared the intertwined azure serpentine arms. Humph, so you were lurking behind me, Yuki noted, a faint smile gracing her lips, as Ryoko Kuma just arrived behind Odenin. Scarcely a second had passed before he executed a second-tier instant movement of the Lingbo Weibo technique. Odenin turned around, yet he did not catch sight of Ryoko Kuma. Instead, he felt a sudden constriction around his neck. Realizing the predicament, he struggled to shift his neck, but by the time he managed to do so, Ryoko Kuma had already returned to his original position, exclaiming, "You!" Kyuko's lips curled in a sly smile as she tightly gripped the two shimmering golden chains, which were still entwined with the serpentine hands. Huh, do you really believe that by clinging to me so desperately, you can suffocate me? I fear you are underestimating the situation. After a considerable pause, Inori maintained a stoic expression, drawing strength from an unknown source. In an instant, the serpentine hands transformed back into ordinary hands, simultaneously freeing themselves from Kyuko's chains. Before Kyuko could react, the individual seized the golden chains with both hands and forcefully yanked them to the side. Remarkably, the chain snapped, causing Kyuko to stumble precariously, nearly losing her balance. She glanced down at the scattered, glimmering chains on the ground, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Goodness, this person is quite formidable. Inori's face was adorned with a wicked grin. brimming with triumph. At that moment, Kyukakaze crouched on the ground, her hands pressed firmly against the earth. Instantly, a web-like manifestation of electricity surged forth from her palms, rapidly enveloping the legs of the unsuspecting Yainen, binding him to the ground with an unyielding grip. In an instant, golden flashes of lightning enveloped his entire being, accompanied by a brilliant burst of light. Crackling sounds filled the air as Yainen was reduced to charred remnants. Humph! Wasn't it all too effortlessly resolved? Humph! Only Kyukakaze remained in the arena. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Kagaya Natsum, had waited patiently for some time, yet the previously formidable figure had not re-emerged. With a leisurely demeanor, Kagaya stood to announce the outcome of the match. Just then, without warning, a serpentine figure of azure hue lunged toward Kyukakaze from behind. Kagaya Natsum halted in his tracks. Kagami turned swiftly, conjuring a golden barrier that instantaneously separated the two, creating two distinct realms. Bang! Hiss! The serpent, fierce and relentless, collided violently with the barrier, emitting a thunderous roar. Its gaping maw, filled with menacing fangs, repeatedly slammed against the shimmering shield, producing a series of resounding booms. Amidst this cacophony, Kagami remained undeterred. She extended two fingers, channeling crackling lightning towards the serpent's head. Zap! In an instant, the golden lightning enveloped the serpent's form. And as it endured the electric assault, the creature let out a deafening wail, arching its back in agony. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suzumiya unleashed a flurry of golden blades, slicing through the air with a swift whoosh, instantly tearing apart the serpent's hand that was roaring towards the heavens. The chaos spread until it reached the armpit of the sound ninja. Alas! The hand of the serpent was severed, and in an instant, blood gushed forth. A wave of excruciating pain surged through, causing the sound ninja to collapse to the ground in agony. Kion finally ceased his actions, for the outcome had become evident. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease gripped my heart upon witnessing the pained expression on the face of the sound ninja before me. It felt as though something momentous was on the verge of transpiring. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and I beheld the sound ninja, whose arms had been severed, his body housing an unknown entity that incessantly darted and stirred within him. The eyelids of Kyuka Kazumi fluttered with increasing intensity. Suddenly, that individual rose abruptly, emerging from behind with two enormous arms. The arms that Kyuka had previously severed with her radiant blade had returned, and astonishingly, there were now four. What could this possibly signify? If it were to add a few more heads, wouldn't it resemble the legendary Neza with 3 heads and 6 arms? Before my eyes, the figure of the sound ninja transformed in the blink of an eye into an unsettling hybrid of human and ghost. Its legs had grown thick and fissured, rendering its original attire tattered. Those limbs, as robust as mature trees, stood upright, towering over Kyuka by several times, with an approximate height of around 3 meters. Kyuka gazed at the scene before her, taking a sharp breath and instinctively retreating a few steps. This can scarcely be deemed the behavior of a mere genin. Standing nearby, the examiner, Inazuma Jinkan, also felt that what unfolded before them bore little resemblance to a typical match. Casually, he cast a glance at Sarutobi Hizashi, only to find him unperturbed, thus compelling Jinkan to proceed with the examination. In the audience, Naruto and Sakura, along with others, were struck by the intensity of the competition, rising anxiously to their feet and gripping the railing tightly. This is a deception. How could this possibly be a genin? What is that? This is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. I must speak with that old man. This match must be halted. Witnessing the transformation of the sound ninja in the arena, Naruto felt that this examination ought to be terminated. He stood to leave, only to be intercepted by Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? Naruto exclaimed, his anxiety manifesting in frantic movements. Kakashi, maintaining his composure, fixed his gaze intently on the sound ninja's current form not far away. If you intervene now, it would result in Kyuka being declared the loser. Do you truly believe she would be grateful for such an outcome? Naruto halted, his head bowed in contemplation, uncertain of how to respond. For a moment, he remained there in the corridor, fixated on the unfolding scene. Kakashi understood that Naruto was grappling with feelings of frustration, yet he knew all too well that fairness was a mere illusion in this world. Meanwhile, in a forest near Konoha, a group of ninjas adorned with sand village headbands gathered in a clearing. The ground was marked with bizarre and intricate patterns, while the individuals surrounding it clutched small scrolls, similarly adorned with peculiar designs. The forest was enveloped in silence, undisturbed by any intrusions. Back at the battleground, Kyuka and the sound ninja, whose appearance had undergone a significant transformation, continued their fierce confrontation. Chapter 83. Evolution of Agumon as the individual before her suddenly morphed in appearance. Kagami Kazuki heightened his vigilance. Yet, unaware of his opponent's abilities, he refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to observe from the sidelines, awaiting the adversary's initial move. Once the transformation of the sound ninja was complete, he swiftly unleashed his first attack. This initial strike involved extending his two enormous hands behind him, doubling their speed. Before Kazuki could fully comprehend the situation, a vast shadow enveloped him from above. This time, he did not summon his golden barrier, for he dared not gamble on whether it could withstand such colossal hands. Should it fail, he would likely be crushed into a mere pulp. Thus, instinctively, he employed the graceful steps of the ripple of the wave to evade the assault. Just as he commenced his evasive maneuver, the dark, massive shadow descended upon him. Although he managed to dodge in time, he unfortunately sustained some minor abrasions. The gigantic hand descended with the force of a divine strike, causing the ground to tremble violently, instantly creating a gaping crater. The shattered stones were forcefully propelled into the air by the tremendous impact. In the next moment, those airborne fragments were ruthlessly swatted away by the other hand, transforming them into lethal projectiles that hurtled towards Kazuki. Kyuko Ryoko had just narrowly escaped a calamity. Her mind still in disarray, with her arm severely bruised, yet it did not hinder her from the impending examination. Suddenly, she beheld a barrage of enormous fragments of rock hurtling towards her, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. The speed was astonishing, relentlessly advancing upon Kyuko Ryoko, leaving her no time to contemplate before she hastily conjured a robust barrier of golden light. However, in the next heartbeat, it was effortlessly shattered. Kyuya, under the pressure of the moment, instinctively employed the technique of Linbo microstep, narrowly evading a calamity. However, the injury he had sustained earlier seemed to have intensified. A sharp pang of pain coursed through him as he moved slightly. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the wounded area had turned a deep shade of black and purple. A sense of urgency welled up within him. He could no longer afford to remain passive. If this continued, he feared that his demise would come swifter than anticipated. Faced with the choice of taking the initiative, he resolved to utilize his teleportation skill or the technique of shifting shadows. Considering the distance between them, Kyuya ultimately opted for shifting shadows. As he executed the maneuver, he gathered his chakra, infusing it with a vibrant blue lightning in his right hand. Upon successfully positioning himself behind his adversary, he swiftly thrust the Chidori thunder burst against the opponent's back. The piercing cry of the Thunderbird reverberated throughout the battlefield, causing the spectators to wince at the cacophony. Some instinctively covered their ears, overwhelmed by the noise. As the blue lightning made contact with his opponent's body, it erupted in a spectacular flash, causing the electricity to surge outward in all directions. Bang! Kuma Kazuki believed that his strategy would undoubtedly resolve the situation. However, he was taken by surprise when, at the critical moment, he could not evade the impending danger. Enveloped instantly by two colossal hands from behind, darkness engulfed his vision. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, he was hurled against the wall of the battlefield, hundreds of meters away. Bang! A sharp pain surged through him, and after a prolonged moment, Kuma finally opened his eyes. Yet, having expended considerable energy and some chakra, he found himself in a state of profound weakness. The system in his mind began to alert him. Ding! The host is currently in a state of weakness. Would you like to consume a small recovery pill? Remaining 2. Though Nagamori Kazuki felt somewhat weakened at that moment, he deemed it unnecessary to consume the restorative pill and resolutely declined. At that precise moment, the creature, having perceived his awakening, began to stir restlessly. Its hand slowly extended towards him. How detestable! What on earth is this being? It is utterly devoid of humanity. Another attack is imminent. It seems that the previous assault had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Kazuki, you must not endure any longer. I cannot allow the enemy to harm you. I shall fight alongside you. At that moment, the digital device Kazuki carried emitted a fervent call. As Kyuka swiftly evaded, she took out the digivice. Agumon, do not worry about me. Stay back. It is far too perilous. Kyuka felt a surge of emotion, yet this was not the moment for idle chatter. Kyu, allow me to fight alongside you. Trust in me. Agumon asserted with unwavering determination. Kyu, let us battle together. Kyuya tightened her grip on the digivice. Her lips pursed in determination, and a smile of satisfaction graced her face. Yes, Agumon, come to my side. Kyuya shouted fervently. In a flash of light, Agumon materialized before her, striking a battle-ready pose. Let us go, wind. Agumon, without casting a glance at Kyuya, conveyed through its tone that it was fully prepared. Yes, let us charge together, Agumon. The synergy of one human and one creature surged as they propelled themselves forward in an arcing sprint from both sides. What kind of spirit beast is this? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Wind. Agumon. As they sprinted, Kyuya yelled, while the Digivice in her hand shimmered with radiant light. Agumon. I see now. Kion cast a glance at the T-Rex machine in his hands, a surge of excitement coursing through him, causing even his hands to tremble slightly. As Kyuya rushed towards his opponent, he raised the Tyrannomon device towards the heavens. Agumon. Evolve. In an instant, a blinding light enveloped him, prompting Kyuya to instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. A cascade of digital characters descended from above, surrounding Agumon. Tyrannomon. Tear it apart, roared Tyrannomon. The ground trembled from the sheer power of its thunderous roar. At this stage, Tyrannomon had reached maturity, its skin had hardened, resembling a shell akin to that of a beetle. Two formidable horns adorned its head, alongside a robust horn reminiscent of a rhinoceros above its snout. Moreover, after evolving into Tyrannomon, its claws had sharpened and elongated. Upon the emergence of Tyrannomon, the adversary seemed to lose all composure. Two massive hands descended upon Tyrannomon. With a resounding crash, they shattered the stones beneath, sending debris soaring into the air. A cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield. Tyrannomon stood resolute, ready to confront the impending assault of those colossal hands. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead, and Tyrannomon leapt into action, using its mighty horns to strike at the giant hands. The sharp tips of its horns pierced through, inflicting numerous wounds. The agonizing pain forced the opponent to stagger back, granting Kyuya the opportunity to rise and unleash a flurry of golden blades, meticulously severing the hands that had been so grievously injured. Tyrannomon, it's your turn. Have no fear. The loss of such immense hands signified a substantial diminishment of the opponent's power. Enraged, the adversary extended the remaining four hands, which transformed into serpentine appendages, lunging towards Tyrannomon. Remaining steadfast, Tyrannomon opened its mouth and unleashed a barrage of colossal fireballs, aimed directly at the encroaching serpent-like hands. The searing flames clashed with the serpents, igniting them and spreading the inferno across the opponent's entire being. Damn it. For the adversary, the most advantageous elements had been deftly neutralized by Kyuya and Tyrannomon's combined efforts. Unable to accept this turn of events, the opponent let out a deafening roar that echoed like a lion's cry, piercing the air with its intensity. Kion covered his ears with both hands, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? How can it even do that?" The Tyrannosaurus quickly advanced, slightly bowing its head to charge at the person with the three horns atop its head and mouth. In an instant, the individual was impaled by the Tyrannosaurus, blood gushing forth. As the person regained their senses, they attempted to kick the creature away. Kion observed keenly, his reflexes swift as lightning. He placed both hands upon the ground, from which emerged shimmering golden threads infused with electricity, spreading with astonishing rapidity to envelop the feet of the individual before him. These golden tendrils ascended, cascading across the entirety of that person's form. The Tyrannosaurus beast, comprehending the situation, retreated. Chapter 84. Orochimaru's surprise attack excellent. It is nearly time to conclude this. At that moment, within a grove not far from Konoha village, peculiar patterns previously drawn upon the earth began to emanate a faint glow. The others, perceiving the change, immediately crouched and concentrated their chakra into their palms, subsequently channeling it into the ground. In an instant, a brilliant light flickered before their eyes. Success! Along the wall near the school, a ninja stood guard every 30 meters. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed from the nearby forest, dark and ominous. Sensing danger, a few individuals swiftly turned to report to the Hokage, but as they pivoted, they were struck by shurikens hurled from concealed positions, blood splattering as they fell. A resounding boom echoed as someone prepared to unleash their final technique upon the transformed ninja before them, yet the commotion interrupted their intentions. All eyes turned to the source of the disturbance. What is happening? Some spectators in the stands peered curiously, only to find themselves engulfed in a haze. Their eyes heavy and unable to remain open. One by one, they collapsed. Only a handful of elite ninjas and those skilled in rebound techniques remained unaffected by the hypnotic spell. As Liang Gongfeng beheld the unfolding scene, she was instantly jolted back to reality. Was this not the invasion of Orochimaru? How could it occur at such a moment? Agumon, let us not dwell on this. We must first attend to Lord Hokage. Agumon turned back, following closely behind Liang Gongfeng. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained composed upon witnessing the commotion. having already sensed something amiss after observing the sound ninja who had confronted Liang Gongfeng. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed forth, enveloping everyone in its obscurity, rendering them unable to see clearly. "Lord Hokage, this place is unsafe. We must leave at once," exclaimed a ninja who had been steadfastly guarding Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, before he could finish his warning, a shuriken struck him down with a swift and unexpected assault. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a calm glance at him, and at that moment, a hand seized him, pulling him into someone's embrace, the edge of a shuriken pressing against his neck. Before he could utter a word, he was whisked away to the rooftop above with astonishing speed. "Kakashi-sensei, what is happening?" Sakura promptly dispelled the illusion, only to find that everyone had succumbed to it, unconscious, save for a few elite ninjas. Kakashi and Might Guy, witnessing the dire situation, prepared to rush to the aid of the third Hokage, only to be obstructed by the sudden appearance of Umbu operatives. The two had no choice but to first contend with the Umbu before they could support the third Hokage. Just as Liang Gongfeng was ready to aid the Hokage against Orochimaru alongside Agumon, three colossal serpents suddenly breached the city walls, blocking her path to the battlefield. "What is this?" A three-headed serpent, feeling compelled to resolve the situation at hand. Kyuya prepared to confront the three-headed giant serpent before embarking on a quest to locate Orochimaru. Noticing the urgency etched upon Kyuya's face, Tyrannosaurus Rex confidently declared, "Kyuya, leave this to me. You should attend to your own matters. I shall handle this and come to your aid immediately thereafter." Haruhi shook her head, unwilling to so easily abandon her companion in this place. "Together, we shall stand side by side and resolve this swiftly." The Tyrannoman glanced back, and the two exchanged a knowing look, nodding in agreement. Kayonko casually unleashed dozens of shimmering golden chains, which twisted and coiled like colossal dragons, intricately intertwining before securely binding the three-headed serpent. Roar. Hiss. Having just entered the battlefield, the three-headed serpent found itself ensnared by the chains, incessantly howling in fury. The golden chains quivered in response, tightening their grip ever more resolutely. Kyuya's eyes darkened as he realized that it would not be long before the three-headed serpent before him would shatter the chains binding it. "Agumon, strike now." Agumon nodded in response. With a fierce determination, he opened his mouth and unleashed a barrage of super-million flames. Enormous fireballs erupted forth like bullets, relentlessly bombarding the three-headed serpent. The flames rapidly spread across its body, intensifying the creature's thrashing in response to the assault. In an instant, the golden chains shattered with a resounding crack, and the three-headed serpent bared its fangs, lunging menacingly towards Kyuya and Agumon. Kaion's swift reflexes allowed him to evade the Tyrannoman's attack by employing the technique of Ringobi. However, the three-headed serpent before him, for reasons unbeknownst to him, appeared to be unscathed yet continued to emit anguished cries. At that moment, two additional heads suddenly emerged from the connection of the three-headed beast. In the blink of an eye, the once three-headed serpent transformed into a formidable five-headed monstrosity. The newly separated heads lunged toward Kaion, unleashing a barrage of fireballs aimed directly at the two of them. How infuriating! Kyuko swiftly evaded the attack with remarkable agility. Kakashi and Might Guy, having joined forces, managed to eliminate the Umbu present, yet one managed to escape. However, they chose not to pursue, for their attention was drawn to the battlefield, where five colossal serpents suddenly emerged. They swiftly descended into the fray, arriving just before Kyuko could make her move. "Kyuko, well done. You should take a moment to rest. Leave this to me and Guy-sensei," Kakashi declared before plunging into the battle alongside Might Guy. At that moment, Kyuko could not afford to linger. She hurriedly turned, accompanied by her Tyrannosaurus, in search of the Hokage's whereabouts. She had already discerned that the Hokage was not seated in the stands, scanning the area, yet she found no sign of the Hokage or Orochimaru. Kaion, utilizing the power of the word spirit, discerned the conversation between Orochimaru and the Hokage. "There," he exclaimed, pinpointing their location and preparing to advance. By the time they arrived, Orochimaru's sound ninjas, Zukin, Jinkai, Doyu, Kiyotaka, and Jirbu, were already positioned at 4 strategic points, collaboratively forming a rectangular barrier known as the Four Purple Flames formation. No one could breach this formidable defense. At that moment, several Umbu, intent on safeguarding the third Hokage, rushed in without consideration. However, upon merely grazing the surface of the Four Purple Flames, they were consumed by the searing flames, leaving no trace of their bodies. "Kaion, are we not going in?" questioned the Tyrannosaurus, perplexed by the situation. Did you not see? That individual attempted to enter, only to be incinerated by the flames, leaving no remains. Chapter 85. The curse mark of Jinkai. Suzumiya Haruhi stood by, deep in contemplation. How should one resolve this? As Suzumiya Haruhi calmed her mind, she rested her hand on her chin, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the 4 members of the Sound Ninja, who stood at the cardinal points, positioned in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest respectively. They were Jirobo, Konohamaru, and Taiyuya. Together, these 4 individuals were channeling their abilities to fully activate the formation of the 4 violet flames. Should one of them depart, the integrity of the formation would be compromised. Kagamikaze had never witnessed the 4 purple flames formation before. He pondered the consequences of its disruption should one individual be absent. It could potentially render the formation utterly ineffective. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth as he contemplated this notion. Although he had conceived a method to dismantle the 4 purple flames formation, he found himself in a state of physical weakness after a recent fierce battle. If he were to confront them head-on at this moment, he feared he might succumb before he could even unravel the formation. Kaimizu F had just conceived a plan when another dilemma arose. Kakashi seems to possess soldier pills. With this thought, Kaimizu F swiftly turned back. At that moment, Kakashi and Might Guy were engaged in a fierce battle against 5 colossal serpents that had appeared unexpectedly. Suddenly, Kaimizu F materialized beside Kakashi, catching him off guard. Didn't I instruct you to rest properly, Kaimizu? Kakashi inquired, but there was no time to elaborate. Do you still have soldier pills on you? Kakashi glanced over, without dwelling on it further, and, grasping Kaimizu F's arm, retreated to the side, retrieving the soldier pills from his pocket and tossing them to him. Upon receiving the bento from Kion, Haruhi Suzumiya beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Upon swallowing the military ration pill, a peculiar and indescribable taste enveloped Kyuya, causing his features to contort in discomfort. The Tyrannosaurus, accompanying him, observed Kyuya's pained expression with concern. "Kyuya, what troubles you? Why do you bear such a countenance?" However, in this moment of utmost significance, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. Forcibly consuming the pill, he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Gradually, he sensed a surge of strength coursing through him, devoid of any sensation of hunger. He felt revitalized and invigorated. Kion gazed in astonishment. He never anticipated that the efficacy of this military ration pill bore a curious resemblance to that of a Snickers bar. Beside him, the Tyrannosaurus was observing Kion with a mix of furrowed brows and radiant smiles, leaving one utterly perplexed as to what was truly unfolding. "Kion, what is the matter with you? Please, do not frighten me." Kyuka Fu regained his composure, and at that moment, he was brimming with determination. "Rest assured. I am perfectly fine. I am filled with resolve. Let us charge forward together." Upon witnessing Kyuka Fu's indomitable spirit, Tyrannoman was similarly inspired by his fervor, and the 2 of them exuded confidence and abundance. After regaining her vitality, Suzumiya Haruhi, accompanied by her Tyrannosaurus beast, swiftly ascended to the rooftop. She rushed towards the source of the formation, stationed at the eastern side, where proximity was key. The only avenue for a breakthrough lay in that direction. Tap, tap, tap. Kagami F, hastening with utmost speed, approached the vicinity where he stood guard over the array at the eastern corner. Hearing a commotion, he turned to behold Kagami F accompanied by a Tyrannosaurus Rex rushing toward him. Alas, trouble has arrived so swiftly. In that moment, he was utterly bound to his post. To abandon it would mean the disintegration of the formation. Reluctantly, he dispatched his clone to confront Kagami F. "Allow me to handle this matter. You must remain here and defend the array. Simply ensure that no one breaches it." As the character of Suzumiya Haruhi approached the figure of Riku, ready to make her move, she observed Riku gradually separating from the body of Chika. Subsequently, he began to regenerate the portion of himself that had been detached. The Tyrannosaurus beast, Wind, had never encountered such a phenomenon before and was taken aback. However, he reassured himself that these were trivial matters, not worthy of concern. Upon witnessing this, Suzumiya Haruhi promptly prepared for battle. The Tyrannosaurus beast turned to see that Wind was already poised for combat, and he followed suit. After separating from his body, Riku flicked his right hand, causing numerous azure serpents to emerge from his sleeves, extending infinitely towards him. Upon catching sight of the familiar little serpent, Hirakawa's eyes dimmed, and she couldn't help but scoff inwardly. "Is today the day I confront the azure serpent? Why is there serpentine presence everywhere? Could that earlier figure have been none other than Orochimaru?" Kion could no longer concern himself with trivial matters. He beheld dozens of small serpents intertwining endlessly, advancing toward him in a sinuous manner. Kyuka Kazumi, golden light spell, golden light blades. As soon as the words left his lips, Kyuka Kazumi flicked his wrist, sending forth dozens of shimmering golden blades, whizzing through the air at an astonishing speed towards the oncoming horde of serpents. Standing beside him, the Tyrannosaurus beast wasted no time. It too unleashed a barrage of gleaming golden blades, simultaneously opening its mouth to unleash its skill. Wind, behold my power. Super Fireball. With that declaration, the Tyrannosaurus beast unleashed a torrent of blazing fireballs, each one hurtling forth like bullets, intertwining with the golden blades released by Kyuka Kazumi. The result was a dazzling array of fiery blades racing towards the serpents. The sharp edges of the blades tore through the serpents with ruthless precision, while the fiery projectiles struck their bodies, igniting them in a fierce blaze. However, this time, the nearby serpent was far more cunning than the previous one. Upon witnessing the flames rapidly spreading, it swiftly flicked its tail to extinguish the fire. The remaining scorched serpents, however, were driven against the barrier of the four purple flame array, instantly consumed by the raging inferno. At that moment, Kyuka Kazumi devised another strategy. He turned to the Tyrannosaurus beast and exchanged a knowing glance, both nodding in silent agreement. Without allowing the nearby serpent a moment to regain its composure, Kyuka Kazumi prepared to launch a coordinated assault. Kagamikaze, second step of the ethereal wave. As the words fell, Kagamikaze, who had been standing in front of Riku, mysteriously shifted to his rear. In that fleeting moment, both the Tyrannosaurus beast in front and Kagamikaze, concealed behind Riku, unleashed their skills simultaneously, speaking in unison. Kyuya Kazumi, Chidori, Tyrannoman, Super Flame. No sooner had the words left his lips than Tyrannoman, positioned before Right Kuin, opened its mouth and unleashed a barrage of colossal fireballs, propelled forth with the velocity of bullets. Meanwhile, Kazumi had already concentrated chakra within his hand, and as soon as Tyrannoman executed its fiery assault, he thrust the Chidori, crackling with azure lightning, toward Right Kuin's back. With a relentless onslaught of flames in front and the Chidori behind, the dual-layered attack left no room for response. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as Right Kuin collapsed to the ground. Just as Kazumi believed he had vanquished his opponent, he witnessed Right Kuin rise once more, a dark curse mark beginning to manifest upon his visage. Chapter 86. The Chidori's True Thunderstorm. Hyuga Furukawa furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at the figure of Yashitune, who had just been felled to the ground. Slowly, he began to rise, his head bowed, rendering his facial expression nearly indecipherable. As he gradually stood, a swirling aura of dark violet energy began to materialize around him, coiling like a tornado and drawing in nearby stones and dust. It was as if Yashitune had been imbued with a newfound, mysterious strength. His body became invigorated, fists clenched tightly. Moments later, he exerted a subtle force with his hands, and a powerful surge of energy erupted, unleashing an invisible torrent that swept chaotically in all directions. Everyone was momentarily blinded by the force. Hyuga squinted and shielded his eyes with his hand. At that moment, Yashitune's face was adorned with ominous black sigils. What has happened to that person? How has he transformed into such a fearsome visage? The Tyrannosaurus beast observed in astonishment, questioning how this individual had suddenly regained his composure, and noting the bizarre markings that now marred his face, which were indeed rather terrifying to behold. Kyuko was taken aback to find that she had encountered two transformations unfolding before her eyes in a single day. The first was a peculiar change in behavior, accompanied by an unusual appearance, while the latter was a manifestation of a cursed seal. This seal felt remarkably familiar, as she recalled that Sasuke had also once been marked by it. It was precisely due to his activation of the cursed seal that Kyuko began to take the situation seriously. At that moment, a fierce battle commenced within the formation. As Kyuko and her companion were engaged in combat, Orochimaru had summoned the first and second Hokage, utilizing the technique of Edo Tensei. He resurrected them to confront the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the blink of an eye, the conflict escalated dramatically, with the powerful gusts generated by the abilities of the three formidable figures rendering it impossible for anyone nearby to approach. Even those positioned at the perimeter of the formation found themselves unable to draw near. Suddenly, the air within the formation was rent by the sounds of violent explosions and fierce clashes, drawing the attention of the two combatants. Through the purplish-black barrier, they could distinctly perceive four figures within. In addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, the first and second Hokage were also present. Kion gazed with half-closed eyes. feeling a sense of disbelief within. Has the first and second Hokage already been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation so swiftly? How infuriating. Kyukakaze inwardly lamented. Realizing that he had ultimately failed to intervene in time, he clenched his fist tightly. At that moment, Kyukakaze yearned to swiftly resolve the situation before him, troubled by the thought that Sarutobi Hizashi might be subdued. Thus, he felt compelled to eliminate the two individuals, the curse marks of the right and left, as expeditiously as possible. In order to accomplish this, Kyukakaze had no choice but to contemplate a surprise attack, with the urgency to provide assistance. He cast aside any concerns regarding martial ethics. As Ryoken remained momentarily distracted, Kyukafu swiftly extracted Harry Potter's invisibility cloak, vanishing instantly from the sight of all present. Guarding the formation, Zoken, noticing Ryoken's prolonged absence, turned a glance in his direction, only to be taken aback by the sight of Ryoken transformed by a spell. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Zoken muttered, "How infuriating. Is that brat truly so difficult to contend with? Ryoken, stop dawdling and swiftly deal with that boy." At that moment, Ryoken was vexed, struggling to locate the insufferable Kyukafu, and upon hearing Zoken's urging, his irritation deepened. Damn it, where has that brat disappeared to? He surveyed his surroundings but found no trace of Kyukafu, assuming he had entirely departed and thus paid it little mind. Complaining to himself, he made his way over to Zoken. "What are you doing? Why are you taking so long to return?" Zoken observed his displeasure. "I suppose that kid must have been frightened off and fled when he suddenly vanished." Meanwhile, Kyukafu, cloaked in invisibility, silently positioned himself behind Ryoken, seizing the opportunity as Ryoken let his guard down. "Kyukakaze, golden spell, golden chains." As her words echoed, Kyuka effortlessly cast forth a series of golden chains, which swiftly ensnared the feet of her adversary. By the time he regained his senses, those golden chains had spread from his feet to engulf his entire being, rendering him immobile. The Tyrannoman seized the moment. "Charge! Tear him apart with ferocity." Upon hearing Kyuka's command, Tyrannoman surged with enthusiasm. "Leave the rest to me." He dashed towards the now-bound opponent, employing his formidable horns to deliver relentless blows. Suddenly, the adversary's right claw erupted with immense power, shattering the chains. Unfazed, Tyrannoman halted his assault and retaliated with a powerful tail whip. Before the adversary could fully comprehend the situation, the stout tail struck with tremendous force, sending him hurtling over 100 meters, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive crater upon impact. Dust and debris filled the air. Furious, Zuajin, witnessing the brutal beating of his doppelganger, couldn't contain his rage and yearned to intervene immediately. After the defeat of the right opponent, Kyukakaze appeared, prompting Zuajin to seethe. "How infuriating. Cease this at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Kyuka stood with her arms crossed over her chest, gazing down coldly at the surroundings. "You should be more concerned about yourself," she remarked. Just as her words faded, a sudden thought struck her, a solution that would resolve everything once and for all. Kyuka concentrated all of her chakra, gathering it within her right hand. Then, she infused all the power of her innate golden light spell into the Chidori thunderstorm forming in her palm. Time seemed to converge within her grasp, as her hand emanated not only blue lightning, but also a golden protective aura. The sphere of lightning grew larger, visibly expanding before her eyes. While Kyuka firmly grasped her wrist with her other hand for support, Kion glanced at her with a wicked smile. "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Kiya Kazumi, Chidori, the Tempest of Thunder. As soon as the words left his lips, Kiya Kazumi hurled a massive sphere of lightning and golden light towards the vicinity. This was the first time the nearby individual had witnessed such immense power emanating from a mere child. Moreover, he had never encountered such an extraordinary technique. His eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! In that moment of astonishment, a thunderous sound erupted, followed by an overwhelming sensation of pain coursing through his body, as if it were being violently torn apart. This technique, infused with chakra, simultaneously channeled the energy of his own chi, resulting in the complete collapse of a portion of the roof and the instantaneous dismantling of the array in the eastern corner. The other three were left in shock. Chapter 87, The Strong Support Behind. The four purple flames array was swiftly unraveled by Kiya Kazumi, leaving the other three bewildered as to what had transpired. Suddenly, they found themselves forcibly disrupted. The two closest to the vicinity heard some commotion but could not fully comprehend the situation. They only felt the ground tremble beneath them, followed by a resounding crash, before realizing that something had gone awry in the eastern region. In the blink of an eye, the array had been dismantled. The remaining three swiftly encircled Kyuya Kazumi. What is this? Just a pesky little brat. Jirubo stood before Kyuya Kazumi, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze. He saw only a pale, slender boy who, despite being of similar age, appeared rather fragile. There was no point in engaging in idle chatter. This brat had thwarted Orochimaru's plans, and it was imperative to deal with him swiftly. There was no time to allow him to slip away. Mayo, standing nearby, had no desire to waste words on Kyuya Kazumi, for his recent actions had already incited the collective ire of the three. Given that Kyuya Kazumi had neutralized the curse seal on the right side, the other three immediately activated their own curse seals. Kion stepped back repeatedly, bewildered. What on earth is happening? Everything has been transformed into cursed seals. Allow me to take the lead. Hehe. Upon the application of the cursed seal, the visage of Kintoki suddenly displayed dark tendrils that spread across his face and body. However, there was no significant alteration in his appearance. It appeared to be merely the initial stage of the curse transformation. Just as he took a step forward, Kintoki underwent a remarkable transformation. Though his appearance had remained unchanged a moment ago, in the blink of an eye, his skin darkened, 6 arms sprouted horns, and his hair turned completely white, standing on end. Additionally, a third eye opened upon his forehead. Kyuko stepped back, casually surveying her surroundings. This should be the second state. Before she could regain her senses, she observed Gaetomaru utilizing the chakra within him to launch small strands of spider silk towards her. The gaze of Suzumiya Haruhi is indeed captivating. Kyuko, Lingbo Weibu. In the next moment, Kyuko swiftly retreated, evading the onslaught. Before her lay a series of small, sticky spider webs, exuding a formidable adhesiveness. Once released, they clung tenaciously to the ground, ensnaring any passing insects or the fluttering flies and mosquitoes, rendering them utterly immobilized, unable to escape. As she dodged the assault from the specter of a child, the two others began their offensive. Jirubu had been observing Kyuko's evasive maneuvers when he seized the opportunity to unleash his attack. Jirubu, Earth Escape, Earth Prison. As the words left his lips, the ground trembled, and a towering earthen wall erupted from the soil, leaving Kyuko no time to ponder. In the blink of an eye, Kyuko and the Tyrannoman found themselves ensnared within the confines of the Earth Prison. It was dark and stifling inside. While Jirubu pressed his hands against the outer wall of the prison, channeling chakra into it, fortifying the structure to an indestructible state. What is this? Is it completely sealed? Kyuko remained composed, yet she wished to examine the situation closely. Tyrannoman, can you illuminate the surroundings with your flames? In the next moment, flames ignited from the creature's horns. And with a swift flash, the darkness was dispelled, revealing a sudden brightness. Kion observed his surroundings through the flickering flames and discovered that the area was filled with mounds of earth and stone. Kyuko gently stroked her chin, contemplating for a considerable time, seemingly struck by an epiphany, as a faint smile graced her lips. However, she had expended an excessive amount of chakra moments ago, rendering her ill-equipped to tackle the simplicity of this earthen prison. Tyrannoman, this task is entrusted to you. I have absolute faith in your abilities. Tyrannoman, brimming with confidence, replied. Understood, Kyuko. Leave it to me. I shall ensure your rescue. Tyrannoman circled within, scouting for a vulnerable point. Horn attack. In the next instant, Tyrannoman lowered his head, utilizing his 3 formidable horns to repeatedly charge at a specific spot. Bang, bang, bang. With Tyrannoman's vigorous assaults, the earthen prison appeared to tremble. Now's the moment. Quickly employ the mega horn attack. Break through it. Tyrannoman paused his assault, nodding resolutely. Kyuko, do not worry. Witness my mega horn attack. No sooner had he spoken than Tyrannoman directed his enormous horn towards the recently weakened section and commenced a relentless barrage. After dozens of impactful strikes, the earthen prison began to fracture. Taking advantage of the moment when those individuals were still in a state of bewilderment, Kyuya swiftly retreated with the Tyrannosaurus beast. To his astonishment, that young man possessed unexpected skills. The others, witnessing this scenario, couldn't help but frown. As they contemplated advancing to continue their assault, several elite shinobi, noticing the sudden dissolution of the 4 purple flames formation, disregarded their own safety and rushed forward to provide support. Kyuya, you've worked hard. We'll take it from here. The hastily arrived shinobi positioned themselves in front of the duo, urging them to take a much-needed respite. However, Kyuya sensed the urgency of the situation and felt there was no time to rest, determined instead to fight alongside them. The elite shinobi, unable to spare a moment, soon found themselves confronted by the 3 adversaries who had previously underestimated Kyuya's prowess. resulting in a swift defeat. Consequently, they heightened their vigilance, promptly transitioning into their second or third states. Initially, the elite shinobi managed to withstand a few blows, but soon began to retreat in disarray. Utterly unable to contend with the enhanced abilities bestowed upon their opponents through their cursed seals, Kyuya's assistance proved to be of little consequence, for he had already expended all his chakra in his last endeavor against the foes nearby. At this juncture, he possessed no formidable techniques left to offer. Even if he were to assist, it would only be a mere token gesture, and for the three who had undergone cursed seal transformation, it would amount to nothing more than a trivial annoyance. Their strength was overwhelmingly superior. It was clear that we few could not contend with them. Kyuya, it would be prudent for you to retreat and rest, lest you incur injury. The Jonin paused to catch his breath while analyzing the precarious situation, acutely aware of Kyuya's dwindling stamina. At this critical moment, conserving energy was paramount. Meanwhile, several others had been freed from the jinjutsu cast by Sakura and her allies. Upon witnessing the situation, they hastened to offer their assistance in confronting the three sound ninja. Fear not, for we are here. Together, we shall charge forth. Naruto once again ignited his indomitable spirit, his face radiating with his signature smile. Chapter 88. Enraged beyond measure with the collective intervention of their comrades, the ensuing battle became considerably more manageable. Simultaneously, on the other side, though the formation of the four purple flames had been dismantled, the skirmish within persisted with escalating intensity. The first Hokage, resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, unleashed the wood release, advent of the trees, swiftly performing hand seals. He utilized his chakra as the source of life to execute his ninjutsu. A tremendous rumble echoed as the ground trembled beneath them, and they beheld the rapid emergence of tree branches from the floorboards and other surfaces, extending and proliferating without restraint. In an instant, numerous trees sprouted from the roof, transforming it into a verdant canopy. From a distance, it resembled a dense forest, compelling even those who had been engaged in battle nearby to shift their positions. The sight captivated everyone's attention as the trees spiraled upwards, reaching nearly halfway to the sky. Just observing from afar was enough to instill a sense of awe. Heavens! Is that the first Hokage's wood release, advent of the trees? A Jonin, having only heard tales of this technique, was astounded to witness it firsthand. How could this be possible? Orochimaru and the other Jonin exchanged alarmed glances before vanishing from sight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the onlookers rushed forward to provide support. Amidst the thicket of trees, a solitary area remained somewhat clear. On the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood facing the first and second Hokages, while Orochimaru observed from behind them, relishing the unfolding battle. At that moment, a flurry of figures leapt through the gaps in the dense branches. Hokage-sama, we have come to assist you. In an instant, numerous Jonin appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, coming to his aid. Everyone looked up in astonishment as they beheld the first and second Hokage. How could this be? Hadn't they perished long ago? Some of the senior ninjas, incredulous, exclaimed, "Have you all seen clearly? Those are not the first and second. They have long since passed. What stands before us is Orochimaru, resurrected through the reanimation jutsu." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly, yet the shock rippled through the crowd, heightening their vigilance. After all, the abilities of the first and second Hokage were well known to all. The fact that they had been brought back in this manner to oppose them demanded utmost caution. At that moment, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, stood before them with his hands clasped together. In an instant, he summoned water, which surged from beneath his feet, spiraling upward in a form reminiscent of a tornado. As it ascended to its zenith, it cascaded down like a waterfall, rushing towards the crowd before them. This is bad. It's a water vortex. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted immediately, forming hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. In the next moment, a sturdy earthen wall erupted from the ground, rising to confront the water vortex unleashed by Tobirama Senju. The sound of crashing water echoed as the two forces collided. A formidable water vortex surged forth, crashing against the earthen wall conjured by Sarutobi Hiruzen moments earlier, sending ripples and powerful waves reverberating along its surface. A portion of the torrent cascaded down from the other sides of the wall. The elite shinobi behind him hastily employed defensive techniques to shield themselves. However, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, rendering their efforts futile. Soon, the defenses of some of the shinobi crumbled, swept away by the relentless waves. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that none present could contend with the first and second Hokage, and his chakra reserves were dwindling. If he did not act swiftly, the situation would worsen. Reluctantly, he resorted to the Shiki Fujin technique. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, he manifested 3 identical selves, swiftly positioning them apart and forming hand seals. With the aid of his 2 clones, he successfully sealed away the first and second Hokage. With the 2 adversaries finally contained, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to seal Orochimaru as well. However, the 4 purple flames formation was forcibly dismantled under the assault of Kyogoku Kazuki, allowing Orochimaru to evade the sealing gesture and retreat into the shadows to assess the situation, having dispatched several allies to support Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kyogoku Kazuki commanded Greymon to assist Kakashi in battling the 5-headed serpent. The serpent, fierce and formidable, unleashed a variety of skills from each of its heads, demanding considerable time and effort to subdue. Kakashi and Might Guy had already engaged the creature, sustaining minor injuries, yet this only fueled the serpent's wrath. One of the serpent's heads lunged at Kakashi and Might Guy, unleashing a torrent of small fireballs with a deafening roar. Greymon sprang into action, exclaiming, "Wall of flames." In an instant, a wall of fire erupted from Greymon's mouth, swiftly forming a protective barrier that absorbed the onslaught of fireballs emanating from the serpent's maw. Kakashi pondered, who is this creature? The first encounter between Mithraea and the Tyrannosaurus was indeed a curious sight. Seizing the moment, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, channeling chakra into his palms. At the opportune moment, he leaped into the air, directing a bolt of azure lightning towards the serpent's head, instantly penetrating the bodies of the 5-headed serpent before him. The creature let out a harrowing roar as the blue lightning, sharp as a blade, pierced through it, splattering blood in all directions. Moments later, the 5-headed serpent collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending clouds of dust into the air. Meanwhile, Kyuka Kazumi and some others, including Sasuke and Naruto, were engaged in dispatching minor foes, as Kazumi's chakra had long since been depleted. Observing the scene before him, Orochimaru seethed with anger, unable to fathom how his meticulously crafted plans had been thwarted by Kazumi. Yet, he was simultaneously astonished. No one had ever managed to break the 4 purple flames formation before, and here was Kazumi, the very individual he had chosen, accomplishing this feat in mere days. Truly remarkable. Orochimaru clasped his hands together, gathering chakra in his palms before spreading it across the ground. Though his plans had been disrupted, he had no intention of conceding defeat. Do not think you can derail my ambition so easily. Impossible. Preparing for his final gambit, he contemplated summoning the 8-headed serpent, while his golden pupils observed Kazumi and Sasuke as they dealt with the minor enemies. Chapter 89. The Tyrannosaurus in peril. Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed slightly. If he were to summon the 8-headed serpent now, it would jeopardize the 2 vital vessels. Should they fail to withstand the onslaught of the 8-headed serpent, the vessels would undoubtedly be destroyed. With this thought, Orochimaru halted his hand seals, standing aside to carefully observe the actions of those before him. At that moment, Kazumi and Sasuke were preoccupied with eliminating the sound and sand ninjas, utterly oblivious to Orochimaru's intentions. Fighting side by side, they found themselves overwhelmed, as the number of enemies seemed endless and increasingly formidable, like serpents entangling them. Ugh, how infuriating. These foes are exceedingly tenacious. Continuing to engage them blindly is not a prudent strategy. We must swiftly devise a plan, don't you think? In the blink of an eye, the 2 found themselves encircled by the sound and sand ninjas. During the previous skirmish, they had paid little heed to strategy, focusing solely on eliminating their immediate foes. However, it had become apparent that such a reckless approach was untenable. If they did not devise a plan to address their current predicament, they would soon be overwhelmed by reinforcements. The increasing numbers would only complicate their escape. With their backs pressed together, the duo began to confer on a tactical plan, oblivious to the fact that this scene had already been captured by a pair of golden eyes. At that moment, Orochimaru's gaze shifted toward the raging Tyrannosaurus. His elongated golden pupils narrowed slightly. Could that be the summoning beast of that individual? How intriguing, he mused. It was astonishing that, in such a short time, this person had managed to summon a creature of such caliber. Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, Orochimaru commanded his sound ninja to withdraw entirely. Upon receiving the order, his subordinates retreated swiftly, eschewing any temptation to linger in battle. Meanwhile, Orochimaru made a quick hand sign. Earth style, Earth clone. He placed his hands upon the ground, and in an instant, numerous figures resembling Orochimaru emerged from the soil. Rising to his feet, he watched as dozens of his clones swiftly vanished behind him. By unleashing these myriad doppelgangers, he sought to confound his enemies. As his clones scattered in various directions, Orochimaru planned to stealthily depart alongside the main force. However, at that moment, he caught sight of the Tyrannosaurus. Earlier, he had witnessed his sound ninja engage in combat with Ryoko, who, exhausted and depleted of energy, had summoned the formidable beast. This spectacle left Orochimaru astounded. He had never anticipated that even Sasuke lacked such an ability. Yet, Ryoko had summoned this powerful beast in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, he recalled their previous encounter, during which Ryoko had sustained significant injuries. It seemed that Ryoko possessed considerable talent. Orochimaru stood behind the Tyrannosaurus, his golden, elongated pupils fixated on the creature engaged in battle. The moves it executed against the sound and sand ninjas were entirely unfamiliar to him. He observed with excitement as it extended its long tongue, brushing against its upper lip, as if concealing a multitude of secrets. How he longed to uncover the extent of its powers. Before him, the Tyrannoman had ignited Orochimaru's desire for a challenge. In an instant, he found himself standing before the Tyrannoman, which, upon noticing Orochimaru's presence, immediately heightened its vigilance and prepared for battle. Though Orochimaru had never encountered it before, the Tyrannoman had already heard tales of his confrontation with Suzumiya Haruhi while it was still within the digital monster machine. Having noted the scent of this individual due to Haruhi's injuries, the Tyrannoman was now on high alert. Orochimaru, observing the Tyrannoman's stance, appeared quite pleased. Orochimaru, wind release, great breakthrough. In the next moment, a sudden tempest surged forth, sweeping up debris and dust from the ground, recklessly hurtling towards the Tyrannoman. The surrounding ninjas were immediately lifted off the ground, carried away by the ferocious winds. How infuriating! The Tyrannoman recognized that it was this very Orochimaru who had injured Suzumiya Haruhi before. Though a violent storm approached, it was unwilling to yield. Tyrannoman, this time, I will avenge Haruhi. Witness my power. Super Fireball. No sooner had the words left its mouth than it opened wide, unleashing a barrage of enormous fireballs that shot forth like bullets. However, against Orochimaru's great breakthrough, this assault was utterly futile. As expected, the fireballs barely emerged before they were violently swept away behind it. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs crashed against the walls, ground, or other objects, creating a cacophony of sounds. Yet the flames extinguished before they could ignite. The Tyrannoman was left utterly astonished by this spectacle. Momentarily stunned, it found itself unable to withstand the onslaught of the tempest. Its body slowly being pushed backward, leaving a deep impression on the ground. Wind, I can scarcely endure this. The Tyrannoman braced itself against the fierce winds. But to no avail. Observing the Tyrannoman's reaction, Orochimaru's excitement grew. Seizing the opportunity while the Tyrannoman was still reeling, he swiftly formed hand seals, placing his hands upon the ground. Orochimaru, serpent step. With these words, a tremendous roar echoed as the ground trembled, and suddenly, two massive serpents erupted from the earth on either side. At that moment, Orochimaru's earlier great breakthrough came to a halt. The Tyrannoman, regaining its composure, took a couple of steps back upon witnessing the two colossal serpents. The serpents, seizing the moment, lashed out their long tails with blinding speed, ensnaring the Tyrannoman tightly. What? The Tyrannoman had not anticipated such a fierce assault from its adversary. Meanwhile, Suzumiya Haruhi, who was busy dealing with the sound and sand ninjas, seemed to have heard the Tyrannoman's exclamation. She immediately halted her actions, turned around, and gasped in alarm. Oh no, the Tyrannoman is in danger. How infuriating. Kyuko gazed upon the two colossal serpents, instantly recognizing the handiwork of a certain individual, her heart racing with trepidation. With little regard for the battle unfolding before her against the ninja, she abandoned Sasuke and hastened towards Tyrannoman, eager to offer her assistance. Meanwhile, Sasuke, fiercely engaged with his adversaries, suddenly noticed the absence of his companion. Casting a fleeting glance over his shoulder, he resolutely returned to the fray. Just as he took a few steps forward, two figures swiftly materialized before him. Raising his gaze, he discovered that they were none other than two clones of Orochimaru. The two Orochimaru stood before him, arms hanging loosely at their sides, effectively obstructing his path. Is this your summoning beast seeking to rescue you? Then let me witness your true strength. Chapter 90, Tyrannoman Interruption. A crisis for Agumon. Within the depths of Suzumiya's eyes burned a fierce fury. How utterly detestable it was that, at such a critical moment, one would dare to obstruct him. Observing the scene, he had long since realized that Orochimaru would not allow him to pass easily. Without a moment's hesitation, Kyuko engaged him in combat. After an extended period of recuperation, Kyuko's chakra had nearly returned to its full capacity. Kyuko gazed intently at the two Orochimaru before her, and with a swift motion, she launched her attack. Her hands pressed firmly against the ground, her eyes fixated on the formidable figures of the two Orochimaru standing before her. Kion, lightning binding spell. In an instant, a thunderous sound erupted as a net of electricity surged forth from his hand, extending infinitely towards the feet of the two Orochimaru avatars. It swiftly coiled around their calves, firmly immobilizing them in place. The expressions of Orochimaru's two clones remained calm as they unleashed serpents of jade that emerged from their sleeves, swiftly advancing towards him with a sinuous grace. As Suzumiya Haruhi stepped back repeatedly, her gaze fixed intently upon her target. Kion, the second stage of the wave motion technique. As soon as the words left his lips, the figure before him vanished in an instant, silently appearing behind Orochimaru. Kagami's Chidori. During the instantaneous movement, he swiftly concentrated the chakra within his body into the palm of his right hand, accompanied by the cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing. The blue lightning surged to an immense size. Positioned behind Orochimaru, he pivoted and unleashed the Chidori from his palm onto one of Orochimaru's forms. With a crackling sound akin to birds in flight, one of Orochimaru's clones was instantly pierced by the Chidori and reverted to mere soil. As Ryoko Kuma focused solely on battling one of the Orochimaru, the other had already regained composure, and the shadowy serpentine appendages had tightly ensnared her legs and waist. TSK. Ryoko retracted her hand and glanced down at the multitude of serpents coiling around her body, a faint frown creasing her brow. Kyuka's gaze was fixed intensely on the area behind Orochimaru, her thoughts swirling as she employed the technique of body flicker. In the blink of an eye, where she had been ensnared by the serpent's coils, she found herself free, having deftly positioned herself behind Orochimaru. As her feet touched the ground, Kyuka swiftly unleashed her hand. As Liang Gongfeng proclaimed, "Golden light spell, golden light flying blades." A multitude of shimmering golden blades surged forth at an astonishing velocity, aimed directly at Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru swiftly unleashed his serpentine appendages, effortlessly severing the flying blades that Liang Gongfeng had cast, reducing them to mere fragments. The remains of the serpent cascaded to the ground, swiftly transforming into earth. In an instant, Orochimaru himself succumbed to the onslaught of the flying blades, disintegrating into dust. Kion cast a fleeting glance without pausing, hastily dashing towards the Tyrannoman. At that very moment, as he vanquished the second of Orochimaru's clones, the Tyrannoman found itself ensnared and immobilized by the colossal serpent. It was utterly incapable of executing its own techniques. It opened its mouth, poised to utter something, only to be swiftly engulfed by the serpent's body. Darkness enveloped the Tyrannoman, rendering it unable to hear or see anything. All it could distinctly feel was the relentless pressure of the slick serpent constricting and coiling around it, as if at any moment its very form could be shattered by the serpent's grip. The prolonged compression led to an involuntary devolution, transforming the Tyrannoman back into the Agumon. Although Agumon was in its mature stage, it lacked the formidable offensive prowess of Tyrannoman, rendering it merely a pet in Orochimaru's eyes. Agumon could hardly withstand the crushing force of the two massive serpents, swiftly succumbing to a state of weakness. Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed, and he seized the weakened Agumon, whisking it away. When Kion finally dispatched the two clones and returned, he was met with the sight of Agumon being hurriedly taken by Orochimaru. Cursed be it. He was ultimately a moment too late. Kion hurriedly pursued, only to discover that Orochimaru and his companions had vanished in the blink of an eye. Not to mention attempting a rescue. Even their shadows had seemingly evaporated into thin air. Kion, filled with apprehension, was certain that Orochimaru would do something to Agumon. He hurriedly retrieved the Digivice. Digital Digivice. Quickly, summon Agumon back. Kyuka gazed intently at the Tyrannoman before her, her grip tightening around its form, her fingertips turning pale with tension. It is evident just how anxious and frightened Kyuka must have felt at that moment. In the distance, Agumon's body began to radiate a luminous glow, seemingly in response to Tyrannoman. This spectacle, however, caught the attention of Orochimaru, who turned to observe Agumon's transformation with keen interest. He paused, setting down his burden. Agumon's body continued to emit light, gradually brightening as if on the verge of vanishing altogether. Orochimaru's golden, elongated pupils narrowed slightly, intrigued by the notion. Was it returning to its master? How fascinating. Orochimaru declared. 5-element seal. He extended his 5 fingers, channeling chakra into each digit. From his thumb, Blue flames ignited at his fingertips, growing until each finger blazed with flames akin to the flickering light of a candle. Seizing the moment before Agumon could completely disappear, he swiftly pressed his fingers against Agumon's abdomen. Instantly, a circle of seals appeared upon its belly, marked by 5 characters: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Once the sealing was complete, the blue flames of chakra dissipated, transforming into smoke. The radiance that had emanated from Agumon vanished in an instant, halting its digitization. Kion gazed in disbelief at the interruption of the digital monster device. How could this be? Was it possible that he was simply too afraid to proceed further? The more he pondered, the more terrifying the situation became. There were numerous possibilities for the device's disruption, including the grim prospect of complete disappearance. Kion was engulfed in despair at this moment, yet there seemed to be an unwavering force within him that persisted. No, I must reclaim him. I shall not permit him to perish at the hands of Orochimaru. Even if departure is inevitable, I will not allow him to succumb under Orochimaru's grasp. Haruhi Suzumiya was acutely aware that if the Akatsuki were to fall into Orochimaru's hands, he would undoubtedly embark on a thorough investigation. At that moment, the Sound Shinobi and Sand Shinobi in the village had nearly completed their tasks. Although some of the cunning Sound Shinobi had managed to evade capture, the scene in Konohamaru was one of utter chaos. Hyuga decided to pursue at full speed, and at that moment, Kakashi observed her rushing out in a fit of anger instead of staying to handle the situation. Kakashi sensed that something significant was about to unfold and hurried to intercept her. Where are you headed, Hyuga? The outside is fraught with danger. Those Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja may not have completely departed. I believe it would be safer for you to remain in the village. Kakashi was particularly concerned about potential mishaps, especially since Konoha was in a state of turmoil. Venturing out now could very well lead her back into Orochimaru's clutches. No, I must go. The Agumon is currently in Orochimaru's hands. I fear for its safety. I must rescue it. Hyuga was utterly consumed by her determination. Her mind clouded by the urgency of the situation, relentlessly intent on saving the Agumon. After the others had resolved their own conflicts, they noticed Kakashi and Hyuga embroiled in a heated argument, leaving them bewildered and shocked. What is happening? Why is Hyuga arguing with Kakashi-sensei? This is the first time I've seen this. Sakura and Ino, passing by, were drawn by curiosity to the scene of the dispute. What? Sakura, what are you saying? Who is arguing with Kakashi-sensei? Just as they were about to approach, a hand suddenly appeared on their shoulders, pulling them apart, and a familiar head emerged. Upon recognizing Naruto, Sakura, suppressing her irritation, clenched her fists. I say, Naruto, could you refrain from startling us like that next time, especially in front of girls? It's quite unnerving. Naruto, seeing Sakura's expression, immediately became sheepish and scratched his head. By the way, what were you two discussing? Sakura and Ino pointed towards the argument. The group, hearing the content of their dispute, hurried to intervene. Boss, may I say something? At this moment, you can't possibly locate Orochimaru, and with the chaos surrounding Konoha, you would be outnumbered. It would be wiser to think this through. Naruto's sudden seriousness caught the others off guard. Indeed, the one who usually trails behind has a valid point. You should stay here. If you truly wish to rescue it, you must plan carefully and avoid recklessness. Sasuke, having appeared unexpectedly with his hands in his pockets and a slightly stern expression, joined the discussion. Everyone was urging her to reconsider, and although Hyuga felt anxious, she found their arguments reasonable. Reluctantly, she agreed to stay for the time being. Very well, she said, and just as the words left her lips, a new arm draped over her shoulder. That's right, boss. Don't be upset. Come, let me treat you to some delicious food. In an instant, Naruto transformed back into his playful self, playfully draping his arm over Haruhi's shoulder, eager for her company and indulging in a delightful meal. Hyuga, feeling dejected, swatted away Naruto's hand, rejecting the gesture. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having sealed Agumon with the 5 elements, was satisfied to see it lying motionless on the ground. He took it back to his base. Inside the base, Agumon was ensnared by a peculiar substance, rendering it unable to escape. Upon awakening, Agumon found itself in an unfamiliar environment, shrouded in dimness, surrounded by odd vials and jars, some of which appeared quite sinister. Orochimaru stood nearby, seemingly awaiting its revival. Upon hearing a noise, he swiftly turned to interrogate. How did you evolve into that form you displayed during battle? Was it called Tyrannoman? Orochimaru leaned in closer, his golden pupils glimmering with a chilling light that instilled a sense of dread. Agumon glanced at him, a cold smile forming. How laughable. Do you truly believe I would divulge the secrets of my evolution to you? Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed, clearly displeased with the response. Do you think that if you refuse to tell me, I shall be powerless? Let me inform you. I possess numerous methods to torment you. Are you not concerned for your master, Kyuya? Orochimaru threatened, but Agumon merely scoffed. You wish to torment me? How absurd. Without a digital evolution machine. How could that be possible? I assure you, capturing me poses no threat to Kyuya. For soon, I shall vanish due to energy depletion, and you will be unable to find a means for my evolution. As soon as the words left Agumon's mouth, Orochimaru smirked slightly and began to explain. All living beings are energy entities. Mastering the code of energy grants one the key to immortality. Has no one informed you? Ah, but I suppose it makes sense. You are merely a spirit beast, and knowing such things is of little use to you. Agumon was utterly baffled by Orochimaru's words. Thus, Orochimaru commenced his research, continuously injecting Agumon with various liquids, eager to uncover the nature of its energy while satisfying his own desires. Meanwhile, Konoha village began to restore the battlefield, which lay in ruins following the fierce battle. The restoration would require considerable time. Kyuya, hindered from rescuing Agumon, remained despondent in Konoha village, even aiding in the repairs of the battlefield and other areas of the village. Everyone was bustling with activity, yet Kyuya alone harbored a heavy heart, his mind elsewhere as he worked. Boss, what is wrong with you? You appear so distracted. I have called your name 10 times. Did you hear me? Naruto, bustling about, noticed that Suzumiya Haruhi appeared to be lost in thought, which caused him some concern. He had intended to approach her with a light-hearted joke to provide some comfort and help her momentarily forget her troubles. However, to his astonishment, he called her name repeatedly, only to be met with silence. What? Did you just call me? Is something the matter? After a brief moment, Haruhi finally came back to her senses, but by then, Naruto had already lost interest and exchanged only a few casual words before departing. Kion stood in a state of daze, gazing up at the sky. At that moment, the familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wealth of practical combat experience in battle. System experience reward, 2,000. Current system experience points, 20,700, successfully reaching an additional 2,000 experience. In this battle, speed has increased by 1,000, strength by 2,000, and defensive attributes have also been enhanced. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Additionally, a powerful card draw opportunity is available. Reward, 1 skill upgrade opportunity. Chapter 92, Press On. Becoming stronger for you. The sound of the system echoed in Ryo Miyuki's mind, invigorating him. Splendid. With this, he could enhance himself and eventually delve into the research of ancient beasts. With this thought, Ryo Miyuki regained his confidence. System, draw a card. Ding. Request from the host received, initiating card draw. Card draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mystical fishing card of the highest tier. Kyuka has long ceased to regard the fishing cards of the Shien rank with any particular interest. Rather, the prospect of drawing one that surpasses the Shien rank would elate him even more. Fishing. Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing. And Kyuka eagerly engaged in the activity. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the weapon, the demon blade, Akatsuki, reminiscent of the fabled sword of Gintama. This blade, crafted through a harmonious blend of traditional forging techniques and mechanical artistry, adapts its lethality according to the wielder's prowess. Its single strike can unleash an explosive damage of 6,000. Kyuya Kazumi could hardly have anticipated that he would come into possession of such a formidable weapon, which significantly bolstered his confidence. How splendid! With this weapon in hand, I shall swiftly rescue Agumon. However, Kyuya recalled that this blade seemed to possess limited abilities. Its true potential would ultimately depend on his own ingenuity. After all, the capabilities of the demonic blade, Akazakura, are intrinsically linked to the prowess of its wielder. As the name suggests, the stronger the wielder's abilities, the more formidable the weapon's power becomes. Conversely, should the wielder be lacking in strength, the sword's effectiveness would dwindle to that of mere scrap metal. Indeed, it is a fine blade, yet whether Kyuya can unlock its full might remains a challenge for him to explore. Kyuko eagerly reached out, summoning the enchanted blade, Hongyi. Before her eyes, a brilliant light appeared, and moments later, a sword hovered gracefully in midair. Indeed, the mere sight of this blade evoked an exhilarating sensation. The sword, slender and elongated, emanated an extraordinary aura. What a magnificent weapon! Kyuko mused, though she acknowledged her limited understanding of the Hongyi blade. Realizing that true comprehension would require her to explore its depths gradually. Kagami Kazuki stepped forward and grasped the sword's hilt, casually swinging it a couple of times. The blade emitted an intangible aura that collided with the massive stone before her, shattering it into fragments in an instant. A resounding crash echoed as the boulder crumbled, startling Kazuki momentarily. My goodness, such power exists? She pondered. Wait, I recall hearing that possessing this blade would enhance my abilities. System. Retrieve my attributes after summoning the demon sword. Hong-ing. Ding. The host's request has been received. Retrieving data. Retrieval successful. Host. Kagami Kazuki speed. 5170, 3000 strength. 4350, 2000 defense. 44,000 health. 32,000 single attack critical damage. 6,000 current overall rating. Elite ninja system experience. 20,700 chakra skills. Chidori. Chidori. Thunderstorm skills acquired from fishing. Second tier golden light spell. Thunder law. Second tier swordsmanship. Ripple light step. Word spirit. Side self-created skills. Golden light ground spike. Golden light lock. Golden light thrust. Golden light binding. Thunder law binding. True Chidori thunderstorm items. Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. Allows complete invisibility at will pet. Agumen weapon. Demon sword. Hong-ing. Kazuki gazed at the attributes displayed on the panel after wielding the demon blade. Hong-ing. To his astonishment, he discovered that his original stats had significantly increased following the recent battle, and he had been elevated to the rank of Jonin. While a sense of joy welled within him, an undercurrent of melancholy lingered. After all, at this moment, Agumen remained firmly in the clutches of Orochimaru. Contemplating this, Kyuka tightened his grip on the blade, which caught the sunlight and momentarily reflected a glimmer of brilliance. Kagami Kazuki sheathed his blade, resolved to request leave from Kakashi, intending to venture outside for training. At this juncture, Konoha village was gradually undergoing restoration. However, due to Kazuki's interference, Sarutobi Hiruzen had failed to seal Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru's assault on Konoha had faltered, Hiruzen was acutely aware of Orochimaru's ambitious nature. Even in the face of defeat, the scheming would not cease. Yet, having just endured a fierce battle, Orochimaru's forces had suffered considerable losses, and it was unlikely they would mount another attack on Konoha in the near future. This realization brought a collective sigh of relief to all. At this moment, Hiruzen summoned all the Jonin for a meeting. He discovered that Orochimaru's men had secretly infiltrated the Umbu prior to the conflict, resulting in a coordinated effort against the village. To eradicate any lingering threats, Hiruzen ordered the Umbu operatives to assemble, conducting thorough investigations to eliminate any individuals of suspicious identity and thereby prevent future calamities. Meanwhile, Kazuki had come to clarity regarding certain matters. With newfound determination, he hastened to locate Kakashi. He first visited several places frequented by Kakashi but was perplexed by his absence. Suddenly, Naruto appeared, playfully draping an arm around Kazuki's neck. What brings you here, boss? I'm looking for Kakashi-sensei. Have you seen him? Kazuki inquired. Naruto frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. I think he was summoned by the third Hokage for a meeting, but it should be over by now. Why not wait by his office? You should be able to catch him there. By the way, why the sudden need to find Kakashi-sensei? As he spoke, Naruto released his grip and stroked his chin, feigning seriousness. However, upon turning around, he realized Kazuki had already vanished from sight. Hey, boss. I wasn't finished talking. Where did you go? Naruto sighed, scratching his head in exasperation before shrugging and departing. Following Naruto's directions, Kazuki arrived at the office door, and sure enough, before he could step inside, he spotted Kakashi emerging. Kagami-kun? What brings you here? Kakashi asked, noting the urgency on Kazuki's face. Kakashi-sensei, I would like to request a leave of absence. Kakashi fell silent, his mind racing with speculation. Could it be that this young man had not given up on rescuing Agumen? Why else would he suddenly wish to request leave? There was undoubtedly more to this situation than met the eye. Haruhi Suzumiya waited for an extended period, yet received no response from Kakashi. She couldn't help but wave her hand in front of his eyes. Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi-sensei? I apologize. I was momentarily lost in thought. What was it you mentioned about taking a leave of absence? Is there something amiss at home? Kagami F shook her head, her gaze resolute. No. I am requesting leave to embark on a journey of quiet contemplation and training. I sincerely hope for your approval. Kakashi lowered his gaze and observed her unwavering determination, which had transformed into steadfastness. Very well, since you are so insistent, just be cautious. I shall await your return. Kakashi exhaled in relief and proceeded to walk outside. Waving goodbye to her, With Kakashi-sensei's approval secured, Kagami F hurriedly made her preparations and set forth on her journey of cultivation. Chapter 93. Embarking on a new journey. After bidding farewell to Kakashi-sensei, Suzumiya Kaze exited the school, ready to embark on her journey. However, upon reflection, she realized that this was indeed a significant matter and felt it necessary to inform Taki, so as not to leave him fretting about her absence. After some contemplation, Kaze ultimately decided to return home first. Upon arriving in the courtyard, she found Taki waiting for her, already anxious. "Taki, I'm back." Having heard about the major incident at the Konoha village school, Taki had been quite distressed, anxiously awaiting her return. Upon seeing Kaze safely return, a smile broke on his face. "Little Suzumiya, it's wonderful that you're back. Come inside quickly. I've prepared some delicious food for you." Kyuka, for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt a sudden pang of emotion and a slight discomfort upon witnessing the tender scene before her. The words she had intended to utter became lodged in her throat, leaving her in a state of indecision, neither able to speak nor remain silent. After a prolonged moment of hesitation at the threshold, she finally followed Takuhi into the room. As she entered, a wave of warmth enveloped her, dispelling the chill that had clung to her from the outside. "What are you still dawdling for? Sit down quickly," Takuhi exclaimed, having already prepared everything upon returning to the room. Noticing that Kyuka had yet to take a seat, he stepped forward and gently urged her to sit down. Kyuko lowered her head, gazing at the table laden with steaming dishes, a wave of emotion washing over her, nearly bringing her to tears. "Takumi, I may have to leave the village for a while." Takumi, who was in the midst of his meal, paused momentarily upon hearing Kyuko's words. Yet, he soon feigned ignorance and continued to eat. "Let's finish our meal first," he said gently, his warm smile enveloping her heart with a comforting warmth, almost causing her tears to flow uncontrollably. Kion, suppressing the urge to shed tears, nodded quietly and began to eat his meal in silence. Pondering that this might be the last time he would partake in the dishes prepared by Tasaka during this period, he ate at a languid pace, and after Tasaka finished, he hastily retreated to his room, busily engaged in some task. As the meal prepared by Nagato was nearly finished, Kyuka noticed that Takumi had yet to emerge from his room. She approached the door and gently knocked. "Knock, knock, knock." "Takumi, I am about to leave. Please take good care of yourself. I shall return in due time. By then, I will have grown stronger and will come back to protect you." Takumi finally stepped out of the room, holding some items which he placed before Kyuka. Even when you go out, it is wise to prepare some money. With funds at hand, one's needs for food and clothing are more easily met, even if only for appearances. Kyuka glanced down and was taken aback to find that the money was none other than the funds she had previously given to Takumi to assist with household expenses. She had not expected him to save it. "Takumi, you should keep this for yourself. I have enough, and it was meant to help with the household. You must take care of it." Time was running short, and she knew she had to depart. "Please, take good care of yourself." Kanzaki Kaze ultimately chose not to accept that sum of money, as he now possesses a considerable fortune. Taki stood at the doorway, gazing at the retreating figure of Kanzaki Kaze, and let out a deep sigh. Upon emerging from his home, Nagato embarked on a path of cultivation. He spent half a day departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, which was bordered by an expansive forest. He intended to journey to a location renowned for its exceptional training environment. Whenever he found himself disheartened or wavering in confidence, the mere sight of two statues at that place would evoke profound memories. This location is known as the Valley of the End. It is said that this site has witnessed 3 monumental battles, each involving renowned and formidable adversaries. Simply hearing such tales is enough to invigorate the spirit. Kion had previously seen the enigmatic figure of Haruhi Suzumiya on television, yet he had never encountered her in person. As he contemplated this, a sense of anticipation began to well up within him. After a brief return to his home before departing, he noticed that the sky gradually darkened shortly after leaving the village of Konohamaru. Before the arrival of the cool breeze, Ryoko Suzumiya traversed through the forest and took a respite in a quaint town. As he lay in bed that night, slumber eluded him entirely. After a moment of contemplation, he calculated that he would undoubtedly reach his destination by the following evening. Kion lay on the bed, utterly devoid of sleep, his mind consumed with the singular thought of yearning to become stronger so that he could swiftly rescue Agumon. Upon departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, Kyuka Kazumi had anticipated encountering remnants of sand shinobi or similar adversaries, yearning for the opportunity to engage in battle with them. However, to her surprise, her journey beyond the village proved to be remarkably smooth, devoid of any significant incidents. This unexpected tranquility left Kyuka feeling somewhat disheartened. Kazuki lay languidly upon his bed, his mind persistently occupied with thoughts of the formidable demon blade, Akatsuki. As he pondered, he unwittingly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the village of Konoha, normalcy was restored. Kakashi, accompanied by 2 others, continued their training, albeit with the conspicuous absence of Kazuki. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, why have we not seen the leader? Naruto inquired. Could it be that Kakashi-sensei has covertly assigned him a task? The sudden disappearance of Kazuki left both Naruto and Sasuke astonished and perplexed, while Sasuke refrained from questioning. It was evident that his gaze subtly shifted when Naruto voiced his concerns, revealing his curiosity regarding Kakashi-sensei's every action. Should I divulge this information or keep it to myself? Kakashi mused, stroking his chin in a mock display of indecision. This behavior captured Naruto's attention. Kakashi-sensei, you must have secretly sent the leader on a mission, right? Surely. That's the case, or else he wouldn't have just vanished. Kakashi turned to glance at the reticent Sasuke. Does Sasuke also share this line of thinking? Sasuke averted his gaze, retorting, "Humph. Such matters hold no significance for me. Why should I concern myself with his whereabouts?" Kakashi, taken aback by this response, subtly smirked. Yet, he ultimately chose not to reveal the truth, allowing them to speculate at will. In that case, let me tell you that your assumptions are not far from the truth. Now, let's commence our training, Kakashi declared, casting his eyes towards the horizon. He anticipated that by the time that child returned, he would have grown considerably stronger. For the resolute demeanor he exhibited upon his departure was irrefutable. The following morning, Kazuki rose early, having set out before dawn. He had never beheld the scenery beyond the confines of Konoha. Upon leaving the inn, he strolled leisurely, savoring breakfast while admiring the sights and inquiring about the path to the Valley of the End. Chapter 94. I am not a coward, excuse me. Could you guide me to the Valley of the End? After departing the inn, Kazuki stumbled upon a quaint breakfast establishment. As he placed his order, he turned to the proprietor for assistance. The owner, taken aback by Kazuki's intention to visit such a place, scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. This frail lad wishes to venture there? Without further elaboration, the owner waved his hand dismissively. I'm afraid I am not well acquainted with that location.